Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button. Hit that like button on a cool, cold. The weather in Atlanta is very bipolar. Like it's back to freezing now. So it's cold here in Atlanta again. It was warm last week, then the temperature dropped. But we rolling anyway. So hit that like button and please hit that like button. Also make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. I want to thank all of you for the support over the years. It really means a lot. And we're rolling a little bit early now. So we're rolling a little bit early. It's about it's 12:20 here in Atlanta. We're gonna stream. Shout out to Timeless Ascension. Yeah, shout out to Timeless Ascension. But yeah, had to. I'm like, we gotta, stream more. I miss y'all. I had slacked off on the streaming, not too long ago. But I'm like, let's be more consistent. Let's go live more. Because I like to, live stream so you guys can give feedback and call in and give your opinion live in real time. So thank you again for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Couple of announcements. Sierra Leone citizenship. This right here, this beautiful green passport that I need to get a cover for it, but I cannot find a Sierra Leone passport cover. I remember the first time I went to Sierra Leone in 2019, and there was a guy selling Sierra Leonean passport covers. And for some reason, I chose not to buy one. This is before I got my passport, but something was telling me, Dinus, go ahead and get the passport cover because soon you will have a Sierra Leone passport. And ever since then, I have not been able to find a Sierra Leone passport cover. But citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. Again, citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. They changed the rules a little bit. You have to come twice now. And you have to wait a year in between every visit. And between each visit, the swearing in ceremonies are going to be held every April and December. And then you will come the following April and December to get your passports. So I have a contingent of people coming in a couple weeks. Man, it's already April 9th. It is already April 9th, y'all. When I say the time goes by fast, the time goes by fast. It is already April 9th. So yeah. So Sierra Leone citizenship is back on. And also, good news is they accept more than just African ancestry now as far as proof citizenship. So they also accept ancestry.com, 23andMe, but unfortunately 23andMe they went bankrupt. So I don't know how that's going to work moving forward. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work moving forward. Oh, they have this referral link thing in the. And let me keep going, and I'll put it in the chat room later. I am West Squid. I'll say this. We'll get into that later. Hold on, we're going to get into that. I'm not denying Israelite history in Africa. I'm just saying y'all ain't the Israelites. That's all I'm saying. Again, I'm not denying that a group of people called but even the term Israel was what created in the 50s. Wasn't it Palestine before then? Well, we'll get to the history later, but I'm just saying y'all ain't the Israelites. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, back to topics. I mean, back to what I was saying. So So Sierra Leone, citizenship is back on. Have a small contingent going in a couple weeks to start the process. And then another group who was traded in the slave trade, Yoruba, Mende, Igbos, Wolof, Fula, Timni, Limba. Let's see here. Ashanti, Crew. I mean, that's who was traded in the slave trade. And no, they don't. None of these groups claim to be Hebrews. I'm sorry. None of them claim to be Hebrews. And that's what today's topic is about, how a group of Black Americans are trying to rewrite African history. Because none of these groups claim to be Hebrews. They claim to be Mende or Timne and Yoruba, Igbo, Fula, Hassa. That's what they claim to be. Yeah. So that's what it is. But anyways, let's get back to the announcements. So Sierra Leone, come and roll. Visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, visit donfo.africa to learn more. We are also rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Senegal in May next month for the Jazz Festival. Then we're going to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then we're rolling to Namibia in South Africa in November, and then Sierra Leone again in December. If you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa. Without further ado, let's go ahead and cook. I will put the link in the chat room in about 20 minutes, roughly. Again, I'll put the link in the chat room in about 20 minutes. Red Squid, there's nothing more to research. I spend time with all these tribes, and they have a specific origin story, and nothing is linked or connected to them saying they're Hebrews. I'm just saying, again, I go directly to the tribes, and they have a specific origin story. They have their own specific spiritual systems, their specific religion, and none of them claim to be Israelis. I'm sorry. They don't. All right. This is something that you guys, we ain't African, we the Native Americans, you guys are attempting to rewrite African history. Again, you guys are trying to rewrite African history, and it's just not the case. You know, I don't know. Like, what do you get? Like, what do you like? What's the I'm a Black Hebrew lottery? Like, what do you win from the lottery? Like, what's the motivation to rewrite African history? What do you win with this? I'm the Black Hebrew lottery. Like, what do you win? I mean, that's my question. In fact, that could be another show. Let me write that down. The Black Hebrew lottery. What do you win? You know, it's like playing numbers. So where did the practice of circumcision? Where did the practice of circumcision come from then? Why y'all so worried about what men do to their penises? Why is that the number one argument? Circumcision. Why are you guys so obsessed with what men do with their penises, if they cut off the foreskin or not? Why is that the number one argument? I'm gonna need y'all to start saying pause here in a minute, because that's weird. That is the number one argument that you guys have. What about circumcision? What's the obsession with penises? I'm just saying. And people were circumcising themselves before the so-called Jews. They were doing it in Egypt. They were doing it all over the place. Circumcision is not limited to Judea. That's my point. It's not limited to Judea. But I mean, just this obsession with circumcision now. Goodness. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with just passion. It's what it is. No African tribes, and this is what's interesting. Black America just started reading the Bible, what 300 years ago. I'm just saying, Black Americans just started reading the Bible, what 300 years ago, maybe 350 years ago. Y'all just started reading the Bible, and you're gonna rewrite history and tell tribes that have been around for thousands of years that they're the Hebrews when they say they are not the Hebrews. That's what makes this even more interesting. Black Americans just started reading the Bible 300 years ago. And that religion was introduced to Black Americans by force. But now you guys are the experts from reading a Bible. That you guys play no hand or no role in creating or writing. That you play no role in creating or writing. Yeah, people convert to Judaism all the time. I have a frat brother who converted, who considers himself a Jew now. Amari Stoudemire considers himself a Jew now. He converted to Judaism. You can convert. People convert to Judaism all the time. Just just like some people are Islam, convert to Islam, become Christians, become baptized. Only a few small number of Igbos claim to be the Jews, and they didn't start claiming to be Jews until the Biafran War. So you have a group of Black people who unfortunately came over on a slave ship, didn't start reading, weren't allowed to read and be educated. And a few were able to read Bibles maybe 250, 300 years ago, if even that. And now they're the experts on where African tribes come from. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. What do you mean Ghana? What do you mean Ghana has an Israelite prince? Ghana is a country. Ghana is not a tribe. I don't. What do you mean? I'm here in the west end of Atlanta. Some guy like I could claim to be the Israelite prince of the west end of Atlanta. I don't understand your point. Yeah. I don't understand your point. Ghana has an Israelite prince. Yeah, I mean, I could call myself the Israelite prince of the west end of Atlanta. That doesn't mean anything. Ghana's not a tribe. But what's with the need and being so desperate to rewrite African history. And guys, I spend time with all these tribes, and none of them claim to be Hebrews or Israelis. Now, just like Black American, like here in Black America, you might have a fringe group or a couple of folks who are claiming to be Jews and Hebrews, but that's not the norm. Every single tribe, they have their own creation story, gods, spiritual systems, and none of them claim to be Jews or Hebrews. That's it. And you have a new group called the Black American, which is relatively new, who just started reading a Bible 200 years ago, now claiming they know the history of all the tribes and they Jews. This is crazy. This needs to be studied. This needs to be studied. Because Black Americans, we are a newer group and we weren't allowed to read and write till about 200 years ago. 250 years ago. And now we claim that we know everything from a book written by King James. This is no, I mean, but this is interesting. We were on plantations. We were on plantations. We get our ass beat if we try to educate ourselves. Weren't allowed to get a proper education. And we have a new group. We are a newer group who just recently were educated. And now we claim to know the history of African tribes that have been around for thousands of years. This needs to be studied. This needs to be studied. This is interesting. Now they go into Kenya. Now they're going to Kenya. Now they're going to Kenya, interrupting church services. Man, I get it, the whole white Jesus thing. I get it. Listen, I don't like it either. But you're pulling up and interrupting church services in Kenya, which is rude. But again, my question is though, my Hebrew Israelites, my Black Hebrew Israelites who are fighting the synagogue of Satan, the so-called fake Jews, the synagogue of Satan, the fake white Jews, they left Jerusalem, Israel black and came back white. That's your guys' favorite quote. Why not you pull up on the Wailing Wall or the synagogues in Jerusalem, your holy sites? When are you going to go to your holy sites in Israel and tell the synagogue of Satan to get out? When are you going to go to your holy sites in Israel? Again, when are you going to go to your holy sites in Israel? I mean, think about it. You need permission. You need permission from the so-called synagogue of Satan, the so-called white Jew, who you say is the synagogue of Satan, to visit your own holy sites. And you want to yell at Kenyans when you need to get your U.S. passport stamp. You need to get so for you to go to your holy sites in Israel, you got to get permission from the synagogue of Satan, from Netanyahu. Railing wall, whatever. I'm just saying, if you are God's chosen people, again, if you are God's chosen people, if God stands with you and not against you, as it says in your holy book, if you are the true Israeli, the black Israeli, the true Israeli, why do you need permission from the so-called synagogue of Satan? This is what you guys say. This is what you guys claim. You guys claim that this is the synagogue of Satan. You guys say that this is the synagogue of Satan. Why do you need permission from the synagogue of Satan to visit your own holy sites? Because we are in captivity. See, that's enough. Because we are in captivity, idiot. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Captivity. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. The victimhood. We in captivity. Because it's not time yet. Oh, okay. It's not time. You're waiting for the Messiah. Right. Let me guess. You're waiting for the Messiah to come down with his 1,000 angels and with the lightning rods and the arrows, right? To take out this synagogue of Satan in Netanyahu, right? That's what y'all waiting for. Is that what it is? So until the Messiah comes back, now this is what I've been told. Again, I'm just trying to make an understanding of this. I'm just trying to get a better, clear understanding of this. I'm trying to get a clear. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding. So you guys can't go to your holy sites because you're in captivity, and you have to wait for the Messiah to come back and remove the synagogue of Satan, and then you could go to the Wailing Wall and the synagogues and all the holy sites freely. Is that what you're saying? Am I getting this? Is this is this the story? Is this the story? This is what we're waiting on. This is what you guys are waiting on. So you're not in captivity to go to Kenya. You're not in captivity to go to Kenya and bully Kenyans. But damn, when it's really time to go to your whole, but okay, here we go. Let me go. So you're free from captivity to go to Kenya and interrupt church services in Kenya, but the captivity hasn't been lifted yet for you to go to Israel, the Holy Land, with all your holy sites, to get rid of the synagogue of Satan. That's the story. Right, the chariots from the sky. So you guys are waiting for the chariots from the sky to remove the synagogue of Satan that's in Jerusalem. So then the black man, the real Jew, will come and take over. That's the argument. Is that am I missing something? Is that the argument? Oh, the prophecy, the 144,000. Oh, okay. So you got to get the 144,000 first. So you guys got to recruit the 144,000 first before you go run the fade with Netanyahu. You need 144,000 strong before you can run the fade with Netanyahu. Is that what's going on? Lee Clinton, keep pushing the truth, Dinus. Spellcaster, Hebrews are eating egusi soup in Jollof in Kenya. Guys, I'm gonna put the link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Again, you're more than welcome to call and add it to the conversation. Link is in the chat room. Them Europeans did a number on the people. Oh, Lord. I know, man. The Europeans did a number on y'all because y'all can't go to your homeland. The Europeans did a number on y'all because you need permission from the synagogue of Satan to enter your homeland. Oh, the Bible trigonometry. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, Lord. The Bible trigonometry now. Okay. Okay. Guys, links in the chat room. You're more the hold on. Hebrew equals Hugh blood equals mix. Oh. Oh, Lord. Africa is the promised land flowing with milk and honey. In Niger Congo, people are the true chosen people of God according to prophecy. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I said this in the chat, but I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if you had other points. I just got here, but I don't agree with that line of criticism. I mean, all religions, Dynast, they have something ridiculous to them that they believe. So, unless you made another point before that, like what are you getting at in that line of criticism, or are you just making fun of them? Or
Yeah, well, no. So again, the point is, I'm just building this up. The need to rewrite history to fit their narrative. When at the end of the day, like if their promised land is Israel, like why is the synagogue of Satan over in their promised land if they're the real black Hebrews? And the excuses they give to not control or have ownership of their promised land.
Yeah, I mean, I don't got no skin in the game with the Israelites, man. At the end of the day, like, they got to live by the circumstances they find themselves in, if they are to be believed. But on this whole thing of black spirituality, African spirituality, whatever you want to call it, it's kind of similar to it's a I don't know if you share the same sentiment, bro. I feel like it's a phenomenon. Like it's a narrative. It's something you hear more and more from black folks. Like, we all know about the rejection of Islam and Christianity because they came to our lands with a Bible or a Quran in one hand and a gun in the other, and it was forced upon our people. And I'm in that mindset. Like I can't worship at the altar of Jesus when the depiction of him look nothing like me. You know what I'm saying? But I would say, bro, it seems like there is this how can I call it, like a sense of being lost. Like there's a growing population of black folks in the Americas and on the continent of people that feel a sense of there's no spiritual belonging, right? I can't relate to Christianity. I can't relate to Islam. I can't relate to any of these major religions. So it's like you're kind of just in limbo. Do I just pick one? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like there's a vacuum that can be filled for a, dare I say, African spiritual religion. Now,
Well,
if you
Jay, they're
Mhm.
already there.
Well, yeah, they were there historically in the past, but I suppose, given the differences in tribes and languages
Mhm.
and geography, they were probably subtly all kind of different. But I think the coming wave that might come, um, this new wave of African spirituality. I hope you're still with me now. I hope
I'm
I
here.
didn't lose y'all.
I'm here. I'm here.
Um, this new wave that could form would be not like unified, but it would be not centralized. What's the word? What word am I looking for? Like
Universal.
universal, regardless of where you're coming from. Does that make sense?
Well, Jay, the thing is, they are universal. So one thing that so Dogbo, Huna Dogbo, who's the supreme chief, voodoo chief, based in Ouida, Benin. One thing he said during my first visit that really hit home was that voodoo accepts everyone, but everyone doesn't accept voodoo. We didn't try to change the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church tried to change us.
Well, I think even just the term voodoo has been like, it's
Well,
been vilified. Like when you think of voodoo, you don't
well,
think
there's
of
nothing you can do
something
about it. It's what it is. It's
something
voodoo.
ridiculous, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
but it's
and
what
that's
it
a
is.
narrative that can be changed over time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, just on the point of whatever form African spirituality takes in the coming years, do you see it kind of, having variations in different pockets of the Black world, or do you see it kind of being similar? I think, which is an opportunity to have.
Jay, you understand? Variations of Ifa voodoo are all over the planet.
Right, right,
It's
but
just
they're not mainstream though. I'm talking about like
well,
a legitimate mainstream wave of African spirituality
well,
that's
it's
not
there.
just in the shadows.
Jay, you don't have to
Mhm.
you don't have to. What's the term? Rewrite the what's the term? You don't have to rebuild the or
Rewrite
rewrite.
history,
Or not
re,
rewrite history.
re,
What's the term? You don't have
reinvent the
to.
wheel, reinvent the
Yeah,
wheel.
reinvent the wheel. Like it's already there. You have
But
voodoo
it,
and you
but
have Ifa. Like it's already
but
there.
but, but let's be real, Dynas, and I'm not even. I don't think we are in disagreement here. But I'm trying to get where you're coming from. Like, what percentage of Black folks on the continent do you think identify as African spirituality, whatever you want to term it, as their sole religion? It's pretty small, probably, right?
It's pretty small, but I just this idea that they have to reinvent the religion or reinvent the wheel. It doesn't. You don't have to.
But and also, I would say, there's. I mean, look, I mean, I'm putting forth ideas here. They say you should be the change you want to see, but I think there's also an opportunity to like uh put in writing, articulate what does African spirituality mean? Like, what are like? Are you well versed in voodoo? And I'm not being
I'm
sarcastic here. Like,
I'm not personally. My
uh,
thing is
so you
I'm more of an ambassador to the culture. That's what I do.
okay? Because
Like
I don't know anything. I'm gonna land with this.
these cultures need to be preserved. Like
I,
and they like what we're looking for. Everything is there. And it's ours. Like I just think it's embarrassing for you to say that the Hebrews and the Jews were originally black, the Arabs are originally black, but you have to get permission from an Arab or a white Jew to go worship your artifacts. Or like for example, in Nigeria, Jagun, he's on here. Saudi Arabia won't give visas during Hajj. So if you're a Nigerian Muslim, you can't go participate in Hajj. That's embarrassing.
well, Dynas, I mean, Black folks all over the world have been suffering since since colonialism started. It's just been a dark chapter in this book of existence for Black people.
But Jay, I
You
think
know what I'm saying?
it's at the point now. It's getting to the point now where it's self-inflicted.
Right, but well, it's time to turn the page. Is where I'm
Right.
getting at. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And let me ask you this, bro. This is actually a point of contention for some folks. I'm gonna just get this in while it's still early. Would you say prior to colonialism, right? Prior to colonialism, Black folks are living on the continent. they got little skirmishes and wars, and this and that and the third, but for the most part, they're prospering in terms of diversity of language and tribes. Would you say that was a prosperous civilization? I think so.
Right.
Some people dispute that because they say, "Oh, they were living in mud huts, blah blah blah," and all this shit. And for me, I don't know. I'm just curious your opinion on that, and I'll let the rest of y'all talk.
Let me pass it to Jagoon. Go ahead, Jagoon.
Hey, good day, everybody.
Right.
Thank you for your time and having me and for this discussion. I realize from many times that I've been involved with this conversation that Dynast has a very harsh view on those who are thinking somewhat out of the box and make things seem like they're original. And I think you have it as these are not original, that you are following a fashion. And I can take many of your criticisms as fair. When it comes to Hebrew Israelites, they do know the book, but I feel that they don't know how to speak their own truth because, again, of the harsh rhetoric that has been pushed against the black person from a long time. I know that we should still be in the frame of mind where we are blaming white people for our shortcomings. However, we can never really take it away. It is there. What the Oyunbo, the white man, has done with us as a being, as a peoples, the level of corruption that has gone in is still being undug. We're still digging it out. So let me put that to one side. I feel strongly about history, and I feel strongly about my own culture. As a Yoruba person, I'm a big man. I'm 58 right now. A young 58, I like to think, but my bones are creaking from time to time. I would like to put it to everybody here that as a young man, 3, 4, 5, 6, my father, who is a biochemist and a learned man, a very articulate, spiritual and cultural person, was the first to tell me that we are originally from Egypt. He didn't say that we are Egyptians, but he said that's the land that we are from, and we came from that area. So I've had this in my mind for an awfully long time, Now, I've from that time, I've been researching and looking and researching and looking. And there is a truth out there, what our man Jay was searching for into universality, which is to say that the truth is more than what's in our mind. Whatever is in our mind about whatever religion or whatever way of life we're speaking about, the truth is more than our suspicions. So whilst, Dynast may kind of smirk and laugh about what people think, Dynast, you don't have the truth, and neither does the next man. So to smirk and laugh, I think it's a bit crude in the time of where we have to go deep in terms of our learning and understanding. Firstly, we have to understand that we've been lied to on every single level. We have been lied to.
Jagoon, can I ask you a question? Sorry to cut you off.
Sure.
You being a Yoruba man.
Yes, sir.
Yoruba culture.
Yes, sir.
Are you a Hebrew?
My brother, I can answer that and I say yes. I can answer it and I say no. Today, even the word Yoruba, as you would know, is
Right.
a newly fashioned word. It is
Right.
not the actual name of our people.
Okay.
Just like the word they say to us as black people that we are called everything apart from who we really are. That before it got to the Americas and the rest of the world, it was already happening in Africa. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's the truth.
So Jagoon, are you a Hebrew? Yes or no?
No,
Are the Yorubas Hebrews? Yes
I
or
tell
no?
you who I am. I'm Olusoji Adamo, which is a Yoruba name.
Okay.
Understood. Before Yoruba, we will call ourselves Oduduwa or Odua. You understand? The word that you pronounced as Ouida. You know,
Right.
that's a mispronunciation. That is not the actual word, and it's not the actual spelling. It is not. That is a French. That is a French breakdown
It's
of the
Portuguese.
actual word.
It's Portuguese.
Yes.
Well, okay, but
No,
French, but coming from Portuguese, correct?
fair enough. You understand what I'm saying. It's not
Right,
Portuguese, it's actually French. You know, I'm Ouida, which is like, if you go back in time in the 18th century, you will see it written there as Judah. You'll see it written as Judah, Juda. That's how you'll see it written.
Right.
Now,
Jagu, somebody.
all I'm saying to you, Dynast,
Oh,
is
no,
that
but let me address that. Somebody that goes to Ouida like twice a year since 2017. Do you know why it was labeled as Judah originally? Go ahead.
no. If you want to expound that, please expound.
Because Jewish slave traders were from Spain, were going back and forth.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Jewish slave traders, not the.
Are you aware? Are you aware of what took place in Spain and Portugal at that time? Before that time, I'm talking that the year 900 or 700 BC, which is when the Moors had that southern part of Europe. The majority of those who went into that land were black Jews. Are you aware of that?
No, they weren't black. They were a mixture.
My brother, I'm telling you, bro.
They were not. All of them were not. All the Moors were not black.
My big brother. In fact, you're my little brother.
Yeah. That's been debunked.
All I would say to you, sir, I've been there. I have been to La Alhambra. I've been to Granada. I've been to all of these areas. I've lived there for 10 years. And in my research and seeing the depictions that are there, if you have a chance to go there, go there. You would see clearly that this is an African, mostly African. There are Arabic pictorials, but there are more African pictorials there. There are more African colors.
Well, that's the point. It was a mixture.
Yes, I'm not saying it wasn't a mixture. I am saying, however, that the majority of
it wasn't Jews. They were primarily Islamic.
Yeah, bro.
Where are we talking about? Where is this?
My brother. Let me land. Please. All I want to say is that the before the Moors, both Arabic and African, before they entered into Africa, from that North African position, there was a big swathe of Islam. This is when Islam was entering into North Africa, that were changing the faith of the people. And the faith of those people beforehand was Jewish or Hebrew. Fact. You can go as deep. I'm a man that goes deep. Wait. Let me land, please. I'm not gonna.
They practiced their own indigenous religions, and then Islam came.
No, not before Jews was there. Not before. Imagine how long that Judaism, as we understand it from prior to Christ, yes, as we understand it, imagine how long before Christianity came. It was already in Africa, my brother. We're there. We do this bad thing amongst our black people, and this is why I like the way that Jay came on board. What Jay was doing, in my hearing, was asking questions about, look, man, are we coming to this for the sake of truth, or are we coming here to beat each other up because of our lack of knowledge? I don't follow that route. We have to come here and debate for the reality that is more than we know. We don't know shit. Most of us don't know fuck all. So we don't know anything, but we're here pontificating.
Okay, Jagun, again, answer my question, yes or no. Are the Yorubas Hebrews?
Are the Yorubas Yoruba?
Jagu. No, but I understand how the Yorubas were assigned the name Yoruba. I know how that. I'm just asking a question.
Well, then, are the
Yorubas children of Oduduwa, or am I missing this Hebrew history of the Yorubas?
Let me put this to you. As you asked me, are the Yorubas Hebrew, or do they have a Hebrew link? I will say to you that most of us in this modern world do not know who we are. And I'm putting that to you straight. I have a lot of knowledge on the West African, North African position as we enter into Europe. I have a lot of knowledge on this, but it's not to say that I can underline, say, yes, this is what I fully concentrately believe. I can't say those things
Okay,
because
good job, good. And the reason why I'm asking because when I'm in Ife and I ask the Yorubas originate from Yemen and are the Yoruba Jews, they start laughing. They say no.
no, but the thing is, my brother, I'll tell you this frankly, where the Yorubas are concerned, and if you understand Yoruba as I do, and I think you have a good hold on African understanding, African spirituality, African culture and stuff. I think you have a good hand. I'll put it to you, my brother. There are many stories concerning the Yoruba people. The Yorubas were in Spain. The Yorubas were in Egypt. The Yorubas were in. And if you look at Nigeria, the reason why Nigeria is so impactful, but yet not strong, is because those people in that union called Nigeria are multi-ethnic to the depths. You don't know how deep it goes. And then you have to ask yourself, why are there so many ethnic groups in this small part of territory? There's a reason. There's a reason. And I won't put that reason to you, but I will say that, look, we've got to be careful. We've got to come together and discuss this thing like men, not like people who are holding fort, because we have no ownership over this knowledge. We have none. And if you feel like you do, I'm sorry for you. I will hold on there. Thank you, guys.
Okay, let me pass it to Gideon was next. Go ahead, Gideon.
Shalom, what's going on, Prince?
Hello.
I want to give all praise to the Most High in the name of Yahshua HaMashiach. Thank you for allowing me to be on. Peace to everybody that's on the panel. I can definitely appreciate the tone and the way we're speaking to each other is not contentious or anything like that. So what I do want to say is that that the true Israelite would never say anything like, Africa this or have any type of anti-African hate, because when you look at the historical record, our scholars, and when I say our scholars, I mean the Israelite scholars, they claim that word Africa comes from a Shemitic person. So, the true Israelite who knows their history, they wouldn't say things like that. Only people who have been influenced by co-intelligent agencies and things like that to spew hatred and division. I want to say that. So, my brother Prince, this is the thing you got to understand, that the Israelites, I'm not saying everybody that's black is an Israelite, but when you study the history of the Israelites and not even going into the Bible, when you study the history of the Israelites, you see that they were a people that came out of Egypt en masse into northern Africa, which is Israel. I claim that Israel is in Northeast Africa. So we have those Egyptians that came out of Egypt that were black. The record says they were black. So the beginning of the Israelites started out as what we call sub-Saharan black people. You look at the record.
If you don't mind me asking, what record says the Israelites came out of Egypt?
Well, when you look at non-biblical texts, people like Strabo, when he's talking about the land of Judea, he points out that they come from the Egyptians. They are the descendants of the Egyptian people. You have people like Tacitus that says it. The historical record of Herodotus speaks of people in that area that come from the Egyptians that circumcise themselves, that are black with woolly hair. Not exclusively saying those are the Israelite people, because Herodotus wouldn't know, but according to those descriptions, it's consistent with Tacitus and Strabo. So with that being said, with the origin of the Israelites being black, we can see that those people went into Spain, and the records in Spain shows that they were black. When you have the records of them being in Yemen, Ethiopia, and the mass of the people in America that come from the Israelites, they come from the Ethiopian, Ghana, Congo sovereignty that the Israelites had in that area. Now I'm gonna say this, and I'm because I can go on, but when you do deep research, Prince, and you look at certain things, you had rabbis calling Africa in the 14th century the land of the Gideons, right? When you look at the very first city that was in Ghana, It was called Wagadu. The title Ghana is the title for their kings, and it means warrior. And when you look at those two words, Wagadu and Gada, and if you know any type of Hebrew, you'll see that those words are connected, meaning that Ghana, or rather,
if I can interject, Ouagadougou's in Burkina Faso.
well, Ouagadougou was the first city of the Ghana Empire, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
I gotta look that up. I don't.
Yeah, that was the first major city of the Ghanaian Empire. And I know
when
I
you
have
say
like,
Ghana, you're speaking about the original Ghana and not modern day Ghana.
I know, but okay.
And I do want to apologize to my African brothers, because it's been a while since I looked on these things, and even at my best knowledge of it, it's probably like one finger that y'all know, because y'all are there. So when you look at that word Wagadu and Gada, Gada is the root word of Gideon. And it is my belief that that word Gada morphed into the word Ghana. So when we see these type of things, when we see certain practices that they practice, like the Azande,
can you provide any sources for that?
Yeah, I need sources for that, bro. I need sources for it. If you just put it in the back chat, that Wagadu is Gideon. Just put it in the back chat.
No, Wagadu was.
I don't think there's any linguist who would back you up.
I'm not buying the Wagadu Gideon or whatever connection. I'm not. I need some sources from linguists that could really back that up. But go ahead, Gideon. Go ahead.
Right. So this is I'll say, okay. Ghana it was a title for the kings of Ghana. And that title,
bro, come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Jagu, am I wrong? Jagu, come on, man.
Hey, it's not Dennis, my brother. This thing ain't easy. I'm just
come on,
wait. Let me just. I've been reading.
Jagu,
I'll be 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
God is the key. I mean, just put the.
The thing is,
wrong to put the sources in the back chat, man. If I'm wrong,
no, I'm saying if you can look up the word Ghana, it meant that was the title that the king held.
King of
that's what I'm saying.
What? King of what?
The king of Wagadu. That's the Ghanaian Empire. The king of the Ghanaian Empire. That was a title. He was Ghana. Like the first king would be Dingasisi.
Okay, he's right. He's right. The name Ghana is warrior.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
But it's the Sonike language.
Correct. Dingasisi was a Soniki.
So he's right. He's right. I apologize. You're right. Go ahead.
You see what I'm saying? So, you can't just land, because the way that our knowledge works, it is extremely disparate. What we need to remember is that we are now putting this history together. So all of the scoffers, especially those who think that people are speaking crazy, because I'm being careful how I speak, because I know the way Black people communicate. We communicate like we know everything, and we don't know anything. I don't know how that becomes crazy. I don't know how we here, who have just come into this knowledge, as I said, I'm a 58-year-old person, and this knowledge has been with me from I was 3, 4, 5 years old. You guys have just come on board 2 weeks ago, and you believe you know? You're joking. Have some.
That's an assumption.
But my thing is,
you have to have some. You have to have some honor.
Right, I understand that, but I just need you to with proof to connect this to being Hebrew.
What is Hebrew, my brother? Let me ask, what is Hebrew in your mentality?
Hebrew is a group of people, a culture that is coming from Israel.
And who do you think the Hebrews were in terms of ethnicity?
I think they were a mixture of people, and I think the people now in West Africa are say they were Hebrew, even though they don't claim to be Hebrew. I think they're so far removed from that part of the land that claiming it is just.
Let me put this to you. I know it's not my turn anymore, but let me just put this to you. There were 2 Cushes. There was Kush in Africa and Kush in what they now call the Middle East that went into India. Yes. Now these Kushis are brothers. Now that whole arena that they call Middle East was completely black. If you know what is what they call this place again, oh dear, it's just left my memory. Between Pakistan and India, before the Aryans came into that land, there was a sophisticated culture by the name of my goodness, how can I forget this? My mind. I've forgotten the name, but it is as old as Egypt, and up to today they cannot identify who these people were. But what they all indeed translate any of their.
Are you talking about Samaria?
No, not Samaria.
I think they're going to talk about either Brahmin or the
Dravidian,
Brahmin or
Dravidian,
the
Indus Valley.
Dravidian. Yeah.
No, before that. Before that. And I know where you guys are guessing. You're guessing this right area, but the culture was before that. And I don't know why my mind isn't allowing me to bring it out. But all I'm saying is that
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
day historian.
About Jagu again. My point is,
Anunnaki. I think he might be talking about Anunnaki.
okay, well,
I'm not.
But hold on, but Jagu, my point is, I have sat with all these tribes, and none of them claim to be Hebrews.
But that doesn't matter.
And again,
You
they
know,
have their own
what we're talking about.
they have their own
Daniel.
spirituality. It's just you know.
My brother Prince, what you got to understand, the upsetting of Africa started like in the 10th century with the Arab conquest of those lands. 1075, when they established, well, that's when the first king of Canaan, which was in Central Africa, became Muslim. So that's when they started chasing us out. So it was a while. So I remember reading it, and I'm not sure if it's the Yoruba people, especially with the Yoruba brother on, but I was reading how they became the Yoruba because at first it was pronounced the Yorubs. That's how the European pronounced it, Yoruba, Yorubs. And they became their distinct group because two brothers was fighting in the kingdom and he split. And the people that came with him became the Yoruba people. So that was, you know, if that's not the Yoruba, but that's how a lot of those tribes came into West Africa. They're fairly new. They're old people, but those tribes have just recently been designated to them. A lot, not all.
Well, no. One brother, and Jagun, correct me if I'm wrong. One brother went to Edo. The one brother went to Edo and then went to Oyo, right? Or no, Shango went to Oyo.
No, it doesn't go completely like that. You know, again, as I said, all these things are quite complex and they happened a long time ago. I remembered now the area I was talking about, the Indus Valley. The Indus Valley civilization, which is Pakistan and India today, that whole area was black people. And, you know, recently, because again, Indus Valley is something I've known for a very long time. Recently, the Europeans now are admitting that whole area was black African. That's what they call them. So, you know, your clarity only comes from the trajectory of the information that you get from the Americas, speaking half truths.
Hey, can we talked about dinosaur X for somebody who was a linguist, you know, like to kind of talk, because me personally, I think
Well,
that,
hold
you know,
on.
like
Let me get back in order. I'm sorry. Let me put Afro Man. You next.
Thank you. Peace, everyone. So a very interesting discussion. I think it's a very fruitful discussion, and it's a discussion that needs to be had. I personally, I don't disagree with what brothers Jagun and the other Israelites are saying per se. Okay, I think some of us who refer to themselves as Pan-Africanists, sometimes we fall victim to the definitions of Europeans. The mistake that most of us make is that we define Africa based on the definition of Europeans. It is Europeans who said Negroes, so-called Negroes, okay, or the Negroid race, belong in sub-Saharan Africa. Any Black person that you see in North Africa, such as the ancient Egyptians, don't belong to you or to us. That is the viewpoint of racist European scholars. And this includes even those in the Middle East. And so those who fall victim to these white supremacist definitions are quick to label languages and cultures and peoples and religions that are from the Middle East or North Africa, well mainly in Middle East, as foreign. And I think when you do that, you are eschewing from the list of achievements of African people. As I
Correct.
stated, as I stated yesterday, okay, when you look at the Middle East, the current ethnography of the Middle East is recent. White Arabs, white Jews, white Lebanese, Syrians. In fact, if you look at Israel, look up the rate of skin cancer in Israel. That should let you know that those people are not original or native to that part of the earth. The original people have had to have melanin to protect them against the sun. The same thing that you see in Australia, New Zealand. Skin cancer is, skyrocketing because they are not native to that part of the earth. So, secondly, you look at even the languages, as I said. The language in the Middle East, the Semitic languages, is a subgroup of a bigger language family called the Afro-Asiatic language family. Afro-Asiatic. So Afro for Africa and then Asiatic for Asia, okay? So it's not a separate branch. The books that you are talking about, the Bible, the Quran, the Sumerian books, these are Semitic languages. So when you look at the Quran or you look at the Bible and you dismiss them as white, when we know that Caucasians belong to the Indo-European languages, there is no Bible or scripture that has been written in the Indo-European languages, with the exception of the Veda. And the Veda, the Bhagavad Gita, okay, in India, again, is from the Indo-Europeans who invaded after the Indus Valley, okay? So let's not be so quick to dismiss some of these notions. At the same time, okay, my issue, and I think it was Jagun, who we should also not accept, well, I won't use the term pseudo-history because it might be a bit antagonistic. But when you say Northern Africa, prior to Islam and prior to Christianity, was basically steeped in Judaism, okay?
Not
That's a
just Northern
claim.
Africa.
Oh, hold on. I get you. It's a claim that to me, I don't see any evidence for. And for example, if I were to ask you, okay, can you show us any ancient manuscript archaeologically from that region, okay, that shows that they worshipped a god that was called Jehovah or Baal? These were gods of Israel. However, there is proof that the ancient Egyptian, there's a book by one Dr. Wesley Muhammad called Ra is Allah, where he argues that the God Allah, which by the way is the same as the Jewish God El, Elah, El, Elohim, is the same name that has been changed a bit. And the god Ra in ancient Egypt is one and the same. And his argument is that the word Allah, okay, the root of it is the word La. This is linguistically established. It's the word la. And you find this root word all over Africa in languages, including my own language. You find
Which
this
is what?
la. I'm
Which
saying you
is your
find this
language?
root. Okay. It's Kasim in northern Ghana. Okay.
Okay.
Specifically, the people of Paga and Vongo. You find this la, okay, linked to fire, the sun, the sky, okay, anything that has to do with some form of light, illumination, okay,
Mhm.
you find it all over Africa. This has been traced. Now, when that word la came to Egypt, there was a process of what linguists call rotalization, where the L turns to an R. So instead of la, it becomes ra. And you find that even today in some African countries, tribes, they have a problem with the LR. For
Yes.
example, in Ghana, they
In
are
Yoruba,
Santi.
we have
Okay?
Orunmila.
Yeah, we have it.
Exactly. Exactly. It's
Language.
called
Exactly.
assimilation.
So
It's the same in
exactly.
Chi as well. And
In Tree.
this brother who says he's Ga, Chi has very similar words to Egyptian as well. Matter of fact, the greeting in Chi is Wohote san, and that Hote, we even still use it today in Egypt. It was called Hotep, right? Which Ho
Exactly.
means
So
body or self.
My brother, before
And
you
take.
get too carried away, I gotta pass the mic to other people. So Afro Man, go ahead
okay.
and
All right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Afro Man, you
Okay.
got 30 seconds.
So so this la is the same word you find in the Yoruba word olu. Olu is the same la. Okay, you find it in the Zulu, in Kulunkulu, the god, in Kulunkulu. Olu means old man. It's a reference to somebody who's wise, an old man, a deity.
In Yoruba,
Okay,
we
I
also
don't
have
want to. I don't
Odola.
want to interrupt
Hey,
you.
God,
I don't want to.
I'm trying to hear the man. Don't interrupt him.
I
Go
don't
on.
want to. He said that my precept about what is Jewish was archaic, and now he's speaking from the point of view that before Islam, or not that this area was quite different. So that difference, you don't know whether it was Hebrewism or not.
What area are you referring to?
No, the gentleman who's Afro man who's just speaking now.
But you said the area. What area are you?
The area of North and West Africa, Northwest and East Africa, actually.
But we all know that the majority of Northwest East Africa, they had their own traditional religion. The Islam came in.
No,
They weren't predominantly Jewish. It was Islam. I mean, there were Jews there, but it's predominantly Islamic. But the people of northern Africa, the Moors that went into Spain and Portugal, were Muslim. The majority of them.
Bro, we're speaking about over 10,000 years of historicity before Islam ever reared its head. So before that time,
Judaism was around.
Okay, please just wait, let me land. So therefore, within all that time, you are telling me that in northern part of Africa, let's say, that there was no Judaism and there was no Christianity.
What I'm saying is that the impact that Islam had in those areas it was way much more than anything Christian or Jewish.
Maybe, but it had its time. It came after these older religions. It came after. There's no escaping it.
Well, let me make my own.
Hold on. I got to pass it to Wildflower. Go ahead, Wildflower.
Hey, I was next, Dinus.
Hiya. Hiya. Good evening, everyone.
Go ahead.
Oh, it'd be nice to hear from a lady.
Go ahead, Wildflower.
Yeah, it's really interesting hearing everybody's different point of views. I'm not convinced that we are Hebrew Israelites or Jewish Black Jews. I feel like this is like a new trend that kind of started all of I don't know how many years back, but I don't really see the evidence that me as an African woman that I am linked to these people, because in my culture we know our history, we have our own spirituality. So I kind of feel quite offended when I have people coming and telling me my culture and my spirituality. So I really feel like it's very insensitive that Africa has history that's older than all these religions. And for people to come and say, oh, forget all of that, you guys are Hebrews or you're this and that, it's really quite rude. That's my point of view.
Can I?
Okay.
Hey, question,
Hey, it was my go. Hey, it was Skywalker's go, guys.
Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so I just wanted to respond to Mr. Afro Man because what he was just saying was just absolutely on point. My brother just pretty much just shut a lot of stuff down by using language to prove his points, and I agree with him because the similarities between all these different West African languages and even some East African languages, Swahili, because the word for dog in ancient Kemet or ancient Egyptian was wa, and the word for dog in Swahili is mubiwa. And even and the point I was just making, that
It's
Mr.
the
Afro
same in
Man,
my language as well,
uh,
but that doesn't mean we're
uh,
Hebrews, though.
no. I'm not making a claim that we're Hebrews. I promise you not. I'm not. I'm an African, ma'am. I don't claim. I don't subscribe to that. I'm just talking about how West African languages are more similar to ancient Egyptian language than some Hebrew
But
or some crap like
but
that. No,
but
yeah,
but so is
yeah.
East African
But
languages.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. So,
So
so are East
we're
African,
not.
and that's why I brought up Swahili, because I was going to compare, Swahili and even Chi, which is a West African language, and Swahili even got similarities because Swahili's root is Bantu, and like the syntax of Bantu, the grammar, the way that they are connected is very similar to the way they are connected in Chi. So you can tell that most of these languages come from one common stock. Is the point I was going to make. And the last point I was going to make is that the greeting in Chi is, or one of the greetings, right? Myriad greetings, but one of them is Wahote sang, right? And it literally means, like, the literal meaning of that is yourself or your body feels how, right? And everybody knows this saying. Everybody knows this saying, even if they don't even know anything about Egypt. Everyone knows what Hotep means for the most part, right? And for a West African language, and you got to remember the Ashanti people or the Akan people, most of them believe that they walked up out of Egypt, that they came up out of Egypt and up into West Africa and were blessed
But
by the God
that
and
doesn't make
ended up in
them.
Ghana where,
But that doesn't make them Hebrews. So I
ma'am,
understand
I'm
what
not
you're
saying,
saying.
ma'am, I'm not saying that they are Hebrew. I don't subscribe to Christianity at all. I'm not making that point. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are Africans that walked up out of Kemet after doing the invasion of the Arabs. That's the point I'm making. I'm not
Okay.
making any kind of argument that they are, so my last point is that Hotep literally means for your body to be at peace. That's the literal meaning of that Egyptian term. And for that phrase Hotep to still exist, even in even in the greeting of pretty much all Chi, Yoruba, and pretty much most African languages are different variations or evolutions of ancient Egyptian, the same
But
way that
I hear that.
English and the
Can I just
same
say
way that
something?
English, hold
Can
on,
I
ma'am,
just
the
say?
same way, ma'am, hold on, can I finish my point? Can I land? The same way that English, English, French, and German are nothing but different variations of ancient Greek and Latin. So the same, if Latin and Greek are the ancestors of the modern European languages, ancient Egyptian or ancient Nubian, whatever you want to call it, the Chi and Yoruba, all those are modern variations of the ancient languages. That's all I was going to say.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Let the
No,
lady
it's not,
finish.
no. It's former Hebrew Israelites' turn. Go ahead,
But
former
I was scared
Hebrew
before him
Israelites.
though.
All right, God, listen. And people need to mute up too because there's a lot of background noise. Go ahead, former Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So I'm not here to prove or disprove if Africans are Hebrew Israelites, but what I can contribute to this discussion is
Hey, your sound went out. Your sound went out.
Can
Can you
I?
hear me now?
Raise your volume. It went out for some reason. Go
All
ahead.
right, what about now? What about
Go
now?
ahead. You're good. Go ahead.
So basically, I'm from the old school, right? So I came into One West teaching in the 1980s, and I had left in the 1990s, in the mid 1990s, right? So the original teaching, and I'm speaking from the perspective of the Hebrew Israelites situated in New York City, where they had first, came out in New York City, what we call One West, right? So the original doctrine we wasn't teaching that Africans per se are Israelites, right? We wasn't teaching that. So whoever is saying that that was the original teaching, you are totally incorrect, and I suspect that you are what I call a latter-day Israelite, or an Israelite that came into the information post Y2K. Now, what we did teach was that there are some Israelites that are still in Africa today. Now, what happened with IUIC, right? I know the leader personally, right? Because he came after me and I seen him come up in the ranks before I left. So now he's running his thing, right? And he kind of tweaked the original teaching. And I feel, and this is my own opinion, it's a money grab, because if he was to stay with just the Israelites, Black, American, Hispanics, and Native Americans in America, you know, that pot is going to be stagnant. So he's seen a market. He's like, yo, with this internet thing, you know, we could expand this operation. So he tweaked the doctrine so that he can bring in Africans of what's the tribe? The what's the tribe of the Africans that West Africans are from? I forget the name of the tribe.
Igbo.
No, not Igbo.
Igbo.
Gary. You mean Gary?
Bantu. So what he's doing, right? He's claiming because genetically, right, Black Americans are tied to the Bantu. So what he's saying is that the Israelites that stayed in Africa, right, that are not really Africans. And when I say not really Africans, I mean not Hamitic. They're Shemitic, are the ones who descend from the Bantu people. See, that's the trick that they playing. Now, like I said, I'm not here to prove or disprove if Africans are Hebrews and all this stuff, because frankly, I no longer subscribe to that doctrine anyways. But I can speak with authority from the standpoint that the original teaching was that we are not quote unquote Africans, we are Shemites. And that over time, some of these brothers that set up their own camps tweaked the original doctrine so that they can pull in a wider audience. And it's a money grab.
All right, who? Let me. Okay, who?
Can I put this to him real quick?
Jagoon. I want to get, you know. I need
Sure,
to,
everybody in. I'll beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, so who, that
Cosmic?
was go ahead, Cosmic.
Italia.
Cosmic?
No, Italia's next. Then you, Cosmic.
Greetings to all on the panel and to you.
Hey, 1 second. Let me
Linus.
just read. Let me read these super chats real quick, guys. Hit the like button again. Make sure you hit that like button. Let me read these super chats real quick. I'm sorry about that. John Noya, $4.99. Holla, the Congolese prophetess Kimpavita was one of these first to make this claim to be the true Israelites. She was burned at the stake for such claims. African goddess, thank you for the that Naira, the 400 Naira, that Naira. And then JC, thank you for the $4.99. Holla, the Moors were North African Berbers who just converted to Islam. The Berbers were still darker than the Spanish. Every Black Muslim was a eunuch. He has a point there because they were cutting the penises off of these. Well, those were the slaves though. But yeah, but go ahead, Ataya.
Thank you, Daniel, for allowing me to speak.
Mm-hmm.
First, I want to summarize. I do not concur with how this Christianity has been taught from the oppressors. And they also taught Islam, because some people went over they enslaved them over the Saharan desert. Not only was it the transatlantic slave that came to Americas and around the world, you know, that's why those people became Christians and Islam. That was not from in the beginning. And I want to touch on, you want to say that Israelites are changing history. History had already been written. Okay. So for me, I read the word, and I read it with the guidance of the Ruach. I have been in Christianity ever since I was a little girl. And the scripture stuck out to me. Satan deceived the whole world. And I'm like, how is Satan? Now, I was a child now. How is Satan going to deceive the whole world? They're going to see his red, horns, and a pigtail. That's how they program us. But there is no other people, in my understanding, that will fit the curses of his chosen people. You know, and you find that in Deuteronomy 28. Because we were disobedient. Okay, here it is. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahuwah, thy Elohim to observe and to do all commandments and his statutes, which I command thee, that all these curses will come upon thee. You will be put. Okay, I'm going to the next verse. It says, in verse 49, Yahuwah shall bring a nation against thee from the end of the earth, as swift as an eagle fly, a nation whose tongue you do not.
Hey, we lost you. You went out. You went out. And there's an echo now too.
All right, can
Hello.
I now? Or wait.
After her, you can go, Cosmic. Hold on. You there, Taya? Hello. Hello. All right, go ahead, Cosmic.
All right. See, this is the twist I want to take. I want to ask every Hebrew Israelite up in here. Before you were Hebrew Israelite, who were you? Who were you before you were Hebrew Israelites? Because we know for a fact that you did not call yourself Hebrew Israelites. It was the outsiders, it was the Egyptians, it was the Moabites and the Canaanites who called you Hebrew. So my question is that what did the Hebrew Israelite call themselves?
So when you look at Israelites, we come from Adam, which our old man come from according to our scriptures, and then you have a person called Eber. Eber is the father of all Hebrews, and
No,
then along that,
there's no word, there's no other. The only place you find a word similar to Hebrew is in the Egyptian text, which means wanderer, landless people. That's the only place you will find a word that is similar to the word Hebrew. Secondly, I would like to reply to the woman who just spoke right now. Everybody keeps quoting the Torah and the Bible like it is an original book. The Bible and the Torah are not original. The Bible and the Torah were copied from the Quran, and just like the Quran was copied from the Egyptian Book of Dead. So you guys are not writing anything that is original. You guys are just copying it from the Egyptian books. That's all I got to say. Until somebody tell me who the
Can I?
Hebrews were, what they were Hebrews, what their name was, and not quoting the Bible, because the Bible is not yours. Show me
And they
the
will
rest.
remain. And they will remain a landless people as long as they continue to refer to themselves with that cursed name, because they are going to get they're going to get not what they think the name means, but what it actually means. Landless people, and that's why they ass ain't got no damn land.
Can I just say something as well? Can
Yeah,
I add something?
yeah. Go ahead, and after that, I'm gonna pass it to Pharaoh.
Um, I'm just kind of thinking, what is the mindset behind us wanting to be people that have been victimized throughout history? Because it feels like we don't have agency. This idea that we're going through so much is because God has made it so.
I answer your question is because white people value Israel.
Oh,
Like
okay, okay.
whatever white people value, then we just so now here in America, we the original Indians, we the original now, and then it went to read the original Hebrews because white people value it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's my theory. But go ahead, Pharaoh.
But nobody has answered my question though.
Yes, peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Pharaoh.
Yes. Peace, Hotep, Amun Ra. Peace to the panel. Yeah, I was listening into the conversation, and I myself, I am a historian. I see myself as a real historian because I follow the original histories written by the ancient historians, and I don't follow oral history or anything that's written in English today. And this is the kind of history that gives these guys the green light, to just make up whatever history they want to make up. But ancient history does not allow that. That's why I follow ancient history. And according to ancient history, okay, these people called Jews or Israelites, they were not in North Africa. They were not in West Africa. During the 1st century BCE, 1st century AD, the first mention we hear of these people called Jews in West Africa is dated to the 11th century AD. And this 11th century AD source makes it clear that these Jews, okay, which were called Lam, it says that they were infidels and pagans, so they were not even real Jews, and they were converts. But our ancestors who were taken as slaves, we were never called Jews. We were called Negroes. And during the 15th century, during the Atlantic slave trade, okay, there were different classes of people in West Africa. You had the Negroes, the Moors, the Negroes in the south along the Niger River. That's where Negro comes from, the Niger River. You had the Moors in North Africa and also in the interior, which is Mauritania, modern day Mauritania and Morocco. Those were the Moors, who were the Muslims. And then you had the Berbers, who were also Muslims, and you had the white Christians, okay? And you had, later came the Jews. And the Negro were distinguished. The Negroes were distinguished from the Jews. They were not the same people, okay? And if you look it up, if you go all the way back, the Negroes, they were called a race of Ethiopians in the Latin language. They were known as Ethiopian. They were Ethiopian race. They were not a Jewish race. So the people who were being taken as slaves during the Atlantic slave trade were Negroes. They were not Jews. They had nothing to do with Jews. They had nothing to do with Israelites. We have no ancient connection to the Israelites when we stick to the ancient history. And I would say that the true first Israelites, or what I call spiritual Israelites, were the white Christians, okay? Because it was the white Christians who gave the Bible to the Africans and to the Native Americans. Before the arrival of the white Christians, the Africans had no knowledge of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Israel, or Moses, none of that. They had no knowledge of it. They got knowledge of it when the white Christians came in and gave them the Bible, and they read the Bible, and they got fascinated and wanted to identify as a Hebrew Israelite.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you a question?
Ethiopians had the Bible before then.
Yeah.
My boy just got off. He just went ham.
Can I ask bro that just spoke right now a question? The historian?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I said earlier that the Bible was copied from the Egyptian Book of Dead, or Egyptian Book of Coming Day by Fourth, or I forgot the other name is called. Do you think that is true?
Yeah, there is some evidence of the
Plagiarizing.
Bible being copied from the Egyptian text, such as the Book of Psalms. Yeah, the Book of Psalms was taken from definitely taken from Egyptian text.
So could we say that was the reason why Africans easily converted to Christianity in that area, because they saw similarities in something that they have been doing for so long? So it was just easy for them to convert.
Whoa, great point, brother. Great point. Great point, brother.
Yeah.
Because if my father has been doing something, a certain ritual, a certain way of life for so long, and somebody from another place comes with something so similar to that, and they preaching it to me, I'm like, this is the same thing that my father does and my great grandparent does, and even the ritual is very similar. Oh, why not? Come on in. I will convert. I don't understand this.
That's
So I
one
like
of
to
the reasons
respond when I
people in my
can, bro.
country converted.
Yeah, I would say that there's probably some truth to that. Yeah, but still, even if that was the case, it was stolen.
No,
And
Afri-
yeah, and
Af- the culture that
yeah,
was happening in Egypt was African culture. So when it was brought back as kind of a plagiarized copies of what other people had done of it, it was easier for Africans to take on these religions because they recognize bits what they were already doing in their own cultures that was part of these religions. Because if you think about it, Egypt was a makeup of African people.
Of the best minds. And don't also forget that what do I want to say? Oh damn, you just went over my head right now. Damn, I will remember again. Yeah, go ahead. I forgot. It just went over my head
I
right
want to
now.
hear Roy Image some more. Who was that that was just talking about the history of the, like the Negroes and
Well,
sticking to African history?
let Pharaoh finish. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
yeah. I just want to first say that I'm not a follower of the Bible. I don't follow the Bible. I see the Bible as a reverse story, of stolen stories from
I,
Egypt. It's like
uh,
you're like
I yeah.
yeah, like the case with there was a historian named Manetho.
Yeah.
Manetho, he was an Egyptian,
Yep.
and he said that the Bible story was written in reverse. He's saying that the Israelites were not enslaved in Egypt. He's saying that these people called Israelites, or who he called shepherds, they enslaved the Egyptians, and the Egyptians united, and kicked them out and liberated Egypt. That is the reverse story from the
Professor Ben
Exodus.
said the
The
same thing.
Exodus story, yeah, that's what
Professor
happened.
Ben said the same thing. Professor Ben Yakinen said the same thing. And again, I also want to point out the fact that I know a lot of people like to say that Christianity came from Europe or from white people. That's a lie. The creator of Christianity, after Akhenaten closed all the other gods for sun worship, was Pantheist and Botheist. The creator of Christianity were Egyptians who were under Akhenaten, and their name was Pontius and Botheist. That
It's
was
monotheism, not Christianity. Just the one
no,
the
that's
belief in one
Akhenaten.
God.
No, Akhenaten was the one who
It wasn't Christianity, it was monotheism, because Christianity is
yeah.
more Greek, Roman.
No. See, let's make the distinguishing right here. Monotheism was created by Akhenaten, yes, but further down the line, there were two people called Pantheists and Botheists. During a certain time, something was going on. I can't recall it right now. Those people were the first people to first create Christianity. I mean, I might be wrong, but from what I've read so far, it seems to be true. But go ahead.
Yeah, but most of the claims being made by the Israelites, I mean, it's pretty like it's based on imagination. They made it up, such as the curses of Deuteronomy 28. First of all, when you look at that, those curses apply to the Israelites. It did not apply to the Negroes in West Africa. And when it says that they will be taken to ships in Egypt, that is referring to literal Egypt today. That's not referring to America. And there's no sign of it in that verse that indicates that it was a spiritual Egypt. It was literal Egypt. And these curses apply to the Israelites. Okay, and to make it even worse, the claim that these curses apply to anyone who fit them is not even confirmed by the Bible. The Bible doesn't even say that. The Bible never says that if you fit these curses, then you are an Israelite. It never says that. We know the Christians go by the fact that, or go by the claim that the book of Galatians 3:29 says if you accept Christ, then you are the seed of Abraham, or Israelite, or a convert, is what I've seen. But for Deuteronomy 28, it's not even confirmed by the Bible. And even if it was confirmed by the Bible, it wouldn't make no sense, because how can you descend from curses? Curses got nothing to do with genealogy or bloodline. That's unrealistic, Yeah, but somebody else can.
Yeah, again, it
Well,
comes.
let me pass the roll Image, because he's been waiting, and then we could open it up and bring that up. Go ahead, roll Image.
I think most of the time we forget that the European, if we can call them that, are people that has sat and planned how they want this world to be. And when it comes to us as a people, how we think, how we move and navigate this world, All of it was designed. This argument or this information we're sharing with each other is all from them. There's no African in here that can say, well, this is what we put down, this is what we know, this is what was taught. All of it has to do with some research that they did, some book that they wrote. Everything that we're talking about is in their mind frame.
But if you speak
Not
to
hold on.
Africans on the
I
continent,
agree with that, but we
So
also have
hold
our
on,
own
hold on,
scholars.
hold on.
we know our history. I think a lot. I don't know. You guys are in the diaspora. If you're on the continent, on the ground, we know our history.
Listen, hold
Wildflower,
on.
So
that
if
was
you're
my
saying we're relying on Europeans to tell us who we are, that's not true.
No,
So,
no, no.
no, listen,
Hold on.
no, hold on, Roland. That's the point I've been making from the beginning. How can I'm Black American. How can Black Americans who weren't even allowed to read the Bible 250 years ago come to African tribes who've been around for thousands of years and then tell them that they're
Yeah.
Hebrew?
I'm
That's
I'm from
that's
Ghana,
the
right?
point.
I'm
That's the
from
point
Ghana.
I've been
I'm a
making.
con. Hold on.
That's the point I've been making. Like
I hear you make that all the time.
It's a
I hear
superiority complex.
we'll say 300 years. Literally, Black Americans just started reading the Bible 300 years ago, and then we're gonna come to Africans, who've been around for their tribes have been around
Superiority
thousands of
complex.
years. They know their history, and tell them that they're Hebrews.
Superiority complex.
Africans,
I think
Africans, Africans know their traditions and
Well, that's
rituals,
my point.
but it
That's
is
my
hold
point.
on, hold
debatable
on.
if they know their
Hold on. I
history.
just want to
But
make
hold on, but
some.
guys, let me pass it back to Roll Image so he can finish.
So I'm a con. I'm from Ghana, right? So if I look into the language and the cultures and practices that we do and we practice, like even the Adra festival, you can find that in ancient Egypt. So now people are reading it, they're doing all these research. So they will say, well, I'm from Egypt, and then there's some oral tradition that says, well, we're from there, and there's some history that says we're from there, and all of that stuff, right? And then later on, you have people converting into Christianity because Islam was always there before the Europeans showed up. So now the people that are into Christianity, are dealing with the inferiority complex or the identity, they want to fit in where it's popular. So the Christians are finding, okay, well, Akan is in the Bible, right? There's this and this is in the Bible. So we are Hebrew, we are this and we are this. Again, those people are running from themselves, trying to attach themselves to things that is popular now. Because
first
being
thing.
African is not popular. Being into your traditional belief system is not popular. So we are always constantly trying to attach ourselves to something that's not us. But again, it's okay. It looks good to attach yourself to that.
I
Same thing
And
with
think
I
the
say
history.
that being African is popular. I'm from East Africa, and we have a lot of people in my country that are leaving Islam, leaving Christianity, and coming back to our original beliefs that go
Where are you from in
thousands
East Africa,
and
please?
thousands of years. Uganda, Rwanda.
My
Sorry, where are
Uganda
you
So
from in East
people.
Africa?
I just told you, Uganda.
You
I
I
need a
mentioned
think we're
Uganda
looking at
wife.
this.
Oh. I need a Uganda wife. Oh.
I think we're
hold on,
looking
hold
at
on.
this.
So
Look, guys.
we have people in my country. This is happening 2025. They are leaving Islam. They are leaving Christianity. So we're not going to have people coming from the USA telling
I'm
us
not
this.
in the
You guys
US.
are Hebrews. You're this.
Listen,
No, we already had that with the Arabs. We've had it with the
no,
Europeans coming with Christians.
I
We
told
don't
you
need
what I
any
am.
more people telling us who we are.
Let's not
Why
get
the
emotions
that
into this.
Hello,
All
guys.
right, I got to pass the mic to Manheim. Go ahead, Manheim.
It seems we have been putting too much emotion into this, and we kind of look at this in just one direction. Let us look at it in the African perspective. I know we've been saying that, oh, the Black Americans cannot come and tell the Africans what to do. But if we look at it in a different way, like for example, one of the confusion that has really gripped this issue, whether the Israelites are a part of the Africans or not, is based on the fact that if we look at it today, if you like, there is the historians that said here that the Africans did not know anything about Abraham or God or anything. But if you read,
Abraham never existed. There's no proof, but go ahead.
again, the Bible is a copycat of the Egyptian Book of Dead.
It's not a historical book.
That's true.
But we
So
make it like
you
it's an
cannot,
historical book.
if you did not write something and you copied it, you don't know anything about the person who wrote it, who had the intent of writing it and the reason for writing it. You don't know the reason behind it. You just copying it. So me, I don't look at the Bible as something that, oh, I believe. To me, the Bible is an allegory.
Finish, please. Please let me finish.
Okay.
Please. So what I was saying is that if you read the letter that King Leopold wrote to the missionaries who were going to Congo, he already told them that those people already knew who God was. He told them that your purpose of going there is not to go to try to convert them, but to try to twist their mind to believe that your own God is better. But they already knew who God was. The King Leopold wrote that personally in the letter that he sent to the
But
missionaries who went to Africa.
all
Let
of
me
us in
finish,
Africa
please.
know what
Wait,
God is.
let me
We have
finish,
so
please.
many names for God.
Please,
We don't need
please, let me finish. You've been talking for long. So the point is that Africans knew who God was. It's not that they did not know who God, they knew who God was. Another issue that is gripping the issue of whether some people among the Bantu groups in particular, or the Niger Congo people, are part of the Hebrew race that escaped to Africa during the fall of Judea, is because these people, their customs, their traditional practices that is older than the Bible itself, is kind of word for word with the Old Testament of the practices of the ancient Hebrew, from their marriage practices, from their when you become a manhood, from when your brother die, you take most of their practices are word for word with the ancient Hebrew practices. So the question is, if these people had no relationship with the Hebrews, and then we knew of the Bantu expansion, wherever the Bantu came from, and they came from with iron works and all the rest, and they basically took over the whole of sub-Saharan Africa during and if you look at the time frame, it's almost at the
Africans are
same
not
time.
Bantu, by the way.
Let me finish. I'm not saying Africans are not Bantu. I'm talking about the
I'm saying
Bantu
Africans
expansion.
are not Bantu. That's what I'm saying. We are not Bantu.
What do you mean? Yeah, Africa has different races. I'm talking about the Bantu people.
We are not. Nobody in Africa is Bantu. That's
Oh,
what I'm saying.
there are Bantu people. There are.
No,
If you are
that's
not
something made up by a
if you are not
Dutch
one
guy.
of them, if you're not one of them, it means you are not a
No, we are
Bantu
not
person. So
Bantu.
don't
It's
argue.
made up by a Dutch guy. But go ahead.
If you are not one of the Bantu tribes, then you are not a Bantu tribe. But the Bantu
Bantu
tribes
is
are
a
there.
myth. That's what I'm telling you.
No,
There's no
the
African
Bantu
who is a
tribes
Bantu.
are real. The Bantu tribes are real, and they know themselves. They are
Show
real.
me anywhere in our history whereby we call
Regardless
ourselves
of
Bantu. But go ahead.
no, the tribes are there. You can even hear from their names. Most of their names even start with the BA.
The
Most of
Bantu
the Bantu
started with the
tribes.
Europeans. Okay, this whole
No,
grouping
the
people together
Europeans did
and
not
calling
The
them the
found
person
the
who
Bantu.
called
Bantu.
us
The
Bantu
Europeans
was a
only
Dutch South
identified.
African who was trying to make up shit.
The Europeans identified them. The Europeans did not create the word Bantu.
Who
They
exactly did they
identified
identify as
them.
Bantu?
They are there. They know themselves. The tribes are there. The
This is what
Bakongo,
happens when you
the
believe the
Bamilekes,
Europeans.
Guys,
About this
the
this is
nigga.
a
Bamilekes,
moot,
the
this is a
Bassa.
moot
They,
point. Bantu
they
is
are
simply
they are there.
an umbrella term. It's not anything.
But I
It's
am
not
telling you
something
that
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 we can
umbrella
believe.
term was not an umbrella term that we termed ourselves. Just like the
No,
Hebrew
But neither
word
is Africa.
is not an
part of
Hebrew
Neither
our
is
word.
language.
Africa.
No, it is part of the
Listen,
Bantu language.
but go
What do you
ahead.
mean by they call
Finish
by
your point,
themselves?
bro. Finish your point.
So the point is, the Bantu tribes are there. They know themselves. But their customs, most of their customs, are word for word with the Old Testament. But this custom has been practiced, even circumcision. They were practicing these practices long before the Bible was written. So the question is, how did they come to practice all these things if they had no relationship with the ancient Hebrews, if at all?
Can I
That was
explain that? Can I explain that?
I'm
Because
not Bantu.
can I
I'm a
But
explain
we
that?
Sangam.
just told you
And
that.
we
I'm from
do
the
all of
area that
this.
you're calling Bantu. Can I explain? Okay. I speak the language, I speak Bantu language. I hear that our customs match what you guys see in the Old Testament and all of that. The only reason for that is our cultural practices are very old.
That is the point
They
I'm
are
making.
older
So
than all those religions. They're older than all
yes,
those
but that is the
religions.
point I'm making. So
And
these modern religions, the Bible is new.
sorry, can I finish? Our customs were
Practice,
also practiced
by the
in
way.
ancient Kemet. And apparently people who call themselves Jews did hang around in Kemet
Of
as
course,
well.
the word
Is it
Jews is
because
a modern invention.
they
The
copied
word
our ways?
Jew is a
They,
modern invention. The word Jew
okay,
is a modern invention.
okay.
There is no such thing as Jew
The
in the
Hebrews,
ancient time. Jew did not exist. The
the
word they were called
Hebrews
Judeans. They were Judeans, not Jews. It was not a
No, they were
religion.
wasn't
not, because somebody
There was
called them
Listen,
no
let
Moses
it
Judeans.
Jews. It
wasn't
Nobody
stay.
was
called
a
them
Let
Jew
it
is
stay.
Judeans.
It's a
modern.
recent invention. The
recent
letter J.
invention.
Okay, you
Yes.
guys again stop following everything you guys read. Reading is nice, yes, but even the letter J itself, it's a recent invention.
Exactly.
And
So how
why
can
are
they
we
call
even
themselves
arguing about
Judea?
these things, anyways?
See, the Hebrews did not call themselves Hebrews. We don't know what they called themselves.
Exactly the point I'm making. Exactly.
It was the Egyptians and the
Yeah.
Moabites who were calling them Hebrews.
Yeah.
It was
Exactly
their
the point.
neighbors who were calling them Hebrews. The Hebrews, Israelite did not. We don't know anything that they called
Hebrew means
themselves.
to cross over from Abraham. When Abraham crossed
One
over the
thing we know is
Jordan,
that they
that's
were
how
called
he got that
Judeans.
name and became the first Hebrew. Okay, if
One
you're
thing we know that
using
they
the
were
Bible,
called
that's how that came
Judeans.
about.
Judeans. Not as a Jew, but Judeans as a territorial, like a geography. It carries a geographical connotation. They were Judeans, not Jews. This Jews thing is
Again,
just
this
something that was
woman
created.
just told you that how can they be Judeans when during that time there was no J?
Leave him.
Yes,
Let him
but
finish his point.
in Latin we call it is it a Judaeum? Judaeum. That
You know,
was a
yeah,
right. That was the
Ghanaian.
pronunciation
You
at the
guys
time.
specialize in those kind of things. I'll believe you.
Yes.
Who's
It was
Ghanaian?
called. It was Judaeum.
Who's
Judaeum. It
Ghanaian?
was
This guy's
I.
Ghanaian.
You said what?
Who's Ghanaian?
The guy who is talking right now. I thought the
Who
guy who
told
was
you he's
talking right.
Ghanaian? He's not Ghanaian.
Oh, okay.
How do you know I'm not Ghanaian?
You're
Oh, hold on,
Ghanaian.
Manham. Are you finished?
Yes, go ahead, Dinas. Go ahead.
Let me pass it to Hugh. Go
And
ahead, Hugh.
also, one guy also said that the Bible was copied from the Quran. That's not true. The
I'm Ghanaian.
Bible,
He doesn't. He's
Quran
like
was
from
born
East Africa.
700 years after Christ. Quran was the Islam was born 700 years after Christ. So the Bible could not have come from the Quran. I heard somebody said before that
I
the
said
Bible
that.
was copied from the Quran. That was a
Sorry.
mistake.
What I meant was that one was copied from other, but the original book is the Egyptian Book of Dead.
Absolutely, that is true. Absolutely.
That's correct. I
One
agree
was
with
coming
that.
from. I don't know which one comes from the Quran or the Bible, but one was
No, the
coming from the
Quran came
other.
700 years after the Bible.
Okay, after
700.
the Bible.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let me pass it to Hugh. Go ahead, Hugh. Unmute yourself.
Thank you. Great afternoon, good man and women.
Good afternoon.
I don't want to change the narrative too much, so I guess I start on the Phoenicians and the Punic Wars. I seen a lot of people skip over that. I was talking about Mauritania and the Israelites and again a lot of the Phoenician trade, but a lot of people forgot about the actual people like King Juba, which will give you links to Numidia, and then the tribe of Judah. And then you got again before the Mauritania and the Moors came about, that was a free range area,
No.
and B-bars are nomads that are coming in. Those are the nomads that are coming in. But it seemed like people are just too on script and only again regurgitating the knowledge that they read, like somebody said earlier. And then when we was talking about the religions, somebody skipped over and said that I get that they were saying the Bible was brought back to people after the ideology was revised in somebody else's perception, but it, like Cosmic said, it definitely was stolen ideology. And the link that they missed to say was Saint Maurice, who was leading the Legion of Thebes in Egypt and heading back and forth to Germany
Thieves.
to teach them. There you go, to teach them the law and the spirituality, which turned into Christianity. And this is how we get the weeks, Monday through Friday, which are Viking and
We
German
often
times.
forget about Thebes. Thebes is a very place we need to study. Go ahead.
Yes, Thebes is the original place we want to study how this, started, and then it multiplied itself or versatiled itself into Arabic literature, which became the Quranic knowledge we know, and then Christianity or the Romanicized literature that we know is Christianity, and then still the Torah, which is still coming from the Jewish practice, which they took the
Now,
fake Hebrew and turned it into Yiddish. But these are traces we can follow, and this is why people got to help each other think, because a lot of it have
yes,
pieces, but we don't
exactly.
have it all
Nobody
together.
has all the answers. We just have to piece it together.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Landmark 22, thank you for the $2 holla. Greek missionaries brought the Bible to Ethiopia. Obsidian Order, thank you for the $4.99 holla. Appreciate it. Hugh, you still go finish. Hugh, you got anything else you want to add?
So the tie, yeah, I'm here. The tied in on to even not to take it off, y'all can bring it back to y'all arguments if y'all got a good attention span. But the tied in with
Dinus.
the
What is the
Tartan.
benefit of
Well,
us finding out?
yeah. I'm trying to hear Hugh. Go ahead, Hugh.
1 second, for y'all, add y'all things to it. The thing I was tying into, because I was studying over the last past week, is the Tacton, as I call them, which means raised from the dirt, and the Aboriginals, which you say is the first people, or could have still came from another land, but started being nativity, because the word native still derives from nativity, which means just to be born from a land. It don't mean your ancestors originate from that land. So we dealing with different tiers of and classifications of things that we not specifying as I've been studying. And I have again my American Antiquities book, not to promote it, is really has my ancestry in there. It shows that they go before the Constitution, and we don't have no boats coming from overseas from no African building
Oh
land
Lord,
on
here we
records.
go.
And,
Oh
and look,
Lord.
that's why I said I'm
Oh
not gonna bring
God.
it back for you, but
Oh
I have to state
Lord.
my statement because
Oh
I got the proof.
No,
Lord.
I want to
You've been
hear
Well,
it.
you
talking
ain't got
very
no
much.
proof,
Hold on,
man.
watch this.
Go ahead.
2 more minutes. Watch this. I got the proof, and the closest person that came to y'all I seen the other day, he bought out the Dawes Road and the Cherokee forms that he had that his people signed. And y'all said that was part of the freedmen people, and they mixed that
Hugh,
up
let me ask you a
together. And I'm
question.
like,
Hugh, let me ask you a question. Are you saying the
yeah.
slave trade didn't happen?
Oh no. What I'm saying is that Atlantic slave trade 12.5 million, which is just an estimation, is an overemphasized, way emphasized.
Oh Lord. Oh
That's
Lord.
out the waters.
Okay.
That's not
Okay.
happening. And a lot of things that y'all was missing on that go back, and I could tie this in a circle. That go back to Nigeria. You say you from West Africa, so you know about Nigeria. You say you know about the Igbo, well, you should know the Igbo let the England in through the West Coast first. And this is how they penetrate.
Through the west coast of what? West coast of Africa? Oh Lord. So we got Hebrews saying the original Hebrews, the black saying that we the Indians. Oh man.
Dynasty in Ethiopia, they have a
I
festival,
just
New Year's. The practice that they do, they got that from Constantine's mother. They burn
Oh,
a
John
tree.
Good, you gotta echo, man. I gotta mute you. All right, go ahead, Royal Image.
Yeah, there's a practice in Ethiopia. Everybody says, "Oh, Ethiopia had the Bible and all that stuff." They got that from the Greeks. So there's a practice that they have in burning the tree. I think is like the New Year's. They got that from Constantine's mother.
No, no, that's not true. That's
Hold,
not
hold
true.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Um, how do I? Anyways, it's on when the Maya went to Ethiopia, and when he was asking, is at the end of it, the man he was interviewing is an Ethiopian man. He's the one that said this again. He's Ethiopian. He's the one that said this practice when what the Maya asked. He mentioned and said that this is from Constantine's mother. This is not what
That
I'm
is
saying. This is an Ethiopian.
no. The Constantine mother never went to Ethiopia. Never went
No,
to
hold on.
Ethiopia.
I'm just saying this is what he said. He's an
You might be
Ethiopian.
ignorant. You might be ignorant. Constantine
Okay,
mother
but
never
anyways,
went to
if
Ethiopia. And
anybody's
besides,
interested, hold on.
No,
the Egyptian civilization was already far advanced before the Greek even. So the
No problem.
Ethiopians
No
and
problem.
the
I'm just saying. Just so
yeah.
everybody out there know, is when the Maya went to Ethiopia, you can watch it, and the man will explain to you why they're doing all the things they're doing. So
mm,
that's
I
yeah.
have seen
Okay, hey,
that.
guys, let me pass the mic to Akan Jabbar because he just hopped on. Go ahead, Akan Jabbar. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Right, yeah, peace.
Peace.
Yeah, how are you, man? Just came into the chat, man. I'm seeing a lot's going on, man. A lot of theories is going about, a lot of theories.
It's all it is theories.
But I wanted to get onto the Bantu guy, him talking about all Bantus being the Israelite or whatever. What's the ancestress or the ancestor of the Bantus that they record?
Are you talking to me?
Whoever's championing
Yes.
the Bantu narrative.
You said what is the ancestors of the Bantu?
Is
I
not
know,
the
but I'll be
ancestor
quiet.
Maguni or Magumbi and Nguni, correct?
You are talking about the Bantu in Southern Africa, or you're talking about the Proto Bantu?
What is your genealogy that you could connect
Oh,
to
my
the
genealogy.
ancient Israelites? Like what name, and not just any name, but a name with significance. So what's your connection?
I haven't said to you that the Bantus are Israelite. That's what I said. I said that many archaeologists and other scholars have carried studies that shows that the Bantu customs, which is
Nah,
older than
but
the Bible.
customs is not enough. Customs is not enough.
Wait. The question is, if custom is not enough, what is enough?
Genealogy.
Do we know who the ancient Israelites were?
Tribal genealogy. So
do you know who the ancient Israelites were? Do you know who they were?
Listen, yeah.
No, because in order to answer your question, you must first know who they were, because you're talking about genealogy.
If you're gonna make a connection to people, it shouldn't be via prophecies or customs.
No, I'm not talking
really
about prophecy. I'm talking about ancient practices that the people are
that don't really mean nothing though. You could
okay, then what is the genealogy?
Who
were they?
Guy, where is he
pretty
from?
much every
I can't
custom you
check
could
this.
say
Ask
that
him
the
where is he from.
Israelites had.
Who were the ancient Hebrews? Well, first thing first, we must identify who they were.
I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm trying to have a smooth convo. So
I can't ask him where he's from. Check this.
That's
Just ask him where he's from.
I can't.
Genetics can be manipulated.
I can't. First, you must first identify to us who they
you
were.
can't always use genetics to prove a historical narrative. Genetics, they can be manipulated. They're already doing that to place Europeans into Kemet as well. So you have to go by culture, continuity, and language.
So I can't. Who were the ancient? You must first establish first who they were before you talk about genealogy.
Yeah, I definitely know them to be of a colored people, black.
I am
What do you mean by
raised in
colored
a
people?
wow.
What is colored people?
Just because
this culture, and it's like then you got to bring, like you say, the placement, the times, because it be like
you cannot say colored people. Tell us who they were, because you are talking of genealogy.
These are the people.
Who genealogy? So how do you know their genealogy?
Strictly people from West Africa or Americans that was taken on the slave ship. No, people got different.
Okay, can you identify who they are today?
Somebody's talking. Somebody needs to turn off
somebody's
their
talking. Like you gotta. Somebody's just talking on the phone or something. Like you got. Go ahead, Akon.
Yeah,
Akon, can you identify who they are today?
That for you to have a strong case and a strong argument,
no,
you would need to listen. You can't just say Bantu. That's not a good connection. No. You would have to find your tribal genealogy and oral tradition. That is
irrelevant.
And then you can connect it to the.
That is irrelevant. First thing first. In order for you, Akon, to make a case, you must first identify who the Israelites are today.
What are you talking about?
Because that's the only way you can disprove me.
In my humblest opinion, I don't just think it's strictly black people, because it's a lineage. It doesn't necessarily.
Okay, what is the lineage today? Where they are? Who are they?
Well, you've got people in West Africa.
Who are they? Give us the name of the tribes.
Asia. You've got people in Europe.
Give us the tribes.
Even the Ashkenazi.
The Ashkenazis are Europeans.
Even though I don't agree with them being authentically what they claim, but they have got a mix of something.
No, the Ashkenazi only came into the scene very, very lately. They are Europeans.
Yeah, but for them to have such custom and that they're generally speaking, there has to have been
the Ashkenazi, they practice time.
You said we had to discount customs when it came to Bantus, but then we Ashkenazi,
you want to talk about Ashkenazi customs.
No, listen, I'm not denying there's Israelites in Bantus. Like you've got the Lemba, for example. Yeah,
the Lembas are a Bantu tribe.
Black people, though. This is where
they are a Bantu tribe.
It's a lineage. So
lineage? The problem is
my child could end up having a child with a white woman, and that child has another child with a white person. Then this is a Hebrew Israelite doctrine, matter of fact. Because they don't believe everyone is they believe some white people and Latinos are their brothers. This is even their doctrine. What I'm saying is it's not far from their teaching. Even I don't go by their doctrine, and I'm not a follower of the Bible, but do you get it?
The point is you cannot disprove me and I cannot disprove you. The point is we're making is, but what I can tell you is that in most of the Bantu tribe, their customs are older than the Bible and are word for word with the No, that is not true. If you go, no, that is absolutely not true. The Lemba custom is not different from the Zulu. It's not different from the Nguni. It's not different from the Venda. They are the same customs.
Zulus are 1 trillion% not Israel.
No,
you've got to bear in mind the family names, clans, and
this is the problem. We cannot. But we can follow the archaeological trail. What is the custom? What is their practices? How did they relate to this? That's how we trace this in archaeology. You cannot be talking about the tribe.
I can't. Manny, where are you from?
Let them move on. I want to speak.
Hello.
Manhim, where you from? I just want to show somebody
I'm
this
from the
man.
Akan, innit? My name
No, no,
speaks
no,
for
not you,
itself.
Akan. Not you, Akan. I know you, Akan. Manhim, where you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
You're from Nigeria.
I
Are
bet
there
he's
any
Yoruba. If
tribes
he's
in?
Yoruba, this is a normal Yoruba argument. If he's Igbos don't argue like this. It's always the
Because
Yorubas
the
that argue
Igbos
like this.
are arguing. The Igbos said they are
No,
from the
but that's
tribe
the
of
point.
God.
If you are
So
a Yoruba, it's always a Yoruba argument.
why do
Bantu,
you
curse
make
narratives. There's no,
why do
you
you
don't
go
use
about?
genealogy. Like the Igbos, they will tell you straight we're from Eri. And
Yes,
then
the
from
Igbos
there
say
you
they're
do
from the
you
tribe of
build, you
Eri.
build.
Eri is one tribe. It's just out of the tribe
But
of
they've
God.
got
So
more
what
names.
happened to
They've
the other
got a
tribes?
roadie. They've got a roadie. They've got
Well,
a couple
the
names going
Igbos,
on over
the
there that
Igbos and
they've
the
got a
Bantu
case
are the
to build
same
on.
because they share the same genetic code. They share the same Y DNA. So what makes you think that the Igbo will be from the tribe of God with the E1B1A genetic code and the
It's
Bantu with
not
the E1B1A
E1B1A.
genetic code?
E1B1A
No,
is
it
not a
is
good
true. It
argument.
is the same
E1B1A is not a good
Y
argument.
DNA. All
If
Bantu share the same
if
DNA.
you
Why are
if
you
you if you
arguing?
talk about
Even you,
L3
even
haplogroup
you, even
L3
you.
E,
No,
I
I'm
think
talking
L3
about
E
the
or L3F,
Y-DNA, the
and
Y-DNA.
yeah, I'm not too
Hey,
sure
what's
Even
about
my
you.
DNA? I'm
EM3, but
Akan. What's my DNA?
L3E that
What
has
is your
some
Y-DNA?
Asiatic,
What is
like
your
yeah,
Y-DNA?
back to Africa and back in, so we can make a case with the L3 haplogroup, but the E1B1A, that there's no argument. There's rubbish.
What do you mean by it's rubbish? That is
It's rubbish.
that is the Y-DNA of the mostly carried by the
No,
Bantu and even you.
but it's like it's not a good case. It's not a good case to argue. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not here to prove existence of this and that and whatever. I'm just going by what the Bantus, a lot of people say, and they use curse narratives and their customs and that, but they don't go by genealogy. If you go by genealogy, then you've got a little case, you've got an argument. Not to say that the ancient Israelites existed, because I do believe they existed, but that's not what I've come up here to argue with. I'm coming up here to argue about how you connecting it. What's your methodology? If you haven't got a methodology and you're basing it on curse narratives, customs, it's not enough, because everyone, the Israelite custom itself is an African custom. So it could be anyone can have it. It don't matter. It's not a solid argument there. You need, what you would need to have with that is genealogy, which packages it with the genetics, the customs, this, that. You can't just lean on one thing. You need to do the whole rounder. You know what I mean? To build a case, and your case is weak, which
It's
is
fascinating
the case of a lot of
I
Bantus.
can't think that he's not related to the Bantu, but it's related to the white Ashkenazi Jew.
Wait, I
Fascinating.
didn't hear you properly. Sorry. What, E1B1A?
I heard you can bringing in that even the Ashkenazi Jew could be related to the ancient Hebrew. Why the Akan are also related to ancient Hebrew? So the Akan, instead
Yeah,
of
the
Akan,
ancient.
the
I'm
Akan.
not done. Listen.
So the
I'm
Akan
not.
that has a common white DNA with the Bantu, the
I'm
Bantus are
not.
not
That
Hebrews,
don't matter. That don't
the
matter. It
but the
don't
white
matter.
man Ashkenazi
It
is
doesn't
you are
matter.
related to them.
We could have the same DNA. It's the genealogy now to piece the puzzle.
So you
Because
have
we
a
could
genealogy
all
that
have a
may
DNA or
Please
a
let
strand.
somebody else talk.
fascinating.
We can all have a DNA or a strand that will link us to the Levant or Mesopotamia or Sumeria. But
If
if you ain't got
you
the
go to Cameroon,
genealogy to
many
go
Bantu
with
tribes
it,
in Cameroon
it
carry
don't matter.
the Mesopotamia and the Egyptian DNA. If you go to Cameroon, like the Bamileke tribe, the Tika tribe, they all carry
Yeah.
the
You got. I
Egyptian
think the
DNA.
Bassa. I think the Bassa
And
got
the
a
Bassa also,
genealogy.
so are the
The Bassa
Douala.
got a
And
genealogy.
yes,
To
and the
my
Douala,
knowledge.
the Bassa, the Douala, the Bamileke, the Tika, all
Yeah, but
carry
not that
even
doesn't mean
yes,
everybody's in the same case.
yes, but they
Doesn't mean
came from the
everybody's in
Nile
the
River, they
same
came from
case.
Egypt. So what do you mean by
For example,
you
look at my
anyway.
name. Can you see my name? Yeah, can you see my name? It says
Yeah,
Jabba, right?
I think the sister want to say something.
Go on.
Okay, what was I
Green.
doing?
You on mute, sister.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I've been hearing all of these theories and man's theories about all of this, you know. But if you have discernment and you're connected to the universe, uh, you know, Ryan, all of that, you're going to have discernment. You're going to have discernment. And it's not what man says, it's what the universe or whoever you want to call the creator. That's what you get it from. You have to start with your spirituality and understand discernment. Now, what if I told you that the transatlantic slave trade is in the word? That's history.
It's what?
What if I told you guys that? Huh?
It's what? It's what?
That the transatlantic slave trade is written somewhere in the word. Well, wouldn't that confirm history? I'm going to paraphrase. Because of your disobedience, you'll be put on ships and taken to a far-off land.
That
As
doesn't
swift as
mean
the eagle.
anything. That does not
Interrupt
mean the
me.
transatlantic slave trade is not proof that everybody on the ship was an Israelite. Facts,
I
hands
didn't
down.
say
You
that.
got the
You
Dogon.
are not listening. Please don't do this. Please don't interrupt me
Okay.
until I'm finished.
Okay, go.
I sit here
Sorry, ma'am.
patiently
Sorry, ma'am.
and heard
Sorry,
all
ma'am.
y'all stuff.
Sorry, ma'am.
Ain't
Okay,
no
go
but.
ahead.
May I
Sorry.
continue, please?
Yeah, continue. Sorry.
Thank you. So that's the thing. I mean, this was written well before the slave trade. Okay, well before the slave trade,
You
because
find that
it's
also in the Quran. I'm a Muslim. Sorry, I just have to say it. Yeah. So you
I
find that
don't.
in the
You
Quran as
please
well. What am
finish.
I gonna conclude it that everyone on the ships was an Israelite? No, my religion tells me to flipping seek the truth, like be truthful.
I am
No,
seeking the
like
truth.
you.
May I
There's
finish,
a
sir?
Yeah,
narration
May
let
I
that
the
the
finish?
woman
Muhammad,
I
finish.
just
peace be
Don't
upon
come
him,
into
said.
interrupt
arguing.
nobody
There's a
else.
narration that the Prophet said
I did
anyone
not
that claims
interrupt
another
nobody else when they were
lineage,
talking.
knowing that it's not your lineage, they're destined hellfire. So it's a sin in my religion to claim another lineage that's not yours. So you have to be
Listen, let me.
very
You know
careful
what?
on what you're
I did
claiming.
not.
Bro,
Please, sir.
let allow your religion to trap you.
Please
Don't try and
stop.
trap
Please
anyone
stop.
else
No,
into
I'm
your
not letting my
religion.
religion to trap me, but it's
Then,
Just be
why is it
quiet.
to claim
Be
another man's
quiet.
lineage
Darkness.
if it's not yours? Why?
No,
Guys,
just
get
let
control
me
of your
finish.
panel.
Claim it with certainty and like, yeah, you're
Certainty, there's
certain.
no
Why are you
such
gonna
word.
claim something half
There's no
stepping?
such word.
Pardon?
Dynasty. Would you? May I
Certainty.
speak?
Well, sir,
You know
I'm
what?
thinking of the Arabic word yakin in my head. Sorry,
None of us are
sir,
Arabic.
You're
None of
in
us
a
are
slave
Muslims. So
religion.
keep
sir,
yourself
You're
but
in a
down.
slave religion when you do a Quran.
basically
Let me
whatever you lot do, I don't use that as a method. I don't use my religion at all to prove my stance. I can prove it via my tradition and
Madam,
gathering
I must
certain
apologize
evidences,
on behalf of the
Archaeology and
British
history
for
books.
this
Obviously,
man
you're
and
gonna
his
use a
ignorance.
bit of the
If you
Bible.
use your religion, why did you bring it up? Why did you bring it up in the forum?
I can't hear you.
We don't want to
Yes,
know
he
what
did.
your religion is.
Yes, he did.
I can't
He
hear you.
talking
Say that
about the
again.
Quran. Sirs, may I continue?
Say that
Humbly, I
again.
would
No, what
like
did
to
the guy say?
continue.
I
I
didn't
did
hear it.
not.
What did he say?
Please don't interrupt me no more. Please don't do that.
It's a
Give me
free
the
panel,
respect
you
I
know. It's a free
Nah,
panel.
man. Nah, man. You're acting
need.
ignorantly.
So you're from the UK. I can hear from your accent.
And you're from East London. I can
You
hear from
know, being
your beating up
prejudiced.
language.
No,
Problem.
I'm
Yes,
from South, but I get what you mean,
please
innit?
stop.
You
Please
can't
stop.
you can't be from South.
You can't be from South.
We'd have kicked you out by now, bro, about
Please.
Where are
South
you
London.
from?
Don't
Please,
worry
this is
about that. That's not the
irrelevant.
All
conversation.
right. So let's just
This is
keep it like that,
irrelevant.
innit?
Let me
Yeah.
have my say. You are disrespectful. You are
Madam, I
disrespectful.
apologize, madam. Please go ahead.
Now, if that's written already in the Torah, which these idiots today call the Old Testament, we have been taught, we have been brainwashed under our colonizers' pagan religion. That's what we've done. You know, we do all day holidays, Easter, Christmas, all that stuff. But it is also written what the Creator feast days are. Okay? You know what? I don't go by what man says. Like I said, I go by spirit. And when I read Deuteronomy 28, the curses of his chosen people, it sounded like the Negroes. That's what I asked the universe. Now, is that so? He said yes. I did not know that Judah was only tribe that was scattered to the four corners of the earth. But when I did my research, it was so. And all Israel is Negro. It's Negro, not all this stuff these other crazy camps say. They're all Negroes. You know, Negroes were scattered to the four corners of the earth. And Islam, what you are in Quran, was scattered. That
I'm not
is
trying
your
to have a
oppressive.
religious argument, you know,
Wait,
like
wait,
Islam versus Judah. I just had to let you know, because I just had to let you know. You know what I mean? I just had to. My apologies, but I'm not trying to make this a Muslim versus Judaism thing.
I'm
And
not
by the
either.
way,
My point
in
is we
ancient
have
Egyptian
to
text,
together,
it
separate
talks
and
about
ignorant.
prophecy as well of
That's why the Europeans have
the
power
later
over
on
us.
Cometians
Why do
getting put
please
into
be quiet?
slavery and getting kicked out their land, and it talks similar into the future as well. So we can all play that game. Do you know what I mean? We can literally all play that game. But the Dogon
You
are not
playing games,
Israelites.
sir. You
The
playing
Dogon
games.
are not
I don't
Israelites.
play
The
games. I
Yorubas,
don't
let's
play
get into the
games.
Yoruba.
Come
The
in, please.
Yoruba have
Let
lineage
me
back to
just
Oduduwa.
finish.
Oduduwa has
You,
zero connection to any
Is
you,
ancient
Dynas
Israelite
around?
story
No,
Is
I'm right
Dynas
here. I'm right
around?
here.
scripture.
Right here.
Okay,
I'm
I
right
think
here.
you might
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to take
Um,
control
No,
over
no,
I
the
no.
wanna.
panel.
But
Go on,
I think Akon, let me
bring the
speak. Let me speak.
Yorubas on.
I
It's
think
cool.
the thing is, I want people to hear people like Atal Yah. Like people need to hear this.
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm just saying people need to hear this. Like this is, you know, people need to hear it.
Oh, what's going on right now?
Thank you.
Well, no, well, what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying is
appreciate it.
people need to hear her.
Oh,
So
here. Oh, sorry. My bad.
yeah. So when people ask, I'm here. I was just yeah, let her
Right, cool.
talk.
I'll
But
just put my
yeah, but
mic on
yeah,
mute.
go ahead,
I'll put
Atal.
my mic on mute.
Atal,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
so if this prophecy is written and it's been carried out and no other nationality fit this, huh? Then we know all this crap that the way they have taught is wrong. You're from a Muslim, Catholicism, all of that. Christianity's been taught wrong because you can't, the Christianity, the stuff that they do, it's not in the word. You know, it's not in the word. They still have their Christmas trees and all that. But Nehemiah 10 says, learn not the way of the heathen. For the heathen, the custom of the heathens of vain. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, and they deck it with silver and gold. In my mind, that's a Christmas tree. And yeah, paganism is a form of demonic. When you're going to practice Easter, you're celebrating the fertility goddess named Esther. You do Christmas trees, Halloween, all that stuff. So this is why Negro people don't have power, because we have taken on all these other European ways of so-called religion. And that is all the oppressor's religion. But the history of Israelite is history. And it's not Hebrew. Hebrew is a word for the language. And this oxymoron by calling a double standard black Hebrew Israelites, I mean, that's useless. But anyway, I know people don't, I know Dynasty like movies, so I'm gonna give you a movie, Dynasty. Do you remember Dynasty? I'm sorry. Do you remember the movie called the Sins of the Father?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that was the last. It was a thing about other nations over there which wanted to kill this last descendant of their tribe that was a part of the 12 tribes. But it was really good.
I got a question for the sister.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a question. Okay, now you believe in Deuteronomy 28, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yes, I
and you
do.
believe that the enslavement of of Negroes was justified by God.
Yes. He's the
Okay,
creator of all things. Even if
okay,
you want to say Ma'at is the creator. The creator of
okay.
all things, no.
Now, the other question I have is, Okay, do you feel that black people should get reparations from white people?
Of course. Of course.
Okay,
You
now,
know, and we're
now,
going to
now
get it. We're going to get it.
but how can you say that when you said that our enslavement was justified by God? You saying that our
It
enslavement
was
was
because
justified?
it's because we learned the way of the heathen. We learned ways
Okay,
of
Okay,
so
well,
other.
so
if I can
so if
interject,
we if
well,
we
guys,
yeah,
give me a second, Pharaoh. I'll talk. When you said a way of the heathen, can you be specific?
I'm sorry.
When you say the way of the heathen, can you be specific?
Yes,
Go ahead.
the Europeans. You know, I thought I said that the Europeans, because they practice all of those. I call them holidays.
You said
So
well, you
when
said
we practice
who's the Europeans? Who's that?
the colonizers,
Okay, Europeans. Okay.
yeah, that's just a term I use, Europeans. But anyway, yes.
How do
So
you feel about like indigenous African spirituality, like voodoo, Ifa? How do you feel about that?
I think everybody has a choice of their own to follow their uh, own spirituality. You know, that's what the Creator gave us all, free will. And anybody that tries to take anybody's free will from them.
Sure now.
yeah.
Can
I
I
want to add
put
on
a
that.
couple of guys? Can I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
step
Hold
in
on.
real quick?
She had went out. I
yeah.
wanted to.
Okay.
You
If you
wait.
can bring me in when you're ready, thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, Pharaoh. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Yeah, I want to add on that it is very dangerous to to claim that to say that our ancestors were enslaved due to some curses. The curses of Deuteronomy 28 is no
In
different from the
Deuteronomy
curse from the
28, he
yeah
says, if
yeah yeah.
you're
No,
uh,
hold on, sister. Hold on, sister.
keep
I'll let
my
you talk.
words
I'll
and
let you
my
talk, sister.
commandments,
I'll let you talk.
you will
Let me
be on
finish.
the head.
Sister, I'll let you talk. Let me finish. I'll be brief. Okay. Now the curses of Deuteronomy 28 are no different from the curse of
And
Canaan
so
mentioned in Genesis. Okay. Now, when you say that
is
our
present.
enslavement,
I'm sorry.
our enslavement, but
Go ahead.
if our enslavement
What?
was brought about due to a curse, then that means we are owed no reparations because you're saying our enslavement was justified. But truth is, no, we had nothing to do with those curses. We had nothing to do with the Bible.
Listen,
Okay,
you know what,
our
sir? I was
ancestors are
not
not
talking
mentioned in the
about.
Bible. We had nothing to do with those curses. And if they thought they got the cursed Canaanites or the cursed Israelites on the slave ships, they got it wrong. They got the wrong people. They owe us reparations.
Hey Pharaoh,
I believe that, sir.
I'm not.
I'm working
Hey
on
Pharaoh,
getting
can I
all
say something
together,
to you?
but I'm just talking spiritual right now.
Hey
I'm just
Pharaoh,
talking
can I say
spiritual
something
right
to you?
now, sir. I was trying to tell you. I was trying to tell him what the blessings are. Okay. The blessings, he said, if you obey me and my commandments, you will be the head and not the tail. You will be the lender and not the bar. And I will make your enemy scatter 7 ways. So if we just try to do that and not know that our people won't be killing the street, isn't it worth looking into?
Hey
And not
Pharaoh,
thinking,
can I reply to that still? I'm reading from the Ashanti Heroes. It's a book. It's about Akan oral traditions. Ashanti Heroes by K.O. Bonsu Che
you
Retri.
don't
I
even
can't
get
even
no
pronounce. I
spirituality
can't
out of
pronounce
there.
the
I
name
told you
properly.
now.
But anyway, it says it's about a priest that had a prophecy about the Ashanti kingdom. It said, not many days after this messengers arrived from the Ashanti Hine to tell Nana Tuda to appear before the chiefs to tell them what his fetish said. Nana therefore said farewell to his followers and set off to fulfill his mission. This is talking about the priest. Soon he was before the Santehine and the chiefs. He told the gathering that in his trance it was revealed to him that a time would come when the Asantehine's power would pass into the hands of the white man who lived far away beyond the great water. The white man would rule over the Ashanti nation with feathers and small sticks, and the chiefs would lose their ancient respect. By feathers and small sticks, Nanatuda meant quells and pens. But I want to just stop here for a second. It said here that white men will come from beyond the great water, and the white man would rule over the Ashanti nation with feathers. This is literally the same like in Deuteronomy 28:49, if I'm not correct, 49 to 50, something like that. This is coming from my own tradition, no Bible, no nothing. Yeah. So if you're talking about why God will punish or whatever, a Ashanti priest got a revelation from Nyame, what we say in Akan, we call him, refer to him as God, even though anciently speaking, it's just a title for kings, but that's another conversation. But there was a revelation revealed to the priest about how they're going to lose their power and be slave to the white man. So what do you say to that?
Yeah, what date is that the reference you?
It's from the Ashanti heroes. So this talks about all the predecessors of the Ashantis, and Confronting, he's actually he's not a mythical character. He was actually someone that existed. He was I think he was after Confronting. So he's after Confronting. Confronting, he's known to be the founder, like to help found the Ashanti Empire. Confronting, he's after. So this would be nearly to the time of the enslavement when the white men came and had their little tit for tat with the Ashantis. Because you got to bear in mind the British, not just the British, the British is the only people that went to war with the Ashantis. Like all the other colonies, it wasn't really like that.
Yeah, that is because the Ashantis collaborated with them to enslave Africans. The
Pardon?
Ashantis
I
were the
beg your
one
pardon?
maintaining the slave holding facilities.
Of
They
course,
did not really
that
enslave
one
their own
I won't
people.
shy. I won't shy from that. We sold a lot of people into
Yes,
slavery, even our own.
most people who were sold came through Ghana. They were not Ghanaians. They came from deeper Africa, and the Ashantis were the one holding them in the facility.
Yeah, but we're going back to genealogy now, because if I demonstrate my Akan genealogy, how I can connect it to ancient Phoenician Israelite, shall I say,
Here we
Egyptian
go.
Israelite,
And
then
you
we're
are related
talking
to
about it.
the
But I'm not just gonna bring you a name. I'll bring you I'll line it up with history for you and times and
the Ashantis were committed
let's
grave
not do that.
crimes
I'm not
against
getting
the
paid over here,
Africans.
so you
They
know what I mean.
sold. They are the ones who really helped to sell the Africans. In fact, they were hunting and holding the Africans who came from deeper Africa.
But my people were sold into slavery as well. What are you talking about?
Well, there were very few of them, not many, very
What do you
few.
mean there was a few of them? There was a
There were
lot
very
of them.
few. The
What are you
majority of people
talking
who went
about?
to slavery
I
were
find
of
my
the
people
Bantu.
in Jamaica.
The
I
majority
find
of
my
people who went
people
to
in
slavery
Guyana.
were
I
from the
find my
Bantu
people in
stock.
Trinidad. I'm even told that my
The
people went to South
majority of people who went to
Carolina, Virginia,
slavery
in
were from the
America.
Bantu
So I
stock.
can pinpoint where my people's at. What are you talking about?
The Ashanti Kingdom and the Ashanti Army at the time were the one guiding the holding facilities for the slaves that were brought to be shipped. That is a fact.
It don't
And
matter.
it was very
What's your
few.
point? I don't get it. I know this. You're telling me your son. I know my people sold a lot of
Yeah,
people into
so
slavery.
the
What's
prophecy
your
also
point?
prophesied that the Ashanti will be selling Africans.
But yeah, I want to respond to
What do you
that.
mean? I'm not, listen, the prophesy or whatever, I'm not going by biblical. I just read a prophecy from my Ashanti tradition, nothing Bible. So if you can correlate the Bible with it, fine. But whatever you're trying to say right now is I can't understand what you're talking about. It's out of the paradigm.
So are you saying that according to that passage that the enslavement of black Americans was justified?
I wouldn't say it's justified, but there was things going on that caused something in the spirit world that, like, yo, God had enough. And not just Africans, not just people with Israelite heritage, shall I say. I personally believe if you're talking about Deuteronomy 28, yeah, it's based on a future prophecy that will be general, not just specific to the Israelites. So there's gonna be a big event in future that a
That's
lot
a
of
lie.
people and
That is
the
a lie.
Israelites will
You
be
wouldn't even
amongst that.
listen.
It's not a
Yeah,
lie
that's
because it's not a
according
lie
to that
because it's a
prophecy.
lie to say that everyone on that ship was an Israelite. No, that's a total lie. Not every black person or whatever has
No, none of them was Israelites. None of them.
even
There were no
even
Israelite
down to
on
your
the ship.
Egyptian
Yes.
claim. I can
Yes,
Excuse me,
debunk your.
guys. You
You
damn
guys were
it.
could
saying
debunk.
something
Watch
All
this.
about
Watch this,
Negroes,
Asante
they're
Pharaoh.
all
selling
Negroes, they're
selling
not
people.
Israelites.
Pharaoh. You could never claim Egyptian heritage and debunk the Israelite heritage. You have to debunk both. You have to.
Debunk both.
If you're,
All the
especially
Well,
if you're
Asante
talking about the
statements you
Okay,
guys
Akan.
made
now,
are lies.
okay,
Hmm.
okay,
The
now,
Asante
okay,
statements you guys made,
okay.
both Akan and
Since you
whoever,
since you
are
want to take
lies.
okay, since you want to
Come
take
on,
it
let's
there,
go. Let's go.
look. Since you want to take it there, okay. Now you're dealing with a real historian. Keep that in mind,
Come on,
okay.
man.
Keep that in mind, okay. Now,
Okay, see my
okay,
people, the Akan.
okay. First of all, what is your nationality? What do you claim?
I'm black British, but of Akan heritage.
you
What
after
is
the
what
colonizers'
are you Israelite,
religion.
African? What?
Beg your pardon?
What is your nationality? Who you claim?
What do you mean nationality? You see the
oh,
terminologies you lot use in
Who
America
are
is
your
kind of
ancient
weird, you
ancestors?
know. I
Who are your
just told
ancient
you my
ancestors?
nationality. I'm
Who
black
are your
British.
ancient
He's
I'm from
Akan.
ancestors?
He
Britain.
just told you he's Akan.
Okay, who are
My
your
heritage
ancient
is Akan.
ancestors?
That's my
Upon
ethnicity. Yes, I'm
okay,
Akan.
okay. In the literature and text, how far does that word Akan goes back? What is the
Who's
oldest
talking? Who's
text that
talking?
mentions
Who's
Akan?
talking? Who's talking?
The
Huh?
one who sees himself
Yeah,
as a historian.
Is it
But
I'm
Pharaoh
asking
speaking?
you,
Is it
who are
Pharaoh?
your ancient ancestors, and can you show an ancient text that
What's
says
Akan
your
got to do with
ancestors
the
were
Bible?
called
What's
that?
the name Akan got to do with the Bible? What, you think I don't know the names in there, but it has
I'm
nothing
not
to do
talking
with
about
that
the
name.
Bible. I'm talking about ancient texts. Okay,
What do you
you
mean
said
ancient
the
text? What are you
Akan was
talking
your
about?
ancestors. What is your oldest text that says the people in West Africa or south of the Sahara, sub-Saharan Africa, will call Akan? What is your oldest
Oh,
text?
the
for
name
that?
See,
Akan
you
only
guys
dates
always
back to
dealing with the
1300.
European books. Everything
Before,
has to
before,
be in some
no,
book. It's
no,
not
no, no.
everything that has to be in a book. Okay,
Listen, the
even what
name
you guys are
Akan,
saying about Asante selling people and all of that
Because
stuff,
according to my knowledge,
that's a
everything you're
lie.
saying is based
the
on
book
made
I
up
read from was
oral
produced by a
nonsense.
Ghanaian, by the way. It's just that I couldn't pronounce his last name. That's not a
No,
familiar
not you.
name
I'm just
amongst
saying
Can
that
my
you
you
just
tribe.
guys
answer
were
the
saying
question?
Asante
Can
was
you just answer
selling
the question? What is your
people.
oldest text
That
that says the people in sub-Saharan
we don't
Africa
need
or West
text to tell you
Africa
anything
were
about
called
ourselves.
Akan?
We
so
do not
look,
need
my
text.
brother.
So,
Look,
so, so
look,
can
look,
you
guys,
say
guys,
can you say
guys,
that I'm
guys,
Telling you
not
the name
Egyptian?
Akan.
guys.
You're not Egyptian, and
I'm
you can't
telling
even
you the
prove
name
who
Akan
you are.
only dates back to the 13th common era, 1300s common era.
What is the
It don't
oldest
predate
text?
that.
What is the oldest text that says who the people in sub-Saharan Africa were?
We're not
What's the
one people.
oldest text? What are you talking about?
That's the
What I
question
The
is
don't
now.
know.
oldest
No,
text.
probably the Tariq Al Sudan and
The
Fatash
Tariq al-Sudan.
Yeah, the
What
books are Timbuktu, I'll say.
All
You know
this
what I
is
mean?
nonsense. All this
that's
is
No,
garbage.
Absolute nonsense.
listen to what he just. Are
what
you
year
reference to
what year
West
is that dated
Africa?
to?
If you're talking of West Africa, it has to be Timbuktu. But if you're talking about the
16th
Sahara,
century,
then I
16th
don't know
century
what you're
AD.
talking about. Huh?
16th century AD. That's how far your ancestors go back. 16th century,
No,
because
I told you the name
that's when the
Akan
Tariq al-Sudan
predates
was written.
13th century. I just told you the name Akan So if I can go 13th century and tell you the name
Akan. He's
Akan
just
don't.
trying to
No,
bait
So
you to say
listen,
you don't have
you
no
don't know
text
listen.
to
who your
prove
ancient
I
yourself.
said
ancestors
the
are.
name Akan
You're
does
just
not
making up
Excuse,
stuff.
predate 13th century.
excuse
You're
So
just
me,
making up
how
stuff.
you saying I'm counting up to
sirs. May I
16th
have the
if
floor
I
right
told
now?
you the name doesn't predate 13th? So that means I
You
can
couldn't
clearly
you couldn't
go
even
back to the
answer a simple
13th.
question. You could
I
not
Nope.
even.
did. I
I asked
did.
But
you
I believe
I
you know
did,
what
and
you're
you're not
asking.
happy
who are
with
your
the answer.
the oldest text of the people in sub-Saharan Africa being called Akan. And if you can
What
show
text? What text?
a local
We
text,
do
that'd
not
be
need
even
any
better.
text
When
to tell you who
When
we are.
Ghana got their independence from your people and Britain, yeah,
So
no,
there
not
you
your
have it.
people, sorry,
Hold
but
on.
You
America.
This,
can't prove it.
Listen,
you know
You can't
what?
prove it.
listen.
This,
These were
Ghana
excuse
got
me.
their
oral
This
cultures.
is
These
independence
not
were oral
helping,
cultures. They
in.
were not
So
this
literate.
is not,
you have no
Ghana
sir.
got
business.
their
You have no
This is
independence
business
in
not,
telling me
All right,
sir.
guys,
This is
let's get
not
some order in
1957.
helping.
here. Let's get some order in
Before
here. Let's
Thank
get some
you.
order.
1957, the oldest place you will find 1957. Before that, we didn't really have a lot of books based on 1800s. We was warring Britain
Mm.
and the Dutch Yorubas. Sorry, have to include them.
yeah,
Hausa,
1800s. That's pretty old. That's real
Indians.
old.
You get me? So 1800s. If you're looking for anything in
Less than
1800s, it's a
200
myth
years
because
ago.
we was warring. 1700s, no European documented us. So if you really want to find my people, you have to go into the Tariq Al Sudan and Al Fatash.
So yeah,
But
you
I'm
have
not
no
gonna
business
reveal.
telling me that
I'm
I'm
not
not
here to
Egyptian
educate
when
you
your
because
sources
you think
don't go no
you're
further
a
back than the
historian,
18
right?
and 1700s. That's how old your
So
sources
because
are.
it's not in the
It's the
What do
book,
you
that means
mean?
you don't
I
1700s.
can
know.
go
You got
back
no
to
business
Tariq
telling
Al
me that I'm
Fatash.
not
I just
Egyptian,
told you.
and you
And
can't
the
even prove
Sudan.
who you are.
I can pull out Akan names from the Tariq Al Sudan, and that's in
Hmm.
1600s. I can pull out seven genuine Akan names I can pull out with a blindfold.
My name is Kufuor.
Literally, what are you
It's the
So
talking
same as
about?
yeah,
Kufi,
that's pretty
which
old.
the Greeks called
Excuse
Cha.
me.
Bro,
What good
there's
is this
no
doing us
American.
like this?
You know what,
Who?
Pharaoh,
Why
your
are we
people,
fighting each
whoever
other?
you come from, is never documented in 1700.
That's
So
a lie.
don't talk to me.
Why you guys
Listen, you
doing
guys
this?
Go back
Can
made
I
and
some
say
statements
something?
about
I
something
just
that's a
like to
lie.
say something. I'm
Okay,
through.
let me pass the Atar, y'all. Go ahead, Atar, y'all.
The
You
houses
forgot
were the
me
one that
again,
killed people.
Dennis. Forgot me,
Oh
man.
man.
I
Because
thought we
Let
were
me
referring
pass
to
the
the guy,
Atar,
the
y'all, for like
BCE era.
a minute. Then I'll pass it
I
to you,
thought
Jagoon.
we referred to the
Okay.
Bantu
I
era, the
gotta
BCE
meet you. I
era.
gotta meet you up. Go ahead, Atar. I'm gonna pass it to Jagoon.
thank you,
Thank you.
Dennis.
Thank you.
I don't like what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I do not like what I'm hearing. Why do we all melanated people have to attack one another? We
Pharaoh.
need unity. That's why we don't stand. It doesn't matter what your whatever lineage you want to say and going back and forth. What matters is healing the nation. That's what matters. I don't like this.
Your lineage
We need
matters.
we
What are you
need to
healing
band
from?
together. We need to band together and make a mighty nation. We have been so brainwashed by the
How can
colonizer
we get
that
together when some people are saying they're Hebrews, they're this, they're that? There's already like too many groups here.
entitled to their faith. Everybody's entitled to their faith. Okay? Everyone is. And if you don't believe in is right, that's your right. But you know what? I got divine knowledge, interpretation from the universe itself. Now, if you have that type of discernment, then you might be on the right trail. But man's mind is so peon to what realism is. It's so peon. And I plead to y'all, just come together. That's, what, we have been separated because it's in our DNA, and we're still fighting one another. We need to band together and
Yeah,
know
no,
who our enemy
we need an
know who our
ideology.
enemy.
Sorry, my dear. We need an ideology that can get everybody together because these religions are pulling people apart, and as a race, we don't have a unifying ideology.
It's not a
And if we
race. It's
can be
not a race. That's a
Pan-African,
white man's
no, if we
term.
can,
That's a
no,
white man's term. It's no
can I just
racist.
finish? Can I just finish? I did let you
You didn't
speak.
let me finish.
If
You
we
did not let me finish.
can I just finish because I haven't spoken. You've been talking quite a lot. If we can have an ideology like Pan-African, no, you're not letting me
You've been
speak.
talking all
You're
in the
not letting me
beginning.
speak. You're really
Please,
not. You're
please.
somebody who's
Because you're
religious,
talking
and you're not letting
division.
me speak.
You
You're
are
not
talking
letting me speak.
division.
You're not letting me speak. Okay, you're not letting me speak. Can I just
Because
finish
you're
my
not
point?
understanding what I'm
Can I
saying.
just finish my point? Then
I
you can
thought
make
you
your
guys
point.
wanted peace.
Exactly. Tell me
So
about it.
quickly.
So
Because
basically,
I
if we could,
wasn't even
no,
finished
she's
with
just
my point.
shouting. This is how you can't really speak to religious people because they don't listen. Can you just be
Be
quiet?
religious. You are
No.
just mental,
Can you
honey.
show us an
You are just
example of a
mental.
religious woman
You
that
are
listens?
religion
You're not
because
listening.
how you say
You're not
what religion?
listening.
I feel
Oh,
like
this
You
is
we're
can't,
not
terrible.
you
in
Come
This
on,
is
guys, you guys have
terrible.
to
can't,
stop now.
woman.
Stop now.
You're not letting
you
me
can
talk.
even
You're just talking over me, which is very rude and unprofessional. Right. Can I speak now? You got 30 seconds, and I'm gonna pass it to Jagoon. Yeah. As I was saying, when we have so many competing ideologies, where this, where that, we're not really going to get far in terms of getting things done. And I was just trying to say, if we had a unifying ideology, like we all get behind being African, which is what we are, then we can focus on unified goals. We can't be saying these are Muslims, these are Hebrews, these are atheists, this and that. If we don't have a unifying ideology, we can't get behind anything that's going to work for us as a people. And I don't agree with Hebrew Israelites going to Africa, bringing in more confusion. We already have enough confusion as it is. Let's get behind being African. End of.
Thank you. Now, guys, I want to slightly speak on some of the things that have been said, but really, I want to ask a question. In terms of what our young lady said, lastly, the lady from Uganda, I believe, you see, there is something that unifies us. And it actually unifies all human beings, which is that we are born and that we are going to die. Now, recently I've seen something.
That is not a unifying factor.
Can I please finish, my brother? Let me
Yeah,
just finish.
nobody's finished because they misunderstanding the whole
Wait,
conversation.
just
What
no,
I said.
everybody, come on, guys. Let's be grown ups.
I am
Now,
grown up.
let's be grown ups, bruv. Let's not talk unnecessarily. What I'm trying to
You
depict.
interrupted what I
Oh
was
my
saying.
goodness gracious! Don't do the thing that you don't like being done. That would help.
You did that. I didn't interrupt nobody. Dynasty
My good lady,
Dynasty had given me the floor
Dennis has
and
given
never
me the
been let
floor.
me finish.
What's wrong with this woman? Dennis has given me the floor.
Yo, see these grown people?
Excuse me. You excuse me. I thought you were after what I was gonna say. Excuse me, sir. And
Okay.
I don't want to talk down about nobody, but everybody's talking down about everything.
Please, just allow it. Just allow it, and let's try to move this whole thing to a semblance of grateful understanding where we can get it. What I'm trying to put to everybody, with all the history that we may study, religiosity that we may have, the thing that does unify us is our humanity, in that we are born and we're going to die. Recently, I've seen a depiction of somebody who's talking about twins in the belly of their mother, having a discussion about, do you believe in birth? And one twin said to the other, to be born is going to be great. The other one said that there is no born, we're home. He said, no, we're not home. If you listen carefully, we have a. He said, what are you talking about, mother? Do you think that we're getting out? Are you comfortable? Isn't it nice? He said, look, we are going to take food from the mouth instead of just being incorporated by the umbilical cord, food, sustenance. This is an argument about, is there afterbirth? We now should be understanding that, is there afterlife? If there is afterlife, then we have to understand that death is coming to us, and that within that death, if we believe that we continue after birth, then this is what we are really negotiating. This is what we're really negotiating. So given that, for me personally, I'm not a Christian. In fact, I am of no religion. How I understand it, in this earth that we are in, and the studies that I have done, there is only one person. It can be argued, but there is only one person, in my understanding, that came back from death. Now, given this position, what do we believe, with all our suspicions about this life that we live, is happening after death? If we understand what's happening, I believe us some level of understanding as what we are doing in this life. Now, there has to be some humility about the way we communicate with each other, because we must be communicating for understanding and not to win some stupid argument. Not here for that. You know, you could be Muslim, Hindu, Christian, whatever you want to call yourself. At the end of the day, one thing is common to all man is that we're going to die. In this death, or in this great death, is that a continuation of life? Given the example of the 9 months before we are actually born, and the ignorance that we may or may not be in the womb of our mother.
How does that unify us? That's what you're trying to get at. How does that unify us?
Well, my brother, if you don't believe that we have something in this life because of death, this is what should bring us together in understanding wisdom.
All things die.
I think
Everything
he
that
meant
has life
African.
dies.
How does this help us as Africans? I understand the globe. We need to focus on ourselves.
Okay, you've asked a question. It's fair. I'm asking for a deeper understanding, not just to blurt out arguments. I'm talking about, before we are born, we don't know that we're going to come into life that is necessarily good or bad. as we live, we know there's a reality going on. Within this reality, we also have great understanding of what death is. Within this is where we negotiate what we see as truth, or what can be aired out as truth. Because what we're living for, truth is beyond all of us. It's completely objective, as opposed to be subjective. So I would like to know, without this savior speech and without all the rest of it, who or where do we get an understanding of life after death? And do we here
Jago,
believe?
you said it's subjective.
How is
How
that
does that
relevant, sir?
unify us? How does
How is
that
that
Oh,
unify us?
I
relevant?
don't.
Subjective.
Well, if you
How
don't
does
understand,
unify us?
madam, that's down to you. But sir, what I'm trying to say
You're
is
not
that
saying nothing.
This is
okay.
completely
I really
irrelevant.
don't know
First
where
of
this is
all,
Oh,
going. I really
nobody
don't
it's
here can
understand what's going on.
confirm anything about an afterlife. Nobody here can confirm it. You haven't met anybody who has
no,
died to
for
come
real.
back.
We are talking, the subject
Wait.
was,
No.
stay on the topic, sir. You remember what the topic is?
Madam. All I'm
Yes, sir.
trying to depict here is simple. We all, as human beings, understand what death is. Whether there's life after death or not is secondary. I'm saying that
We
there's
don't
only
understand death. We know death, but we don't understand it.
you know it, but you don't understand it. Is that
I'm talking
Nobody,
about
you just know
how
your
can
life
we make our
expires and you
lives
leave.
successful? Not talking about dying, but how can we make our lives
Thank
successful as
you.
Africans?
Thank you.
Madam,
Can we
again.
live
That,
first? Can we discuss life
Answer
before we
me this
discuss death?
question. Excuse me. How can we make our lives successful? There are many successful people in this world from all ethnicities.
As African people, as a race, because we're at the bottom at the moment.
We may remain at.
you know
Wait
what?
now, what's wrong with
He
everyone?
sees humanity.
We
What is
don't
wrong
want
with
to
you
talk
people?
about death.
Are you
We
so
don't want to
offended
talk
at what
about
I'm saying?
death
You see,
Nobody
because
wants to
nobody
talk
knows,
about
like
death.
you said. So you're
Well, I
wasting
want
If
your
you want to
time.
talk about death,
I want to
go
talk
to the
about.
morgue.
You don't have any
Then go to the
solutions,
morgue.
to be honest. You
Go
don't
to the
have
morgue or the
solutions
graveyard.
apart from talking about dying. I
What are
want to
you
know, how
talking
can we
about?
be successful as African people?
Thank you. Say that.
Okay.
If you want to talk about death, go to the graveyard or the morgue, but
That's a
not here.
stupid advice. It's a stupid advice, but it's okay.
That's the
Now-
best advice that you need.
Now I'll
Because
carry on, please.
your topic is completely irrelevant.
But you said that 4
He's getting
times.
old,
I'm
so
continuing.
he's having
Okay,
Dennis, are you here?
gentlemen.
Are you here,
Gentlemen.
Dennis?
He's getting there.
Can you allow me to speak?
I just don't understand the whole
You're
afterlife part.
talking
I really
about death,
don't,
sir, and we do not want to talk about
Shut
that.
up.
That is not.
Dennis, what did you
Look,
say?
I don't understand the whole
see how you
afterlife
are?
part. Man. I don't know.
I feel I'm not hearing you because people are talking over you. Can I hear you?
I don't know the afterlife part.
Yeah, the man spoke for 5 minutes. He didn't say nothing.
I haven't spoken.
Hey,
You've not been jumping me.
I'm gonna let you cook. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
30 seconds ain't enough. You know, I should have my time
Can't make
without
no dish in
interruption.
30 seconds.
I don't know. 30 seconds, Jago. Go
You
ahead.
can't make no dish in 30 seconds, man.
That's correct. Well, let me say this.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I'm a sum it up for
Shut
y'all.
up. Will you
Yes,
shut up?
you can. Listen, just be solid for a minute, sir.
I'm trying to be like
Please,
I'm
I'm
trying to
going to
be-
sum it up in 30 minutes.
I'm trying to be polite.
The point is, our
You got a big
motherland,
mouth. That's what the point is.
our land, excuse me, sir.
You got a big mouth. Why are you disturbing me? You crazy woman.
Because you're talking about death. You're talking about death. Just 1 minute. I'm going to sum it up in 30 seconds. And then you can say whatever you want to say.
Okay, this is how.
Listen.
This is how I'm going to end. Don't interrupt the woman.
No.
All I'm saying
Listen, man.
is that we are speaking about theology and religion and that kind of thing.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with this woman, Dennis? Go back to Alabama, wherever you're from, man. My goodness.
See, you are disrespectful.
Of course I am. We're not disrespectful.
You should not badmouth nobody, sir. You should watch your mouth. This is what's wrong with us.
You have no understanding of how my mouth works. It can
Please
work very
don't do
wicked.
that.
let
All
me
I'm gonna
ask you to
say,
be.
and
Let
I'm
me
out.
ask you.
All
I
I'm
want to
gonna
ask
say,
you
and
to
I'm
be
out.
quiet.
No,
I
you
want to ask you
can't.
to be.
No, you
Well, you don't want to
can't.
be.
Because you
What?
interrupted me when I was talking.
When was that?
Ernest,
When
I
did I
just
interrupt
summed it
you?
up in 30 seconds. May I?
Finest, what's going on here?
May I
Well,
sum it up
no,
in
no.
30 seconds?
I
Finest,
let.
moderate,
Okay,
man.
hold
Moderate
on,
this
hold on.
woman.
One mic. Let me mute. Hold on. I gotta. Dragoon, you got 45 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. All I'm going to end by is saying that this, listen, within this discussion that we've had, we come across and we're arguing. As I said, I don't want to necessarily for us to be arguing and shooting each other down unnecessarily as though we have everything correct in our own mind. We don't. With what I'm saying ultimately in this life, we know where we're going. Is there a depiction away from all these religiosity that we are going into a place where we know that this thing is going to continue? This thing called life continues, or does it end at death? Now, all I'm putting to us with the discussion that we're having, that moralizing and all the moralizing that we're doing here, telling ourselves that we know it all, is wrong. What we're supposed to be doing is building. We're not going to come with any answers, pulling it out of a hat or just guessing. We have to have reality.
What are we building?
We have to continue.
Mm-mm.
We have to be continued in our conversation.
The solution,
Therefore,
sir, I was gonna give
is
is
that
that
fair? Is
look
that
at
fair?
the line. Look at,
Madam, will you
excuse
shut
me,
up?
sir.
Good.
No,
Good.
go ahead, Dragoon. You got 45 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. I come with peace, to be honest. I come
Another
in peace.
45?
Don't interrupt him, man. 45 seconds, Dragoon.
Let there be if we want to speak about success, we have to speak in the material. We have to speak about what we are doing with our resources, what we are doing with our politics, what we are doing with our culture. That is the route to our own success. And we know that most of our leaders in that stupid African continent, it's full of beggars and thieves. That's what it's full of in terms of our leaders. So therefore, us knowing that we're on the bottom as being, we have to come together in peace, because it's too easy for us to enter into conflict. Too easy. Just in this discussion, conflict reigns. It reigns with people saying all kinds of nonsense. All I'm trying to depict is the peace that we need within our Black community globally in order to change things for ourselves within this lifetime. Because within our ages, it doesn't matter. We are going to die at some appointed time. Given this, it should bring us into some kind of humility at how we discuss. Discussing things like we know everything, I think it's useless. It's useless.
How does death unify us?
As I said, what unifies us is going to be in the material. It's going to be our wisdom. It's going to be our growing culture, and
So because we know we're all going to
it's
die,
going to be our
we should band
acceptance.
together.
It's going to be our acceptance that we are wrong in most positions. We are not right.
You just even killed this topic. That's what you
Oh,
did. You
shit.
killed this
Well,
topic.
because you don't want to think that deeply. You don't want to think that deeply. You just want to pontificate about this history, that history. You're wrong here. You're rubbish.
Listen.
Rubbish.
What is the use of pontificating about afterlife? Have you died
You
before?
are the
You
one.
know somebody who has
Don't
died
steal
before?
my word. Don't steal my word. You're the one pontificating.
Okay,
Can
so
we,
wait
can we
until
You're not
talk
you
able
go
about
to
this?
to.
church, then you can discuss the topic.
Yeah,
You're not
right
able.
here, the
You're not.
topic is how to make ourselves more successful in the living world. And yes, it's
Yes.
very nice to talk about the afterlife. It sounds very interesting. But what we need to do is to have real solutions to Black people's problems. And I haven't heard any solutions, to be honest.
Well, I'll put it to you. I'll put it to you that it's not in the religions. It's not even in our cultures. Most of our cultures, whether we are existing in them, those cultures are actually dead. And if we
Speak
don't
of your
screw,
culture. Mine's not dead. We know where
all
we
right,
go
forget that,
when
forget it.
we
Just
die.
let me land. What's the matter with you, you
I said I
crazy,
can. I know where
emotional
we go when
fool?
we die.
I'm saying to you, sir. I'm saying to all of us here. I'm answering the woman's question, which is to say, how are we going to be a successful race? how we're going to be a successful race, because we are all very different. There are more African people in this world in terms of our different ethnicities than there are ethnicities in the whole world. That's our complexity. Given that complexity, I put it to you that we have to change things and move things up. All of our cultures need a good old dusting down and a sprucing up in terms of the reality that we must be able to depict with our
And
gifts.
everybody's asking, how do we do that?
With our gifts,
Solutions.
my brother, shut up. With our gifts, in our
This is the
talent,
guy who comes in peace.
in our land, in
Yeah,
our
you're
material.
54 and you speak like you're 12-year-old. Why?
You're an idiot. Why? Now forget that. We've cussed each other. Let's now put it down so that I can speak. Damn fool. Now, all I'm saying is that we have success in our pocket. But me and you both know history tells us that we wasted our talent. We've been naive in our communication and negotiation with other races all around the world. Until we can change that upside down, there is no success. And we can't be naive to the point that we know this. There is no success. We have to negotiate our success. It doesn't just come as we're walking down the street. If you're still
Who are
thinking
we
that,
negotiating with? Who are we
you,
negotiating with?
Hey guys, we gotta close out in 5 minutes. So
who are we
Why you let
negotiating
this
with?
man
Mention
talk
that
for
kind
so
of.
long? He hasn't made no point. Everybody's asking for solutions, not a single
yeah,
solution
yeah,
he's given.
Jogger. But
And he
we
keeps
gotta
going
close
around and
out
around and
for you.
around and
Oh, you know,
around.
Yeah,
I got Glass Eye, y'all. Go ahead, Glass Eye. Unmute yourself, Glass Eye.
ridiculous.
Hey, I feel like these religions are the biggest problem that Africa has.
Facts.
I
I
agree.
agree. I
Yeah, yeah,
agree.
yeah.
I've
So
said that. Just
we
said
need
it.
to eradicate them completely, because you see that from Christianity, you have Hebrew Israelites going to Africa. These guys are so lost; they don't know who the hell they are. So they always try to find some form of connection in Israel or the Middle East, because they hate themselves to the point where they want to fit in. They want to be accepted by this quote unquote creator. You see, they want to be accepted. They don't want to take accountability for their action. They don't want to take, they don't want to create ideas to fix our own problems. Rather, we want to sit around to the sky is burst one time, it breaks out, and somebody comes out of the sky to fix our problems. I think that's the biggest problem we have. And these Hebrew Israelites, we have to put a stop to them. We have to put a stop to them. And the only reason why they
How do
even,
we do that?
No, I think it's okay for them to be who they are,
How do we
but
do that? Don't come. I'm asking my man a
they have
question.
to. No, they have the right to be that way. They have
no,
a right to pursue whatever path they want, but we should let them know. Don't project what you are onto others.
because they're
Right? What you
deceiving
find
people.
peace,
Is listen,
what you find
No
Hebrew
such
peace in
thing.
Israelites,
doesn't mean it will be peaceful for everybody else. Right?
No such thing as that.
the Hebrew Israelite movement is a very weak movement. It doesn't create any problems. I mean, it doesn't create no solutions for our problems. All it
But they
does
are
is just add on
their
to the.
own entity. So again, we have to be mindful and respectful. Like me, I don't care what people
You
decide to
can't be
believe,
respectful to something that's not real. That's fake.
but
Yeah,
you're not
apart
in
from
it,
that,
so
why don't
you're
you let
not
the
in
brother
it.
finish? Why don't you let the brother finish? Is what you
Hey,
gotta
hey,
say.
big man,
No,
shut
no,
your mouth.
let him finish. Go ahead, Glass. Go ahead, Glass.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
Yeah,
you're an ignorant buffoon.
We don't need the extras. Go ahead, Glass.
you cannot respect something that's not authentic. You cannot respect fake and false history that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? It's just like Christianity and Islam in Africa. People blindly follow them without knowing their history, and they just follow them. It's the same thing with this Hebrew Israelite stuff. It's
I
nothing
agree,
but
but there's
emotional
people that found
sentiments.
peace in it, right?
That's
I agree with you. I'm not
so
with
that
all of that, but again, there's people that are peaceful in
Man,
those.
stop it interrupting the guy. Go ahead, Glass.
yeah. So if we cannot if we cannot see truth for what it is and keep on chasing after illusions, this is what we get. Hebrew Israelites. This is a fake group. All the shit that they preach, that they talk about, it does not exist. 70 AD Africans going Hebrews going to West Africa, all that stuff does not exist. These are all illusions, and these people are brainwashed to the maximum,
Life is an
and we
illusion,
cannot
people.
respect that.
Man, be quiet. Let them talk.
Man, because Dinus, you want to shit on them.
Go ahead, Glass.
We cannot respect that. We cannot respect false history. We cannot keep on allowing our people to, accept something that's not real. So I don't understand. That's why I respect those people in Kenya that chase these guys away. That's why every time they go to Africa, people have to do that to them. They have to do that to them because they've already done so much damage in America. They want to extend that to Africa now. They want to expand it all over all the countries that Black people live in. So we have to put a stop to that. They're no different from the Muslims, the Christians. They are the same. Jesus never existed. He's not a black man that's going to crack out the sky one day to come save you and give you roses and give you kisses on your cheek. That's some crazy stuff right there.
And
So
I think
it's a danger to the Black population, really. We have to put a stop to that.
I agree that black people, as a race, we tend to lean more onto the salvation ideology, waiting for sky daddies to save us, rather than actually say we need to have a liberation ideology where we have agency to save ourselves, rather than waiting for an Arab god, a Hebrew. This is all signs of weakness, and it's only us that think this way, sadly.
But madam, can I ask you, do you not believe that what you spoke about in terms of liberalism is another European concept that we are just following? We're just followers.
No, we are under white oppression, so we need to free ourselves mentally,
Exactly.
physically,
But why do you
economically.
use the word?
We can't
Yes,
free
okay.
ourselves if we are tied to these religions, waiting for somebody in the sky to come and save us. We cannot. I'm sorry.
I understand that. What I'm still putting to you is that the liberalism that you've just quoted and spoken of is still a European concept. And you are tapping into that European concept all over again. You're not doing anything different.
Are we free? Are we free? Because we have the word for it in my language. We're not free as a people because we are so consumed by these religions, these salvation.
Okay, let me put it to you. How do we get free?
Man, you gotta let her talk, Jagoon. I'm trying to hear her. You gotta let her talk.
I am, but we're having a quick discussion.
No. Go ahead, Wildfire. Finish your thoughts. I'm trying to back to Mika.
Thank you, Prince. Abrahamic ideologies from Judaism, Arabic, Islam, Christian, they all talk about salvation ideology, where you're waiting to be saved from your sins. None of it is telling our people to free ourselves, to take matters into our own hands. So we are the only race waiting to be saved by sky daddies. You said
that 4 times now.
We are not practicing self-agency like other races do. I'm going to wait for this Arab God, this Christian God, this Judea God. And we spend so much of our energy and time in this. This is time wasted. We can't afford to do that.
Are you waiting?
Okay.
Willflower?
Okay, what's the solution?
Well, I got to pass it to Mika. Go ahead, Mika. Unmute yourself, Mika.
Hey, hope you guys can hear me. Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation, but very unfortunate as well because it shows just how much little education a lot of us have. I came on here to address the Hamitic hypothesis and also the Bantu. I was hearing some people talking about the Bantu. Okay, so first I want to dispel the myth that there's no evidence for the Bible because and I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Christian. There's a lot of evidence on the archaeological record for the Bible, and before a lot of the current prominent historical figures were known, they were mentioned in the Bible and they were thought to be myths. For example, in Isaiah, the Bible mentions the pharaoh named Tahaka, who was the king of Egypt and Sudan, and people thought he was a myth until he was discovered, I think, in one of the Babylonian or Assyrian chronicles, and many people, Shishak, the pharaoh, Osakan, Necho, Mesha. You've got the House of David inscription in Israel. You've got Hezekiah's tunnels, the cylinder of Sennacherib. All these are people that were first mentioned in the Bible. The Babylonian chronicle mentions Nebuchadnezzar, and so on. And for a long time, people thought the Queen of Sheba, they thought they were just myths, fables, and stories. So I'm okay with the fact that Some people don't accept the Bible. Some people are not Christians; they don't believe. But what you can't do is dismiss it as a historical record, because then you're working on alternative history. No scholar suggests agrees with this. There's too much archaeological evidence for the Bible. And then I was going to talk about the Bantu. Somebody brought up saying that William Bleek, the German linguist, is the one who created the term Bantu. First of all, it's actually Bantu. It's Abantu. So the European did come to South Africa and was observing the tribes there, and he saw them referring to themselves as Abantu. So he was like, oh, these must be the Bantu people, which in English you don't have the V pronunciation for B. We are, myself, I'm Bantu, I'm Nyanja and Mambwe, I'm from Zambia, and our history, according to our oral traditions, most of us, like if you look at the Zulu actually means, Amazulu means heaven or up or north. They say they came from the north. In Zambia, we've got the Lunda people who say they came from the Nile Valley. In DRC, you've got the Luba people who say they came from Egypt. The Fulani say that. The Baganda, the Shona in Zimbabwe also have that oral tradition. So what happened was that American, I think it was Joseph Greenberg, he's the one who dismissed the Bantu oral traditions of coming from the Sahara grasslands, because according to oral traditions, we migrated from the Sahara grasslands when they were still green. And as they started drying up, people started coming south from Sudan, from Egypt, Sudan, into Uganda, into Tanzania, into Congo, DRC, Tanzania, down to Zambia, down to South Africa. That's our linguistic pattern. You can trace it that way. But the American, this Joseph Greenberg, decided that we came from West Africa. He dismissed all our oral traditions and moved our migration route to West Africa. That's where that theory comes from, that we came from West Africa. But no, we didn't. We have more linguistic alignments with the Nilotic Valley. And the narrative was that in our history textbook, we learned that the Sahara was drying up. It used to be green. People started coming south, looking for greener pastures. And also we got invaded by the Persians, before that the Assyrians, before that the Babylonians. They invaded the Nile Valley. And again, Nebuchadnezzar was said to be a myth until they discovered the Babylonian Chronicles, which talks about how he fought with the Egyptian pharaoh Necho, and he defeated Necho. You will find that story in Ezekiel 29 and 30, which talks about how Egypt was invaded by foreigners, and how the Sahara dried up, and how the ancient Egyptians were scattered across Africa. And it even identifies that they originated from Upper Egypt, which was the land called Patros or Pataresi. When Egyptologists were saying the ancient Egyptians came from Arabia, from the Levantine, from the Mediterranean, from Europe and anywhere but Africa, the Bible actually says no, they came from Upper Egypt, which is basically southern Egypt and northern Sudan. So the Bible is a historical record. Now, about the Hamitic hypothesis, and this is my last point. The Hamitic hypothesis, there is a story in Genesis which talks about the curse of Canaan. Basically, the story says that Ham was drunk, and Noah was drunk, and his son Ham came and found him, I guess, whatever, and then he called his brothers. Yes, when Ham was, and when Noah woke up, he said, cursed be Canaan, the lowest you'll be of slaves. Now, this story, if you look at the biblical scholarship around it, not Hebrew Israelite, but the Christian point of view, is that when Noah was drunk, Ham had sexual relations with his mom, with his own mom, which was incestuous, producing Canaan. So when Noah woke up, then he says, he's an inbred child, cursed is Canaan. Now, Canaan is the land of Israel today. It's not anywhere in Africa. But Europeans, when they're trying to colonize Africa and justify slave trade, these were like race scientists, like the neo-Nazis, concocted what you call the Hamitic hypothesis, that Africans were cursed. They didn't even say that Canaan was cursed. They just said Ham was cursed. But if you look at the descendants of Ham, who did come to Africa, who were not from the incestuous relationship, who were from Ham's wife, which would be Cush, Sudan, Mitzrayim, Egypt, or Kemet, and Pant or Pawantu, which is the Horn of Africa and parts of Central Africa. Those created the most advanced civilization on earth as we know today. So clearly this curse story associating with Black people is just pseudoscience. It's just race science. And the Hebrew Israelites have taken it and advanced these Eurocentric ideologies, first of all. That's why they refer to Africans as the cursed Hamites. But now, because it's convenient and they want followers, they're coming to share this ideology in Africa, this cultic propaganda making up stories like Ouida is Judah. The only known of Jews in Africa that we do have that are Black Jews are Ethiopians, like specifically the Falasha tribe. And that's because it has been proven they can trace their history from the Second Temple period. They migrated into Africa, mixed up with the Ethiopians that were there, produced that tribe. And it's only that tribe. It's not all of Ethiopians. Most Ethiopians, like Amharic and whatever, they're not Jews. Us Africans, we're not Jews. We have no reason to become Jews. Jews are basically the Hyksos that Josephus and Manetho, the Egyptian historian, identified the Jews as the Hyksos that was in Egypt. They were chased out by Nefertiri Amos. They were chased out and expelled. A few generations later, the remaining Hyksos was enslaved by, I think, in Bible scholarship, I think it should be Amenhotep or Ameneatupe, number 3. He enslaved them, and then after that, you've got Akhenaten, who then came, or Akhenaten, who then came and reformed the Egyptian religion because he lost faith. This was after the Exodus. So we are tracing that to the 18th dynasty of Egypt. And that's just all I wanted to say and address those. So thank you.
Slight correction. Can I say something?
No, let me pass. I'm gonna bring TT on and let her speak. Go ahead, TT. Unmute yourself, TT.
Hey, good evening or good afternoon, y'all. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm just going off what I was listening to what everyone was saying. First, I just want to ask a question. Did we remember history of how Islam, Christianity came in? I don't know if anybody remembers. We do, right? Now let's look at this. Let's look at this. The people of the Jewish state, I don't want to talk so much. The black hat people are going after the cover your head people right now, and the black hat and the black hat people are saying, "Oh, we're coming to Africa to free Africa," right? Okay. The black hat people are also in connection with the whole Chazam thing. I will call it Chazam. I don't want to use the W word. Chazam thing going up between, of course, Russia and Co. We know what we're talking about, right? So all of a sudden, we Africans within the diaspora, of course.
You went out, TT.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, I hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So all of a sudden, we're saying that we are this people. All of a sudden, while they are trying to take over the world, and we're not thinking of how religion. That's how Christianity came. Say, oh, we are the same. We're your brother. Literally, Christian came. We are your brothers. We're here to help you. The same thing with us, African within the diaspora. I put every single black person under the African label right now. Within the diaspora, also coming with that ideology that our captors have used before. Let's just sit down and process that thought for like a couple seconds. You know, like let's really look at it from that perspective. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. We have been programmed so much.
I understand.
I understand.
Thank you. We have been programmed so much to the point that we have let this religious ideology that this captors have used on us. We have let it control our mindset. Yes, just like Asia, they have Indians, they have Chinese, they have Japanese. They will all claim, "Oh, we're not the same." Same thing with Africa. West Africans, yes, we may be brothers and sisters one way or the other. Like I was explaining to someone, I will not lie to you. Fight me if you're going to. Most West Africans, if you trace any of your DNA, you will have a root of Yoruba in you. And that includes also Africans within the diasporas. You will have a root of, you have a little root of, look, have you done your DNA? Anyone done your DNA? Just like I have a root of Senegal in me. Can you hear me?
There's no the ever in Ghana and the Ga come from present day Nigeria.
Oh, really? My
Just
point
so
is,
confusing the two, but continue.
Exactly. My point is we have mixed. We have mixed. One root of even me as I'm talking to you, yes, I'm Yoruba, but guess what? I have Ashanti, I have Senegal, I have Bamileke, and mind you, I'm Yoruba, right? And where are my parents from? My mom is Ogun
All
State.
Africans share DNA.
Yeah, exactly my point. We share
All
DNA
Africans
in that.
share DNA.
Exactly.
Yeah, but don't say
We have
this
mixed.
tribe and we are the same. You can remove all the
We are
tribes.
this.
We're from the same
Exactly.
mother and father.
Exactly. So the point is we need to abandon this religion ideology first. And let us look at that point and look at the roots that we all sprouted from.
I
And
agree.
let's trace that root. I think that is the best thing that is best for all of us. I know it may sound ridiculous. That is the only way for a
It's
tree
not
to grow. A
ridiculous.
tree
It's
cannot grow
not
without its
ridiculous
root.
at all.
Huh?
It's not ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
We are
Yeah,
saying
it's
we agree.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this religion thing is confusing. Christianity. Now, I was looking at the Bible, like, oh, the whole thing going on in America right now with the America being Babylonian. I read the Bible, I read the Quran. Like I tell everybody, me, I'm everything. I'm traditionalist, I'm Muslim, I'm Christian. I read I went to Islamic school, literally. Went to Islamic school all my life. Christianity, my grandma is a Christian, literally, my uncle's a pastor. So mind you, I'm in this traditionalist. My dad is a traditionalist. Amazing, right? So I look at every single thing. At the end of the day, it's all about connecting to the creator. That's the point. And back to what I'm saying, like all of this thing is, let's look at our traditionalists, because we have kicked them so much to the side because we say they are doing voodoo or whatever we want to call it. They're doing black magic. You know, there's a difference between black magic, and there's a difference between traditional practices. Let's look at them. Let's find our literate people that are into that understand this theology, and let them put things together for us so we can follow our own path, so we can form our own path and stop following the path of these people, I would say. Because every single book behind religion theology is written by them. King James, the man that wrote the Bible, literally is an occult. So what about we stop following these people? They say something about, oh, it's happening right now in America. There's an alien, there's this, there's that. Yeah, okay, we understand. But that's because they fudge the storyline for us to follow. I don't know if anyone is seeing it from that perspective. They fudge.
Purposefully. They do that purposefully.
Exactly. And the only way for one person to rise is to what? Is to bring one person down. And that is what they did. They had to bring down the black race due to the how much of success that we have had. They had to bring us down. They have to make what is his name? One of the richest African men, I forgot his name, he went off my head. They have to make him look like he's a fool because he was sharing gold with the Arabians. You
Mansa
know, they
Musa.
had to Master Musa, exactly. They have to make him look like how is he a fool because of his kind heart? You know, they have to make us
I
look
feel like
he's kind.
Mansa Musa was a clown, though. That's how I feel.
Even if he is, I don't know if they have to find a way to make us look like fools. That is why I always call some of us that want to follow them or that even marry into them. I'm sorry, anyone that's married or that is interracial, I don't care. I look at
You
us as
see,
a
but
fool.
here's the
Because
problem,
I'm
though.
like,
Okay, when you say that we need to leave these religions, say Christianity and Islam, and then stick to our own traditional religions,
I'm
here's the
not
problem that
saying
you're
no.
going to
You're
encounter.
not hearing me. You're not hearing
You,
me. I
you
didn't say
didn't you didn't
hold on.
listen. You didn't listen well.
You didn't hear me. I didn't say
Just want to
stick to
interrupt.
tradition. I said that let's get our literate the people that are knowledgeable about this, and let us find our
About what?
own paths. Let us forge our own path, our own, because we have been what? We have been programmed by religion. We have even been programmed by traditionalists. Because what is the differences between voodoo, witches, wizard, warlocks? You get what I'm saying? We
We
have
need a
been
unifying
programmed.
ideology to get behind as a race.
Exactly. Let's
We
watch
don't
that part
excuse me.
so we can come together.
May
Because
I
that's
say
what is
something
getting between
quickly?
us.
We
Go
don't need,
ahead.
as long as we keep having foreign religions governing Africa, Africa is not going to move forward. Point blank.
Exactly. Thank you.
So that goes back to my point. Okay, so if you're saying, okay, if he is saying that we need to eschew foreign religions, then my take from him is that we need to stick to our traditional religions, right?
Yes, point blank. That's it.
We
Okay.
need to study.
All right.
No, before
So
we even stick to it, I'm saying let's study that first because we never study it. We never knew about
okay,
it.
good.
We have been taken away from it. So that even because you have to remember that most of our forefathers, I will use my uncle, literally go to the mosques and come back and do the normal practices. So my point is he has also been mixing the Christianity religion, okay, with the I would call it Isheshe. He has mixed it with the Isheshe, which is like the traditional practices. So we need to study the traditional practices.
Okay, that's good. That's fine.
Yeah.
But many people on this panel, okay, have made the suggestion that the brother just made about us eschewing foreign based religions and accepting our own. And there is one challenge to that. Of all the religions in Africa, well, let's look at Christianity, Islam, and then the African traditional religions. The least successful people, okay, is the African traditional religion. In fact, if we're going to look at people who have conquered the world, Africans conquered Spain under Islam. You have Ethiopia that formed an empire under Christianity. Which of the empires?
Can I just say
There is Ashanti.
I've got one that was
Okay.
extremely successful, an African spiritual tradition. That was the one that was practiced in ancient Kemet. That was African tradition religion that the whole world copied. So for you to say that our spirituality is not successful is a very, very not understanding
hold on.
about history.
I agree.
Okay, good.
And also,
There's a reason why I didn't mention that part.
African spirituality
African
doesn't have to conquer
spirituality,
people. It's not a
yes.
conquering religion.
It's not
We
a
don't have
conquering
conquering religion.
religion. We
Thank
don't go around killing for no reason. Literally, in order
No,
for
no,
you
no.
to go to a land,
Conquering
hold on,
does
let
not
me
mean
speak.
killing.
In order for
Okay.
you to go to a land and conquer that land, you must even before I even say I want to leave America, I had to go and seek and say, hey, can I leave America? I can't just say I want to go and conquer. That's why you have to understand. Hold on. That is why you
Ancient
have to
Egypt
understand.
was an imperial power. They conquered. They conquered Nubians.
Why you have to
They conquered people in the Middle East.
differences. The
So let's not paint
differences
ancient Egypt as
between
some utopia.
us
They were
and
conquerors as
them.
well.
You said it
Ethiopians
wasn't.
got Christianity from Albania. Albanians got Christianity into Ethiopia when they conquered them. You can go research this. It wasn't
Ancient Egyptians conquered Nubians. They conquered people in the Middle East.
No, the Nubians were practicing African spirituality. What you don't, you're trying to say that African spirituality has never been successful. But when we were united under one spiritual system, we were the most powerful people on the face of the earth. And then we started following other people's beliefs.
Not
Well,
that, for thousands of years.
Not the mixture ones. There's a group of Ethiopians that are indigenous and they are related. I would go and look it up. I was watching a documentary and I went to go and research myself. They are related to the West Africans. And
That's right. You're mixing up issues. You're mixing up issues, okay?
I don't believe she is. I'm following her quite easily. I'm following her quite easily.
You're following her into the
You're not
afterlife.
coming.
I
You see,
know.
the thing is, man.
I know. You're talking. You're telling us into the afterlife. I know your point. Okay, but let's talk about life before we go to the afterlife. Okay. Now, if you're looking at
who's talking about afterlife? What are you talking about? Strange
Jagu.
person. No, but you're talking strangely. I'm saying that I was following the young lady who was speaking about the fact that Ethiopia was there. Ethiopia, in terms of militarily, they were not the strongest in that part of the world at the time, but they kept a certain level of their ethos with the Nubians. They were always collaborating. It's not about takeover. It was a different method
I'm
of
saying
rulership.
ancient Egypt conquered other peoples. They conquered the Nubians. They conquered
No,
Israel.
they didn't
They were
conquer the
part of it.
Nubians.
They did not
Yes, they
conquer the
did.
They were more or less
They
the
did.
same.
They did. They did.
Yeah, but
Listen,
yeah,
they are
brother.
pictures,
You said
drawings,
ancient
okay,
Egypt.
on
You
the
said
walls of
ancient Egypt
ancient Egypt
wasn't a
with the
utopia.
Nubians kneeling down, with
I
the
got a question.
Nubians
I got a
kneeling
question.
down.
Bro,
I've seen all
They
that.
conquered the
But
Nubians.
from
I got a
I'm
question.
saying
Libya.
that they were
They're
more
not
of the
conquering them
same
over
people.
Libya.
these
You
were,
said
can
It
I
you
is a
say,
said
fact.
ancient
They
Egypt. You
conquered
said ancient
Nubians.
Egypt wasn't
Whether
a
you like it or
utopia.
not, it is
Can
a
you
fact.
hey, bro,
can you tell me the meaning of a utopia?
those people you see on the wall,
You said?
those people you
Yeah.
see on the wall, right? That you said were conquered by Egypt. They were actually those oceanic people that came in.
No, 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 no. No,
Yeah,
no. Listen,
they
ancient
were not.
Egypt
They
was a
were not black
literate
people.
society. They
Black people.
wrote their history down, okay?
That did not
They
happen.
Yeah,
conquered
they
the
had, brother.
Nubians.
What you don't understand is What you don't understand is they had to do that in
Stop
order
this pseudo history. They conquered the Nubians.
They had to do that in order to build a utopia. They had to keep their
Yes,
enemies
they
out.
had to. They had that was the history. They
Whatever the
were not.
reason, they
Wasn't
conquered.
it didn't
They
start
conquered.
as conquering.
Look.
Just
That's
like
when they
right now,
became.
like Africans go to America, right? They go to America. It's just the same exact thing. They went to Egypt. And then after some time, they want to build their land. What did they decide to do? They had to conquer them.
In fact, that was called
They
Upper
had to find
Egypt.
a way
No,
to
it
fight.
was.
That area, the area where you are speaking of, the Egyptians recognized that part of the world as Upper Egypt, which was the beginning of Egypt. Are you with me? So this was how the thing was. You're not being serious. You have serious
Sir,
people here
sir,
to speak with.
sir.
You're not being
There
serious.
was no Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt until the first king, King Nama, united them. Prior to that,
Okay.
there were two separate kingdoms.
Okay.
Okay,
When did
so
the
I'm
conquering?
saying
When did
they
the
conquered
conquering? When did the conquering take place?
several times.
How?
So the first one was
You're a joke.
about
You are asking a
5,500
straight
years
question.
ago
When did
when
the
King
conquering
Nama,
take place?
okay, I'm telling you, if you will listen, you will get it. Okay,
Go on.
King Nama united Upper and Lower Egypt. He conquered. That's number one. Now, once he conquered, okay, these two kingdoms, Upper and Lower, were constantly at war. They were trying because the Upper Egypt always wanted to be free. So you find at times the Nubians would conquer Lower Egypt, and then the Lower Egypt would go back and conquer Upper Egypt. This is throughout the history. That's why you have various dynasties, various intermediate periods. This is factual history.
Okay, bro.
Just because
I
you,
hear you, but what's your point going forward in
my
terms of?
point is, okay, let's
Yeah.
not have this utopian view. Everybody was singing Kumbaya in Egypt. They conquered. That's the point.
They were
Yes.
So
following
when I'm
African
talking about,
spirituality. So
you said?
they were following African spirituality.
That's the point. The
And
point is
Exactly. And they conquered under African spirituality. So the notion that African spirituality we don't conquer is only peace, we're just singing hymns.
no.
No, that's not
What
true.
we're saying is that they were the same people, more or less. That's what we're saying.
exactly. Mm.
Brother, bro. Can I say something? So, whatever thing you saw going on in ancient Egypt was not based on the religion aspect, where the conquering and all that stuff. It wasn't forcing people to convert to their spiritual system, because at the end of the day, they practice the same spirituality.
Exactly.
Maybe the only time you may see them fighting and conquering one another is based of land, but it wasn't based on the religion.
So my point is, as soon as I mentioned that black people conquered under Islam, someone interjected and said, well, African religion isn't about conquering. And that's why I counter-checked it by telling you that ancient Egypt was an imperial power as well and did conquer.
But
that
not,
was the argument that I made.
Not under religion, not under religion. Religion
No,
was not the
whether it was
motivator.
religion or politics, it doesn't matter. If somebody conquers me on the basis of religion or politics, I'm still
But you
conquered.
was trying
That's
to
the
say
point.
that under Islam we were able to conquer Spain. That you were saying that we can't,
right.
we have to be under people's religions as a guidance.
These are the points you made.
Listen,
You're trying to use
ancient Egypt, okay? Ancient
you
Egypt, whenever they went to war, okay, they prayed to their god Ptah or Ra, okay, for victory. So you cannot separate religion from politics. They
so
gave the praise to their god when they were victorious. True or false?
that's false.
Actually, they pray to
That's
Amun.
true.
Amun.
That's
They didn't
true.
pray to Allah.
No,
They pray to
what you
Amun Ra.
what you said regarding
That's not true. It depends on the period.
No, you're just making up stuff.
I'm not.
what you said.
I'm not.
The 18th
I've actually
dynasty
been to
hosted
Egypt too.
Amun Ra. In the 18th dynasty
It depends on the
the
period.
18th dynasty grew as a utopia after they expelled the Hyksos. So they had to conquer their enemies in order to be a utopia, because they couldn't have no freedom with the enemy amongst them.
Exactly.
You're justifying it. I'm not here to say whether it was good or bad. I am saying that they conquered. That is a fact.
I think you're using the wrong word. I think you're using the wrong word in conquer. I think that's what we're not happy about.
Which word?
I understand that these things. I understand that these things are quite difficult. I'm not trying to offend. I'm just saying that when peoples of more or less the same lineage go to war, conquer is a difficult word. When we are understanding that these are literally the same people. You know, in Yoruba
like
land,
Russia and Ukraine, yeah, same people.
in Yoruba land where we are from, there have been many wars between the Oyo Empire, as it were. You understand?
Okay, so
and
let me
wait, understand me.
Let me see if I understand you. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying that within the Yoruba race, and I'm sure the rest of Africa, where there were inward warrings, it was to say who is justified to be the head for this time. And when it can come across in terms of verbally, people will go to war. And that's what took place. That's what took place. But for someone to come in or for someone to go out and take over another people, that's a different method. That's a different thing.
Okay. So can I say something? Okay. During what is called the Amana period, okay, around 3,000 to 3,300 years ago, okay, Egypt was, neck deep in the Middle East. It had vassal states. In fact, we know this for a fact because we have numerous records of correspondence between ancient Egypt and the vassal states in the Middle East about the Hyksos disturbing, and they wanted ancient Egypt to help them with military or army personnel. So we know this for a fact. Now, whether the conquest was because they wanted to do it for religion or politics or economics, I am saying they conquered other people. So let's not have a utopian view there. That's all I'm saying.
My thing here is though, which other people that ancient, Egyptians conquered?
He just said now. He just said allow the conversation to move.
Yeah, I just said it.
Give me some names. You talking about the Nubians?
I just said the people in the Middle East, during the Amana period. For example, there was a king called
Remember, there
King
was no Middle East at that time.
Jesus Christ.
That was Northeast Africa. That was melanated people there as well. Northeast.
Middle East was there. Middle East didn't just appear.
Northeast Africa. That's what it was.
Whether it's Northeast Africa or Northeast America, that part of the place today is called the Middle East. Let's not get into splitting hairs, okay? And I'm saying there was a king, known king, who wrote to the Pharaoh of Egypt. He's called King Hebda, okay? Asking for help. He's just one. The Amana period is one of the most documented periods. There are thousands of records. What do you call them? I've gotten the writing that they call them. Okay, recording this. So this is not something anybody who wants to research it. You're free to do it on your own time. I mean, don't take my word for it. But it's a well documented period.
Yes, but what you're not understanding is, okay, the ancient Egyptians, they had no choice but to be conquerors because they was living during the time where everybody wanted to be on top. Everybody wanted to be the king of kings, the ruler of rulers. Later you had the Assyrians, the Persians came along, and they were at competition with the Egyptians. So and it's the same thing.
Can you cite a period? Can you cite a period where everybody doesn't want to be on top? Which period in history? Yeah, which period in history, okay, can you cite where everybody didn't want to be on top?
I would say before the first dynasty, but we can't even really say that either. But I would say if it
That's
was
not
any
true.
time,
That is not
yeah,
true.
it was,
That is not
yeah,
true because there's a book called, okay, there's a book called History of Ancient Warfare in the Middle East, in the ancient Near East. Okay, it traces the history of war. Now, it traces back to even beyond 6,000 years ago. How do we know that? If you look at the remains of certain civilizations, okay, you will find mass graves, you will find wounds on the skeletons that suggest that there was some form of warfare going on. You will find that you have a civilization that built walls around themselves for security reasons. So it is not true. And this is why I want to disabuse your minds of this utopian thing that you have of quote unquote traditional African religions.
yeah. See, what?
But
Yeah,
he's making, listen, bro, you're making it sound as if ancient African use African spiritual system to conquer people. That's not what was going on. You have to, you have to.
I haven't said that.
Yeah, no,
I haven't said that.
You cannot.
That's why you keep mentioning that it's not a utopia.
That's why you
It
keep
is.
saying.
It is not a utopia. I am saying, okay, African
even
traditional religion is not a panacea against war. How do we know that? Because we have records of ancient civilizations that practiced what you call African traditional religions, and they still went to war.
Yeah, but your definition of a utopia is false, bro. A utopia. Okay, do you know the meaning of a
Okay,
utopia?
so now we're going to argue about what utopia is.
A utopia
Now we're going to
is a
argue about what utopia
civilization
is.
of government laws, okay, government laws and army, everything that makes up an empire, okay. That the white Americans, okay, the people, the whites in America, they're living in their utopia, and in order for them to do that, they have to have a military and show strength and show forth their authority, okay. So if that's the time that we're living in, that you have to have power and authority, then my solution to that is it's time to man up. You have to
In any
man up
case,
and get free.
okay.
Okay, because look, no, I'm not done. Okay. Now the America we are living in, okay. Some people may think they're free because they say slavery ended in the 1800s. But when you look at it, we're not free because we don't have power. When you get locked up in a prison, can you just get up and walk out of there yourself? No. There's that white judge with the robe on has to set you free. Okay, if you steal something, can you just walk out the store? No, you can't. Someone with authority has to free you. Okay, and when you look at the history of America, okay, America has a long
Can I ask you one question?
America has a long history of having all white governors, all white mayors, all white presidents.
I get all of that.
There was
I want
never
to
a
ask you one
time.
question.
Hold on. There was never a time where America was ran by all black governors, all black presidents. Okay, because that shows that we're living under white supremacy. Okay, white supremacy. They have the power to do what they want, and they have more authority over us. And in order to overthrow that, okay, we're going to have to man up and put an end to white supremacy. Because what you don't understand is, okay, Christianity and religion, okay, you may think you're on the winning side. And a lot of Christians, they have a decent life because they accept Christianity. As a matter of fact, the black revolutionary or the black power has it worse than a Christian, because a Christian, they can become a Christian and get along with the white man. See, but the problem with Christianity is it allows white supremacy to exist. It's not going to take a stand against white supremacy. So
I agree 100% with you. I agree 100% with you.
And on top of that, I'm going to end. I'm going to land my plane. Okay, and on top of that, okay, Christianity does not allow us to be ourselves. Some of us want to be ourselves. We want the truth.
I agree,
we want to be
100%.
ourselves. We don't want to identify
You're
with some
preaching to the
people
choir.
from Israel.
You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah,
You're preaching to the choir. I get it. Okay. My question to you is this. Okay. So are we going to convince the Asantis, the Zulus, the Yorubas, the Kasinas, the Mampusis, the Dagombas,
okay, the tribes in Senegambia to leave their current traditions, okay, and follow something you superfluously call ancient Egyptian beliefs?
Bro, no, absolutely not. Because in Africa, it's not like that. Africa does not have a secular religious
Then
system.
why did you bring in ancient Egypt?
No, I think the sister brought that in to show you example that during ancient civilization Egypt, our people had their own system that predates Christianity, and they still managed to be successful. So,
Exactly.
Exactly. But I'm saying that, okay, in the current form of our African traditional beliefs,
Aquaman,
we
can I
don't
just tell
have
you?
a single
Aquaman,
one that
Aquaman,
has done
can I
any
can I answer your
major
question?
conquering in this world. You can't
No,
name
no,
me
can I answer
one.
your question? You
it's
said that how are we
In
going
fact,
to get
they are all
African?
conquered. They are all conquered.
so
Can I answer the
which one?
question?
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
You just said that how are you going to get all these different Africans that have all these various belief systems to agree towards having something that everybody can work towards? Well, it's called communication. We were able to agree to Islam, that was foreign. We were able to agree to Christianity, that was foreign. We just have to watch how the other foreigners came in and did it. Because
Okay, so
if
we
we
should
want
wait
to be
for another 200,
successful,
300 years.
Sister,
no, no, no. It wasn't. The Europeans did not take 200 years. Neither was the Arabs. You have to see what methods they use. When you look at African spiritual traditions, there's a lot of similarities. I know a lot of people are not interested because they don't care
exactly.
to study. So we can find the unifying points. Have something written down, have something that we teach our children. So we work towards that. If we can follow Islam, which is foreign, Christianity, which is foreign, without any resistance because it's so popular, why can't we find something else?
Exactly. So the point, yeah, exactly. The thing is this, right? We're not trying to is you
But
just
the Ashantis will see ancient Egypt as foreign as well, and
yeah,
so would the
bro,
people from Gambia.
bro,
So
bro,
would my tribe.
brother.
Well, they
No, not
took Islam
necessarily.
and Christianity with no
As
problems.
the young lady said,
You
it's
said?
all down to. You see, I was saying a lot of things there that went over people said, which is fair enough. But what I'm saying is that all these things are negotiated. It doesn't just come around. If we're
Bro,
using
brother,
our skill of communication, we
brother,
will win. If
brother,
we're using our spirit of ignorance, there's no way.
exactly.
Okay.
Brother,
Simple.
Do you know?
brother,
Do you know?
brother,
Do you know one of the
brother,
reasons why? Okay,
about to
our
leave.
people were able to join Christianity or Islam so quickly. Okay, was but because they saw those people as a superior force. Now you're going to tell me that
No,
Not
no,
people.
necessarily.
I
Hold
It's
on,
not that
disagree.
hold on, hold
easy.
on, hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on,
no. I
hold
can't
on, hold
accept
on,
that.
hold on.
I,
Let
I
me.
dis
I
I dis
beg you. Let me just
then watch this.
land. Okay, let me just land. Let me just land. Hold on, hold
Sorry,
on,
bro.
hold on. Now, if you trace the interaction between Africans and Europeans, okay, with exception with only a few, okay, every war that we entered into against Europeans on this continent, we lost. So you cannot tell me that we didn't meet a superior force.
No, I
When you look at,
Hannibal won a lot of war.
disagree.
hold on, let me just
He won
land.
a lot
Let me
of
just
wars.
land. Let me just land. Let me
Hannibal
just
won a
land.
lot of
Let me just
wars.
land. Okay. Then you look at Islam. Okay. When it swept North Africa, it swept so thoroughly. Okay. For one reason, or well, several, but for one main reason. Okay. As soon as it swept, the empires in the north of Africa became global centers of learning. Timbuktu, Gao, and other places.
Mhm.
Okay. So they accepted this because they saw the benefits that came with it.
There's no benefit, brother.
You no, that's you cannot speak for those who accepted it
But
400,
let me
500
say
years ago.
I know
You
you
can't speak for them. Okay,
but
they accepted it. They didn't fight
me
it. Now the
let me
point is
come
this.
real
Okay,
quick.
hold on, hold on, hold
Let me
on,
in
hold
real
on,
quick.
Hold
hold on,
on, bro.
hold on.
Hold on. Let's have
Hold
a.
on,
There's only six of us. Let's
hold
have a
on.
decent convo.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Now
you land
with
quick.
well, I've even lost my train of thought. So you go on. I've lost my train of thought.
All right, my apologies. But the thing is this, right? When we say Africans returning to their original system of religion, or whatever you want to call it, in the English language, um, we don't have to create a secular religion system that we're all going to be governed under, right? What has to happen here is that Africans, whether you are Yoruba, you are Igbo, you are Zulu, return, or you are Shanti or Akan, whatever, you need to return to your original practices. That's what has to happen. We do not have to create a religion system as Christianity or Islam. We don't have to do that.
Exactly.
Everybody,
But saying that, my brother,
yeah.
would you accept? Are you coming from the standpoint that every African ethnicity, their belief pattern was accurate or true? That's why, as well as looking backwards, you have to look forward. There is so much ignorance in the whole planet. We are not excused as Africans because we're Africans. We're downtrodden. We do have a lot of ignorance, a lot of superstition, and a lot of wrong ways.
That's
This
true.
is the fact. So, given that, what Madame was saying, which I tend to agree with, is that in history there has been a high point of our civilization that we know of. There are many. The highest that we kind of gravitate to is the Egyptology, as they call it. The Egypt, the structures, level of.
You're muffling a little bit, brother. I can barely hear you. What you're saying.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's the internet, not me. I'm just saying, at the height of our civilization, we may call upon it. Given that, if we look forward and somehow come to negotiate truth that we can agree upon, it doesn't have to be the whole truth. It just has to be the truth that we can agree upon. If we can begin there, there is a way forward. What we also have to accept is that we are living in a nuclear age. So manning up, as you put it, we'll just be wiped out. We have to use deeper wisdom than just physical fight. Or we have to get to the point where our technology is far greater than the technology that is presently in the world. So therefore, we have to really give ourselves some space. We're not giving ourselves enough space for this negotiation. We're not, is what I'm saying. That's why what I was saying, I was talking about death. This isn't a good thing. That's what we're heading towards. What can we do now? What can we do in order to negotiate our existence and our supremacy within that existence?
Jagun, okay.
Brother.
Yes, sir.
I see about 5 people on the panel. How many of you, okay, on a regular basis, you are advocating us going back to the African religions? How many of you, on a regular basis,
let me tell you about
visit the
myself and
shrine?
everyone else.
Hold on. Let me
You've
ask a
asked the
question
question
first.
now. Let me come in. You've
How
asked the
many of
question.
you visit the
Don't
shrine,
repeat
okay,
yourself.
and
Don't
take
repeat
part?
yourself.
I am
So
completing
you
the
said it
question.
3 times.
Be patient. No, that's a lie. Just be patient, okay? How many of you, okay, visit the shrine regularly, okay, take part in the rituals, okay? How many of you have got a position in the shrine? I'm not talking about you coming there once a year with a water bottle and then after that you fly back to the UK. No. How many of you have got a position in the shrine?
Before I answer your question, right? I will.
Why did this so matter? It just sounds to me that you're against
Yeah.
African.
Which
I don't know.
religion?
Are you Christian or Muslim?
No.
Which religion do you practice?
Listen. My point is,
Before I
okay,
answer that, right?
I hear a
Before
lot
I
of
answer
talk.
that,
You guys
which
are not in the
religion do
shrine.
you practice?
You are not.
Which religion do you practice?
What shrine are you referring to?
I'm talking about the shrines of our African religions.
You can build a shrine anywhere, brother. You can have a shrine in your room.
You can have a shrine in your
In
house.
your house. Doesn't
Yes.
matter.
And how many of you have got one? How many of you have got one?
Bro.
No, bro. I think that's the wrong question, bro.
That's irrelevant.
No, because you see,
we really don't need it.
don't be hypocrites. Don't be hypocrites. Don't force something on the people that you yourself don't practice. Don't be hypocrites.
I tell you one thing. I tell you one thing about a hypocrite.
He's a Christian.
A hypocrite is the position of every
I'm a
single
Christian.
individual in the planet.
Man. Look, here's
I'm a
what
Muslim.
you don't understand.
Not a Christian.
Look. Here's what you don't understand about Egypt. Okay, now the white man in America, okay, he is inspired by Egypt. That's why he has the power and the authority he has in America. Now, don't you know that the capital of America, Washington, D.C., that there's a tall
obelisk.
Egyptian symbol, an
The
obelisk
Yeah,
standing right there in front of the White House.
that's African spirituality right there. Yeah.
Yes, because
And you
he's
still don't
inspired
have a
by
shrine
Egypt.
in your house.
You know why?
And you still don't have a shrine in your house.
You know why?
This brother is against
Egypt. Listen up. Egypt.
That
Egypt
obelisk has not
represents.
inspired you to
Egypt
have a shrine
represents
in your house.
power. Egypt
What do
represents
you need a
power.
shrine in your house?
Those who empower, they are
Don't
inspired
you have
by
to
Egypt.
practice your religion?
Now,
Don't you have to practice your
when
religion?
the Arabs, when the Arabs invaded,
Afro
when the
man.
Arabs invaded, if they had
Your
invaded,
shrine is inside.
He's a Muslim.
It's inside.
This brother is
Yes, now. The shrine is inside the
would
body.
have got defeated and crushed.
Afro
The
man.
Arabs would have got defeated and crushed if they had invaded Egypt when the pharaohs were there. Okay, so they invaded Egypt when they invaded Egypt when the pharaohs were dead.
I bet you, if you were to ask a Christian on this,
if you
that
have no
the Christian
power,
goes
you're
to
not
church,
going to free yourself.
the Muslim goes to the
You
mosque.
got power to free yourself.
Can I just say?
Yes, I'm listening.
I don't need to have a shrine because what I know to be true, because I am actually an African woman, my culture is the manifestation of my spirituality. You can't really
Your
separate
culture demands that you go to a shrine.
Listen, I'm explaining to you. You can't separate my culture and my spirituality. It's like trying to take an egg out of a cake. It's all interwoven. So by me being a true African, that in itself is already practicing my spiritual system. Something you as an African man should know.
Let me
Wildflower. Don't tell me that. Okay.
Brother?
Go to I don't know where you're from. Maybe from East Africa. Okay. Go to your traditional rulers and tell them that they don't need a shrine. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Tell them to reinvent their culture.
But our culture is a manifestation of our beliefs. You know that. The rituals, the practices.
Your culture.
We don't even separate culture and spirituality because it's actually the same thing.
Afro-man.
But I'm saying that, okay, your culture has got certain institutions. One of them is like a king, a linguist, a priest, okay? You have people who speak to spirits. All of that are part of the culture, and they have institutions for it, okay? And I'm saying, don't tell me,
from the day you're born, everything you're doing is in line with our spirituality. So the culture
from the day that you were born, the culture takes effect.
From the day you were born to the end, from cradle to grave, everything you do is a manifestation of your spirituality because it's embedded in the culture itself.
And
our ancestors did that on purpose, and that is why when we have African Muslim or Baganda Muslims, or when we have Muslims and Christians in my culture, they find it so hard to practice our culture because it's against
you don't visit it, right?
They can see the contradictions and they rebel against the culture.
Do you visit the shrine?
Man, right now, because he's rebelling against the culture.
Wildflower, do you visit the shrine?
Brother, you are a
I
Muslim.
do visit the shrines, but it's not that important.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Compulsory,
you don't.
Bro.
Come on, you don't. You don't.
You really don't have to.
She doesn't. She doesn't visit any shrine.
And you really don't have to.
Yeah, it's not obligated. After it's not like
Christianity. And I'm saying,
no, I think you're a Muslim. You're Muslim, aren't you? You're Muslim.
I said it. I said it. I said I'm a Muslim. I said it.
Yeah,
this is why you're pushing back on African spirituality. That's okay.
As a normal African,
that explains why you're against
Egypt. There are a lot of truths. There are a lot of truths in the African religions. I cannot,
bro.
Blanketly.
Saying is
no, hold on.
You practice the Arabic religion.
Hold on.
The reason why you keep debating this.
Listen to me. Hold on.
Because you practice
Islam.
Hold up.
He's practicing Arab culture because you know what? Islam is a manifestation of Arab culture. No one can tell me anything different.
You are part of the problem because you Muslims, you African Muslims are the reason why the Arabs conquer West Africa in the first place. Because you guys were the first to convert to any Abrahamic religion. You guys are the threats of Africa. You guys are the problems in West Africa, in Africa as a whole. because you accepted the Arab's
Wow.
religion and you opened the doors, you open up the corridor so our enemies can enter Africa. This is what you guys have done.
Exactly.
And
Oh,
I
really?
agree. Look, and you
are still here
also
trying to
you also
prove
got
the
to add you also got to add too that it was the Muslims in Africa who were helping the white Christians enslave our ancestors.
It's them. He's part of that problem. This brother right here. That's why whenever we bring up
Pseudo
Africa,
history. But anyway, listen, I'm
again,
not going to go into that history.
you go
My
against
point
it.
is, okay, none of you are practicing what you are spewing here. None of you.
But you are
None of us is
you are the
You're
spewing
one
probably going
anything.
to church this Sunday.
the enemy's religion. You are the one who is promoted in
Three
Africa.
of you
But
are probably going to church this
Brother,
Sunday.
brother,
I mean, stop
what
it.
you're saying is making no sense. Okay, now do Donald Trump go to a shrine?
What?
Do you see
He
Donald
goes to
Trump?
church. Yes, yes.
Do
I
you
have
see
seen him in
Donald
church.
Trump speaking religion
I
or
have
going
seen
to a
him in church.
shrine? But yet he's the most powerful man in the
Afro
world.
man is fraud. He's a fraud
I have
because he's
seen
a
him in church. Now, but my point is this. Okay, none of
You
you.
don't need it.
Okay, first of all, okay.
It's pointless.
First of all, okay.
We need
First of all,
power.
okay. Hold
We
on.
need shelter.
None of you are actually practicing what you are preaching here.
It's a waste of time.
None of you.
We are.
So if you don't practice it, what makes you think that 1.3 billion Africans are going to do it?
You're not
Afro man.
That's the point.
practicing.
What
You're
tribe are
not
you from?
practicing. You're
What tribe?
practicing.
None of you.
Can I assist? Can I assist? And I would assist from the knowledge that I have based on my Yoruba ethnic position. One, in the Western world, in the Americas, Yoruba is the highest kept culture outside of Africa, the highest. And this is because of the Yoruba way of thinking, which is that they kept the Ifa, they kept culture, but they intertwined it within Christianity, which is what was surrounding them. But what they were actually practicing was the Ifa. Are you with me? So in Yoruba culture, if you go there, if you go into an Islamic house, you go into a Christian house. That Ifa situation, in terms of our language, just in terms of our language, they are speaking Ifa way and beyond Islam or Christianity. There are some purists, don't get me wrong, but within the main, with our language, we keep the Ifa within us. For me, I look deeply into the Ifa. There are things that I don't agree with, but there's a great deal of power within that thing. And there is a great deal of what you may think has been actually taken from the Ifa rather than Christianity or Islam in the way that things work. So because it is because that you are Islamic. Islamic is a very conquering, very pedantic, very do what I say, do what I say, what I do. Most of you don't speak Arabic, and I mean the thing is, in order, as far as the real Islam is concerned, you have to know Arabic more than
That's
actually.
not true. That's not true. That
Of
is
course,
not
it's
true.
bloody
That
true.
is not true.
Of course, it's true because I can
That
guarantee
is not
you.
true.
I can
You
wait,
have to
That is
my
not
friend.
true.
I can guarantee you.
Okay, so
Wait.
now you are
I go,
Muslim, right?
wait.
Now you're a Muslim.
No, I'm not Muslim. They're not. I will tell you that within that Quran that you may be speaking from, there's a great 50% that you don't understand. You do not understand. I don't care who you are. You don't understand it at all. The whole book is full of sexology. The whole book is full of demonstrative oppression.
You
The
need to
whole
know
book.
the future because it's the
I'm
future.
not going into
Of course,
theology.
you can't
That's
go into it.
a
That's why you're
futile
pointing at
argument.
everything
It's a
else.
futile argument. That's a futile argument. Okay.
You
Now,
can't talk about it because it's
even
weak.
you mentioned Ifa. Okay. Now let's get into it.
What tribe are you, bro?
I can assure
Why
you.
did you
Okay,
mention Ifa? Why are
What
you
is
going
your
back to
tribe?
Ifa? Why didn't you speak about Islam?
No, you mentioned it. Now look
Yeah,
at it.
I mentioned
Okay.
it. I mentioned Islam as well.
The king of Asante. Okay,
You're being
is
selective. You're
Anglican.
being selective, bro.
No, hold on. I have to speak
I
on
really
what
think
I
we should
know.
pass the
Unlike
mic
you.
to somebody else.
Yeah. Can we
The king of
it's
Asante,
diplomatic?
okay? The king of Asante is Anglican. So are the linguists, Okay. In fact, you go to any of these chiefs across Africa, you find out that their actual religion is either Christianity or Islam. The African religion is just a side gig because of their position as king. You know this. This is an open secret.
So, all
No,
right,
no, no. That's what I say. Not within the Yoruba.
Afro-Man.
Within the Yoruba, if you are a king within Yoruba, there are some of them that are Islamic. There are some of them that are Christian. No doubt.
You know it.
However, what goes on with
So
them?
let's not pretend.
Oh, let me say this, my friend, for your own understanding. Within the Ifa, those kings, what they're actually practicing within their kingship, within their kingdom, is the Ifa. That's what they're practicing. That's where the kingship comes from. Are you with me?
That's
what
what
it is.
That is what I
tell
said.
you the
That is
African
what I said.
culture manifested.
That is what I said.
They
practice it
No, you didn't say like that.
Their position as I said, they practice
Well, you're
it
saying it's
because
a
of their
side gig.
position as
I'm saying
king.
it's the main
But
thing.
is
You're
this
saying it's a
No,
side
it's not.
gig. You're saying
It's a
it's a
side
side gig.
He just
I'm saying
Otherwise,
the main thing.
okay. If it is a main thing, okay, why don't they just leave the
all right,
Islam
bro.
or
Afro-Man.
Christianity?
Because many of their people are of one religion or the other. That's why.
I'm
Afro,
telling
I have
you,
a question.
okay.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
I have a. So, where are you from, brother?
I'm from
Where
Ghana.
are you from? And which tribe do you belong to in Ghana?
I belong to the tribe. I mean, I'm not sure you would even know it, but it's called the Kassin or the Kassina tribe.
Are you part of the Akan group or another group?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay. Are you from the north side?
I can bet you. Yes, I'm from the north.
Okay. I understand. Okay, so that means you're Muslim. Okay, so
I already said I was a Muslim. You see,
Okay.
okay, all right. You see, this is ignorance right here.
Done.
So you assume that Northerners are Muslims. That's ignorance.
Hold
It's
on.
not true.
I want to ask you my question.
Two regions in the northern part of Ghana, Upper East, Upper West, are not Muslim. They're actually majority Christian. They're Catholic.
Okay, I get it. I'm just saying that I get it because most Muslims are in the north side. That's why I said what I said. But which system that predates Islam? You know, because I believe that your tribe practiced a form of religion before the Inquisition of the Muslims, of the Arabs in West Africa. So prior to the Muslims coming, what form of religion or system that existed in your land?
My people practice their traditional religion. Some are Muslims now, and some are Christians.
Okay. So they practice tradition. What is this tradition of religion? What was it called?
It has no name. It has no name. It has no name. We don't name our practices.
No name. But how is it like in terms of like practices? How is it demonstrated? What do they do? Is it like an ancestral?
Well, I mean, it's yes. The ancestors are important. Pour libation, of course, they have what people you see again. So that what they call gods, and they're the supreme god.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same for the other tribes.
So why
similar.
why did you want to be a Muslim?
That's a whole different question. That's a personal
question. He had no choice now. It came down the line.
I don't think
that's a great question.
That is not true. First of all, okay, stop assuming. I was born into a Christian family, so you're assuming a lot.
No, yes, now when you didn't speak up, when you said that it doesn't matter, you're very scanty. Why wouldn't I assume?
No, because I'm not going to go into why I became that is irrelevant. What has that got to do with anything? That's irrelevant.
So when you pray, let's say when you're praying, right, to the God of the Arab or the Muslim God, which language do you speak? Your native tongue, English, or another language?
I don't even speak Arabic. What are you talking about? I don't even speak Arabic. That's why I said you have a lot of assumptions.
You cite the Quran, right? You cite the prayers in the Quran in order to connect to Allah.
In English.
In English too. Do you pray to Allah in English? Using English?
Yes, English. You see, first of all, you see that, and that's why I said, okay, you guys are making a lot of assumptions. Okay. One, since you're so ignorant, so I have to dispel it. Okay. I'm not even an Orthodox Muslim. I'm not.
But
I'm a Muslim in the nation of Islam. So that's even so that should even dispel all this Arabic bullshit that you're talking about.
But Islam came from the Arabic though, so this is facts. How did our people convert to Islam? Wasn't that by the Inquisition of the Arabs in West Africa, conquering
Inquisition? No.
conquering
Okay,
all
so there are several books on that. There are several books on that that have dispelled the notion of Islam and the sword. That was not the case.
Yeah, but
bro.
do you accept the fact that Africans or Negroes in West
So-called
Africa,
Negroes.
they were living in peace before the Arabs came?
No, we're not
and
living in peace. That's bullshit. That's BS.
Arabs had raided
That's
on
BS.
them and sold them
That
into
is
slavery?
BS. Listen.
Oh,
You're
so
speaking to somebody who is in Africa. I didn't read about Africa in Arthur Job's book or William Chancellor's, okay? I'm living in Africa. I know the history of my people. It's bullshit. That is not true.
Okay, so my question to you is this, right? You said that you don't practice you practice the Nation of Islam form of Islam, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't like the way the form of Islam. It's just a group. It's Islam.
Okay.
So.
But do you know that the person who introduced Islam to what's his name? Elijah.
Yeah, it was an Arab. Yes. Yeah, it was an Arab.
Yes. So why are you saying like the points you're making? I'm not understanding, because at the end of the day, the form of Islam that is practiced by Black people in America is a doctrine that was created here, just less than 100 years ago. Less than
100 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
My point here is that it's a fake doctrine. It's not something that's real. It's not.
Listen, I'm not going to the theology. I'm not going to theology because first of all, I can guarantee you that you basically probably don't even know anything about Islam. So that's number one. Number two is that it is irrelevant.
It's irrelevant to me. It's garbage. The book belongs in the trash can.
I know.
That's what it belongs.
So why do you want to discuss it?
So
why then do you want to discuss it?
You're trying to trash African spiritual system.
So clearly it's not trash.
You're trying to disrespect your own people and put Islam above
on a pedestal, a foreign religion on a pedestal.
All right.
Have you
the American form of Islam? The American form of Islam is exactly the American form of Islam is exactly the same as Hebrew Israelites in America. Same rubbish.
Same garbage.
That's fine. I don't care.
That's the fact that you're here, we're trying to make sense.
My point is, okay, your solution of trying to get Africans to practice African traditional religions, okay, the very chiefs and the linguists and the priests are all Christians or Muslims themselves. Don't take my word for it, okay? Go through the list. Go through the list of the
kings. See, my brother, as you are a Ghanaian, I am a Nigerian, and I have a opposite view as you have as to the weight
Muslims
as to the hierarchy as to wait. Can you wait as to the hierarchy of the kingship in Africa? Our kings, their first go-to is the priest. That's their first go-to. That priest is of an African religion completely. Completely. It is true. It's true in Nigeria.
That's true in my country as well.
I know.
Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
I know priests, okay, who are Christians.
And that's okay. But that doesn't take over for what I'm saying.
So I'm saying that blanket statement.
I'm saying, my friend, without understanding, I'm letting you know that the heritage of the kingship in most African civilizations is practiced.
The king of the Zulu. Go and see if he is a fully.
Why don't you shut up for a minute?
Traditionalist.
Shut up for a
Go
minute.
and ask, see if the king of Zulus, okay,
Control,
is a
bro.
traditionalist.
Control
It's not.
yourself.
Let him
Stop defending.
It's not.
Stop defending. Stop defending. Allow someone to speak. I'm telling you that the hierarchy of the kingship is solidified by the priest next to the king. The priest next to the king is more overly, it may happen in one or two aspects where it's not, but it's more overly African. Within the Yoruba, I know it to be an Ifa priest who is in direct communication with all kings that are residing as Yoruba kings. So you're just doing higgledy piggledy, and I don't know to what end. What I believe what we're trying to discuss here, because we have to change this paradigm. I believe what we're trying to discuss, as
From
I'm
where?
understanding.
From the UK? From the UK? You
Doesn't
see,
matter where I
all
live,
this
my brother.
talk. We're in the UK.
Honestly, it doesn't matter where I live.
Oh, it
It
doesn't.
doesn't.
Okay.
Of course
All
not.
right.
I'm an African. I'm an African wherever I
Okay.
stand on the world, wherever.
In the UK.
If you don't accept me as an African, that is your by your demonstrative point of view. It doesn't mean anything to me. You understand? So I don't know if you want to call me English. I was born in Africa. I was born in my village. You understand? I've
That's
traveled
even
all over.
worse. If you were
I've traveled
actually
all.
born in the UK, I would
Look,
be
are you
more
listening? I didn't bring
sympathetic.
myself.
I would be more
I didn't bring
sympathetic.
myself.
You were
Oh, you're
born
an
in
idiot.
Nigeria. You were born in Nigeria, and you left Nigeria, and you're now in the UK.
I didn't leave Nigeria.
Telling about. Or
You see,
were
you're
taken.
I didn't think that you were
You were taken.
ignorant, as well as stupid. I just thought that you had a mind that wasn't working well. Now, look, listen to what you're saying.
Yeah, that would be stupid. That would be stupid. So you just continue to yourself.
Now, if you are in Australia now, what do I call you? Should I not call you a Ghanaian? You idiot! Now stop all that rubbish. I'm trying to put to you, not in an argumentative sense, in a sense that can bring us
Really?
to.
You just
Yes.
call me idiot, but not in augmented
Yes, I did.
sense.
Yes, I did, and I'm not taking
You're
it back.
contradicting yourself.
I'm not taking it back.
I mean,
What it is, I don't want to be interrupted for a while. I can shut up as well and listen to you, as I've been trying to listen to you. You know, you have had the majority of the conversation over the last half an hour.
Yeah, because I'm the only one speaking facts.
No, you're not speaking facts. We're allowing you to speak, and you're coming out with a lot of nonsense.
Opinions, a lot of opinions.
Oh, nonsense. Nonsense. Anyway, let me continue. I just want to change it slightly if we can, because it's getting a bit boring.
I'm gonna have to leave, but it's been very interesting to
Who's that young lady?
Point of view. Yeah.
Is that Mayflower?
Yeah, wildflower.
Wildflower, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
It was great to hear your voice, madam.
So, gentlemen, have a good evening or good night or good morning.
Good, yes.
Go in.
Hope you will invite us to your shrine one day.
Go in peace.
Afro man. You get the first invitation.
You need to build your
Take
own.
care, gentlemen. Take care.
Thank you, madam.
Bye bye.
Is it Afro man? I don't want to be insultive. Honestly, I don't. But I want us to listen to each other. Please. Please. That's all. I'm trying to put to us that within all we say and with all the history that we have, what is the way forward? This is really where I need to understand. With all the knowledge that we have, with what we are keeping in our hearts as sacred, what is the way forward that gives us some kind of unity? As we know, we need unity to defeat our immediate enemies. I'll put that out to the panel.
Organization around actual facts, reality. I don't believe in organization around religion or anything like that, because everybody has got to have their different point of view. Simply organization, politics, and economics. Not Ifa, not Christianity, not Islam. Just reality, actual facts.
That's fair. But would you now say that, given what you said, that we are going to maintain in a material world and forget our spirituality?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying that whatever your spirituality, okay, practice it and live it. Okay. If you truly live your spirituality, okay, you won't be bothered by somebody else who's practicing a different spirituality that share similar ideals like yours. Okay, so I mean, just practice your own, live it, but organize based on politics and economics.
Yeah, my thing here is that that's not going to work because as an African who practices foreign religion, Christianity and Islam, that's going to be one of our stumbling block, because the simple fact is that you cannot unite and organize with people who don't share the same ideology, even in terms of religion or spirituality. You cannot unite with these people because they don't. For example, like Muslims, they will never unite with people who don't believe in Allah, right? And
That is not true.
that is true,
The
brother.
Muslim world have allies. Listen, the Muslim world has America as an ally.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about black Muslim. I talk to them on a daily basis. Okay, a black.
Listen, blacks,
Let me finish.
Christians,
Let
and Muslims live
brother
peacefully in Africa.
speak.
All this that you're talking about, we live
I allowed you.
peacefully
Listen,
together in Africa.
brother. Let me speak. You can disagree with me all you want, but you have to allow me to speak. All right. So that's not true, because most black Muslims, black people who practice Islam, they would rather unite with the Arabs before they even consider uniting with their fellow black people. That's why there's a huge disconnect in Nigeria, right?
Yep. Yep.
North, the north, the south, the east. Because you go to the north side, majority of the people there are Muslims. They practice different form of Islam out there, right? Same thing with the east. A lot of them practice Christianity, right? So we cannot use European and Arab religion to govern
My
Africa.
brother, my
Period.
brother, even among the people, even among Africans who practice African traditional religions, there's disunity. The Igbos are not uniting with the Yorubas. The Asantis are not uniting with the Fantis. The Wolof are not uniting with some other tribe, and they're all Christians or they're all Muslims. So that, to me, is not the issue. Okay, whether they are Muslims or not, this unity is the order of the day in Africa. Look at Gambia and Senegal. It's majority Muslim, but they're still disunited because they're very tribalistic.
Yeah. So then that's why we need to eradicate them out of the continent of Africa. And
No, because how do you eradicate? Listen, that is an impossibility. You're
it is
not going to eradicate Islam and
possible.
Christianity in Africa.
It's possible. We
Okay,
just
okay.
change
Let
the
me ask
narrative.
you. Let me ask you. Have you been to Africa?
Yes, I was born in Africa.
So you are an African.
Yes, brother, I am.
From where? Which country?
I am from Liberia and Ivory Coast.
Liberia and Ivory Coast. And you think you can eradicate Christianity and
It's
Islam
brother, it's all
from
about
Liberia and Ivory Coast?
the narrative. We have to shift the narrative.
Okay. What if somebody says no? What would you
People,
do? Are you going to
people,
kill him? Are you going to
no,
imprison him?
no, 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 no,
What are you
no.
going to do?
That's not the goal here. That's not a plan to kill people if they don't. Uh, it's not a religion thing. It's not where how Christianity came into Africa, or the Arabs came to Africa, and people who didn't believe them, who didn't accept this doctrine, they were put to death. That's not what African spiritual system is about. People are not compulsory to accept anything. It's not a. It's not like
Exactly.
it's not.
Exactly. So why then do you want to, force people? Well, not force. Why
No,
do you
no,
want to eradicate?
no. I'm not. I
Using
said
your word, eradicate.
what I said is this. I said that both Abrahamic religion, Islam and Christianity, need to be eradicated out of the continent of Africa. I am not saying that it's
Why?
going to be by force, it's going to be by death or whatever, but by shifting
Why?
the narrative, because it's foreign. It's something that if you go to,
Can I ask you this, my brother?
I'll be quick, brother.
Um,
I'll out of land real
no,
quick.
it's a quick. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's a very
Yeah.
quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about the eradication of Islam and Christianity, which is fair enough. But let's say one of these religions is actually accurate. Let's say one of these religions is actually the right thing. Have you thought about that?
there's no doubt in my mind that these religions are the right thing at all. I've been a Christian. I grew up in a Christian church. I practiced with the Hebrew Israelites for 5 years, so I understand the
Have you
narrative.
been a Muslim?
I don't want to be a Muslim because it's the same thing. Islam copies directly from the Torah. So I've already been in these various form of Abrahamic religions, and I know that there's no
Have you
truth.
been in the shrine?
I have been in the shrine. So, but this is the thing, brother.
Are you still there, or it was in the past?
It's not a like I was saying earlier, right? African spirit, our spirituality in the different parts of Africa in with different tribes, it's not like a forceful thing that you have to do this. No, as long as I am in alignment with the forces of nature and I respect my fellow human beings and this and that, that's the most important thing.
Don't you think you are redefining what African religions is about? Because the
I'm
people
not
in those religions
I'm
aren't
not
just living by nature.
I'm not
They're
redefining.
actually practicing rituals and traditions.
There
You
are
are just saying that I don't want to be bound by those rituals and traditions. I'm going to redefine it and just be one with
No, I never.
nature.
You're putting words in my mouth. I never stated anything like that of that nature. You just saying stuff. I'm saying that there's nowhere in the African religion where they tell you that you have to practice. It's only in these Abrahamic religion you find these commandments. There are no places in our system, our culture where it
Really?
says do this.
So we
This
don't
is
have taboos. We don't have taboos.
we have taboos, but I don't. Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
What is a
Do
taboo except a commandment?
yes. But I'm saying, like, in terms of saying you're telling me that I have to maybe be in a shrine. No, I don't necessarily
Yeah.
be in a shrine.
Well, not
I
no,
don't.
but you have to practice the teachings of the belief. So, for example, okay, it is forbidden to have premarital sex. It's a taboo in many of our traditional beliefs. It's a taboo, and sometimes it is punished by banishment or whatever, a fine. Okay, that's a command. The notion that we don't have command is not true. We have as many commands as Christianity or in Islam. Okay, they are taboos. You can't marry your mother. You can't engage in
Of
incest. You
course,
can't
bro.
have
I know
sex with
that
a
stuff.
dog. Yeah, but so these are the same commandments in Islam. So what is the difference?
So why then abandon your traditional commandments and run after something that's foreign? Why don't you go back to the
So
original?
no, but that's what I said. No, but who told you? See, here again, you are assuming a
But
lot.
the
Okay,
one I
if you
get,
go
brother.
back to ancient Egypt, no, it's not the original. What you find today is not the original.
What is not the original?
I'm saying our religions in their current form is not the original. It's been diluted, it's been convoluted. Okay,
That's true.
what they believe today is not necessarily what they believed 500 years ago. A lot has been lost in
Yeah,
translation.
brother. Yeah, I'm about to get off, but yeah, but I want to get back to reality here. Okay, now, regardless of what your village says, what Islam didn't do, okay, real history says that the Muslims, Islamic Muslims, enslaved our ancestors in Africa. Okay, so regardless of what you think, the damage was already done.
Okay, so I guess they were the same as the
Damage
ancient
is
Egyptians who
already
enslaved the
done.
Nubians.
Okay, and
So
when
that's what I'm
we
saying. So I guess they were the
black look,
same
look,
as ancient Egyptians
look,
who
look.
enslaved the Nubians.
Yeah,
You don't, bro.
I'm
You
not talking about that. Okay. Now the advantage.
I bet you're not.
Look.
Hey,
Hear me out.
Pharaoh Mizraim. Pharaoh
The
Mizraim.
advantage your people Africans have in Africa is that you have a black president. You get to select your own black president. Okay. I don't see no white presidents over there in Africa. Okay. But we black people over here in America, we are in trouble. Okay. We are being ruled by a system of wicked white supremacy that has enslaved us and never freed us. Okay.
White
Pharaoh
supremacy is
Mizraim.
global.
You said you're from Liberia and Sierra Leone.
In religion,
Can you speak your
Christianity and
language?
Islam, okay, is
Can you
stopping
speak your
Africa,
Liberian and Sierra Leone
Africa from
language for
becoming a
us?
superpower and liberating black people everywhere. Okay, we
Pharaoh.
are in trouble over here.
Oh, really?
Okay, in
Pharaoh.
America, we need
So
we
how
need
did
Africa to stand
how did
behind
Validate
Black
your
Americans in
Liberian
America.
ancestry, because I
Okay,
think it's
because
quite
we are
easy
not
for
free.
an
We are being
American
ruled under a system
to
of
lie
white
okay?
about
supremacy.
being
How did
Liberian
the
if they
Empire
don't
of
want to
Mali and
reveal their
and
history?
Songhai
I think that's an
rise to
easy
become
way to
superpowers
argue.
under Islam?
Yes, because they were Muslims and they
Any answer for
enslaved our
that?
ancestors. Yeah, the
I'm
empires of
saying
Mali and
if
Songhai
Islam is
also
stopping
enslaved our
Africans,
ancestors.
but they were
Because
superpowers though.
these religions make you sellouts. They make
But
you
they were
traitors.
superpowers though.
You
They
a
were
traitor to your
superpowers.
ancestors. You're anti-black.
You're not
But
even
human
Let's be
consistent.
real
sacrifice
You're
is
not
about
not
it.
even
sellout.
consistent.
Be real
But
about it.
human sacrificing is cool, yeah.
You Muslims are against
I'd rather be a
native
sellout any day
black.
than practice human sacrificing, yeah.
Yeah,
Any day.
black Muslims or
I
Arab
can't
Muslims.
Any
jabber.
day.
I can't jabber. I'm telling you
Any
that these
day.
guys are
I'll
only
do.
You
talking.
I
Muslims
will
are
They are
sell out
not in
anti-black.
the
any day,
shrine. They are
knowing
not
that
in
they
the
You're
will
shrine.
live,
anti-black.
Yeah,
than to
Okay?
do human
They have
sacrifice.
never seen the inside of a shrine. I'm telling you
They
for a
don't
fact.
know what they're
Okay?
talking about. They're just
Behind the
stuck in
scenes,
America.
They don't know.
He's not
They
you are
don't
in
know.
Liberian. He's
alliance with
lying.
the enemy.
He's not
You're
Liberian,
in alliance
Sierra
with
He's
the Arab
lying.
and the white man who
He's
enslaved our
lying. He's
ancestors.
born in
He's what?
That's
Alabama
why we
or
are
New
in
York
trouble
or
over here
somewhere
in
like that.
America.
He's a
Oh,
liar.
We
I
need
see.
Africa to help liberate
trust
us.
me.
Don't listen to him, man.
We don't see a
99%,
white president in Africa.
except for this, the
But
Huru
over here
guy,
in
how
America,
I'm on his
we
channel.
have white
He
president after
actually does
white
some
president,
researching and
white
groundwork.
governors, and we're being ruled by white
98% of
supremacy.
Americans don't do no groundwork or don't know nothing about African
So
history.
when is
Pretty
Africa
much
going to
like
step
the
up
only
and liberate
2% is
black
the
people
scholars.
everywhere?
Either than the scholars, the layman don't
Should have
know
taken on
nothing.
these white
So
man
it's
religions,
pointless with them.
these
They don't know
Arab
nothing.
religions. Okay, the best religion
Look
is
at the
no
language
religion
he's saying, Arab
because we
religions,
don't
as
need
if
it.
North Africans
All
are
it
all
does, it
like
proves how
Arab.
much
No,
of a
they're not.
traitor and a
They're a mix of
sellout you are.
Arab, white people, North
It's
Africans.
Because
Why are
Arab.
you
you
calling
are
them Arabs?
anti-black.
They're not Arab.
You want to
It's
be friends
Arab,
with
bro.
the Arabs. You want
Arab.
to be friends with the Christians
Furthermore, the origin of Islam is
because they gave
Southern
you your
Arabia.
Quran and gave you your
Arab.
Bible.
Southern Arabians were
It's
black
still
people,
Arab.
bro.
It's still
Africans.
Arab.
So what's
Africa
wrong
is
with
never
Arab?
going to be
Which
free
which
What's wrong
language
with
is it written
Arab?
in? Which
under
language?
Christianity
What's wrong with
and
Arab? It's
Islam.
got
Which
history in
language is
Africa.
it written
That's
in?
why it's screwed up
The
today.
kameez that the Muslims wear, that's not Arabic.
Why
So
One
it's
mic.
Africans
actually
never
white
One
crossed the
art.
mic.
Atlantic
And if
Ocean
any
to
one
come
of
Which
you
free us in
say
language?
America?
Akan
it
Jabbar.
shows me that you
In
lack
Akan
history and
Jabbar.
understanding.
Let him
If
speak,
anyone
okay?
thinks a kameez
which
Let him speak.
is Arabic, its
brother?
Why
origin is
Africans
Arab,
never
shame
crossed
on
the
you.
Atlantic to free Black Americans in America?
Pharaoh wants to
Like,
speak to me.
like a
Let me ask
proper
you
We're
like.
this.
over
There's that.
1
What
billion
people
people.
need to understand is there's a difference from a
Pharaoh,
black
let me ask you
British
this,
Let
brother.
go of these
person and a black
religions. Unite.
American. You know,
Get
like
your
there's
shit
like the
together
black American, like us
and
black
free
Brits, we
Black people
see what you
everywhere.
lot are going through,
Hey,
and
Akan.
it's mind games. You lot go through a lot
You
of
got the
mind games,
power. You
bro.
got the power to make
We
change,
don't
Akan.
go through mind games here. We
but
know
you'll
how to
never have that
decipher
power
evidence and
because
take
you're a
whatever. We don't
traitor.
follow
You're a traitor
blindly,
to
you
your
know.
own
We
ancestors,
don't do no
and you're a
blind. We
traitor
don't do
to
no
Black
blind
people.
thing over here. You
You're
get me? But it
anti-Black.
seems that you Americans are always saying the wrong things, wrong
Pharaoh
information.
Mizram, have you finished with your
How
monologue?
can you champion? How can you champion
They did
African
nothing.
heritage when you don't even know
They did
nothing
nothing.
about it? You don't even practice the system. I can say
Okay.
one of these
That's what
languages
I
is
asked them.
African.
They have
It's
never even been to
romanticism.
the shrine. They have
You
never been
just
to the
practicing
shrine.
Egyptian. You're practicing a pseudo
It's
form of
nonsense.
You
African
have never been to
spirituality.
the shrine. Never.
Thinking is African spirituality. We're not in the
There's
same
no
boat.
God coming for us.
Huh?
No God is coming for us.
I
Akan.
don't care about all of that.
All
What
those
I'm
talking
saying
about we
is,
must go back to
you have
African
no
tradition
clue
have
about my
never
African
been to
people.
any shrine.
You are literally
One mic, mic,
clueless.
please.
On mic,
Hey,
on mic.
Pharaoh, I got a question for Pharaoh. Pharaoh, how does someone practicing whatever religion they practice in their private lives, how does that affect you?
You know what I mean?
Like I can get, listen, I understand if you don't have a religion, if you're Christian, but the question you have to ask is like, how does that affect you? You got people living together of all different religions all around the world. And like my man said earlier, you got people who share the same religion and they can't get along. They're
He just
divided.
wants Africa to be Kemet again, and it would
You
never
know,
be.
so
That's
like
the saddest
the
thing.
idea that you can reverse and go back in time and that's supposed to, and practice something ancient and that's supposed to like move you forward. I don't think that's necessarily always the case. Sometimes
The same
human
way
beings
It's
come up with new
completely
ideas. Sometimes human beings come up with new ideas,
This is
new
why
ways,
my
right?
ancestors stopped practicing
Which
human sacrifice.
which which
This is
move
why my
which are more
ancestors
conducive
in
to
the
the
late
time and the
90s, in the
circumstances
early
that they live with,
1900s, you
and they
guys stopped
incorporate
practicing human
those
sacrifices.
things. Hey,
One
can I
mic.
finish? Can I finish?
It's not about me.
People,
It's about
people incorporate. Hold on. People come up with new ideas and new ways of doing things, new practices to have new routines to that are conducive to the reality of the day. That should always be the goal. If that's something you used to do or something new, as long as it's conducive to the life you're living and the circumstances you're under today, that's what makes it irrelevant. Human beings adapt.
Funniest thing is the
That's what you
pharaohs
do.
used to
You
pray
adapt
3
to your
times a day.
reality,
They used
right?
to
You
follow the
can't
sun.
cling on to something just because it existed before when it may not be conducive to your reality today. And I'm not saying any is or isn't, but everything has to be according to sometimes individual circumstances, sometimes according to a person's geography. There's so many factors that you can't just say, oh, we need to go back to African traditions and that's going to solve the problem or get rid of this religion. If a person is a Christian and that lends to them being a productive human being, or if by a person so happens to be a Christian and is a productive human being in their community or society, what's the problem?
Hey, bro.
If a person's a Muslim,
Problem.
same thing. What's the problem?
Problem here. Here's the problem.
And the pharaohs used to pray
Here's the
4
problem
times a
here.
day.
1 second, brother.
Pharaohs used to pray 4 times a day, people.
Oh, I can't hold up 1 second, brother. Here's the problem. Problem here is that
Christianity and
it's the
Islam
Christians that go
was the
into
enemy
these
to black people
communities.
since day one.
1 second, bro, please.
We're talking about today. What's the problem with individuals practicing whatever religion? No matter what someone else's agenda may be when they're spreading a religion, what about the person practicing it who doesn't have the agenda,
That's
who incorporated this religion into their life
all
and
over.
it's working for them?
And
What's the
Okay,
problem?
now you're saying that, okay, you're making it seem like we at peace, okay, and we practicing our religion, but the reality is we are dying off peacefully, okay? We are dying off peacefully, and we are living in a system of white supremacy, and we need to wake up, okay? Because the reality is
You don't practice no African spirituality at all.
regardless of religion, okay, we black people in America, we are in trouble because we have no power, okay, and because of that, we are getting disrespected. Okay, we have no authority over anything. Our women are turning against us, okay, because we have what is called the divestors. They're worshiping white men. They worship white male supremacy, okay, and we're being wiped out slowly. Okay, so forget about your Christianity and your peacefulness. Okay, we need to clean house. Okay, that's what we need. We are under a system of white supremacy, and if we don't do
Black
anything,
Americans are doing not too bad, you know.
we
Even
are
though
done.
there's oppression
Okay,
going
it is
through,
game
Black
over.
Americans ain't
We
doing
are
too
done.
bad.
Okay,
You're making it as if there's not a lot of black
regardless
millionaires
of
to
your
come up from
religion,
that land.
regardless of your
There's a lot of
religion,
black millionaires. There's even black billionaires
regardless
to
of
come
your
up that land.
religion,
Whatever
brother,
you're saying is
can you be quiet?
nonsense.
Can you
Yeah,
be quiet?
it's
Regardless,
2025. Yeah,
I want to say this.
there's
Regardless,
opportunities you can
hey,
grab
Okay, so
today.
religion doesn't matter. We all
Don't
agree
get it
then
twisted.
religion doesn't matter,
There is
right?
an agenda against the
look,
black man at the same
what
time.
you say?
But
Egyptian
you have
doesn't matter.
opportunities. Don't try wine and
Right.
dine with
A
that same
person's religion,
funk
if
and
it's not
same
harming
cry, bro.
another person, it doesn't matter, basically.
Stop all this same
It
cry,
Yeah,
bro. It's getting
harming anybody, bro.
boring, bro.
that's
Still harming.
irrelevant. Okay, because what you have to focus on is who's in authority, who has the power. Okay, because no matter how long we sit in peace, okay, white supremacy is growing. It's growing even bigger.
Christianity is part of white
White,
supremacy.
white supremacy is increasing. Okay, the black population is decreasing. Okay, and if we don't do something, it's over for us. It is game over. Okay,
Lad,
so
you're talking about this with a
we
pharaoh in
need a
front of
revolution.
your image thing,
We need
bro.
to
I
do
know what
something back.
angle you come from.
Okay, because
You are
no
a
matter
Semite, HOK, all
okay,
of that.
no matter how
Yeah,
much
all of that, bro.
you,
Y'all
Yeah,
talking over
you're
each
not gonna
other.
get anywhere far,
no matter
bro.
how much you push this religion,
All
that doesn't
that
take
Egypt,
from
but
the
no
fact
matter how much
that
All
you
right,
one
want
Pharaoh.
day
to make
Hey,
it peace,
Afro
Pharaoh
man, it's like you
Mizran, are
just
you going to
rambling,
it's
man.
not
allow
gonna pop off.
somebody?
It's not
that
gonna
great
work,
I'm
war
not
bro.
the one
that
We
speaking.
can
I'm
try
not
to
the one
push this,
speaking.
Oh, my
Pharaoh.
bad, my bad, my
We
bad,
can
my
try
bad.
to push
what
this.
it's
Oh
all
yeah,
about.
we're part of
That's
nature
why white
and all this
supremacy in the
stuff.
Somebody's
chat.
just
It's
rambling.
not gonna
All
work,
right,
bro.
all right,
They
Pharaoh.
had
Can
a
we
law.
move
They
on to
committed bloodshed
another
and they
person?
took the land under.
If
This guy
we
keeps
can,
talking.
the
It's
young
like I can't
lady,
even get a
I
listen.
think the
If
young lady would
anybody's
like
there
to
for me
speak.
to talk,
Yeah,
man.
I
let
think the young lady would like to speak. Allow her, Micah.
No,
Want to
no,
say
let me
something?
speak. I want to speak.
No,
Can I
no, no.
speak?
Micah spoke before you.
No, I ain't got to
Allow her
speak.
to
I want
speak.
to talk to Pharaoh. I want to ask
No,
him
just
something.
allow her to speak,
I want to
please.
ask him a question, bro. I have not got to speak. I was here before,
bro. You
or
kept
probably
you
the
kept
same
talking,
time,
though, bro.
and I've not even
Got
got
on
to
you.
speak.
You
Speaking
don't
on
need
And
one
so,
mic.
religion
can I get to speak because it seems like this guy's trying to avoid me, and I want to get at
because
him.
religion
Yeah,
spoke.
Pharaoh,
Religion
No,
struck
you've
Pharaoh,
been
I
speaking
agree.
over
No
him
one
like all the
needs it,
time.
but
Pharaoh, Pharaoh.
Chris. Go ahead.
Answer
Go
me
ahead.
this question: would you still practice human sacrificing?
You, you
What
sound
you mean?
stupid. Bro. That's a dumb question.
That's not a dumb question
Yeah.
because I can't stop practicing that early 1900s.
Let the sister speak, bro. Come on. That's not a good
I'm
question.
asking Pharaoh a question,
Let's
bro. You
move
don't
on, bro.
run the panel, bro. Shut up, man. What you talking about?
No, no.
No,
Hey,
allow
bro,
it, bro.
Pharaoh,
Come
just
on,
answer
bro.
that, yeah?
Brother.
If I can have a
That's a
Allow the
very nice.
conversation,
lady.
I'll calm down.
There's one lady. There's one woman
I
amongst
don't
all of us.
care if there was an ant. I wanna ask
Nah,
him
man. Of
because
course
I
you don't
came
care. Why should
before
you
him.
care? Why should you care when you're dishonorable?
Bro.
hey, I
Why?
think your point is
See,
taken though.
Jagon or whatever. I'm coming with that same energy. You're coming with people. So,
Man,
What are you talking about, you damn
excuse my
fool?
French, innit?
clown, bro. Let the sister speak, bro.
Brother, you're just an area.
Pharaoh. Answer my question, bro. Would you practice
Akan, I
human
think your point is
sacrifice?
taken though. I
It's
don't
not
think
been
he would,
taken.
and your
I
point
don't
is
know.
taken.
Pharaoh,
I'm
thank
saying
you for saying that, bro.
It's not been taken. Like, just let me know he don't want
Some
to
people come
argue.
in for argument. Some
Yeah,
people come in just for arguing.
Yeah, I'll come to argue.
hey,
Yeah.
You're an idiot. That's why you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
hey,
Okay.
I want to see America being
Okay, yeah. Let's let
Hey, Pharaoh, go on.
leaders.
Pharaoh, why you
Micah
running from,
speak.
bro?
I want to see white supremacy be put in
Pharaoh,
use.
answer the
In
question.
order to do
Alright,
that,
cool. You know
we
what we
have
do?
to
You
have
know
that
what we
great
do?
war.
You know what we
We have
do?
to liberate
You know what we
ourselves.
do? You know what we do?
Otherwise,
We let the
it's
young
over.
lady talk, innit?
decorum,
We let
bro.
the because it seems that
Hey,
people,
hey,
they're trying
Akan,
to
can we come
they don't
back
want to
to
get
it?
into technical questions, So
Can
let's
we
leave
come
it.
back to that? Akan,
I'll come back to what? No, we can move
let's
on, man.
let
But it
somebody
just
else
seems
speak
like
and
you
then
don't
come
want
back
to
to it.
answer that. So we can move
Yeah,
on
yeah,
from that, man. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I think Theo said the most intelligent thing I've heard so far, and I think that what I can ask the question about human sacrifice is valid.
Thank you.
Personally, it is valid. Personally, I feel uncomfortable
People
when
running.
I feel uncomfortable when people make these. There's more than 600 million of Christians in Africa. So when somebody makes points like they need to be eradicated and all that kind of really will make me very uncomfortable, because this is precisely why people go and commit genocides and massacre other groups of people, because they think that what they think they have the right way and they are the right ones, and that has been replicated throughout history. So between the Muslims, you've got the Shiite and the Sunnis that kill each other every other day.
Yeah.
African traditionalists, by the way, the reason we even have tribalism is because everybody thinks that their clan, their tribe has the right spiritual ways, their tribe has the
Thank you.
right customs. That's the reason we
Oh,
actually have the issue of tribalism. It's not coming from Christianity. It's not even coming
Not
from
coming from
Islam. It's
Islam.
coming
What are
from
these Americans talking about?
Wait, it's coming from traditional practices that
It's
rival
just
each other. Like who
Americans.
does the right rituals? Who has the correct rites and things like that.
Yeah,
that's
And
false.
man. Go
human
to
sacrifice.
Africa, man. Learn
Human,
African tradition. Like, be around
okay,
Africans.
wait.
Stop
Human
learning it from an
sacrifice.
Egyptian point of view.
Okay,
Some
wait.
pseudo
Human
New York
sacrifice. Human
house of
sacrifice.
consciousness. Like, what you
And
Let her speak, bro. You can come in after. Let her speak, bro.
okay, human sacrifice and ritual murder is a real problem in Africa. It's a real problem. Like you've got albinos being
um
dismembered for their body parts. Even right now in Zambia, in Tanzania, and that all comes from witch doctors spreading this propaganda that if you take out their hearts, if you take out their whatever, it's going to make you wealthy. So there are superstitious traditions that people in Africa generally do not want to be associated with. They want nothing part of, and it's exacerbated by traditional practices and beliefs. So if people are comfortable in their convictions, the Christianity, if it teaches teaches me love your neighbor as you love yourself, love God, I might not carry that out every day perfectly. But if I feel like for my time right now, that's what makes it, you know, then that's what I'm going to do. For somebody to come and say I need to be eradicated because they think that their political ideology is what's best for me, I've got a problem with that. Because right now in America, they've gotten rid of Christianity. It's no longer, America is no longer a Christian nation.
And in Europe.
What came in? Wokeism came in. I'm a dog, I'm a cat, I'm this, I'm that. And when that opened the door, they opened the door for Islam. Now Islam's taking over Europe as we speak. And now
You
they're
got black Americans came in, they're Mongolians. Sorry, I had to say that. They think they're black Mongolians.
The reason, even in the black American community right now, talking about single motherhood, but talking about all these problems, is guess what? Departing from traditional values. When you depart from the whole, you can't have sex before marriage, you can't do this, you can't, all the biblical principles that everybody hates. You have a like what you have today, which are now complaining about because those values are based on Judeo-Christian values. So that's okay. If you have the view that Christianity is not good for the world, that's fine. But don't say I don't have a right to exist. I have a problem.
You know a question I have to ask. Why aren't the Chinese having this problem?
Pharaoh, that's a serious pushback, brother. That's a serious pushback.
Why aren't the Chinese having this problem?
The last point. Oh, the Chinese have had repressive regimes everywhere in the world. The Japanese, it's not even a religion. It's the atheists. Mao was an atheist. Who else?
But you know, when you got a society of 1.4 billion people who are thriving and surviving, that says there's something in your society that's conducive to human life, right? You don't achieve 1.4 billion people in a country by being murderous or antagonistic against survival in human life, right? So I'm not saying they're perfect, but if you just take an honest, objective view of China, right? What about it says that it's humanity?
Communist China is anti. There's no freedom. You don't get to.
1.4 billion people are living.
And 1 billion people live in Africa. More than 1 billion people live in Africa. More than 1 billion. So Haiti and Benin practices voodoo. Why are they not the richest, the most wealthiest, most influential? Why are they not like America? Since we're going back to voodoo, and voodoo is what's going to save Africa. What about Haiti and Benin? That's Exhibit A and Exhibit B. So I don't think this issue is religious. I think it's more political than religious, really. And then the last point I was going to make, I think you've made me forget my train of thought. So I can't remember.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry about that. But I guess I was trying to make the point. It was like we got away from the idea that there needs to be a particular religion to you saying, okay, the good in society comes from a Judeo-Christian, background. And maybe you were saying it can exist.
You have to be objective. The moral values that you consider good in the West were picked up from Judeo-Christianity. Now that you move to a more secular society, you have the problems that you're complaining about today. Those problems are not coming from Christianity, like single motherhood going up and all these social problems. I'm a dog, I'm a cat, I'm bisexual, I'm lesbian. All these problems have come after the departure of Christianity. So a post-Christian society doesn't necessarily make a successful society, is the point that I'm making. And you can see that religion also opens the doors to other groups, like other ideologies, because you replace one thing, something else is going to come and fill that void. And just think
so you're basically saying that Judeo-Christianity can it coexist with or can be conducive to things that you want to see in society, not that it has a monopoly on those type of things. Like, we're not saying like other societies like India, China,
India has a caste system because of Hinduism. Hinduism brings a caste system. So I'm saying if we're going to analyze religion, let's be objective and not just biased against Christians, because there's a very strong anti-Christian bias. And let's be objective. Islam, when you talk about slavery, we always want to go to Christianity. Islam started with slavery. The black Muslims that you keep saying, the African who sold us, those were black Muslims that aligned with the caliphates. The Muslims were trading Europeans before they were even trading Africans. It's the Barbary slave trade in North Africa. You have 3 million white people that were enslaved and brought to Africa. That's how you've got North Africans that look white. Those are the descendants of the Barbary slave trade. And these things are not, you won't make a movie about white slaves, because that's not the narrative they want. They want black slavery to always be like the topic. But that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying when people are corrupted in power. It doesn't matter which ideology you're being influenced by. But some ideologies to their core do promote the massacre and the eradication of people. That's all I'm saying. So I feel like we overanalyze Christianity as a Christian. That's how I feel. Because
Yeah,
nobody
and I understand that. But
yeah, I
we
don't
have
know
to admit,
about the Islamic slave trade. That's the biggest thing. That's still happening in Libya. That's the biggest freaking slave trade that happened. It continues for 1400 years and it's still being practiced right now today as we speak. You know, so I just feel like we have to be objective in our analysis. The voodoo kings of Benin, they had slave markets in Benin. You think those voodoo kings, those kings in
And
Benin,
they were doing a lot of human sacrificing.
the homie, you think those people are
A lot of
Christians?
human sacrificing
The
they were
homies
doing.
are not Christians. Most of the Zulus when they were massacring in the Mfekani, because I'm from Zambia, so we're part of the Mfekani, the people that ran away from on the eastern province, that ran away from Shaka. You think that Shaka was a Christian? No. So I just feel like whenever it's massacre, genocide, slavery, whatever, you want to pin that on Christians. And then this justifies this rhetoric, like, let's eradicate the Christians. Let's eradicate Christianity from Africa. Christianity from Africa didn't come with the white man. You've got Coptic Christians in Egypt. You've got Christians in Ethiopia. You've got Christians in Sudan because the Queen Kandaki, she sent her finance minister to Jerusalem, who then got baptized by Philip. He came back and evangelized the court. So who are you to decide that your way of thinking, your ideology is best for me? Who are you to make that? And generally it's Black Americans, it's people from the diaspora making this, imposing this view that what's best for Africa is we eradicate the Christians, we eradicate Christianity. Who are you to make that decision for me? No, there's a reason.
I want to say something. Yeah. So you pretty long-winded, but yeah.
No, she wasn't long-winded.
Can I talk without somebody else talking?
No, cool, but you can't say that. You can't just dismiss her like that.
About to get off. Can I make my point? Okay, can I make my point? Look, now I want to say this. I want to say this, please. Can I talk? Okay. Now, why is it that when every time something good happens, where we're prosperous or things are good, going good.
Hey, Micah, something's coming from your background.
Yeah, a lot of reverb, man.
Every time something good happens, we have to give the credit and the praise to the same book that caused the problem in the first place, which is the Bible and the Quran.
I think we come to the conclusion people can be good or corrupt under any type of religion or non-religion. It doesn't matter, right? We can say
that's what I thought she was saying as well.
Yeah, I think people who happen to be Muslim enslaved Africans, people who happen to be Christian enslaved Africans, people who happen to not be Muslim or Christian enslaved Africans. I think that's pretty much what we can conclude.
Well, the thing is, if I may quickly come in, is that, you know, just as my man was saying, I can. The American point
Bro,
of view.
don't say my name, bro. If you're not
Wait, just let me finish. Just let me. Don't. You see, he's even interrupting me now.
Convo. Don't mention my name. Just carry
Bro,
on.
you see me, yeah? You can't tell me what to do on this planet. Yeah, so shut up.
No, because why do you think you can talk to me when you want to? When I want to talk.
Because that's the way. There's 7 of us here.
When it's proper silent, then I can talk. Then I'll.
Bro, there's 7 of us here. So I'm saying what I'm saying. You say what you say when you have the time open.
I don't.
Idiot.
I don't want to have a convo with you. I want to talk.
That's
to
cool.
Pharaoh.
I'm gonna say, just like Akan was saying.
Theo, but I don't want to talk.
I'm mentioning your name. I'm not talking to you. Just like Akan said, the American way
don't mention the name.
of viewing blackness.
Don't even mention what I said.
Fuck off.
Forget about me.
Fuck off, you cunt. You get me?
Whatever.
The American way of looking. The American way of looking at blackness is so skewed. It basically comes down to black and white, and black is not who we are. Black is a political term, majorly used in America. But the thing is really why are you disturbing me? Don't disturb me no more.
He did it. He's like, why did he have to switch it like that? I don't get you.
Idiot, better. All right, come away, you young fool.
You trying to shut up, bro.
Fool.
But anyway, what, can I talk to Pharaoh? Am I allowed to talk?
No, I'm speaking now. You can speak after me.
I'm protecting him for it. He's not.
Can we please cool it with the
insults? To him, you damn fool.
Cool it with the insults.
You are not from Sierra Leone. You lied. You're American, born American. You don't know nothing about African spirituality. the most you probably do is that it's a pseudo. No, not even you do.
Why,
You
bro?
can, it's a
Why are you
pseudo
taking over my conversation?
African religion, Kemetic,
Stupid,
whatever.
Mr. Stupid. Why are you taking over my? Since you don't
I
want me to
don't
use,
know who Mr. Stupid
I
is.
use Mr.
I
Stupid.
don't know
Why
who
you?
Mr. Stupid is. Where you're about?
It's you. When I called your name, you didn't respect your own name. Damn fool.
Foolish
So,
boy.
yeah,
You are
fool.
foolish boy.
South London, my ass. Listen.
Come on, man. You don't know the thing. Come on.
Well, if you're South London, you should have some respect, brother. Simple.
Nah, man. You know
That's how we.
come.
That's how we play the game in
come,
South.
man. We're the
We
rude
don't play the
boys of
game like no
London. You know how we
East
come. It's just
Londoner.
naturally, and I don't mean to. You get me? I'm not a part
No,
of
we
the
don't.
life
We don't
already.
play the game like that, bro.
This is the
I'm much
natural,
older
bro.
than you, and you have
No,
no
what
respect.
you said I'm from East. I'm not from East. I just told you I'm from South. Now you're saying
Well,
we're the
I'm
South.
saying if you're from
I'm
South,
correcting
have
you. And
some respect.
when it comes to London,
Look what we're
we're the
doing. We're
kings.
arguing
We're the
about
crown.
ourselves.
We have
It's
the
got nothing
crown.
to do with nothing.
It's all down in South, not
The
East,
way we,
not
the
West,
way we use,
not
the way
or
we,
not West.
Yeah, but what's
Down
the
South.
the
question
way,
you got? I'm about to get
Down
off.
South. You see it?
yeah, man, I hear you. I'm saying that there's a way that Americans use this black connotation globally, and it ain't global. The way we are fighting inside of Africa is
Yeah.
multifaceted.
Yeah,
It
I
is
get
not
your
just
point.
based. It's not just based on black and white. So
Right.
when you're speaking about Africans, you have to have some knowledge of what Africa is. There are over.
No.
There are
I agree
over.
with you.
Wait. Let me land. Let me land, please. There are over 5,000 ethnicities in Africa, and we use our ethnicities as our name, not this black thing. This black thing is a new thing over maybe 200, 300, 400 years. You get me? So because of your suffering, which we all understand and which we have all learned from as black people in the world, because of your suffering in America, it does not always depict on the rest of the black world. So
And
you
you have
can't
to
be
be
talking.
careful what they say as well.
And when
where
we're
they're
talking
from.
about when you're talking about the oppression of the what they call the white supremacy, that oppression still exists in Africa, and it's been tailored through black leadership. So we have double the effect of white supremacy, but we're getting it from people who look just like us. So there's a lot of complication. It's not straightforward the way you see it. So when you come on an international stadium, as it were, when you come onto that, you have to respect there are other types of black people in this world. You are not the only black people on a planet. It is not your history alone that depicts what black is. No, you have to come up to date, brother. All that talk, as far as the UK and Africa, the Caribbean is concerned, we don't think the way you guys think, and it's understandable the way you think because of the oppression
Yeah,
that you
you're
guys
cool.
got.
Yeah, Dragon, you're cool. But go on, carry on.
My brother, I appreciate that. I will say this, yeah. There has to be a way that we communicate, honestly, because it's a bit flawed. And I know I'm in it as well. I'm not taking myself out of the flawed way of communicating. But you see, when we come together, black Brazilian, black American, black Caribbean, black African, black European, when we come together, we have to be kind of on our best behavior. And I know I'm not the archetypal example of good behavior, but I have to say it. I have to say it because I believe that there's a lot of knowledge on this panel, and it has to be shared in such a way that we take what we can until the next day. We take what we can, we learn from it, and we come back again. But I feel, 2, 3, 4 years ago, I was kind of up about African emancipation. 2025, I don't like the way we are. I don't like what's happening to us everywhere in the world. Enough of us are just dropping dead, dropping out of the system. In the last 6 months, I've been to about 14 funerals of people my age and below. Not of our grandfathers and fathers and such. People who are my age and younger. And I'm sick of it. I don't like going to a young man's funeral. You understand? Because we need people. We need people out here, bro. Especially out here in this thing called London or in this thing called America. You see, the level of oppression that we are just living through and eating genuinely every single day, I can't countenance for it. We're supposed to be our best friends, not our worst enemies. I would end it like that. Thank you.
Hey, good talk. That was On point and very understandable. I think, like you said, man, being black is definitely a construct that as a African American, I've come to understand that my other black brothers and sisters outside of Europe and America who live in places where they don't see white people, right? Or they're not juxtaposed to white people, so they don't see blackness in the way that we've come to accept blackness or see blackness, and they may not readily see their challenge to their progress being a white person or racism or white supremacy in the way that we've dealt with it, right? Because like you said, there's other things that are more immediate for the child in Africa who doesn't, deal with white people or deal with a white power structure that's right there local, right? So it becomes like tribalism and classism and different things like that, religion sometimes, right? So I've come to appreciate that and understand that. And I think as these conversations continue and as the world grows closer, more people, more, African Americans will come to understand that also, that we can't just say, we're black and then try to superimpose what should be done as a black man on Africans or anyone, right? We got to understand our shared commonality, our shared struggle, and also understand our differences and respect that where we can.
Yeah. I'm about to get off, but yeah, I feel where you're coming from, but at the same time, okay, regardless of black people being Christians, black people being Muslims, okay, the white Christian.
What about black people being Jews
yeah,
and Hindus and
hold on,
Sikhs?
yeah.
Why them
The
two
white
religions? I don't
Christians,
get.
the white Christians hold the power. They hold the power. They hold the authority. The pale Arab Muslims
No, they
hold the
don't. They're
power
different. My
when it
mosque
comes to
probably
Islam.
has
Okay,
one Arab. My
regardless
mosque
if you're
is
a black Christian,
multicultural,
black Muslim,
and it probably
you're
has
still on
one
the
Arab.
bottom. Okay, brother, can
Majority
I
of the
talk?
people
I'm
you
about
would
to get
think
off.
is Arab
Can you stop
is North
interrupting me?
African
Can I just say
or
my piece
rather
and get
North
off?
African. No, let
Okay,
me talk because it's
regardless,
like no.
regardless of being a
I
Christian.
want to
Okay,
talk to you.
okay, I'll
No,
just
can we
talk over
talk?
you.
Can we
Okay,
talk? Why are you trying to
regardless
run
of
away
being a
from me?
Christian
Why are you
and a
trying to
black
run? Why are
Muslim.
you trying to run?
Y'all. Let
No, 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 no,
one
no,
mic at a
no, no,
time, man.
no,
One
no,
mic
no.
at a
This,
time.
Regardless of being a
You could
Christian,
stop all that, man.
regardless of
yeah,
being a
no, no,
black
no, no,
Christian
no,
and a
no,
black
no, no, no.
Muslim,
Why is he running
okay,
for?
black
Because he
people are
knows what I
still
want to
on the
ask
bottom.
him.
Okay, brother, I was talking, you interrupted,
But
so I'm gonna
why
talk
don't
over
you
you.
want to talk to me?
Black
But
people are
Akon,
still
chill
on the
for a little
bottom,
bit. Chill
regardless
just
of
for a
being
minute.
Fam, I've
Christian.
been chilling for 10
Okay,
minutes.
we're
I've
still
been
on the
chilling for
bottom,
10 minutes.
so
I
it
have no
doesn't matter
problem
if you're a
chilling.
Christian
I'm just kind of confused
or a
why this
But
Muslim.
guy
right
don't want to
now, can
talk
you
no
just
more.
for like 2
He
more
don't want to
minutes? I'm
talk
sure the
no
guy
more.
you'll be done talking.
He don't want to
Okay,
talk, man. It's blatantly obvious. He's
Bro,
running.
when he's
No,
done, he can come in.
yo. Go ahead, Pharaoh. I
yeah,
think that was Pharaoh. Go ahead,
yeah,
Pharaoh.
yeah. What I'm saying is, regardless of see, he made me lost my chain of thought, but regardless of black people being Christians and Muslims, we're on the bottom. We are in trouble. Okay, it doesn't matter if we living in peace under religion. Okay, but what's going on is we're being wiped out slowly and peacefully. Okay, and if we don't get any power to do anything about it, it is over with for us. Okay, so and also when it comes to something good, okay, all the credit should not go to the same religions that caused the problem in the first place. I have a problem with that. Every time when something good or we're living in peace or something good happened, you want to give credit to the Bible, you want to give credit to the Quran, and it was the Quran and the Bible that enslaved you in the first place. So pretty much, no matter if you follow the Bible, you're Christian. If you're black, you're a traitor to your ancestors. You're a traitor to your race. Okay, and as black people, we are in trouble. Okay, we are in trouble. The white race is growing. Okay, and a lot of them, they were the first Christians. They were the one that gave you your Bible. If it wasn't for the white Christian, you wouldn't have a Bible. You wouldn't have an Israelite identity. Okay, they gave you your fake Israelite identity. Okay, but yeah, but
You
yeah,
struggling to get
but at the end of the day, okay, hold on, I'm finna land my plane. At the end of the day, okay, whether if you're a Christian or Muslim and we're living in peace, the white man has the head start over us. Okay, he has an advantage over us. Okay, he holds the power. He is the majority of the population. Okay, and if that continues, what is that going to lead to? Black extermination. Okay, because black women who are selling out, going against black men, guess who they going after? They're going after the white boy who got the money and got the power. While a lot of brothers on the street are homeless and suffering, dying out. That's what's going on. So at the end of the day, if we don't step up and do something about it, if we don't step up and have that great liberation and that great war, it is over with for us. Simple as that. You can
Hey Pharaoh, let me say this.
Religion all you want.
Hey Pharaoh, I'll say this, man.
I'm not allowed to talk now, Theo.
What's that?
I'm not allowed to talk now.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you was. Yep.
Pharaoh, can you answer this question, please? Would you still practice human sacrificing? Yes or no?
Would I still practice human sacrifice?
That basically, you want to go back to the ancient Egyptian way of life, all of that, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Based on your picture on your YouTube thing, are you in line with the ancient Egyptian belief? Is that your system?
Yes.
So is it safe to say that you wouldn't mind human sacrificing it? Because that was an ancient Egyptian practice.
That is a lie. There's no proof of that.
How much you want to bet?
Can you show me? Can you name
so
the tomb?
What's your name called?
Can you name the tomb where it shows human sacrifice?
I'm going there.
Because
you
made it up.
Give him time, Pharaoh.
I'm going there. What's your name called?
Pharaoh Mitzrayim.
Pharaoh, right?
Yes.
Cool. When a pharaoh died, what was their servant? What would happen to them?
Nothing.
No, bro, come on.
Servant
They
would
were
be
buried
put to
in the
death.
tomb with the pharaoh. They were buried alive.
Yes, thank
But
you.
that's volunteer.
No. That's a lie.
Yes.
That is a lie.
That's exactly what would happen.
Okay,
They'll be buried in the tomb with the pharaoh.
No.
That's
You're
a
confusing.
contradiction 101.
You're confusing Egypt with
The
Kush.
slave
They
gets
did that
buried
in
with them.
Kush. They didn't do that in Egypt.
Well, they do that amongst my people.
They didn't do it in Egypt.
Well, that's
a
volunteer.
lie.
That's voluntarily done though. That's no
Yeah.
one
No. But in my tradition, it's not voluntary. The slave has to.
Bro,
No
one
option.
force any servant to take their lives. They did it because they felt like in the spiritual world they will still be they wanted to be by the king's side, so they did that by themselves.
But
That's
there's no proof for that. That's made up.
Is it safe to say then that
It's not made up.
It's not made up.
It's
true.
Yes, it is.
It's not made up. It's not. Look. You see, we've got to
If it's
try.
not made up, can you show me?
If I can, guys.
Where you see that? Where's the
Let
tomb
me-
where it says
wait.
people can sacrifice? Or otherwise, you're making it up.
Are you waiting for the answer? You're just going to repeat yourself.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Let other people.
I'm
speak,
saying
bro,
to you.
because you've been speaking.
I'm saying to you, if I can, that within Egypt, and as said, within many African traditions, the servant was obligated to serve in the afterlife.
Thank you.
Not only servant, the pets as well. You understand?
Can I get a source for that?
What do you mean a source? Go and look for you call yourself Pharaoh. You call your my brother.
You're making it up. That's a lie.
I'm not making it.
You don't know history, bro.
Hey, Pharaoh, that's not a made up.
Wait.
Hey, I think the point. I think the greater point is though, right? Is that ancient?
I like your picture, Wall Street.
Pharaoh, you shouldn't be so ignorant, man. You're defending yourself unnecessarily. You get me?
You're the one being ignorant
what happened
because you're making up stuff.
Before me and you were born,
you're making up
it
lies.
should be you that goes and look for that.
Up or shut up.
What are you talking about? Shut up. Go and look for yourself, Pharaoh. I think you're Pharaoh.
Hey, Pharaoh.
All you gotta
Pharaoh,
say is a
Pharaoh.
You've
lie.
got everything.
You ain't proved
Let me
nothing.
ask this. Hey, let me ask this.
That's a
This
lie.
is settled. This is settled. Hey, Pharaoh. Let me ask you this like this. If that was the case, would you want to revert back to those practices?
Well,
Stop.
no, I would not.
Look,
But
look,
at
Okay.
look,
the same
look,
And then
look,
time,
you can find out if it was the case later.
look,
But
Salimi,
Yeah,
we know
is
you
very
wouldn't want
simple.
to.
Allahu Akbar.
at the same time,
Allahu
I would not renounce
Akbar.
my ancestors.
By the
No
You're
way,
way.
you're you're a
by the
strange
way, the
person, Pharaoh.
Akan,
As I
the
said,
Akan deity
you're coming
is the same as
completely
Allah.
from an American standpoint. You're not coming from a global
It's the same as
understanding
Ra.
of what has
Come on,
happened in
bro.
history. You
No,
are not.
I'm coming from a historical standpoint.
Fatah.
No,
You
you're
coming
not,
from a
bro.
made
Arabic is
you coming
Fatah.
from
You
a
are
made up
not.
It's one
standpoint.
of Allah's
You coming from a
attributes.
Bro,
modern
you
day
was the
made
one.
up
You are the
Well, I
standpoint.
one
got to give a
who
little
you are the
pushback
one
on
who
that
totally
Wait,
because
let
admitted to
Pharaoh finish.
Americans
everybody
Let me
here
ask him
that
out.
you are a
Americans do
Hebrew.
Come later.
understand.
5 years,
Source code,
5 years, you were a
source
Hebrew
code, shut
Israelite.
up.
Americans
Source
do
code, shut up.
understand that when pharaohs
Nah,
were
man, that's rubbish
buried,
too.
they were buried with, everything that they wanted to have when they
Including
cross
the
over.
jewelry and
And
the
one of those
artifacts,
things
everything.
were servants and slaves. That's a fact. So
Thank you.
Leave him
I don't
alone in
want
his
that to be
ignorance.
But
the
I think he
American
settled the question
perspective.
though. He wouldn't want to practice those practices if
He wouldn't
if
a
that
day
was
in
part
his
of it.
life. No
Which
one
lends
would.
to he's open to doing things that are more conducive or in line with his morality, which
Well,
may not
sure, we're in
necessarily
this
be.
present time. The thing is,
But
we're in this present time. And in this present
According,
time,
yo,
we
listen,
have a different culture. But
hold
Dragon,
the
on.
understanding
Dragon,
that we don't have is that
Dragon.
things have taken place that are
Dragon.
horrific
You just
in
making
today's
stuff up,
standards.
man. You just making
Hey,
Dragon.
stuff
listen,
up.
yeah.
Source
Yeah,
code,
right.
According
shut
to
up.
Akan tradition,
What
yeah.
does that mean,
King
bro? What does that mean?
around the
So,
Prove
so
yourself.
my
1800s.
thing is
Prove
chew the
yourself.
meat
Doesn't
and
mean,
spit
A
out the
king would live
bones,
bro.
right?
You
So
go and
this is
look
my
for it. You go and
get
look
to
for
death.
it. You're
my
Pharaoh.
thing is chew the meat and
Okay,
spit out the
you're making
bones.
stuff up. You're
Pause,
lying.
right? So very
If it's
much
You're
made
an
up,
like
idiot.
you're lying.
science, very
1700s,
much
Prove
like
the
yourself.
king
science
would get
evolved over
put to
time,
death based on the movement
spirituality
of
can
the sun.
evolve over
The
time as well.
king, in my tradition, represents the
Yeah,
sun.
I'm out of here, man.
He would be
Yeah,
ruling
source
for
up,
Get him
shut
out
7
up.
of here,
years.
man. Do this here,
After the
man.
7 years, they'll put him to
Bloody
death.
idiot American.
And that's what would happen. They would put the
Man,
Bloody
king
why
to
idiot
y'all
seven.
American.
crashing
After
out on the
7 years,
Yes, you
Americans,
are.
bro?
You think that America is the whole world.
That's
America's
how you talk,
200
man.
odd
You
years
sound
old,
like a
mate.
joke. You sound
You're
like a
young, you're a
cartoon
child.
character.
You're a
You're
child.
acting like a child. You're acting like a
You're a
child
child.
with your corny ass
We're a
accent.
very
What
powerful
does that
child,
mean,
though.
bro?
We are the
I grew up
biggest
in the
child in
UK.
the
What's
room.
going to happen? You grew up in
Your accent
America,
is corny.
and your accent
hey man,
doesn't.
this
Your
conversation
accent
can't
and
go
your
We are
English
the
anymore,
is
biggest
man. This
child
tragic.
in the
conversation
room,
can't
though.
go
Your
Let's
anymore.
not
accent
This
is
do
corny.
that.
conversation.
Don't talk
Your
about
accent
black
Decorum,
is
people.
tragic.
decorum.
Your
Stop
knowledge
it.
is
Listen,
zero.
listen.
Corny.
Hey,
Your
listen.
knowledge is
Bloody
zero.
Mike.
Confronting
Bloody
a
Mike.
pharaoh.
Cheers,
Pharaoh.
Mike. Cheers,
A
Mike.
pharaoh
Corny.
Mizraim. Pharaoh Mizraim.
Corny,
Listen.
corny, man. God
A
damn it.
pharaoh
How you
Mizraim.
know, man?
Hey,
Round,
dragon,
round,
dragon,
round.
dragon.
Rubbish
Cool. Let me
accent.
talk to him. Dragon, let me
Corny
talk to him.
coon.
A pharaoh.
You're cool. Now look, he's using white man's word against me. Why don't you call me nigger? Why don't you use that word for me? Fool.
Your accent is retarded. Okay,
Retarded.
so
You're
I
acting
call
be
you the
quiet.
man
retarded.
them.
Be quiet and let
You're a
someone else
dunce.
speak.
I call you
You
the
think you
man
sound
them, and
smart,
once
but
we
you
get
sound
cool,
dumb.
I'll
You're
call
Bro,
you
we
dumb.
a
could all
waste
cuss,
man,
man. We
Hey,
could all
because you know
cuss.
that'll
yo,
be
Doesn't
a
mean
joke.
nothing.
everyone's
Let
just
someone else
speaking
speak.
all
Once
at
we get
once.
cool, I'll call you a waste man, because you know that'll be a joke. But I'll
Hey,
call you the
bro,
man.
bro,
I'll call you the
bro,
man them for now.
bro.
Where's Theo? Where's Theo, man? But
Yo,
hey,
yo,
listen, Pharaoh.
yo, yo,
Yeah.
yo, yo, yo,
People
yo,
on the
yo,
panel.
yo, yo, yo. 1 second, brother.
Hey, llisten. No, no,
Hold
no,
on,
no, no,
hold
no,
on,
no, no,
bro. I ain't
no,
gonna let
no,
you
no,
speak
no.
because you kept on
Why, why,
fucking
why, why are
speaking
you not not gonna
chill,
let
bro.
me speak?
Because you kept
Why?
speaking the whole time. You
Why?
need to
Why?
chill
Why?
out, bro.
Did why?
Relax.
Why? Why?
Relax,
Yes,
brother. Let
Mike.
me
Why?
Can I
let
Why?
me
get
Why
you
come
a
in
can't I
cup
real
of
speak?
quick,
tea?
Why
and
can't
Can
I
I get
and
you
speak?
a
then you
cup of
can
Go
come
tea?
ahead,
back,
my
Wait,
man.
bro,
Because
why?
over
it's
the
like,
Ayo, my bro over the pond. Let him go, cause I ain't
Why
really
can't I
hear him
speak?
speak yet.
Why
Let him
can't I
go.
speak?
yeah, let me
What's wrong
speak a
with
little
what's,
bit, bro.
why can't I
You've
speak?
been speaking the whole time.
When have I been speaking the whole
You
time?
got the
Everyone
Ayo, bro.
keeps
You got the floor right after him.
Yeah, yeah,
Let him
bro.
go.
Come on,
I
man.
just ain't hear him crashing out.
Come on, brother. You know what I mean? Come on. It ain't that serious, man. Hey, listen though, like going back to ancient Egypt though, or ancient Africa, whenever the kings, pass on, these were not required to die with the king. It was they volunteer because they loved the king so much that they wanted to be by his side in the spiritual realm. So they end
Nah,
up
that's not
going.
totally true, bro.
That is true, bro.
They
That
definitely
is
put
true.
people in those holes that
They
didn't
didn't
want to go in
force
those
people.
holes.
Listen,
That's a
bro.
fact.
Let me finish though. They ain't forced anyone to like, oh, you gotta die when the king. Nah, the people took their own lives. They went with the king, okay, because they loved the king so much that they wanted to be by his side, so they went with him in the spiritual realm. That's how it works.
Can I put
It
you?
ain't
Can
like
I put you?
Where did
Can I?
Pharaoh
Sorry,
go? Hey,
sorry, my
I
bro.
mean,
where
there
did
are
Sorry,
Pharaoh go?
hieroglyphs of the people
sorry,
sailing in
guys. If
those
I can, really
seas.
quickly, what my man just said may well be true. What my man just said. However, we know 5,000 years ago and beyond, when those people were doing that, that tells us that there was a crazy hierarchy between man and man, because the Pharaoh was not a king alone; he was a god king. You get me? That's how he was seen. But me and you know, he's flesh and blood, just like me and you. However, because of the hierarchy, a different underling would take himself as less than, and therefore kill himself to go in that tomb.
yeah, exactly.
Is that correct?
And
That's
I'll
You
go
agree?
correct,
twice
brother.
as far and say a lot of
It's
them
not
just
correct.
simply had no choice.
Yeah, I believe so as well. It's not correct. Doesn't matter what you think or what you say. If there's another human being buried before his time to die, there's a problem there. Very simple. It doesn't matter about
But
our
the
emotion.
question here is
Pharaoh
that
coming across
do
with
we
all the
all,
emotional bullshit.
bro,
It doesn't matter about that.
Jargon,
What
right? Do we
matters is
do we all
there,
believe in
there were
spirituality
other
here?
dead people found amongst the kings that died.
Bro, I
Finish.
got a question, man. Do you believe in spiritual African spirituality?
Of course I do.
Okay, then. So that's how these brothers who went with the king. That's how they thought as well. They
No,
believe that
but
they
still, is
they
my
believe,
brother,
brother. Hold
I
up, though.
no,
Hold up,
wait there
brother.
before you
I
presume,
believe in
One
before you
African
second, brother.
spirituality, but I'm
before
not
you
willing to get in
presume.
that hole
I'm not saying
and
that
die
it's right,
before my
brother,
time.
but I'm saying that people volunteer to
Yes,
go
but
with the king.
I'm putting to you
You know
as
what
a
I mean?
brother. I'm putting to you as a brother of today. We are both human beings. We both value life. We both know what life is. If I'm in a system that tells me to kill myself because of my king, is that
No,
correct?
no,
Is that
brother.
correct?
It's let me. Can I give you an
Answer that
example, right?
question first.
Hold up. I'm gonna
No, man, you
answer it.
can't just do
If I
that.
were just to ask
No,
real
you
quick,
can't
a
you
lot of y'all
cannot
talk
tell me
about
how to
ancient
Well,
answer
Egypt.
the
Do y'all
question.
claim
you
ancient
gave me
Egypt
a
as those
question
your
and I
ancestors?
answered it. You gave
No,
me a question and I
you did
answered
not
it,
answer
and
my
you're not able
question.
to answer mine
You
because you're
didn't
going to do
answer
this
my question at
sidetracking
all.
nonsense.
What I'm telling you is this, right? During
What?
slavery, a lot of our brothers, they committed suicide because they believed that they were going to come right
It's
back.
glitching a lot.
Okay, so it's the same way.
You're making up excuses. It's a shame.
How is that? How is that?
I tell
That's
you
the
why it's an
same. That's
excuse.
the same
I tell you why,
idea.
because you see
It's
the
the
evil,
same idea, bro. Brothers thought that they were
no,
gonna
no,
dive
it's
in the
not.
ocean, died, and then come right back. It's the same way those brothers that were jumping in the hole with the king. That's how they thought.
Was it
That's the
accurate?
spiritual
Okay,
thing.
fair enough.
You
You
have
said
to
it.
have.
Don't repeat yourself. You said it. I'm coming back now. And what I'm
What you
about to
mean? You
say,
repeating yourself?
no, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Those people who killed themselves during the transatlantic slavery, those people that believed that they were coming straight back to where they were, was it true? It was
We
not true. So that's the end of it. Making idiotic examples. Rubbish. Why do you people talk like this?
Uh,
True
What do
for
you
good.
mean, bro? That's a spiritual thing. That means you
Oh,
not
you're in
yeah.
spiritual.
trouble with yourself, bruh.
You
You're in
don't got
trouble.
the you don't have the
My thing
mind.
is
That's the
this though,
problem.
right? Like even if he
You think
practices
like a white man.
Egyptian
That's
Yeah, all
spirituality,
right.
he's
Because
not
my English is
practice.
better than yours,
Hold
I'm a
on.
white man.
My point is
Idiot.
why get
my
stuck here?
English.
Because
Idiot.
even
You're
if
so
he's
stupid,
practicing
bro.
Rubbish. You
Egyptian
you forget that you're speaking
spirituality,
English.
You a
he's
whole
not
ass man
practicing
acting
it
like a
to a
little
T.
child.
Dumb American.
You like 65, but you acting like a teenager right now, man.
Actually,
You need to
I'm
relax.
58, and I said what my age
You
was.
old, bro.
Of
Chill.
course, I'm old. So what?
Relax.
Yo, you're
Don't people
Act
grow
your
68.
age,
old?
brother.
Don't
What,
people grow
68?
old?
You should be giving wisdom right now, but you acting
Nah,
like a
man,
But
you
you're
ain't
not
gonna
able
be
to accept
68.
it because you're a dumbass. You see
You
You're
me?
acting
Yo,
like a
68,
yo,
You
little
are
punk.
you
I would
acting
like
like a
to
me?
I would
You
like to
doing
add
this?
my
Dragon, you
opinion
Why
on the
don't you
68.
speak
subject.
on the subject, you damn fool?
What,
You
Dragon, you
stupid
Where did
68?
they
68?
asshole.
say
All
we
right,
come from?
hold up. Let a couple other cats go.
What,
You
Dragon, you
silly belly
68?
goat.
Look at him, foolish
Are you
person.
68, Dragon?
He's 68. He acting like a
I'm not
child.
68. I told you guys my age. I'm 58, and I'm
Yeah, he's
proud of
You're
it.
58, dude.
I've lived many years,
You acting
and
like
it's
a
been
nah,
great.
child.
I had a great time,
nah,
stuff.
you act
You know what
mad
I mean?
childish still.
I was
You
alive when
childish,
things
I'm
were
man.
definitely
normal.
old enough to be
You
your
guys,
size. Definitely.
You have no wisdom at all.
well, that's up to you
Cobra,
like
you
to
can't
answer the
accept wisdom.
question.
Salute to the
You don't know how to
Mandem for
accept wisdom.
living 58
I have no
years.
wisdom,
Salute,
my man.
OG.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah,
Let me
no,
say,
salute for the 58 years, but you're acting wild though.
No,
I
no,
got
you
a
see me, yeah. You see me, I'm a South Londoner, man. We don't take prisoners down there. We
Nah,
never
nah,
have.
No,
what? Nah,
no
you
one
keep
take that
talking about that.
nonsense
Nah,
from
I
you
have to
either,
talk
brother.
in
So you
code
gotta
Yeah,
get
now.
out of
yeah,
that
don't
shit.
talk
What
nonsense,
part
but
of
that's
there
how
is
I
you from,
grow.
bro?
That's how I grew up, man.
What
I
part
got
All
a
of
right,
there?
but
question for
Jay,
the
let me
panel.
ask
You
you
hear
a
me?
question though,
What,
right?
east, west, what,
Is it
south,
all
east?
right
No,
What,
to
what
take
me not give you no
hold on,
addresses.
Jay,
You see me?
is it all
Nah,
right
no
to
addresses,
take
but
the
what?
positive things
Just
from
I think
What's
the
the
Egyptian
real
local
thing, mate.
spirituality?
function?
The real
What's
thing,
the
brother.
local festival?
Hold on, let me ask a question, Jay.
Peckham,
Nobody's getting
Lewisham,
buried with
Brickell,
slaves now,
Amida.
right? Nobody's getting buried with slaves now. So is it okay for my brother to take the positive things from that ancient spirituality and basically chew the meat and spit out the bones? Pause. But
I
like,
believe that. That's what I believe, my brother. I think that we are here, especially from across the pond, where there
Hey,
has to be a lot of
Williams, Muhammad had Israelite heritage.
where there has to be
Right.
some kind of understanding. You know, we all grow up differently. I've just made the understanding that the way Black Americans look at the Black world is quite demoralizing because you believe that you've got all the answers, you've got all the experience.
Preach.
Only 200 years old, brother. You have to respect that. You see me? The-
man,
Nah, but
you
your
know
they are
nation,
why
the
I
leaders
don't
though.
like to
your
get
They
caught
are
up
the
in
nation.
that
leaders though.
argument
Even though
because
they
then
don't
it
know
makes
nothing, they
you and
come from the
I
slave. They are the
adversaries.
leaders, innit? We gotta
That's
give
why
them
I
Exactly,
don't
credit.
man.
like to
You
get
gotta
caught
leave
up
that
in
Black
that
American
argument.
thing alone, man.
Yeah, we
Because there's
shouldn't.
a
We
I'm
lot of
shouldn't.
perfectly
things
happy,
that I could
my
say
fellow
as
Black
well
American.
to
Go
refute
back
that.
home,
But my
get
problem with that
initiated,
conversation is
get a
then it
chief of
makes you
street,
and I
and go back to the
adversaries.
Americas
And that's not the
and
I
be a
don't.
goal.
man, innit?
I
Yeah.
don't know what they're talking about, man.
I'm saying that's not the goal, right? Like if I understand your issues that you feel like you have with American blacks, right? But if I respond to it with certain criticisms, you're gonna respond and it simply
But
just makes us adversaries.
Do you know
I
what it
don't
okay,
is?
like to
wait,
Y'all
be
Everybody's
stuck in
adversaries.
you're,
that
you're
place.
correct.
I
conversation.
don't
Wait,
under,
wait,
I
man.
Learn
don't
from
Wait.
each
understand what
other.
niggas
Let's
is
let's just
saying
go
when
through
niggas
this a
be
little bit.
Everybody's
adversaries.
just
Let's just
we
go
all
through this a
doing
little bit.
ourselves, man,
Brother
and we're
that
all
just
guilty
spoke,
of
the
it.
brother that just spoke, yeah, you are absolutely correct. But there's certain things that have to be accepted. The deepest thing that has to be accepted. You only really know about Black British, Black Europeans over the last 10, 20 years. Whereas we have been watching you all our lives. We know say you did it. We know say what happened. You know what I
Literally,
mean?
we like they think they know us, but we know
We
them.
know you guys. You
Know
have
you
no
lot.
understanding of us at all.
We
None.
That's
don't
not
care
You
about
hear our
you.
true.
accent, you hear our
We don't
accent,
care
and you
about you.
think, oh, yeah, exactly,
Bro,
What
what
exactly
you
is
that,
gotta
bro.
that?
understand, no being rude, but
You may
we
That's
not
don't
not
care,
We
really
care
not
about
true though.
sitting
you
there
lot
but
worried
wait,
right
about y'all.
So
now.
That's
hold
your
on, hold on.
But
problem.
you
First
lot are
off, you
Y'all
gotta
too
fucking
worried
understand
about
something.
us.
retarded.
Hold
We
on,
need to
hold
worry
on.
you
about your
see,
You
that's
goddamn
gotta
where they,
self.
understand
can you
something.
hear
A
the
lot of
ignorance?
American
Can
blacks
you hear the
travel,
ignorance?
right?
But don't
Hold
Bro,
worry
on.
you
though.
A lot
Nigerian,
of
man. You ain't no
American
Black
Honestly,
blacks
British.
but
travel.
don't worry.
I've been
You're
across
correct.
the
That's what you
pond,
should
right?
see me as.
Yeah.
Because
Hold
I
on, hear
know
me
where
out
I'm
for a
from.
Yeah.
second.
You
I
keep
Hear me
know
saying
out.
you're
where I'm
Black
from.
British.
Hear me out
I
for a
You're
know
second.
where I'm
Nigerian.
from. You're correct. I know where I'm from the ounce. Most black British people or black people that live in the UK,
Are
they,
Africans.
they're Africans or they're Caribbean. We've got a homeland. You see me? That's the difference between you and I. I've got a
We have a
direct.
homeland.
We got our
No, bro.
homeland, motherfucker. We
We
got
have a
our
Nah, you
homeland.
homeland.
sleep in the
You have
bed with
We've
no
the
been in
white man,
homeland.
man.
America
I
just
thought
as
you
You
long as the
sleep in the bed
Caribbeans
with the white
been
man,
America's
in
our
brother,
bro.
Portugal.
homeland.
no,
So
you
what are
ain't
you
got
talking about?
like
You sound
Yeah, all
Sleep in
right.
bed
stupid.
with the white man,
All
bro.
right
you got
then,
no
bro.
wisdom
All
at
right.
all.
Because you got to
All right.
understand,
You
when you say the
celebrate 4th of
Caribbean,
July
right,
in
you got
these
to
things, man.
understand that a lot of those homelands that were
You're not on your own
created,
land, bro.
they were
Or you are
created
in a
by
way in your own
Europeans.
land, but you're not
They
in your
weren't
own
just
land.
created by
No,
the
bro,
That's
we
the
what I'm
people
understand.
saying.
that
You
We
claim,
you
like
motherfuckers is
see,
stupid.
Jamaica. You get what
No,
I'm
for
saying?
real. Yeah, man. We understand the Jamaicans and the Caribbeans very well. We know, as Africans, we know that people
Hey,
were
Red Squad,
stolen
Files, are
from
you
our
crazy? We're
direct coast.
revolutionary.
Wait,
We
please.
are
They
revolutionary.
wasn't
It's
stolen,
starting now.
motherfucker. They was sold. Y'all
What are you
sold them.
talking
Fair
about?
So
enough.
what are you
What?
talking
Fair
about?
enough,
Black Bricks,
motherfucker.
we got our own
Fair enough,
culture going
motherfucker.
on, you
As
know.
you use that terrible analogy, you can't speak well
Yo,
at all. You guys
I
speak
can speak
terribly,
well.
mate.
yo,
Terrible.
yo,
Terrible.
bro.
And this
The
is
thing
Jonathan.
what
where
it
we're not, the
creates.
thing that we're not,
Because
you
honestly,
remember,
there
what you,
is
And
truth to
what
America,
you
the
that.
guys
reason
must
why you have
remember
a
We were
is
super
how
sold
this,
by
power
our
of a
own
home
people.
is
There
by the
is
back of
truth
the
to
white
that.
man and
what you
never
must
ever
remember
forget that,
is
man.
how
You
this
heard it.
conversation started.
Yeah?
This
You lot
conversation
sleep with
started
the white
as
man.
to what identity are we?
Y'all love the
And
fish,
what we
man.
haven't
Sharp,
agreed,
man. We got real
what we
ground
haven't
bread here.
agreed is that we are all African,
We
which is
are
how we come here
Nah,
and start fighting in
because
public
black folks
across
are
nah.
the air.
Listen.
we
So,
You're,
are
so
African
you're
here's
shit.
black
my
folks
thing,
are
right?
shameless.
I
African shit
don't,
is
European.
you
out
know
the
why I
window.
don't
We're
I'm
agree
black
with
Black
white
that,
American.
right?
people.
You know
There
why I
you
don't
Fuck
go,
agree
that
with that?
African
shameless,
shit, nigga.
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
why I
shameless,
black
don't
bro.
agree with
American,
that,
nigga.
right? There's no such thing as an African, right? You have
Well, I
Hausa,
understand.
you have hold
We
on,
are
you have
I
first
already
Hutus,
said
you have
this.
workers.
Tutsis, you have Hausa,
What?
you have Igbo, right?
Islam's halal. Yeah, yeah, I know
American
it's halal.
blacks, we're our own people now. Now, I
Bro,
do believe that we try to
Moses,
hold on to that motherland
blackers
more
have
than we try to
45%
define
unemployment
ourselves, and
rate.
that's an internal issue.
That should be
But
your focus.
we
I'm
aren't
employed, you know.
all the same
I work,
people
you know, I'm a
anymore.
working man, you know.
The African Americans, they disrespect themselves. I don't disrespect them.
Islam and Britain
You know what I
Nigga,
got
mean?
you
the
built this
same
whole panel talking
I've
shit
been
the
on
whole
this
time.
planet
Shut up.
crazy as fuck.
longer
Nah,
than
nah,
everyone else on this panel,
you
and
Americans
I've had
are
a
totally
relationship with
And you
crazy.
every
still
black
have a
kind of
small
person.
With
mind.
you
Yeah, yeah,
Americans
all
are
right.
Your
totally
mind is
You're
crazy.
not
still
able to
small, bro.
understand. That's what your problem is.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
You
let me
lot
hear
just
the
hold
other
on,
claim
man.
brother.
that you're black
Hold on, let me hear bro in
Mongolians.
the background.
You lot
Why are black
claim
Americans totally crazy?
black Chinese. You lot
I'm
claim
listening,
black
bro.
Filipino. Oh, you're on the panel.
First, hold on.
I'm replying to
First
the
and
comments,
foremost,
man.
I'm curious as to your response to this, right? When we throw that
Please,
term
who are you
around,
talking with?
hold on,
Who are you
hold on.
talking to, bro?
I'm
I'm
talking to
American,
everybody, whole
100%.
panel.
Okay,
In
okay.
particular, you and Brothers talking now, right? When that term black is thrown around, I don't consider everyone
Calling
black.
yourself
That
a
is a
black Brit
term that
when
was
you're
created to
Nigerian is
define.
crazy. No,
That
you
was a.
know,
Hold on, let
if
me
you're a
finish.
second
Yo,
I'm
generation
Akam,
asking
black
you
shut
a
up, bro.
question, bro.
person, that's not crazy. How is that crazy? If they was to go back to Nigeria, if a black British person that was born in Britain, second generation, go back to Nigeria, how on earth are they Nigerian? They're African, but how are they Nigerian?
I don't even
You see,
understand what you're
that's
talking
what I
about.
said in the beginning. You see, all these names that we have, they're all names given to us, and it's so unfortunate that we can't recognize who the mirror, let
African,
alone the other person.
but
We can't
yet
recognize it.
they call him one.
Why
It's
can't you
terrible.
just refer
And
to
Jabba,
African
you
American
are you
as
trolling
African
everyone?
living in
Low key, I'm
America?
trolling, man. Low
That's how
key,
I
I'm
do it,
trolling.
brother. I believe that all of us are African,
I
Well,
won't
you
do
and I
that.
know
just
the term
saying
African
Black American
has its
also.
own connotation here and there,
What
but
I
that's
can
what
say
we
is
use
that
for now.
we
But
are not
the
going to
term
be
black
like
is
before,
strictly
meaning we
political.
ain't going down with
No, I don't
What's
agree
simplifying
with
wrong
that.
with your
pan
British
I
brother,
don't
bro?
agree
African
with that.
Show him.
sociology.
You may not
I
And
agree with
I'll
it, but
tell
it's
you
true.
why I don't agree with that if bro in the
my
back
phone
chill
is
for a second,
acting up.
right? Like the problem with that statement is black is a term
Now,
that
true,
was
not all them
first
man is mad,
used
but it's
to
calm though.
define those descendants
Convo
of
is
Africa
interesting.
who couldn't connect back to the continent, right? So
And
we defined
who
ourselves
put it to
as
you that
black.
you were black? Who put it to you? Was
We
it black
did.
people?
We
No, no,
did.
no, bro. No,
We
sir.
went from being niggas to Negro to choosing black to
Mm.
choosing African American.
Because we are
We
black.
chose these, hold on. We chose these labels for ourselves.
Okay.
When nobody else on earth was using that label. Again,
What damn Wall
even
Street? What
hold
you
on,
FBA? Are you
let me land.
FBA?
Let me land
Damn.
real quick. Let me
Don't
land real
tell me
quick.
you're FBA. That's
Let me
What do you
land real
woeful
think?
quick.
What do you
days.
think? What do you
That's
think the South
woeful
Yeah, go
days.
African,
ahead, man.
what do you think the South African white people were using for the black people in South Africa? What do you
Black.
think the
They were calling them
The Mau
Kafirs.
Mau,
Black.
not only Kafirs, mate. Kafirs is an Islamic term. So get it right. You know,
Black.
what do you think that they were
I
Hey,
using?
mean, the
Renford,
clerk
you
definitely
don't
used that
even, you've
term.
never
So when
stepped
you
foot
No
in
ask
matter
Europe
what.
me,
at all a
You
day
what
in
were
see,
your
the
life.
South
You have
Africans
to
calling
Kappa,
Yo,
them?
Akam.
Kappa means
Yeah?
non-believer. That's the
Be
meaning
quiet.
of the
All
word.
I'm saying is you're saying get it right, right? You
No,
asked the
get it right.
question. Hold on. You asked the question, what was South Africans calling
yeah,
white
yeah, yeah,
South
peps.
Africans? What
Yeah,
were they?
peps.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yo,
peps. Yeah,
bro, can we
man.
have a
Yo,
conversation, bro?
Marlon, yo,
yeah.
come up on the panel. Yeah.
Yo, bro, can we have a conversation, bro?
Go for it. Go for it.
You bro have a convo, man. Dig into it, man. How am I affecting you?
Jargon,
I'm
you need to
replying to the
control your.
comments.
Yeah,
I
this
see.
brother, he's
It
from.
seems that I'm
Nah,
Yeah,
King,
you
entertaining them.
keep ignoring,
concentrate,
yo.
bro. Because
Seems
I'm
that I'm
Man,
listening
all
to
that
entertaining
you.
the
goofy,
comment
man. Go
section.
ahead, brother.
Nah,
Keep
you keep
talking.
speaking, bro. Just shut up.
No.
Nah, I mean, you asked the question, what were white South Africans calling
Panel,
South African blacks?
backstage for
Well,
nearly an
South
hour.
African
God.
Africans, right?
Hey,
I don't,
Haru,
Let this.
Let the brother
Fiona
land.
Jarrett's trying
Allow
to
him,
get
bro.
in.
Allow him. Let him land. I beg you.
Fiona
I don't
Jarrett's trying to hop
hear,
on.
I don't hear blacks often. Now I won't say I don't hear it at all when I hear white
all
South
I'm, all
Africans
I'm,
talk
all
throughout
I'm
history,
putting,
Why
right?
not?
all I'm
It
putting,
knows
all I'm
that
putting to
black
you, all I'm
Americans
putting to
thrive
you,
in
that
Africa.
as an
But
African,
in the
yeah,
first place, and
as
what
an
the hell?
African, the term
Different
black
ethnic
was
Africans
used
were not
before the
slaves
term
by the
white.
goddamn
You
black
see me?
American tribes
White was a
in Africa
description
in the
only
first place. And
used
black
by the
Americans
white
is the
Americans
certain
to
Europeans
differentiate
of
them, to differentiate the lower
Bro,
classes
it's
and
tweaking.
to give
wait,
power
wait.
to the Irish white
Ras
people
Moshe.
over the black
Why you got
Americans.
an African
That's
name?
why.
That's
You have to
African
know the
people.
history, brother. You
The
can't
You
just come
Ras
here
gotta
and
be
talk.
Can't
one.
is
even
Ethiopian,
concentrate because
and the
bro is tweaking.
Moshe
I can't really
is
hear you.
Moses.
Well, you gotta be stupid because you know what I mean to even think that because the white or the
Kind of
color
demon.
they use
Come on,
different
come on.
terms. You know because you
Yeah,
got the
Donna's got him. He need to
Why
move
do
his
you
mic.
have to start with you got to be stupid? Why do you start like that?
so
Why
you
can't you
think
just
white.
speak to me?
So you think white. You got the idea that white, the word white came from
Black
America,
American is a corporation
I'm
for
telling
black
you, bro.
as if,
That,
Caribbeans.
as if,
let
as
me
if
let me let me answer
Europeans,
you. Are you gonna
as
let me
if,
answer you? You
as
see this
if,
kind of level of
as
ignorance.
if.
Them in
Let
America
me talk,
because
fam.
they were
As
Spanish.
if Europeans wasn't already traveling the planet, coming
Come
across
on, you know
different
this.
spectrums of colors.
My friend, my friend.
No, it's
If
not.
you look in the American history, you will
American
find.
motherfucker, not the
Let
world.
me
And the
land.
world
Let
of
me land.
Islamic
What's the
No,
belief
matter
you're
with
not
you?
landing.
I'm
incantations
gonna
was
land.
You're not
Stop being
landing.
triggered. Stop being
Because
triggered, brother.
you're not
Stop being
landing.
Akon,
triggered. Grow
You
up.
need to shut up, bro.
oh
What
that
I'm
pan
putting to
man.
you, what I'm putting to you is that
You
What you
ain't
saying?
the
I'm
talking.
term,
saying something is
oh dear,
whispering. What?
the term white came about
Oh
large
wow. Yeah,
American,
so at it.
not
I
just from
listen.
the American Indian, but it
Even
came
about to
in
hop off my phone.
because you know that the indentured slaves or the indentured servants were on the
Yeah.
same level
Shut
as
up.
the slaves,
Come on the panel.
all kind of
That's
colors.
not true.
And wait a minute, let me
That's
land.
not
Let
Come
me
on the
true.
just,
panel.
you can refute it
Yeah,
if you
petty.
wish,
Oh
but
no,
let me
petty.
land.
Come on the panel.
Blood clot.
Because that's something I gotta push back against. That's
Wait,
You
don't
100%
never
back. But
untrue.
are you
The
haven't understood
hold
me,
on.
bruv.
The
Now
Irish
you
indentured,
guys are
the
unfair.
Irish
The
indentured
ignorance
servants
is
that
too much, bro.
listen.
The
The
ignorance is too much.
Irish is not
The ignorance
ignorance.
is too much.
It's not
You're,
ignorance. We're having a
it is
conversation.
ignorant. I'm telling
Right?
you something. You should go and look it up. The term came in politically because
No, I'm telling
the
you, you're
upper.
wrong.
I know
you
what you
gotta
said.
be
Don't have to
stupid,
repeat it.
man.
Chief
The
Fam, the
Vegas,
upper,
stupid.
Indentured
let's be
servants were
African, you know.
still
I don't want to
considered
know
human
you're
beings
African American.
under
You have
the
to be
you see,
Constitution.
the thing
African
is, you're not
We
even
American,
going to
weren't.
look
man.
it up. You're
Chief
not
We
even.
weren't.
Vegas, you
You're not
best
even
be
going to look it up.
African.
You're going to be so pontificating. You won't even research what you're
No,
saying.
it's not about pontificating. I've
You are
already
pontificating. Why
done.
didn't you let me finish?
Listen,
Why
listen.
no about listen? Fuck off. Why
Because
didn't you let me finish? You want
because
respect
you
and you give
talking
none.
some dumb shit. Because what you
But
just said was
it
stupid
doesn't
and it's
matter
a
what you
lie.
think.
What you
Hey,
Oh,
just
bro,
said
just why
was
is
a
everybody
lie.
swearing at each
you're
other?
an
Why are we
idiot,
not
bro. It's
having
not your fault.
Yeah.
None of you are
a
Fam,
educated over
promoting
there. None of
conversation?
you have
fam,
any
Everybody's
education.
just chatting
fam,
shit.
I got
fam.
education
How
and
long?
my money
You ain't
up.
got no education.
And my
Let
money
me
up.
ask you a
And
question.
my babies eat well.
Why are you asking me when
Unlike
you
a
won't
lot
let
of
me answer?
Africans.
Why ask me a question when you won't
Right.
let me answer?
I never ran from my land. If we're gonna crash out, let's crash out. I never
What are you
ran
talking
from
about?
my land to England. Right?
What are you talking about?
I escaped slavery and I made something here. While you niggas
Ah,
ran from your
What are you
homeland.
shut
talking about?
I
You
mean,
up.
if we
didn't
gonna
shit.
crash, let's
Shut
crash.
up.
Fuck it.
Nobody
You did
escaped their
shit,
land.
man. It
Listen,
was
yeah.
your
I didn't
ancestors
run
that
from my
did for
homeland,
you.
My
right?
grandparents
Your
fought
This
for
is
this
my
ancestors
land,
did
yeah.
for
I
homeland.
don't
you.
want to
As
hear
the
nobody
descendant of
say
a
about my
slave, this is
people's
my
land.
homeland,
They
right?
owe us
All
homage.
right.
So I
All right. Finish
escaped
it.
slavery
My
and I
nigga.
made something of it. I didn't run
Yeah,
to
all right.
England,
Yeah. All right.
right?
My
that
I
run
didn't
through
run
you.
to France.
My nigga. Hey,
Right.
respectfully speaking, yeah, Wall Street, yeah. My
I ain't your
ancestors
nigga.
fought for this land.
Ain't no nigga
You
over
get
here.
me? My grandparents fought
You
for
talking to
this
a
land,
black
yeah.
man, bro.
And
Ain't no
I'm
nigga over
sure
here.
the year they was in World War II fighting for this land, you had an uncle or great uncle of yours cleaning shoes in New York City. Hey, yo, I don't want to hear nothing. Yeah, they owe us. We're here. What's next?
What are you talking about?
You don't know
Exactly.
what he's talking about. You
Exactly.
can't have an
Because
idea. How
no.
can you have an idea of what he's talking about when you've not read a book? You don't read books.
I know
You
most of
don't
you
read books.
niggas
I
in
know your
most of you
great
niggas
great
over the
granddad
pond
was a shoe
are from
Ain't no
cleaner
niggas
in
over here,
New
subjugated
bro.
York
are
City
from
with that
subjugated
hat of
countries
his. with the
that
hat
you
of he's
left
looking like a
because there was
mafioso.
no
I
opportunity over
know
there.
he was getting
In
You're an
bricks
fact,
off.
idiot.
I know
a
he was
lot of people
cleaning up
from your
sheep. Yeah,
subjugated
my
countries
people them.
come where? Right
Yo,
here to my country.
listen,
See,
listen, it's
wherever you
out there.
Africans are from, one thing you
They
can't
owe
say is
us. We've
the
come to get
American
what we
black is
owe.
trying to
Yeah, leave
move
us
there.
alone. We didn't
That's
flee
one thing
nowhere.
none of y'all can
Foolish
say,
man.
right?
What are you
We
talking
come to
about?
get
You
what's
rubbish.
ours.
What I
We come
just
to
said
take it.
was, I don't care if you from
Yes.
Nigeria. I don't
But
care
you're
if you
not
from
making. You're still
Kenya.
not making
I don't
sense.
Yeah,
care
All
if
you're
you
but
from
doing,
we have
Ghana.
all you're
swords.
None
We
of
doing
have
is
y'all can
bigging
say
yourself up.
American blacks in mass are trying to move to y'all country. It's the reason y'all
Listen,
want to
you
move
lot
here.
are
There ain't
buttheard
no
that we've
space here
got a
for no
safe
niggers,
place to run to.
I don't
That's
know.
why you're hurt. You're just stuck in America. I hear it. But
John.
we've come to
I'm not hurt.
we come to take things
I'm
in
doing
UK,
well.
innit? We've come
I'm
to
doing quite well, my brother.
settle here and we
Under
still
your
And I'm
nigger
connected.
shit.
still
You
with my
came there.
people.
You went to the UK
You
to
lot
kiss these white
claim black
folks' ass. That's what
Mongolian,
y'all
The
bitch ass
claim
niggas
black
want to do.
Chinese,
Y'all
idiot
went to
talk.
the UK to
claim
kiss their
Indian.
ass, nigga. That's what y'all went to
Kiss
do.
their
Nah,
But
they
ass,
ain't
let's
gonna
nigga.
get
kiss
back to the
their ass.
topic.
Claim
They
Let's
went
get
black
for
You
running
let's
fool.
get
water.
back to the
We need
topic.
you to
When
Nah,
claim
it
yo,
comes
Africa.
to
We
Pharaoh,
white,
don't need
they
to
didn't
claim
go to kiss
Africa.
their
You lot
ass. They
are
went for running
only the
water.
African Americans
And
can
I ain't
say that.
mad
oh
at
man,
that.
FBAs,
we ain't even
we
gonna
don't
talk
want to
about them
be
niggas being
associated
slaves
with
in
you
Libya.
FBAs. We don't want none
Like
You
of
on
that.
y'all
crash
niggas
out?
got
Let's
y'all
crash
get
out.
yo
But
What
man, y'all
happened?
gotta get
FBA,
y'all
no,
shit
we don't
together.
want you
Y'all
keep
looking
your
like the human
American.
race
Keep
punching
your
bag,
Trump
my nigga. Y'all
mind
be letting
thought of mind that you lot are the
man,
greatest somehow. Okay,
man,
don't
y'all
worry.
Africans
We'll
are
all come
embarrassing.
down. Don't worry.
Y'all are
America
embarrassing,
will
nigga.
fall one day.
And you know what's
But
crazy? How the
but
stupid nigga talking about Islam as if they don't still be enslaving you niggas?
listen, Allah is an indigenous African
See,
word
this
in
what I don't want my
Allah is the
2025.
FBA
indigenous.
niggas
I
to get
don't
Allah is
mind.
twisted,
Arabic,
right?
you fucking
I
three
don't
part.
Yo,
mind. When
Get
you
your
say
to
stupid
Allah
ass
all my
out of
come
here.
as an
Take your
African
bitch
country,
ass to
you
Libya or
have
Morocco
come
and
as
let
an
them
African
slave
Hold on,
your
word.
bitch
Pharaoh.
ass, nigga.
Hold
Senegal,
on, Pharaoh.
Morocco, Algeria, um,
Man, shut the fuck
north
up.
of the regions in
Yo,
Ghana,
the
Nigeria,
J
all of that.
Goon, whatever your name
hold on,
is, homie.
Pharaoh,
It's
real
an
quick, Pharaoh,
indigenous
because I want you
word
to hear
now.
this, Pharaoh. I don't want you
You
to
get
get
me?
these
It's an
niggas'
indigenous word
opinion
now. But listen
confused
though,
with the
hear what
people
about the
on the
fleeing thing?
continent,
Forget
right?
about the
When
Bible,
you
forget
hear
about
these
Pharaoh,
accents,
forget
these is
everything.
the
Let's talk about
sellouts
this
from
fleeing
their
talk because
community.
it's come
A
to
lot
our
of their
mind that
families
you
robbed their
Americans,
people
when you
and
want to talk
escaped.
to black British
You're,
people,
Not me,
you like
bruh.
to use that word
I
We're
mean, it's
fleeing.
just
upstanding
real.
people,
Fleeing
man.
I'm
from
not
what?
putting that on you.
Fleeing from
I'm
what?
just saying,
Man,
you
What
know
are
but
you
that's the
fleeing?
reality. You know
Being
that's
No,
the reality.
the
A
1800s,
lot
reality
of
is, bruh.
my
people
ancestors was
rape the
butchered.
continent of
Let
Africa
me
What
give
and
you
was
the
you
then
lot
send
reality.
their
doing?
children
What
to get
was you lot doing
Western
in
I heard
1800s in
education.
you.
America?
You
I
know
heard you,
that's a
man.
Talk
fact.
to me, bro. I don't
Oh,
want
I
to
heard
talk
you.
to
I
you.
Let
wasn't
me tell
putting
you
it
about
on
the
you.
elite. Let me tell you the elite.
I don't want to
The,
talk to you, man.
the
What you
elite from
talking about?
Africa. They they behave like the white people. They don't even have to move to this country. Most of them, they're not here. Most of them are living high and mighty
Their
within
children
the
are here.
African. Within
Most
the
of them
African.
send their children for
Wait, wait,
Western
wait! Don't
education.
disturb me. Don't disturb. Their children are here studying, but most of them
Right.
they get their greatness in Africa, where they stand on top of everybody's head. But they
And
are
it's
so
not
wealthy.
great enough to keep their
Wait, bro.
babies there.
Please understand. Try and have a bit of understanding. Most of them are, as you call it, sellout. They are the elite. They're multi-millionaires and billionaires. They can fly up and down the world as they please. They're not
Fact.
like us who work,
We
sweat,
got Tyler Perry
study.
too. I get it.
We work, we study, we earn. You get me?
We
That's how
got
we do
50
it.
Cent. We got Oprah. We got Denzel. I get it.
So within this whole
Blood,
thing,
the richest
yeah,
black man in the world's from Africa, man. I don't want to hear nothing, man. I
And how
just don't
rich
want
you know
to
is
hear
what?
his
nothing
we
else.
country?
got more billionaires,
How rich
I
is his
don't give a
country
toss.
though.
We got more billionaires. You
The
can have the
richest
riches,
black
but
man
bitch,
in the world is from
we got
Africa.
more
I don't
billionaires.
want it, and he's Muslim. I don't want
We
to
Yeah,
hear
got
so
none of that.
so
Chick-fil-A, man.
Please,
Our
let's keep
babies
it
yeah,
ain't
humble.
starving.
Now
If
let's
it's
yeah.
keep
one
it
thing you can give
healthy.
the American
But let's
blacks,
talk
our
about this
babies ain't
fleeing
Nah,
starving.
thing,
man.
because this is serious
It's
We
a
accusation.
got
shame how we
Chick-fil-A.
speak.
This is a
The way we
serious
speak to each other
accusation.
is a great shame, and none of us feel ashamed. Imagine we're just cussing ourselves, and we come from the same root,
Nah,
and we're
nigga, we don't come from the same
I
nothing,
mean,
G.
that
nigga.
was my
Yes, we do,
This
argument.
shit
nigga.
over with.
About
That
nigga.
Shit
was
over
my
with.
argument, but it went left.
All right, listen, I'm out of
That shit
here.
over
You lot
with,
wasting
man.
my life. Later on, you lot can
Nah,
waste your own
Jagon,
life.
stay, man. Jagon, nah, stay,
All
bro.
right, bro, honestly, bro, I can't do this. This is not how I behave. You guys
Chill,
are
chill, chill.
bring me way out of my character. See you lot later. Have a great
Nah,
life.
Jagon, chill, man. Chill. Man.
We could chop it up though. I'm still
Yeah,
here.
we can chop it up. Yeah. No, it'll be healthy. It'll be healthy, man.
And
So
see,
chat to
here's
me,
the
man.
thing.
The
I
fleeing
was sitting
thing. Wait,
back
can I
watching
talk
y'all.
though? Can I
I
talk
was
about the
sitting back
fleeing thing?
watching y'all. That's why I came on here with that energy.
I didn't. You know what I mean? Like I only came on here with that energy
Oh,
because I was
it's not
listening how
real.
they talk. I didn't.
Oh, sorry.
So that would never been my intentions to come up here and talk shit. But I heard a lot of bashing Black Americans. I just said I got to come up here and defend my
I
people.
feel you.
Cool.
That's
Yeah.
literally the same reason I popped out. I agree.
Cool. So, are you lot FBA?
Yeah, I'm FBA.
What? So you just believe you just come from America, no ancestry back to
No, that's
Africa?
not what we believe.
A lot
We
of you lot
know,
believe that.
we
A lot of you lot
know,
think you're Black
we
Mongolians.
know
I
we
can't
were
believe
taken
it.
from the shores of Africa and we had to create our own people here.
No,
We
but
have
not
our own
everyone's
history
screaming what
now.
you're
We're
saying, though.
proud of who we are.
But not all FBAs are screaming what you're saying. A
I'm
lot of
but you're talking to
FBAs are
me though.
saying they are just from America. They ain't got
I'm
no
just
ties
saying
to
you talking
Africa.
to me.
Huh?
You talking to me, right?
Yeah, but you
So
can't
I'm
talk for
telling
the
you
whole
this.
of FBA.
I can speak for
Can't speak
I
for
can
the
speak
whole
for the more
FBA, man.
educated of us. So if you want to have the
No,
conversation,
no, no,
have
no.
it
I
with
don't
me.
mind that. But wait, intelligent hood genius. So what? You believe you come from Africa as well?
Yeah, down the line, yeah.
Cool, cool. You lot,
We know where
show
we
me
come
what? Show
from.
me your thought or school of thought. Then I'm listening.
So what?
Show me your school of thought or your
So
tradition in the
I'm
American history. If you
Okay.
get what I mean.
I did want to add one thing to the conversation about the spirituality. My thing was this, all religions changed at a period of time. They started one way, they changed. You could be the African spirituality and change the part where you kill yourself. You know what I'm saying?
just like science.
Yeah,
Science
everything can
evolves
change.
over time.
Yeah,
If you look
We
at
I
take
if you
know
what
look at
that.
Japan,
works,
I know
we
that, but
leave
you
what
know
was
when
negative.
somebody's saying, leave your religion, is doing this and that, but they don't know the skeletons in the African traditional religion. It's like, bro, there will be women at 2 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock in the bush doing stuff. Bro, let's not even please, 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 please. There's good and bad in everything, but don't
that's what I'm
just,
saying.
you know what I mean? There's good and bad in
It's
everything,
good
man.
and
That's
bad
what
and
I have to
everything.
say in it.
It's good and bad and everything. Like in Black America, the conscious community, far as the YouTube space, there's been a couple of guys that had a name, and you got the dude, Brother Polite. He fucking got locked up for molesting kids. So
And
it
he
don't
was
matter if
pushing
you
the Kemet
Christian,
stuff, all of that stuff hard.
That's a fact.
right?
That's a
So it
fact.
don't
That's
matter. So my
that's
thing
why I'm
is,
really big on cleaving to our own. So we do have our own cultures, our own religion here, right? The
right?
black
What
man
you
was
Americans
God.
are wait, Wall Street, yeah. What you need to understand though is, yeah, you see the Islam of West Africa, even though it may be perceived as the same, it's actually different. You have to be a Muslim to understand this. Listen, my mosque that I go to, yeah, it's multicultural, yeah. It's got a lot of black people, yeah. But if you're gonna talk about if we're gonna pick Arabs out of the community, bro, I can literally count them on my hands. Majority is like Egyptian, North Africans. You ain't gonna catch Saudi Arabian. Just about
But you're
Palestinians,
not
bro.
denying though
Majority
that
is
you're
Africans.
not
So
denying that religion came from there though.
what you say?
You're not
No, but
denying
I'm
that
not
that
denying
religion
it comes from
came.
Arabia, but people are not understanding that region of Arabia and Africa did have same culture and same people
So
residing on both
No, we
sides.
so
ain't the
peep
same
it.
people,
So
Paul.
peep it. My understanding is you guys got Islam very much the same way we got Christianity through subjugation, right?
No, I wouldn't say
And,
that because I'm from the Akan people, yeah? Boom. In Akan, when we say a Muslim, the word Muslim is called Kramo. Kramo is the word is a compound word. So you got kra that means spiritual, and mo that can mean plenty, or if it's got the n at the end, then we're talking about the holy people, Kramon, like the holy people, yeah. But it's got that word kra in it. Like we have a certain respect for them, but we also have oral history of running away from Muslims, but it weren't from Arabs. It was from our own black people that converted to Islam. The same Mali people. It's not no Arab. It's not. Them Arabs paid homage to the ancient Ghana
But
kings.
look, when I'm
What?
saying it's the exact same
Our
thing.
gold
Hold
in
on. When I'm
listen,
saying, hold
let me
on, hold
land,
on, bro.
let me land. To say gold in tree is called sika. Yeah, sika, sakin. This gold mint was used to dye coins in Italy, in Venice,
You
in
going?
the 1300s. Yeah, sika is not an Arabic word, but if you go on Google, they'll link it to the Arabs or the Black Moors. This is an authentic, organic Akan word, which means gold and money. Yeah, if you do your history, the Arabs been having links to the kings of Sahara Desert, been doing trading deals, been doing deals. So what's all this slavery and conquering my people about? That's you lot's story. It's not my fault that you lot had to go through such catastrophe. My story's not like that. So when you're trying to pull it on my people that we got conquered by Islam, no, we didn't. That was probably some other African tribes like the Yoruba, but the Yoruba didn't get conquered like that again. All this conquering talk, that did happen. We're not denying that. But not to the level you lot are putting it on a high pedestal. It's like, what? Don't you know about the Zafun king? Don't you know about the Almoravids when they went to go lick the Zafun king? He was on his horse. The Muslim king was on foot. This was a black African king, the Tsar king, on his horse while the Muslim was on foot. And then you're gonna come and tell me we got conquered. I'm meant to listen to a black American while I'm in the UK with one of the best universities in the world. Like, come and chat to me.
What are you talking about, fam? We can go through the whole Tanzania, the statues of this shit. We can go to Kenya. We can go to motherfucking South Africa. We can
No,
go to
let's talk
Uganda.
about West
We can
Africa.
go to.
Let's not go
It's a
east.
hold up.
No. We're not
It's a
going
whole
east. I have
history.
nothing to do with
It's a
east or
whole
south.
history
We're
of
talking about West.
Arabic people of enslaving Africans. If you don't know that
Bro,
Arabs
bro,
introduced slavery and
bro,
enslaved
bro, bro.
Africans, you're stupid.
Listen, when it comes to West Africa, you can't talk that talk. Sorry, my
They did
people
do. They did
been
do it in West
no.
Africa. Then
Listen,
you
the
got
Muslims
Gambia.
been. So where did the
You got
Muslims get their
Gambia.
gold from? Where
First of
did
all,
they
there's a
get their
tribe
gold
called
from?
the Dogon. They have a whole history of explaining how they had to run a lot.
Sheikh Anta hype. Listen, I'm asking you something here. Where did the Muslims get their gold from? Key question. Before Mali Empire rose, where did the Muslims get their gold from? And they were supplying Europe. How? That means that we should see, fam, that means the Akan people should have been Muslim, fam. That means they should have conquered every Tom, Dick, and Harry. But that
Fam,
didn't
you're talking
happen.
about
Why
gold.
is
We're
some
talking
people got...
about religion and different people coming and determining stuff. You know what I mean? First of
Listen,
all, here's
you're
the thing.
saying
Here's
my
the
people got
thing.
conquered and
Here's the
forced to
thing.
convert. No, they
Let
didn't.
me ask you
Even
a
the gold
question.
triangle you see the
Let
Akan
me
kings
ask you a
wear,
question.
that's an Islamic taweez. That's an Islamic charm to
Let me ask
protect
you
you
a
from
question.
gunshot or getting stabbed, and you can
Let me
disappear.
ask you a
That's
question though,
another
fam.
story. But
Let me ask you a question. You Akon, right?
come on,
You Muslim, right?
come on.
You Muslim, right?
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
What language do you speak when you in that religion?
I'm born in the UK, so my first tongue is English, yeah. But if
Okay,
you're
all
talking
right.
my spiritual system, it would be the Arabic spiritual
Okay,
system.
all
But
right, because nigga, you got
the
conquered.
school of
Y'all
thought
got
I
conquered.
follow, can
Y'all
I
got
end it? I'm
conquered.
gonna end it here. I'm
You
gonna
got
end it here.
conquered.
The school of
There you
thought
go.
I
There you go.
follow,
Not
the
only did
school of
you take
thought
their
I
religion, you
follow,
took their language.
the school of thought I follow is the Maliki Madhab, which is a West African Islamic school of thought. You don't find it in Asia, you don't find it in Arabia, you don't find it in Europe. Well, you did in Spain, the Moors, yeah, they was Maliki. So if you don't know these things, all this talk you're talking, all of this is like you lack of knowledge, you're lacking.
No, I'm
And
not.
this
I'm
is a
speaking
normal
historical
American,
facts.
this is a
I'm
normal
speaking
American
historical
stance.
facts.
You
When
lot
I
lack
say
97%, you lot
Arabs
chat shit.
enslaved Africans,
97% of you
not
lot
an
chat
opinion. That's a
rubbish.
fact.
I'm
There's
sorry. That
statues.
3% is
There's
stars.
documented
Those 3%
of evidence of
is more than
Africans
the world.
being
I
enslaved
give it to that
by
3%.
Arabs.
This is the hands down. I respect that 3%. But that 97% of Black Americans, dumb. Like, listen, what Jagon said earlier on is true. We know you lot. You lot don't know us.
We know
So
you don't know
I
your
know
own damn
your
history
movements, I know
because
your
you
wins, I know
sitting
your
up here
bro.
trying to
You
deny
can't
the
come and
fact
talk
that
to me.
hey, the Arab slave trade never existed. You that
Listen,
stupid?
you
And you got the
listen, you're
nerve to
not
say that
listening
you.
to me. Stop running. Stop running.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, fam. Like you don't
Stop
know what the.
running. We're talking about West Africa. They didn't conquer and Zanj trade
So you telling me there was
sorry,
no? So wait,
Zanj
you're
tribe, and
telling
they
me
didn't
that
send us
a.
East
You're
Africa,
telling
or
me that
they didn't send us
Arabic.
Malaysia and Europe and Arabia. Mark, no, that wasn't happening with my people. It wasn't. Stop trying to drag other people's history on me, yeah? Please.
What are you talking about, fam? It's
Fam.
already documented.
Listen, that didn't
It's
happen
already
to my
documented.
people.
First of all, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one more question. How did the Europeans know to come to West Africa to get slaves?
Blood, El Eri, you're right, blood. Who is us, fam? Who is us? Who is us? Like we're all us. Don't get it
How
twisted.
did the
We are us.
Europeans
We are
know
us.
to
But
go
who
to
is
West
us at the
Africa
same
to
time, man?
get
Real
slaves?
talk.
Who
Who is
did they
us, man?
learn from?
Who is us, man? Don't bring Kenyan and Tanzanian history on my people. I can't. We got
No, dumb
great
motherfucker.
history. We just
Listen to
run
what I'm
from our
saying.
own, innit? They just want to
First of
dominate
all,
us, innit?
listen.
But
Like I said,
our people stands like 10, you get me? That's why a lot of people were in slavery,
the
but that's
Dogon
another
tribe in
conversation.
Mali already stated that they was running from slavery from the Arabs in Islam. So stop
I
playing
beg your
with me.
pardon. Say that again, sir.
Dogon people already done said like this shit is already documented. But we can go up and like I don't even have to. I can literally go on Google
I
right now and
don't get
type.
what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
You said there was Arabs did not bring slavery on West Africa.
My people, the Akans.
Bitch, I said West Africa. I didn't say the
They didn't. No, they
Akons.
didn't. They didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't.
Yes, they did.
They improved West Africa.
Yes, they
did
did. They
slavery,
brought
though. They did
slavery
do
to West
slavery.
Africa.
They
Think
did.
about how
You can say
stupid you
that. Yeah, you
sound.
can say that.
Think
You can
about
say
how
that.
stupid you sound.
Yeah. In a
If
way, you can
slavery
say
was
that,
in
but there
North Africa,
slavery in
was
West
black people
Africa
slaves in
already.
North Africa?
But it wasn't the one in America.
Was black people slaves in North Africa?
Listen, your question, I'm not gonna answer it because this is the 97% of you acting. You know what I mean?
No, listen how stupid you
too
sound.
much right now for me, man.
So they had slavery in North Africa, and black people were slaves in North Africa, and still to this day, that ain't even up for debate. Okay, bomb. Now we got East Africa. We know for sure.
No, forget it. I'm not. No, we're not doing that. Talk about West Africa. We're not doing it.
And it happened in West Africa too.
So what about my people, the Akans? What about them?
I don't know. I don't.
All right.
I can't speak on the Akons. I just know. I just know.
So
I know. I know. I'll tell you what I do know. I'll tell you what I do know about the Akons. I'll tell you what I do know about the Akons. A lot of those niggas sold slaves and they went to Jamaica. A lot of those were sold slaves went to Jamaica. That's what I do know about the Akons.
You lengthen the A. It's Akan quick. It's a quick A. It's not Akan. What's Akan?
Listen, fuck your tribe, fuck your people, fuck their name. I don't give a fuck about. I'll piss on your shit, nigga.
I thought we're family. What's going on?
I don't care about nothing you talking about.
Nah, man, listen, I got love for my black African.
Nah, nigga, we ain't no love. Ain't no love over here.
FBA.
Ain't no love over here. I don't got no love for you niggas. You niggas are sellouts. Y'all fucking coons. Y'all traitors to the black race, and y'all a piece of shit. Fuck y'all niggas.
With my African Americans, you don't know. Listen, I love you to the core, my African Americans. Peace, unity, harmony. I got you lot, man. You lot are my people. You get me? The other lot that's denying us, saying this, yeah, we want them to deny us. We don't want them. They don't want us. Like in the Quran, lakum dinakum waliya din. To you, your faith. To us, our faith. You know what I mean? So to you, your way there. To us, our way there. Get me? So African Americans is love, man. Don't be fazed by the hype. It's just entertainment. But fire for the FBA. That is those who deny African heritage and claim to be Black Mongolians, Black Chinese, Black Europeans. Apparently, the Creek Indians are actually Greek Indians. What other bullshit is there? Ancient Egypt and America just stealing African history. The list goes on, man. A lot of madness over there, but no love over there. There's no love, no unity. We're not cool. Yeah, we're ops. That's what's up. Let's get it. Wall Street.
Yo.
Yeah,
But
we're
put the
here.
link in the chat room. You guys want to call in, call in. Links in the chat room. Put the link in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Somebody said he got shut down. Who got shut down?
You're right, big man. So I wanted to salute you, big man. I can't just be on the panel without saluting you.
Oh, it's all good. Go, Bobo Rants. Go ahead.
Oh, I've been in and out because I was hearing a lot of bullshit. What I hear from these guys, man. Somebody, is that me? Oh, what I hear from these guys is, a lot of identity crisis. That's just what it is. That's part of fleeing your country. I'm hearing these guys say, "We know who you are. We know who you are. You don't know us. We know who you are, but you don't know us." They watch us. They study us.
No, we don't study you.
No, I mean you. Yes, you. Let me finish, man. You do study it.
System, which is
that's how you know everything about us. We know nothing about
part
you.
of my history as well.
Don't nobody know what a black Brit is.
So when
what's
they
a
talk
black
about
Brit?
the Akans being sent as slaves to the Americas,
what's a black Brit?
Carolina,
what's a black
Virginia,
Brit?
Is that not my history?
No, that's not your history. Oh, I couldn't hear what you said.
When they're telling me that my Akan ancestors was taken to South Carolina,
it's not your history. Knock it off, man. Listen.
It is. Because how about this? This is how stupid
you guys are. Your ancestors were never taken to America.
For all you know,
never.
Your
ancestors were never taken to America.
Yeah.
Your ancestors were never taken to
America. Granddad could have been sent to the Americas, started a new family, and he actually left his wife and whatever back
That's
in
not
Africa,
your story. That's not your story.
You're not getting it. You're thinking.
No, you're not getting it.
One way.
Your ancestors.
The uniqueness to it. I know I'm African. So what? I'm proud. I'm proud. You don't know who you are. You think you're Mongolian. Look at your ancestors. I bet you got some weird beliefs going on.
Your ancestors were never taken to America.
Listen, my people are in South Carolina.
That's not your story. That's not your story. That's desperate. Y'all are desperate.
You can cry.
Y'all are having an identity crisis bad. They having an identity crisis bad. Y'all having a bad identity crisis.
We're in Guyana.
A horrible identity crisis.
Jamaica.
And y'all having it on us.
You
gentlemen,
my story from me. I don't
desperation.
Hey guys, let me pass. Hold on, let me pass the mic to
let me finish though, bro. Why?
All right, go ahead, Vovo. Go ahead. Akon, don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Vovo. You got
that because he doesn't have anywhere to go, so he just talks all over you. At the end of the day, they're having an identity crisis, y'all.
I can't believe. How can you say
look to us?
How can you say that? Let me mute my mic, man, because this is not making sense. How can you just say that word? Talk.
Come on, man. I mean, how we running this? You know what I mean? The guy's doing that because he knows that I'm right. They're having an identity crisis. That's why he's saying, "Oh, we know who you are. We know who you are, but you don't know us. You don't know yourself." What is a black Brit? Anybody that show up in Britain that with dark skin?
That's a new term, probably like what 1970s. Not old. It's a new terminology.
It's
still very new. But here, what if I go back to Ghana? Do you know what they're gonna call me? They're gonna call me a brofu. They're not gonna call me. I'm a brofu to them.
Gentlemen. What is the
format, bro? I can't finish, bro. I can't finish. He's doing this shit on purpose, Adonis.
Vovo Rants, don't interrupt him. You got 30 seconds, Vovo Rants.
All right. Well, yeah, that's just what it is. They look to us for culture and for an identity. And
when you say look to us for culture, what do you mean?
How they cosplay us over there. I heard.
Okay, define cosplay us. How does that look like?
They want to walk like us, talk like us, dress like us. They listen to our. They try to copy our music.
Are you
right.
proud?
We've got
Are
a
you?
bit
Hold
of
on.
American culture going on.
Akan, chill out. Are you chill
You
out?
can't shut up because you know I'm right, bro.
I mean, is that something you're proud about?
What? Hell yeah, we got the whole world cosplaying.
So Bobo, when you go overseas and somebody comes up to you, "What's up, my nigga? My nigga," you're like, "Yeah, man, yeah, they want to be like us," and they're sagging their pants.
No. That ain't what I'm saying.
That make you happy? Like you're flexing over that?
Bro, you trolling. You
No,
trolling.
I'm not, Bobo. I'm not trolling. They
asked me a question, but then
Bobo, I'm almost done. I'm past you. Okay. Bobo, they imitate like our ghetto worst culture. Like that's what they imitate. Like you're proud of that?
What when you say they imitate our ghetto worst culture? No, they don't. They imitate.
Yes, they do. Saggy pants. What's up, my nigga? Listen to the music.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with my nigga?
I'm not proud of none of that. Like when I go to when I go to Africa and I see an African say, "What's up, my nigga?" and they got these pants sagging, I tell them I'm not your nigga.
You know something, gentlemen.
Notice this is not.
Gentlemen, I don't know how anybody else enters into discussion. Could you allow a new voice to get in? Because y'all just going back and forth.
Bro, what are you talking about? I'm a new voice. I just came up here.
Oh, you just came up. Okay, I'm late to the party. I saw you brothers going back and forth, and I just wanted to bring some ask some questions.
Hopefully y'all know that I'm right. They know that I'm right. The whole world. We can give you our worst ghetto part of our culture, and you still gonna like it.
Well, the thing is not the object is not to be right or wrong. Is to make progress.
Not to be right or wrong, but to make progress.
Yes. It's to make progress and get power. Yes, it's not obvious that I'm right, but you still don't have power.
Stupid, man. It's a lot of dumb talk in the community
if
too.
If you right and still don't have power, can I? Let me just speak hypothetically, and I'll get off and I'll let everybody speak. But just let me speak this. This is my perspective of the whole thing. Them white folks got as many tribes as we got. The Huns, the Anglo-Saxons, and stuff like they fighting in Ukraine now. That's white tribes. That's all white tribes. That's what they do. They've been fighting. But when they came to America, they said, we ain't going to have all this tribal stuff. We're going to be the unit tribe. Say, you white. And they put all them on code. And they took all these tribes over here, all these Native American tribes, divide and conquer, and took all that over. Then they went and colonized Africa, turned tribe against tribe, and took that over. Until you figure out something, the unity got to be in the code and get a thing where we could get power. And you talking about you right, you still powerless. You know, so that's what they write their own narratives. They write their own narratives and use that power, and they've been running on divide and conquer forever, like forever. And they doing that, and I see the vision here, and in either you getting power by arguing until you come to some common ground and see what we gonna do to get this power and get this back.
Bro, y'all got this Wakanda fantasy. We can't link up with them, bro. They got their own problems.
Trust me, we can't link up with no FBA. We are.
Hold. That ain't Wakanda. Hold it. You in a dying country. America is dying. America trying to get over there because they got the gold, they got the precious metals, they got all the stuff. And this joint over here is dying, and you gonna die with it.
We got the gold. What are you talking about?
America ain't got no gold.
Why don't we?
America do not have gold.
Nothing for you.
It's bankrupt.
You fool. Gold teeth in their mouth. Gold around their neck.
This country is dying.
You can't walk around Africa with no big ass gold chain on.
You're talking about gold chains. I'm talking about precious metals and industry power.
Precious metal.
You talking about ghetto flag. I'm talking about industry and power.
You're good, man.
I'm talking about natural resources and industries and power that the people with power get control of and subjugate folks like you. Talking about the dumb stuff.
I work in the energy sector. I'm a fuel hauler. I haul fuel.
Okay, what's your plan for getting hold of that fuel? What's your plan for running fuel and getting power? Where you get your fuel from? What's your plan for getting power with that fuel? Where is your source of petroleum?
Bro, this guy's silly.
Where is your source of petroleum?
In Texas.
And you got a Texas oil well?
What? Do I own it?
Can you get a Texas oil well?
No,
Where do you have a
Not the
shot getting the
no,
oil
the
well?
FBAs. That's what they
what the
claim,
fuck
man.
do I
Respect
want
their
an oil for?
claim. Every
To
Why
get
would
the
I
even
power,
even
Negro.
though we know they're not
To
really,
get
but
the
respect their claim. You
resources
know,
and
let
get
them
Nah,
control of
speak.
that,
old
and you get
man,
the
that's an
power.
old way of thinking. You old, bro.
That
You
ain't no
thinking
old
that
way of thinking. That's how they got the power. That's how they got you talking silly on the
what?
internet.
No,
We
you
arguing
talking
and
silly.
don't
You
have no
talking
power.
silly.
That
You
brother in
talking this
Africa,
Wakanda
Ibrahim
bullshit.
Traore,
You
that
talking this
brother in
Wakanda
Africa,
bullshit.
Ibrahim
You just
Traore,
old. You
is
just old, bro.
grabbing
You just
real
old. You
power.
just an elder. I
Yep,
heard that a
the
million times.
elder's right. Listen
They
to what
ain't
the
about to
elder
do
just
nothing. You
said.
didn't do nothing in your
Ibrahim Traore
generation.
is
You
having
didn't
the
get the
real
power
power
in your
right now.
whatever power you was looking for.
Wait
You
till we
didn't get
got
it in
you.
your
Wait, how you
generation.
don't know about my
You didn't.
generation? You
You
still don't
didn't.
know,
You
and
didn't
you
do
still on
nothing,
the
bro.
nonsense. That
You
brother
didn't do nothing.
Ibrahim Traore is grabbing that resources and getting real
Come on,
power and
No, he's
scaring the hell
not.
out them white
come
folks.
on,
They ain't
No, he's
scared of
not.
come
you.
on,
No, he's not. No, he
come
is.
on.
You don't own nothing in Texas. You got an oil
You
truck.
don't
You
own
can't fill
nothing,
up
man.
that
No
oil truck with
FBA
oil.
owns nothing.
You
Tariq
don't have no
Nasheed don't
real
own
power.
shit.
These niggas lost, man. And that's why, we got to just, bro, you got to go sit down. And at some
Now
point,
go,
you
let me
get
go
too
say, you
old.
talking about your oil truck? We talking about real power, so you can do something for your
Who
people.
got real power in Africa?
Ibrahim
What?
Traore.
The
No,
richest man in
no.
the black man in
So
the
that's
building. Let me
one
get out
rich
this
man.
quickly.
How was that
No, we
benefiting
got two
Africa?
other states. They are
Forgot his
grabbing
name.
the
Wait, man.
resources and kicking the
I'm gonna
white
tell you
folks
this.
out. They are
No,
grabbing the resources and kicking the
He's
colonizers
they
out.
full
not.
of it. That's
No,
what I
they
remember.
not.
They're getting
Yeah,
real
No, they
power.
you
not.
correct. You
Now
No,
you
they
are
not.
uninformed.
Aliko,
You
No,
are
they not.
Dangote.
uninformed.
All
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shit is fluffy. That's fluffy shit. It look good and all that.
Aliko
And they still got
No,
Dangote.
no, no. You look good. You driving
Dangote.
oil in the
Yeah, yeah.
truck you own.
I do
You
look
can't
good.
get oil from
I
no
do
land.
look good.
You
I
talking
do look
about
good.
you got power here. You don't have power
I
here.
do look good.
Hey, the
And
richest black
people
man
Hey,
in
trying to
what's
Africa.
up,
grab.
family? Hey, can
I'm
I
saying
chime
that
in,
people
family?
keep trying to get together and
Hey,
grab
can
that
we get
bag
one
in
mic?
He's
Africa
full in it. He's
and
full in it. He's
work that
Muslim as
power.
well.
That's what it's international power.
Hey,
All this
brothers.
little
Hey,
tribal stuff they
Hausa, full in
divide.
it, Hausa.
That's okay, brother. I just want a concept. Pick your brain for that. I'm not trying to
hey,
put
hey,
down anything. I just want you
res-
to think about the sources of real power and how you really empower your people. You don't all
hey,
these images and visions of the gold around your neck. Shoot, a gold chain. It might as well. You had iron chains. Now you got a
No,
gold chain. That's
he's
progress.
hey,
following the ancient Americans with the gold
hey,
teeth. You know, the Mayans.
respect to all the people on the panel, man. Hey, I
It's
think one
finished,
thing
man.
we all want to build,
God
and
bless, man. God bless
God
America, man.
bless
The
you
black
too, brother.
Americans. You don't know, man.
Hey, God bless all
God
melanated
bless,
people
man.
around the world.
Yeah, God bless. Trust me, man.
See, I think one thing
Just
that
keep that energy. Don't
we've gotten
sway.
we've
Stay
gotten caught
strong
up.
on that path.
Hey,
And don't claim African like Egypt was in America. The land of
hey, hold
Israel was
on,
in
hold on.
America.
Listen, nobody's
Greece
claiming
was in
nothing.
America.
Here's the thing, brother.
Claim
We are all
Olmec, claim
indoctrinated.
Mayan,
We
claim
are all
Aztec.
indoctrinated. Mine is a misnomer. Unless you travel around the world, you really ain't gonna know shit. And that's
Yeah,
that's
that's who
that's the
you lot
truth.
should claim. I don't know how pyramids ended
Now,
up in
hold
America and
on,
they're
brother,
not
because
pyramids.
one thing is
Hey, bro,
you
let him
don't know
speak.
much
Let him
about
speak.
Black Americans.
I do.
And I can't say I know much about you, and I'm not gonna
No,
claim
you
I know
don't. You
much
don't.
about
But
your
I do
people.
know. I know a little few things about
You
Black
don't know
Americans. I
much about
swear
Black
down,
hell.
I do.
A lot of Black Americans don't know much about Black American history because we've been through some trauma. And until we
So,
understand the
so you made a
trauma,
great point here. Wait, you made a great point. So the people that's
and
propagating
it's just
all
not
this
Black
Black
American, it's all
indigenous
melanated
FBA
people,
hype
dog. Straight
is
up.
are
Brother,
they
we
Straight
not
up.
using
Stop,
the
much
can
of
you
what
African
we
stop
name
cutting
know
me
is
off?
what
when
the
they get
Can you
colonizers
stop
and
colonized?
the
cutting me off,
traffickers
brother?
have told us.
Respectfully.
Much of
Can you
what we
stop
know
cutting
is
me
what the
off?
colonizers and traffickers have
Can you
told us.
please,
We
hey,
have
can
to
I
search
please
them out.
just,
All right,
I'm
brother
not even
man.
gonna be long-winded, brother.
I
I'm not even
apologize to
gonna
you,
be
brother man.
long-winded,
Where's
man.
my African Americans at, man?
Hey,
There's
I'm
like
not gonna be
4
long-winded. I'm
FBAs
not
here.
gonna be
What's going on?
long-winded.
Or
Hey,
Free,
just
free.
like a black Brit, African American is a misnomer for who we are over here. We don't understand the full history because it's real easy to erase a history after you've been destroying their history. We've been at war. We had two great. Do y'all realize we've had two great wars in the 20th century? We have people that's
African
alive
goddess, I
that
got a
have fought
library.
in those wars,
Wallahi,
and we don't even
I have a
understand the history
library.
that they
At
believe.
least 500 books.
Hey,
Please.
I guarantee, hey, to
Please.
you, brother, I guarantee your grandmother never taught you about African slavery coming out of Africa into America. Because they didn't even teach it over here. Back in the 50s or the 40s, they didn't teach that shit. That shit was brought up in the 70s. We are all under indoctrination, and we fighting over white people
Do you
indoctrination.
deny your African heritage?
I'm not. Listen, we don't
I
even
don't
know
deny
full
my
world
African
history.
heritage.
First off,
Do
you
you
can't even say
deny?
Africa because at
Do
one point
you
there
deny
was no
having
Africa.
African
It was
heritage?
that all things were tribal. There were melanated tribes in Africa. There were
No,
melanated
no. Let
tribes
me
in
say it. Let
Asia.
me say it
There were
correctly. I said
melanated
it
tribes in
wrongly. I
America.
said it
There were
wrongly. I
melanated
said it
tribes
wrongly. I said it
in the
wrongly.
islands, in
Do
Polynesian
you
islands,
deny
in
your
Oceania.
African genetics within your
Let me
within your
ask you something.
body?
Do
Do
you know
you
anything
deny
about the
that?
Sentinel Islands? Do you know
Do
anything
you
about
deny your
the
African
Sentinel Islands?
genetics?
Can you go to the Sentinel Islands and tell them black people there that
No,
they're
you lot
African?
ain't the
And
same
you
like
don't even
them.
know their
You lot
history.
ain't the same like them. You
You
lot
don't even
come
know
from
their
the
history.
west coast of Africa.
Can you go to
You ain't
Papua New
coming
Guinea
from
and
no
tell them people that they
Australia
African
or
and you don't know their
like
history
some
and you don't
weird
even
bit
know
of
exactly how they
America.
got there?
No, no. And even
See,
if you lot was there before slavery, you lot come with
We would all
man
listen to you if you
Temusa's
gave
people.
somebody the
That's the
floor.
best theory you
he
could give
don't,
me.
man, and
Other than that,
he's very
it's not
disrespectful.
happening, bro.
It,
If you a liar,
This
if you
no,
dude,
want to
no,
this,
say that,
all you
it's
bring
up
is the
to you.
confusion.
But it's just black Mongolians you lot are
The
claiming.
white people drew your borders in Africa. That's why you warring most of the time. You didn't even
Well,
draw your borders of your
thank
country.
God I know
he don't even
language.
know
Thank
Africa
God
You
was a
didn't
I
even
dump
draw
don't
off.
your
know
borders.
Arabic.
Africa
The,
Thank
was a
God I
dump
just
off
don't know
country,
Arabic.
dude.
I can trace my
the
people
white
in
folks drew
Africa,
your borders.
in West Africa.
They
I can trace
destroyed
my
the
people in
empires and drew your
Gambia.
borders.
I can trace my people in
They
Chad.
trafficked us out
I
of
can
Africa
trace
till
my
they got
people
weak
in
enough, and then they
Nigeria.
colonized
I
y'all.
can trace my people in Benin. A
Hey,
good
we
four
have more right to
locations I
call
can trace
ourselves
Akan
American
people.
than they do calling
Akan
themselves Black
people
Brits. And
before
then they revert
slavery.
back to, oh, well, I'm African. We're not African.
You're
You can't call
Africans.
everybody's not the
You
same.
are
There
Africans.
were melanated people all
You
over the
are
world. And the
Africans.
reason why we wear
If you
gold
have
in our
nappy
mouth is
hair,
because it's in our
if you have
DNA.
You
Idiot.
know,
woolly hair
We
like
follow
me,
our culture.
you
you
are
know, we got
African.
to
Don't nobody else do it but us.
Let me
Hold
ask
You
you
are
on,
this.
African.
hold on. What, Mike? What when you say our culture? What's the? Are you an Indian copper Jedi?
Oh my God.
I'm a Black American. I'm whatever. Let's get
Copper
rid of
Jedi.
titles. Let's get rid of titles
But you have an
right
Indian
now.
like feather in your head and
Because
your hat
because
and
here it
your.
is. Here it is. Before you guys start saying, are you an Indian? All these are misnomers in the first place. All
Nah,
right.
but that's what you lot claim. What's Top Cat said Indian means indigos, like the children of God or some bullshit like that. Top Cat
Man,
was
listen.
spitting.
In the
You're
UK
champion.
right now, you are contrived of Africans and West Indians.
No, we're black British.
No, yeah, and it's West Indians
hold
and
it. You talking
Africans.
about
Go back.
Britain as
God
messed up
damn.
as Britain
And you
Hey,
is
know
over
what's
Dante,
there?
funny? You know
let
what's
me just so I
funny?
can get
You know
clarity.
what's funny? Guess who
You
was
I
you
never
guess
got
got
who
you
was
can't
called
even
guess
deal
who
with the
was called
white
black British
supremacists in
man,
first?
Britain.
just to get
Guess who
clarity,
was
man.
called black
Name on the
British
audio. I'm
first?
trying to really get some. I'm trying to get
Guess
some
who was called black
edification.
British first
What
before
exactly?
Africans?
What
Africans just the
exactly
other day got
qualifies
big
you?
was called
What
black
exactly?
Brits.
He ain't going.
It
He's
was
not
it was
serious.
Asians.
If anybody
Okay,
The
is
land
I'm trying to hear.
Hey,
I'm
can
trying
you
to hear
let the
Vovo.
brother
I'm trying to
ask
black
the
hear
Brits,
Vovo.
question,
Hold on,
man? Damn.
I'm trying to hear Vovo's question. Go ahead,
hey,
Vovo.
maybe you can tell me, Adonis, because he's not going to be the answer. What exactly is a black Brit? Who qualifies and who's disqualified?
People of African descent who live in Britain.
So if I move to Britain, I would be a black Brit.
No, you'll be a Black American in Britain.
But what about the people that come
Oh,
from
what
the
about
So
Caribbean
they got put
islands?
on a British slave ship or got colonized out of a
They're
country that
called
the
they're
Brits
called
took
they're
over.
called
You
man?
can't
English,
That's
say
but
what
wait
makes
African
you.
first.
descent.
Man, they
The
ain't stepping on
Jamaicans
the. It's
You
a
got
lot of
put on
people
a
on that
British
one.
slave ship, or you got
the
colonized out in a
Jamaicans
country in
have
Man,
got
Africa, and
well,
you
British
you don't even
migrated
citizens
know
to
what you're
are
Britain,
talking
like
about,
third,
bro.
fourth
Like, damn,
and
man.
they
generation.
still
Like,
got your mind.
They're called
goofy
British
And
niggas.
they still
Jamaicans.
got
They're
your
not
mind.
even authentic Jamaicans. Bring a real
Adonis,
yardie to the
Okay,
Adonis.
UK
let
and
me
tell
pass
them
the
that
mic.
they're the
Let me
same
pass the
with the
mic to Indama. Go
Jamaicans.
ahead, Indama. Go ahead, Indama. Unmute yourself, Indama. Unmute yourself, Indama. Indama, unmute yourself. Okay.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Because
We hear you now. We hear you now.
I'm unmuted now.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. So I was gonna say, yeah, I wanted to get in on this. I wanted to address what Copper Jedi and the other brother was saying. I think the other gentleman was saying that Africa has all this precious metals and minerals and stuff like that. Is that gentleman still up here,
I was speaking of that.
or is it? Wait, is he still here
Uh,
or?
if you're talking to me, I'm still here.
Yeah, you. I believe it was you. I was talking to you. Yeah, I wanted to address that. First of all, yeah, Africa does have all that stuff, but we as Black Americans, we don't have access to that. I'll tell you who do has access to it though. Uh, a lot of the
You blanked out.
I'm sure there's a lot of Black Americans
The
with
whole world is
investments
fighting for
in
access to
Africa.
that, but us.
I'm
The
very
British,
sure,
you talking
and they're
about Britain? Y'all
prospering.
about to the white
I'm
folks
very
over you in
sure
Britain
there's
about to
people
start
that's
World
from
War
Black,
III,
they're
and you
Black
talking
American,
this
and
nonsense.
they
You
can.
about to be in World War III about the white folks in your country. You can't even check them, and you trying to talk to us about some stuff. You about to be in World War III. And so you have no control over what you talk about. You talk about your tribe and where you came from, and they about to get nuked by some white folks fighting over your country.
That's
So
why I
that's what
don't
I'm
never
talking about. You're
understand
not
why they're
talking a
worried
world
about
view.
us and what we got going on over here like that. You criticize us over here, but you ain't even being honest with yourselves over there. We all got
Exactly.
issues.
So
That's
That's
what
why
I'm
we
talking
keep
about.
I
going
know
back and
this.
forth over the unnecessary
I
when
know
we
this,
never gonna build like that.
but when the difference from Black British people and Black American is that we can
We are
trace.
all
We
under
know
a
who we
spell.
are.
Your country is under a spell. Our country under a spell.
Listen.
The continent, all
It's
continents are under a
documented
spell,
in
dog.
my Akan history that there was still slaves getting sent
Brother,
to the
you are
Americas in the
subjugated in Britain.
1700s.
You
In
are
the
subjugated in Britain.
1700s, yeah? 1800s is
You
not
are
long ago.
subjugated. You are
So that means
separated.
there is someone in America that their great
You have
grandparents was
Indians as your
African.
prime ministers and white people as your prime ministers, and you have no voice in there. And you got some props for being, in fact, the
Let
black
me tell you
Brits come
something.
over here to America to act in films. Y'all
Alright,
can't
What
even,
did
you
the
don't
brother
even
listen,
have a
say about
motion
his
picture.
people?
You don't even have a
listen.
motion picture. You come
Someone
over
in
here to
America
get in America to get
Someone
some
in
kind of fame.
America's
There's
great
no place
great
for them to work
grandparent
in
is
Britain.
potentially full blown African. Did you know
You
that?
are dying. You're the first dying empire, and America's on the way out. You're a
Are you
dying
sure?
empire. Britain is nowhere.
You know what though? You know what's funny with Britain? They know that the second black people leave here, it's done for them. That's the chess move that I don't think you Americans are clocking. You know what I mean?
I mean, we can say the same about
You lot
here.
leaving. No,
Hold
no,
on, hold on,
where
hold
you
on,
lot
hold on,
going
dog.
to? You lot ain't
Hold
from
on.
Africa. FBAs are not from Africa. You
Let me
can't
ask
come
you
to
something.
Africa. Don't come. We
What
kick you
black
out.
Brit in
What?
history do we
We
have that
bring
has
out the soldier.
contributed greatly
Don't
to
come
to
round
world
here.
history by
Stay over
inventions
there
or
and die
cultural
over
music?
there.
You don't
Give me
even move the
something
needle
about
in
your
Britain.
history.
Y'all don't
Give me
even move
something
the
about a
needle in
black
Britain.
Brit.
Listen, let me tell you something. The
You don't
day
even
us
move the
black
needle in
Africans,
Britain.
yeah,
We
stepped
have
out of
a
here.
George Ford, and the whole
Listen,
world knows about it.
let me show you
You don't
something.
even
Oh,
move the needle
The
in Britain.
day
hold on. They
we stepped
like the
out
brother
of
said
UK,
earlier.
remember
They know
UK
more
is
about our
small,
history than we know
UK is
really
very
about
small
their
compared
direct
to
history
America.
unless we study.
The
See,
day,
me, I study
even, you know
European
what, forget
history in
black British
general.
people. The day Asians leave
Y'all,
this
y'all don't
country,
even
it's finished
understand
for this
the black
country.
nobility that
So,
was in
so
Europe
the powers
Yeah,
and
they
that
how
be
had
y'all
black
really got
nobility in
pushed
there.
what's
out
going on?
and colonized in
Is this
Africa.
not what the far right in UK is
Mary Queen of
fighting over
Scots
right
was
now
a
and
sister.
angry? I'm sure
King
they are.
James was, but
Yeah,
they
I'm
took
sure that white
they had
people in
a
the UK
revolution in
have
Britain to
a
get rid of
problem
King
with
Charles
foreigners
to get that
being
black
born in this
nobility out of
country.
there. You don't even know your own
Did
history.
you know that
If he would
Did you
calm
know the
down,
name
he could
Muhammad is
really
a
get a better
common English and
understanding of
British name now?
European history
Did you know that?
and
He
American
don't know nothing
history.
A
about
lot
the
of
black
power the
Scots. He
ethnic got
don't know
over
nothing
here, you
about
know.
his history.
We ain't like you lot over there. The day
Of
we
course, you're
leave,
not
it's
like
done
us.
for this
The
country.
Of course,
You lot
Moorish
you
leaving
ain't
nobility
or
us.
married
not,
into
it don't
Britain.
make a difference.
They had
But
Europe.
where are you leaving to? That's the next question.
Okay,
Because it's
then
not Africa.
why you so worried
Don't
about
come
what we
here.
doing then?
We don't want you here, man.
Why
We
you
don't
so
want
worried
no
about what we
FBA.
doing? Huh?
What?
Because
I'm
we
not
ain't
worried
stumping on
about
y'all
you.
shit like
It's
that.
not my fault. I have to watch Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Did
It
I
ain't my
ask to
fault
watch that?
neither. It
I
ain't
did
my
not
fault
ask
you
to
watch
watch
Fresh
no Will
Prince of Bel
Smith
Air.
fucking
I don't
funny.
watch no
I watched
African
to watch
channels.
some
I don't
UK
watch
black. I was
UK
watching the
channels.
when
The
Shit, what
brothers
the hell
got
you
nothing.
talking
Contradicting
about,
came
dog?
out.
The brothers
Do
got
you
nothing
know
going
how
on in
happy
Britain
us
but his
black
mouth.
Brits was as
There
a
ain't no
child
movements
when I
coming out
What
of
the
saw
hell
this.
you
I
Rolling
don't
talking
even
about?
know.
Stone?
He's just taking up
I
time.
didn't see no 50 Cent and that. I was happy to see
Listen,
Shanté.
We don't
country.
have a
21
lot of
seconds.
known Black
What?
Americans that go play
Shut up,
British
man. I'm
actors.
talking about the
We got
Black
a lot
British
of Black Brits that
experience.
come and play
Don't
us.
ever say that we was
Who
watching you
talking
lot like
about
that.
who
No,
history?
we laugh at you
What
lot
are you
when you lot
talking
was
about,
sucking
dude?
pussy. Where
And
you
this ain't
lot?
brother.
even
That
no
was one of the
disrespect to Black
haram things
Brits.
as a
But
Black
if you
British
want to have a
person.
better
That
conversation,
if
then
you
you got to
suck
have a
pussy, you're
respectful
like the
conversation
Americans.
and
Hold
not
on.
try
Don't
to
do
shit on
that.
America.
You know, it's
And
talking
we ain't
about.
gonna
You know,
have to
I'm
shit
not.
on
All
you.
the
Cause
fun
ain't
I'm
and all
not.
nobody
the
shitting
hate
on America. We ain't shitting on
comes
Africa
from
and
you
we ain't
lot.
shitting on Black Brits.
I'm
If you
not.
really want to have a respectful conversation, we can
Nah,
show you the
man, you
big ups.
Americans ain't respectful. You lot are rude to
Cause
Africans,
you
and I've been
No,
seeing
disrespectful.
it.
hold on,
No,
brother.
you
And
throw
you
rocks
know
and
you
hide your
lot. You lot
hand.
don't
You
know
throw
Don't let
rocks and
him
Africa.
hide your
engage you.
hand. We just
Don't
quit to
let
slap the shit out you.
brother. Don't let
That's
him
all it
engage
is.
you on that.
It's just
Brother,
that you
don't
lot
let
ain't
him
come across
engage. Don't let
someone
him
like
drag you
me,
to his level.
and you
We
lot
talk
need to
about
hear
white
people like me,
supremacy.
cause
that
Because
you
when
have
you
no
lot come
answer
to the
for,
UK,
Mr.
you lot,
Britain. You
cool.
have no
Let's keep
answer
it
for
a
that.
buck.
And
You
Cool.
that's
have
We're
this
no
talking
answer
about
problem.
for
all
that.
this culture we get from
He
you.
don't
Let's
even
keep
know
it
that
a
he
buck.
he sound more like a
American
white
rappers come to the
supremacist
UK and
than
get
we will
robbed.
ever be
Let's
close
keep
to
it a buck.
associated
He
to.
a plant.
Ja Rule.
That brother's a plant. He's a
What's
plant.
Ja Rule and what's his name?
That's his
Ja
purpose
Rule
to
got
be here and
robbed.
spread confusion. He's a
I
plant.
heard 50 had a mad
See, if
thing.
you brothers
And
get
what's his
together,
name?
there's
That
power.
Dipset guy,
And
man.
he's a plant
Jill
trying to
Santana.
divide us apart. That's why he's completely
Listen,
talking. That's what he's
all
on.
this American power.
That brother is
Listen, bring your
COINTELPRO.
ass over here and let's
Hey,
see
He's a
how
first
far
off,
plant.
that
if you
goes.
want to understand
Remember,
something about
guns
American
ain't
history,
guns
our
ain't legal
cities
around
up and
here.
down the
So
United
you
States
lot
were
are
being
definitely on
massacred
your
in
best
the
behavior
20th
when you come to
century.
the trenches
Because
right here.
beforehand,
Because
it
gun
was
ain't
our
legal.
money
You
that
need
was
to know who you
supplying the
need to know
Americans'
to.
economy. They got
Okay,
us believe
you
we
get
were
me.
just
So
nothing but
when you
slaves,
lot come
but
here,
we
you lot
had
are
plenty of
always
free Negroes up
highly
and down the
mannered, and I
United States.
respect
And
that.
we got more
I
history
respect
documented about who we
American
are
rappers who
than
like
anybody
UK
around the world.
niggas because
So
they
when
come
people
here
keep
on
saying
their
we don't know who
best
we are,
behavior.
how the hell can that
Let
be
me
when
tell
we
you what
have
UK
records
niggas have
of
been
who our
doing recently
grandparents
going
are?
to LA, yeah?
Who
Mr.
else got it like
People
that?
have been
Brother
going
Copper
Tell
from
me.
Jedi,
UK to the
Brother Copper
Americas,
Jedi,
robbing
unity
artists from
is a
jewelry
threat to
and
white
chains. That
supremacy.
has become a
And
new
that brother
grind
is
for
there to
certain
spread
people in the
disunity.
UK
So
to
we
fly
can't
up
come
to
to
the
an agreement
Americas,
on anything
go to
here
LA
because
and
of him.
stick up people.
That's the
This
person.
is what's
That's the
going on.
plan.
Is
That's
this
the
American
his
white
can't
channel?
come
supremacist
round here
plan.
and do
So
that.
don't
Is it?
engage with him because
No,
he's
I'm not
talking
engaged with it.
nonsense. Don't
Is this
engage
his
with him.
platform?
He's talking nonsense. You
He being
speak to a fool,
protected.
you
You make a
sound
good
foolish.
point, man. The host
It is
he
what
gonna
it is,
turn
man.
up
If
on
it's
you.
nonsense, let it be
Don't
nonsense.
engage with him because he's here to
Probably
spread
nuclear is not
confusion.
around LA. If you're around LA, if anyone's around LA on the panel or on the chat,
When it
please
comes to us
confirm if I'm
being over
lying.
here,
You got
what we
gold.
really need to be figuring
You got
out is how
gold
to
over
really
here.
come
You know what I'm
together,
saying?
You
unite
got
for
gold.
real,
This
and get
American
this
This
nonsense.
land
gold came
that
All
out of
you
belongs
Africa.
to
UK
us.
niggas go up in
This
America
gold
and
came
take
out of
that
Africa.
things from you lot and come
This
back here. That's what's going on.
Well,
Do
you
y'all
better get
understand
Mr.
that America
COINTELPRO
was
out the
full of
chat,
gold
or
at one point in time?
you're not gonna come
That's
to
why we
any
had
type
the
of
gold
conclusion.
rush.
this gold came out of Africa. This gold here.
Man, I want to see
Thank
some
her. Thank you.
American gold, man. Where's
Thank
the
you.
American gold?
Thank you.
Where's the
No,
gold?
that shit came out of Africa.
Where's the
Thank her.
Aboriginal gold, man?
Thank her. It's right here.
Where's the
Right
choctaw
here.
gold? I want to see
Right here.
choctaw
We
gold in
got the
Africa.
precious metals over here.
There's
We
no
walk
such
around
thing
with
as
it on our
choctaw gold.
necks.
It has never
We walk
existed.
around with it
I
on
will
our
ask
teeth.
AI
We
right
got the
now,
gold.
does choctaw have
We
gold
got the
before?
precious metal.
He'll
You see
say
this?
no,
You see this? It's a bar. You see this?
bro.
It's a bar. If I had this anywhere
That's
in
from
Africa,
El
this
Salvador,
shit
bro.
came out of Africa.
That's not from
If
no
I had
North
this,
America.
Gentlemen, if you can come together in agreement and empowerment, you can do that. But
this
I'm
a
telling
bar.
you, that brother is a plant, and he's doing his job. He's doing his job
He's
because
definitely a plant.
he's made that
I'm not a
he
plant.
brought the
I've
conversation
been
to
on other
nonsense.
panels. People see
He's
my
a plant.
face. I don't need to hide.
So
If I
he's a
really
plant.
wanted to, I'll
You
flip my
know, and you
camera
lucky
now.
that
It's not a
brother.
big
If
deal.
I control the string yard, you'd be
Plant or what?
gone.
You can call me a
If
plant.
I
That's up to
control the
you.
string yard, you'd be gone because all you doing is bringing confusion.
You need
And
to
that's
go
what we
with
got
them,
to
brother.
do.
Hey, you need to go with them. You need to go with them because you
Okay,
ain't.
No,
well,
brother.
take me out if you think
No.
I
See,
agree
that's
with that.
divisive right there, bro.
That's
Come on,
what
don't
the
do that.
FBAs do. He's an agent. He's
Don't
a
do that.
plant.
On
That's
game,
what
Well,
brother.
I'm
they
just
You
do.
saying,
ain't up
look
on
at it.
game, and you ain't up on game.
Listen.
I don't know why you
Thank
act like these
God
Africans ain't like
I'm
that.
not in your
They
position.
been
Yeah,
like that.
Wallahi.
we gotta hash it
Alhamdulillah.
out amongst each
No
other
African in here,
without them
I'm
for
in
real
a
though.
with no
FBA
African
box.
You crazy?
It is a wild,
Look, you sound dumb as hell.
The
hurtful.
dude ain't even no African. The dude is goddamn
Shameful.
British. We don't know what he is.
He's a
He
black
got a
Brit.
British
When I mean
accent.
FBA, I
Black
mean
Brit,
the
they
ones
step
that
all over
unite
that.
African
Because
countries. It's a dark,
nobody
lonely
explain
road
that.
for
He
you,
a
and
white
it's a
Nobody
life.
supremacist
explain that.
plant from Britain.
Can
Yeah,
nobody
I'm a
explain
palm,
that?
whatever,
Can
man.
nobody explain
All
what
you
a black Brit
uneducated
is and
aboriginals
make
do.
it clear? You can't delineate a black Brit. You can't make that
Black
clear.
Brit
Like,
is a new concept, but that's what it is.
right.
Be
And
happy
New
with it.
y'all
I
concept.
don't
ain't had
care
enough
if you've not
time
been in
together.
America longer.
Y'all don't have
There
y'all
is
didn't have enough
something
time
called Black
together.
British people.
So
We exist.
black
We
British
are
people
here, and you
try to
cannot
emulate
take us
black
away.
Americans.
We have our
Y'all
own
want to
culture
emulate
going
us.
on.
You're
We
new.
have jollof rice
You're
and
new.
jerk
You're
chicken and
something
mac
new.
and
You don't even have a
cheese.
set culture
That's
yet.
what's going on.
What's
Yeah?
the cuisine of
Different.
a
That's
black
our
Brit?
African dish. We
What's
have
the
lamb
history of
stew.
a black Brit?
African,
What's the
what
cuisine of a
African dish
black
have
Brit?
lamb stew?
You can't
What are you
answer this
talking
stuff,
about?
bro. These guys can't answer this stuff, bro. These
Shut
panties
up, man.
retarded.
We got our own thing
Well,
going.
that's
I'm
what
happy. I'm
that's his
happy.
purpose.
I'm
That's
very
his
happy.
purpose.
I'm very
To
The
happy.
degrade
whole
the
posture.
discussion. That's his
Nah,
purpose.
you lot need to be honest and
Hey,
own
y'all, do
up to
y'all
your
understand what white
identity. Stop
supremacy does?
hiding. You lot
White
hiding,
supremacy takes
claiming
the ability
Mongolian heritage.
of
You are
White
not
melanated
even
supremacy,
people
Mongolian,
to,
even
white
if
to
you got
supremacy
travel and
does
some
this.
navigate the
of it in your
seas.
blood. Fair
White
play.
supremacy
If
does
you want to
this.
claim
We
it,
got
claim it.
gold,
Just don't
all that
try
shit.
to
We got the
claim
highest standard of
African
living
colors.
of most people on
Red,
the planet, of
yellow, green.
all
Don't
people on the
claim
planet.
that. Don't
It's,
claim
hey,
no
it's people
Don't
from
big
all
up
over the
Bob
world
Marley.
come
Don't
to
big
the
up no
black
Rasta
community,
man thing. We don't want to
come
hear
and try to
you.
live around black
Don't
people in
try and claim.
America.
Don't
Ain't
call
nobody going to
yourself
Africa
Shaka
unless
Zulu
unless they're going to
name
go take
and,
some of
and
this
and
shit out.
Pharaoh
I mean, that's part
and
of how
you're
they got it
claiming
set up.
Indian.
Well, brother man,
Kind of
until we can get
mad
unity
people
and
are
get
you lot?
employment for our
Kind of
children
madness
and
is
make a better
this?
life for our families here.
We do got a better life, bro. Them folks
I'm
ain't
talking
gonna
about
No,
those.
he's saying it right, bro. Let him finish. He said we got to make it better for us here
but go
before
ahead.
we branch out everywhere else.
And our
Here.
children. And that's not happening right now.
Why ain't it?
Thank you, Ficky.
Because we're not coming together and
No,
aggregating
y'all
power.
don't got a better life,
Hey,
bro.
Ficky,
Like,
you're
bro,
right though.
y'all
That's
don't,
what I'm
y'all,
pointing
man,
out.
you
You know
know
what I
what?
mean? The
Y'all the ones, the reason why
FBAs are
they make fun of
mad victims, blood. Mad victims.
niggas like that.
You lot claim
Nigga, what do
you
you
lot are the
mean?
Tartars. You lot lied
We
and
out
said
here
that
winning.
Americans
Them
civilized the
motherfuckers
world.
don't know how to win.
Haiti. We're
Winning
the
at what?
Tartars.
All right,
You
what
lot
are you
are
talking about? What?
fool.
Listen, we are the
You lot
biggest
are
consumers, and
idiots.
we produce
Don't want to
nothing in this
be
country.
nothing
Everybody,
like
what are you
What are
talking
we
about?
talking about?
What do you mean we don't produce nothing?
Now
You don't
that don't
know,
take
bro.
away from who
I
we
never
are.
said you lot
I
don't
feel like
produce
you're trying to
nothing.
say like we're trying to just like we're
What
criticizing who we
Americans?
are.
What
We ain't taking away
Americans
from
are
who we
fine.
are.
The
What do
black
you
We're
mean we don't
resilient
Americans.
people.
That's
we
my
don't
history.
produce nothing?
So all them people, they're black
We
America,
don't
Africans.
derive
That's my
wealth from
people.
the things we produce.
FBA, you
why
Or
lot
we
don't
wouldn't have a
we?
started in
problem here.
Why don't
As
We
we?
a,
get
as a
we get
whole,
robbed
As a
as
of
a
our
whole,
whole.
why
wealth.
don't we?
And they pay
Because
our bills
it's
in the
not
top.
taught the way it should be
I
work
live
like
in the
across
ghetto.
the board.
I live in the ghetto. I bought an old house in the ghetto in my old neighborhood. In my neighborhood that my family been in. In this house that I'm sitting in right now, I got some of the highest standards of living on the planet. I can
What about your
renovate.
neighbors?
I'm wealthy. My
What
neighbors,
about your neighbors?
yeah, I live in a Black American neighborhood. We own
What
the property.
about your neighbors? How they doing?
They doing the same as me.
What about the
Where you
children?
from, Georgia?
No, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. I mean
Okay.
that's
Well, you
good. I
got it
mean,
going
it
on
ain't
in
to say,
Cleveland.
listen,
Then
Hey,
reproduce that.
Cleveland, that's not the hood. No,
Don't
that's
worry
the
about
that's the
Mr.
hood.
Britain. Then keep on doing what you're doing. Don't worry about Mr. Britain.
Yeah, we is. Yeah, we is. Keep on doing what we doing. What do you mean? All over the country. This ain't just Cleveland. Like what's
Nah,
this?
don't
We
worry,
Well,
man.
actually
Don't
I'm
worry,
in
everywhere.
man. Don't
Chicago. We
worry,
got
man.
issues here. We
We
fight, but we got
We
issues.
got
don't worry, man.
everybody got issues everywhere, bro. But
If you
in
wanna talk
Chicago,
about if you wanna
ain't
talk
nobody
about
starving
land
to death. It's
and
homeowners, it's
family
black
possessions and
homeowners in
houses, please,
Chicago.
let's not
It's
talk about
I
that
mean,
talk.
listen,
Our
Chicago
backbone
always
is
been a
violent,
chocolate
man.
city.
Oh, well, hold
Backbone
it.
is
We
yeah.
don't.
about
Hey,
Cleveland
justice
always
and
been a
no.
chocolate
freedom.
city.
We got
I
home.
ain't
I'm a black
protecting the
But
homeowner. We
people.
ain't got black factory
hold on,
owners.
but I don't think the
We ain't
brother
got black
understand.
industry
I don't think
owners.
you understand. Beforehand, before we had all these white ownerships or anybody from anywhere else around the world owning shit in our neighborhoods, we own that shit. In Chicago, we had the Gold Blacks, we had the Woolworths, we had the banks. Like we was running shit.
We got
Now
sabotage.
we've
Gold in
been diminished.
Chicago.
We still running shit.
What
No,
gold
we
was
I
not.
mean,
No,
running?
we not,
not to
brother.
where we
We
were.
had
No,
the
we
two
not,
in the
dog.
Gold
neighborhood
in
I am now. We
Chicago.
But
had the two
let's
biggest.
not be
We
blind to
had the
what's going
two
on
biggest
around us.
black banks in
What
the
black
country.
person was
We had
owning
Soft
gold in
Sheen,
Chicago?
Afro Sheen. We had
One,
Ebony Jet. We had.
one,
We lost a whole
one,
lot, brother. See, you ain't old
one,
enough to remember what we had. We
one
had a
black
whole
guy
What
lot
owning the
more.
what in
property don't mean
Chicago?
nothing.
Black people had
Who
gold.
run the city of
They
Chicago?
must have come from the Gold Coast, man.
Who run the city of
Millions.
Chicago?
That was
Who
not
run the
no
city of Chicago?
indigenous FBA.
Why?
White
Because we got a
That's a
black
supremacists.
lie. I'm
mayor.
not buying
That
that.
Who
ain't
who
that
who
ain't what
Sorry.
I'm asking,
who,
fool.
That
who
was
in
a
his pocket?
Natal or a
That ain't what I'm
Soninke
asking,
or a
fool. Just
Mande
because the mayor, no.
or a
You
Malinke.
got
Not
black
one of them.
police officers in Chicago. You
Or a
got
Garafuna.
black
One
city
of them
councilmen,
niggas, man.
black judges, the garbage
Okay.
Okay.
man, black, all type. That's what run a city.
You can say that like
No,
in New York.
no.
I mean, at the end of the
What runs the city is the capital, the money,
right,
the bankers.
Who
right.
generates
We can't
capital?
invest it. When you can get money and when you can get millions and take it out and invest it, that's what runs the city. Then you build your businesses. We don't control the capital.
Man, these niggas that don't
That's why
control.
we fighting.
Listen,
We
man,
don't control the
let
capital.
me say this, right? Sometimes I do gotta agree with the tethers and the white supremacists and all that type of shit. Niggas don't know how good you got it. You don't know how good you got
It
it.
ain't to say that we
Brother,
don't
if you
have the
don't pay
ability to
your
get
property
things
taxes
done.
in Cleveland,
We're
they will
talking as
take
a
your
whole,
home.
brother. We're talking as a
We don't
whole.
own that.
What you say about my property tax?
I'm saying if the I don't know how it is in Cleveland, but if you don't pay your property taxes in Chicago, they'll take your home.
That's part of the American system.
Okay, hold it. If they want you out of your house, they claim eminent domain like they do on black folks, and they'll move you out of your house.
That's anywhere. That's part of the system.
No, that's the part of the system of white supremacy, which we don't control. That's how we lost neighborhoods. If they want to build a freeway from where you are, where you think you got it all together, they declare it eminent domain, pay you what they say your house is worth, and move you out. That's why they ain't got power.
History, fantasy shit, man.
That's what they did. That's what they
like. We
did.
don't even control our own image fully in the media, man. I don't even know how you even like. Come on, man. The picture is bigger than just the minority of us that really are making it. There's a lot of black, and here's the thing: we don't control our image because there are a lot of black successful Americans here, but the image don't show that.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm on, bro.
A lot of them are black
African Americans. This was my plan.
African American is a misnomer. We're not African nothing.
Nah, man, I don't know who you're talking about.
African American was made up, dog. So you can stop
it. What did he say?
Am I wrong?
Yeah, what's your plan?
All them rich black Americans.
Right, get your ass up out of here, dude.
Brother, I respect you as a businessman. I want to change the images. So I had to purchase cinema cameras, camera drones. I'm aggregating the people. We got to put our own images out and change the ideas of our young people. So I got to get out. I got to hit the streets again, get with these young brothers, get this technology out there, and start to shape.
Listen, bro, you got to understand the media, those white folks, and even the Brits and all that. They got a fetish for our ghetto hood culture. They got.
No, we don't.
No, of course,
we like it.
Of course,
we like it, but not your content.
And it's weaponized against us.
So the white man got a fetish for it. The white man got a fetish for it too.
They infiltrated and hijacked hip hop.
We rock with that.
The white man infiltrated it and hijacked hip hop.
They ain't hijacked no hip hop.
Turned it against us.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Dude, how old are you, dog?
38.
How old are you?
38.
Do you not remember the NWA? All the shit with the police going back and forth with them and how they look at the culture right now.
Them brothers was spitting wisdom. They wasn't spitting, killing other brothers.
Spitting wisdom?
Do you understand COINTELPRO? Do you understand how COINTELPRO works?
Yeah, bro. But do you understand that it's more than just the? See, y'all got a fetish for that shit too.
Brother,
no, ain't no fetish. It's understanding what happened to you so you can know how to go forward.
All types of content, rappers, all types of shit.
It is, but that's not what's being in a pub. That's not what the popular music is.
Self-genocide, brother.
That's not what's in main media. We don't control popular music or popular media.
Why don't we?
Because we don't. And that's what I'm saying.
I tell you what, you make a rap about killing Jews or something like that, and you done. So don't tell. That's why we don't control it. You can't talk that stuff about anybody else but black people. Or you done. Or you done. You ain't got no power, brother.
That wouldn't be real though. When nobody says
no, you wouldn't be real because you be done. They ain't gonna let you.
Let me say this. Listen, what I'm telling you, and it ain't just them. It ain't just them. Who do you think is running these labels?
That's true.
Not us.
Rockefeller Records.
The ish people.
No,
people.
No,
right, we know who it is. We talking about the same people.
No,
Leon Cohen and all the people. Leon Cohen and all the
people. Murder Inc.
I mean, we understand who they in bed with.
White folks behind all that, brother. You can't even see it. You don't even know, brother. You on the Kool-Aid, brother. You on the Kool-Aid.
Hey, but to your point, Bobo. Hey, Bobo. To be honest, I'm with you, Bobo. I'm with you. I'm with you, Bobo.
You niggas weak, bro.
No, don't call. See, that's disrespectful, dog.
No,
I'm with you.
Nah, man, don't say that, man.
That's what I gotta tell
you. can't disparage.
I'm with you. Like you can't see. Listen. I'm a businessman myself. Okay, I'm a businessman myself.
What's Jay Prince's record label? Jay Prince is the head of his record label.
No, he don't. He don't control the capital. He does not control the capital. They'll they'll squash him like a bug if they want to.
You said that
if he put the wrong music out, if he put the music out that's a threat to white supremacy, he's done.
No, he won't.
He can talk about
to your point, Bobo.
But if he put out music that's a threat to white supremacy, he's done.
20 seconds. You said you in the film. Tyler Perry Studios, G Unit Studios, Cat Williams just bought a studio.
Brother, I'm new to the game. I'm trying to reinvent myself. I'm new to the game.
Hollywood go to Tyler Perry Studios now for shit. If they want a replica White House to film a movie, they go to they fly their actors from Atlanta.
So you gotta have. So if Tyler Perry has an agenda to lift up black people, it's gonna make a difference.
It's so dope, right? Come on, man. Let's be honest. But I understand.
Black people. Man, y'all on some lame shit, man.
But I understand your point. To his point.
Black people.
No, you just talking lame, Bobo. You just talking lame. Your name go along with itself. Bobo rant. You just ranting. Nobody's talking lame. We trying to have a actual good conversation without the disrespect.
Brother man, when them brothers really start to get on some power, like Prince and Michael Jackson, and start talking about they gonna do something, they get deleted
from South Carolina.
That's what happened.
New York.
I mean, but to his point,
America,
that white man ain't gonna give us nothing. You think you gonna get on the black nation?
Your ancestors from South Carolina, Virginia to New York or Chicago.
You can't do no white man.
Did they flee another
country?
Hey, you don't need it.
I agree with you. I agree with that.
Man, you
Here's the whole thing. Here's the thing. Me personally, I'm not looking for nobody outside of us to do for us what Farrakhan been saying this whole time.
That's what
we should have been doing for ourselves.
That's what
we should have been doing this for ourselves a long time ago.
That we talking about.
And we need to have more of these conversations.
We was, bro. Y'all got this mindset like we wasn't doing nothing.
We not doing it on a mass scale, dog. We got to the micro.
Hello.
Like we supposed to have these conversations to tell our children this, what they should be doing.
Say you the bro.
Stop talking like you got all the answers, dog. You ain't got all the answers, Sway. You just don't. Calm down, bro.
I'm going on what I see, bro.
You fall in love. No, you fall in love with the image of power, but none of the real power. You all talking about all image. That's image. That's not real power.
What's the real power?
Economic power
is the power to raise your children,
our own government power,
destiny, to control your own destiny and raise your children and build your own communities and generate wealth and not have to go to anybody else. That's power.
That's too vague. That's too vague. I'm gonna tell you what the real power.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is.
What the real power is: nuclear bombs. That's the real power. Now, if you ain't talking about nothing like that.
Okay. That's why I say government. I said government power.
How you gonna build a nuclear bomb?
I said government power. That's military power. Yeah, but we don't have the resources for it.
Yeah, so you ain't got no uranium. You got to build an education system to get somebody to design the bomb. You got to get the uranium. You got to get the thing. You got an oil truck. You say you drive an oil truck. Can you get oil? Can you sell me oil? Can you get oil? You said you drive an oil truck. Can you get oil? How can you sell oil?
Why would I need to sell you oil?
So I can get commerce. We can make some money if we get up to an agreement.
They got the money. It's their money.
Who is that? Oh, you say they? Who is they? The white man?
The America. Well, yeah, the white man around that.
So my point exactly.
Do you hear how he contradicting himself? He said they got all the money, but he telling us that we win it.
I'm an American citizen, you idiot.
Came from.
No, you're not American, brother. They will take you up out of here in a minute. White supremacy will squash you.
You said the white people. You said the white people, dog. You said the white people got all the money.
You said you talking about the white people. You said the white people.
I'm talking about Bobo. Bobo said the white people got all the money.
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, I said they control money.
That was
hello,
South Carolina, Virginia,
my point exactly.
They went
when we control the money and we got the then we have power. But you talking about the white man control.
And to your point, Bobo, you're right. We need to be spending our money with each other. You goddamn right.
Even if we spend our money with each other, it's still the dollar. The dollar. What do you mean, spend the dollar with each other?
We need to spend money to invest.
Even if y'all don't even understand money.
How are you talking to?
Cut off circulation, something's guys. We have to circulate money among ourselves.
A lot of FBAs.
What money?
From one bit of America to the other.
The money that's recognized as currency in our culture.
Okay, that's recognized in currency, right? Who control what's recognized as currency? Because we don't have to use dollars. If I say I'm gonna trade you
or resources, you're right. Resources.
We exchange. I give you this lighter, and you give me this.
You're right. You are absolutely right. If we
That's understood.
if
That's
we agree on
understood.
something, it's gonna be
I'm saying the
that's
same
fine.
thing. I'm
That's
agreeing to
right.
the
You're
same
right.
thing.
You're
But
right.
what I'm
You're
saying
right.
is that who
Yeah.
control, but we ain't doing that. We spending dollars.
That's what
No,
we're saying.
No,
we
no.
spending
If you
dollars.
agreed on saying that gold
Everybody in
for
the
such
world
amount of
is
time, that's business. It don't have
He
to be
said the
dollars.
same thing we're saying, man. Straight
no,
up.
everybody in the world is spending dollars. That's why Trump can put
No,
a tariff
no,
on
no,
this.
no, no, no. They getting ready to get off dollars. That's why he's going to war.
No,
Because they
they not.
got gold.
They
They
not.
getting ready to get off dollars.
Not. No, they not. If
Yes,
you
they
try to
are.
get off the dollar, you're gonna end up like Muammar Gaddafi. You
No,
don't,
no, no. Hold it.
you don't
Trump
even
ain't
know
walking up on Russia. That's why they got together. That's why they got together.
no,
When you got a
no.
bully, then you
That's
get
why who got
together
together?
and you jump the
Who?
bully.
That's why who got together?
Brick, bricks,
Brick.
bricks.
Brick. Ain't no
Yep.
more bricks. Ain't no more bricks.
Nah, there's no Brits, and
There's no more
Oh, now
bricks.
you crazy.
they fled. You
No,
lot
no,
Hey,
fled.
you crazy.
hey,
You
no,
don't
You
no,
know
lot
no.
nothing.
fled
Hold it.
from
You
South
don't know what ain't
America
no
Carolina,
more
New
bricks.
knows.
York.
Ain't no
America
more
know where
You
to
bricks.
step.
fled.
Ain't no more
FBAs,
Brother,
bricks.
certain
brother, we done
Ain't no
FBAs,
lost
they
more
every.
bricks.
fled.
We done lost the last
They
4 wars
fled
we've
from
been in.
state to
Ain't
And you
no
state.
still
more
taking
bricks.
from America.
You
Ain't
We
no
done
lot
more
are
lost the
bricks.
last
fleeing.
4 wars we've
No,
been
we
in.
did.
Why are
No, we
you
did.
fleeing
Oh, we
state
No,
didn't
we
to
did.
lose.
state
We didn't
for?
lose the last 4 wars. We didn't lose Vietnam.
How old is
We
you?
wasn't here.
How
Why are
old
you
is
lot
you?
fleeing state to
We
state,
didn't
bro?
lose in Afghanistan.
How
Why are
old is
you
you?
lot fleeing state to
How old is
state,
you?
man? Why
I'm
are you
old,
lot fleeing
bro. I'm
state to
68
state,
years
bro?
old. I was
You're
there. I know
68 years old.
Why are
In
you
your
lot fleeing
68
state
years,
to
right?
state?
In your 68 years, right? Have America ever been hit? Have it ever been troops walking
You
down the
fled.
street?
You lot
Troops
fled,
walking down the street telling you to go in the house?
blood. You lot
In your
fled from
68
state to
years,
state.
Yeah,
You
have
lot
we
fled
Hell
state to
no.
state.
during the
hell no,
riot.
we ain't
You
lost no
Yeah,
fled
wars.
from
during the
state
riot.
The
to state.
objective in
During
Afghanistan,
the
what you said,
riot.
Afghanistan? What you
Hey,
said, Afghanistan?
hold on. Hey, Bobo, what if I told you it has?
Oh, well, shit, enlighten me. I'm here to learn and teach.
I mean, what do you think those massacres were?
We saw troops had tanks
What,
rolling down the street.
What do
During
you
the
think
riot.
all the
have you
massacres were?
seen
See,
a
y'all just
foreign
talk
nation?
about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa, Oklahoma was just one spot. They
Man,
went
bro,
up and down the United States,
listen, bro, listen.
destroying our neighborhoods, our
Yeah,
cities.
Red
He
Summer
said, listen,
1968.
he said that we lost wars,
Yeah.
right? America lost the last 4 wars.
Yep.
We ain't lost, ain't nobody, ain't nowhere
I
in
mean,
America.
if you understand how they infiltrated, then you'll probably understand what he's
Never been
saying.
no AR-15s walking down the streets in LA,
Listen.
walking down the street in New York.
The reason why we so messed up with our history is because of Hollywood. That's infiltration. That is infiltration right there.
This thing is literally
I'm fleeing.
Trump is literally taking the gum apart because we
I'm
broke,
fleeing.
brother. That's why he's talking about cutting back Doge and all this stuff. We
Right.
are broke. They going wild because we don't have the gold and the resources to back up there.
Why
We got a juice loan market. No, we got it's a project.
nothing. To be an
We
old guy,
printing
man, you
paper money
almost
that the world is
you
not
almost
ready to value. We got paper money. The dollar we
yeah,
got IOU. It's a
yeah.
note. You got a car note, a
This shit
house note,
ain't backed
and a
up by
federal
no.
note
That's
note.
what I'm telling
It's
you,
debt.
man.
It's
You listen.
debt.
You got a bunch of jumbled up stuff you heard along the way.
No. This is what's happening, brother.
That's
It's
all you
affecting lives now.
we ain't been on. You don't need no gold.
That's why they are laying
You
off
don't
people
need what you need gold for.
around. This
What do you
country's
need
in
gold
trouble,
for?
brother.
The only thing you need gold for is to put in electronics. We not passing around no gold. We passing around dollars.
Brother,
The
this
dollar's
money
not
is
passing
not
out no
worth the paper it's
gold.
written on. The only thing, the reason this
Yes,
money
it
is worth
is.
something
Yes,
is
it
something
is. Well,
called.
give me
You
your
know what
money.
the
Give
petrodollar
me
is?
that toilet paper you got.
Do you know what the petrodollar is?
My cash app is
No, tell me,
over
what is the
1.
petrodollar, young man?
Listen,
What is
the
the petrodollar?
petrodollar is all it is petrol being paid for in dollars, literally.
Okay,
In
if the
USD.
petrol is no longer acceptable for a dollar is no longer acceptable for petrol, we're done.
That's not true.
No, that's why they're fighting now. That's why they fighting
Who's
Doge and
fighting?
bricks and everything.
Who's
If
fighting?
the world
You
says
don't know,
we
man.
want
This
to
is
take
all
gold,
cool, man.
if the
This is
world
all
says
cool.
we
Through all
only taking
I
gold,
said through
we're
all
in
this other
trouble.
shit.
It's
You got me
finished
about
for
30 years
America.
and you still don't
That's
That's what we talking about going. That's why President Trump is talking about precious metals installing. He's talking about we need precious metals. He in Ukraine. We need precious metals. We need rare earth metals. We ain't got it here. Going all over the world to get this stuff, brother.
We need
You not
metals.
realizing
We
that's
need
the stuff that
metals.
makes wealth.
We need precious metals for industry, because precious metals go in stuff. go in our cars, go in our computers.
Hello. So if
go
you
in the
don't have
house
it,
right
then you
here.
don't have industry. Then you don't have power. If you
Listen, what
don't
do you
have industry,
mean?
you can't make tanks. You can't make cars. You can't make power. You have no power, and there your military goes.
What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about?
I'm talking about how power and real wealth is aggregated, not some bling that you can hold up in your hand on the TV.
No, and that's part of it.
That ain't gold. That is not the power, brother.
Brother, what I'm saying when I say the guy was saying, oh no, you were saying, they got the gold and all that stuff over there. No, they don't.
Precious metals that they do.
What do you think?
And they're getting military brothers. They're dealing. See, they are playing Game of Thrones, and they playing us for peons. And we up here with the signs of wealth, but none of the sources of wealth and none of the power of wealth. And thus we get the wealth we have together and work with each other. See, all you talking about is optics. All that bling don't mean nothing to them.
I'm not talking about optics. I'm talking about quality of life. I'm talking about quality of life. We'll just go with that one. Quality of life. When I can go in the bathroom, turn on the tap. If I fall out right now, call 911. 3 minutes from now, somebody gonna come and scrape me up, and I'm gonna get the best medical care. I just left the hospital. like about an hour ago.
If the trucks don't run for 2 weeks, there's no food in your neighborhood.
Ain't gonna be no truck.
If the trucks don't run for 2 weeks, I'm saying you're not in control of that.
Why are you saying that? It ain't gonna be no food in your neighborhood or in the white neighborhood either.
Yep, that's why you have to control land and power. That's why you have to have that.
Land and power.
See, they stole farmland from us, brother. That's what I'm talking about.
No, we got to
stole farmland from us, brother. We have to get back to that. That's what I'm saying.
That's all I've been saying.
I'm talking about cooperative economics.
But we still gotta,
cooperative economics. But you gotta agree on some stuff to cooperate.
We
agree on some things and work together. Not saying I got all mine, and all you have is, which to your own mind, you said the white man has. All that stuff you said, that's the white man. Then if the white man has it, then you don't have it.
Still going to have to participate in this system.
Right, but we need to be dealing with each other while we
deal with your own
participate.
I agree with that, but we still got to participate in this system. When he's talking about
we understand that.
You got to work the system to our benefit. That's
we understand that.
The dollar can't do one turn in our community. You can't go into a market and hand that dollar you got to another black man in the market, or hand it to another black man in the store, or hand it to another black man. Then you don't have power.
No money with no African, with no Asian.
I'm talking about FBA. What FBAs can you hand money to for everything you get?
If you would be quiet. When I go to gas, I go to the black gas station. Now, I'm gonna be fair. I may have to go a little further and bend an extra corner. Yeah. But because we don't got most of the businesses in our community, but on the east side of Cleveland, I ain't gotta go to them for nothing.
Now let's see why is that?
Now we talking.
Because our government funds other foreigners to come in here and own these gas stations and hotels in our communities. You ain't gonna find that. You ain't gonna find that in a nice little white neighborhood.
Unity got to come when everybody on the same page. And we talking about we these weird Indians.
So we got to stop the name calling and get some unity.
Man, I ain't even worried about all that whatever. We are who we are over here, but we need to be concentrating over here. You know, all these labels and titles, we killing ourselves with this shit. We don't even know our real history over here.
Man, everything need a label on it. Everything need a title on it.
Oh, brother, I'm saying what
I got that's understood, but I'm just saying
what FBA has is FBA and the cooperation and the economics we practice between each other.
That's what we're trying to get to.
We got to be on code.
We got to cut the bullshit out.
But FBA also need to learn better history.
Bro, we not with that Indian shit, bro. All that weird
because you can't fight for what's yours. You don't even know what to fight for.
Listen, brother, listen. What you need to do is go over there. Then we go over here. Let's meet.
What are you talking about over there? I'm over here. Over here. What are you talking about? I'm over here in my land. I'm over here in my land. Y'all talk about y'all African descent and all that shit. You don't even know your history over here. You're going along by one narrative about most of y'all follow Tariq Nasheed. You don't even know where the information that was going on before Tariq Nasheed. We've been on this shit. Y'all Johnny come lately.
Brother, I'm saying you get cooperative. If you can get cooperation on a national level and bring that to the international level, that's what they scared of. And I'll tell you this. I'll tell you about this FBA thing. Now, in my faith, I understand. I'm gonna let you just small snippet. I believe FBA have a power over the whole world that is ordained for us. And it
I
ain't gonna
agree.
just be a control man. We're gonna control Africa and all that too. Now that's prophesied in my belief. We're gonna control that because they look to us. You said it yourself. They look to us, they copy our styles and things like that. So if we set the right tone instead of this name calling, then they're gonna be like us, then we got power if they follow us. So all we got to do is follow the right path and they're gonna be honest. Since they're trying to imitate.
Let me tell you where your logic is flawed at, brother. You would have to, don't you know it's 50 some countries in Africa? Different countries. Them all different people. It's hundreds of different tribes, hundreds of different languages, thousands of dialects of those languages. Y'all got this Wakanda.
Okay, brother man, let me.
I don't know who y'all is. I ain't talking about no Africa, man. I'm talking about us in America.
Bro, I'm not talking to you then.
Okay.
Some people. I got it.
You saying y'all?
Children. I gotta tell you that shit. Listen.
Okay.
Some people got this fantasy that they about to go to Africa and be like Black Power, and then all the Africans are going to stand up and be like Black Power, brother.
No,
that's fact. We're all working together, and now it's all harmony.
No, you're right, brother. You're right, brother. Let me ask you.
That's silly.
I'm telling you what happened. This is how America got together. It was a whole bunch of tribes over here, and what did they do? They divided and conquered the tribes. And all the white tribes that came in here, the Huns, the Anglo-Saxons, the Franks, and all them all tribes. But when they got to the door, no, you ain't Frank, you ain't the Huns, you ain't this, you white. They started the unitribe. And the unitribe. And what you got to do is put all these melanated people, they the enemy. So they unified they tribal stuff, and it took over here and went across the world. Now, our tribal stuff got unified because those of us that did, some of us was here, but some of them that came over on them ships, whether the Arabs or whether the Europeans put them in the slave ships, we had to get in them holes in them slave ships. Said, brother man, we might be different tribes, but if we ever gonna get our ass back or get up on things like that, we gonna have to unite together and fight these white folks. And that's where FBA began. That and the people over here. That's when we got the FBA.
FBA was
we had to unify. Because we had to unify.
Brother.
So of all the black people in the world, we know how to unify better than anybody else. That's what I'm saying. Because we was all different tribes.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Now that we got to understand. Okay, whatever if it was before that or after that, right? We know who we are now. Everybody don't know. Some people want to hang on to this African shit. Some people want to hang on to this Indian shit. All of that shit, we just got to let y'all go. Because we talking about the descendants of the people that was enslaved here. That's a very unique language that nobody else can claim. Nobody else can. You can't crowbar into it. You can't fake it. You can't do none of that.
Well, brother man, my dad had an expression. He said, well, the old folks say, I can show you better than tell you. My father said it's easier to pull a string than to push it. See, because if we pull it and move the bar, then they're gonna have to reach where we are.
Right.
So we set the bar. We set the high bar. Now the bar we got set now is the bastardized ghetto country that the white folks hijack. If we set the bar of we running it here and really get to run it and get it going on, then it's gonna shake the whole world. And that's what they scared. That's why they scared of us.
Why haven't we, bro? We were the ones that said, no, if the white man said, no, we gonna enjoy this freedom.
Because we are just getting together. Why we haven't done that? Because we are just realizing the game. We are just realizing.
Bro, you too old to be thinking like this, bro. We started as slaves, real live slaves. We started as slaves.
We did not start as slaves. That's bullshit.
What I'm telling you, whatever. I know you were in.
And we built businesses.
Benjamin Banneker was a free man.
I'm not talking.
Frederick Douglass was a free man. You
We
cannot say, look. It's
I'm
the
not
people that was
talking
in
about you.
we
Pennsylvania that were free people.
we
You
went.
cannot say everybody started
Everybody
because you're
wasn't a
using
slave.
their history.
You're
We
not a black American if you
we
ain't got
built
no slavery in your
slavery
lineage.
into Black Wall
If you
Street.
don't got no
We did
slavery in
that,
your
and
lineage,
what did they
then
do?
you're not a
They
black
burned
American.
it down.
You gotta fully understand what a slave was, because
You
all the
all
indentured
that
servants
weirdo,
were not chattel slaves.
all that weirdo shit. No,
Black
don't
people own land. That's what I'm trying to tell your goof
don't
ass.
got any
We
slavery.
You
built.
talking about weird shit? Black
You're
people own,
not a black
listen,
American.
my great grandfather owned land in
You're not
Arkansas.
a black
Now
American.
you talking about the white. We can't do nothing because the white man got us. Now you
Who?
talking that.
Who?
I'm
You
saying
go your grand.
when we say they took the land from us,
When you
I'm
said
literally
your
telling you they
grandfather
took the
owned
land
land,
from us.
you said your grandfather owned land. Which one?
My
You got
great grandfather on my mother's side owned land in Arkansas, right along with her father. Okay,
but you
this is the
got
early 1900s. All
but
right, how they
slavery was
got there? How they
in the 1800s.
got there in the 1870s in Lake Village,
My
Arkansas?
grandfather
A
owned land.
tribe of black. Hey,
My
listen, hey,
grandfather owned land in the 18. I
this
mean,
is because it's recent history. It's not 200, 300, 400 years ago. Okay,
That's brother.
in the
That's why.
1870s, a tribes of a black military group came and ransacked that city and ran the white settlers out of there. Now, we keep talking in slave history, nigga, we was fighting tribes. We were the fighting tribes. The Civil War couldn't have happened unless it was Negroes fighting against Negroes. It was the
you were.
same as the Indian Wars.
You say this. That's why. Listen. Well, then I accept you for that, bro. We trying to kill this conversation. We're different. Me and you different. Me and you different. I'm a FB. I'm descendant of slaves here in this country. You were Indian. That's cool, bro. That's cool.
I'm not claiming Indian. Whatever. All that shit's a
A lot of
misnomer,
us fought,
bro.
brother. We all got stories where we
I
fought.
was
Man,
a
my
slave.
family fought the
I'm
Klan.
a descendant of slaves.
Some
My
of
family
that
fought the
slavery
Klan.
shit. Some of that slavery shit came from wars. Do you know what a prisoner of war is? If we're at war with a tribe and they come into our territory and they take our children, that's what the chain gang was, dog. That's what the chain gang was. They was
Hey,
locking up
Dennis, can we
kids.
say something?
Even hold on, wait. Even if it did come from wars, them people were still enslaved. I'm a descendant of the enslaved people.
But you're not a slave now.
Listen,
There's no excuse for being a slave now.
slavery. It was more slavery in the early 1900s than it was before the Civil War. We didn't have Jim Crow before the Civil War.
Bro,
we have when you was in school
Okay.
watching videos of black people
Copper.
hanging, you was watching people in the 1930s.
Copper. Vovo, Copper. Please listen to other people like say something, because y'all been talking, and we know what you are saying is important,
Just
and
say it,
we
bro.
want to say something.
Bro, let him
No.
talk.
I
Just
want
say it, man.
yeah.
You ain't saying
No.
nothing all the time. Just interject.
Let him talk,
No,
man. Y'all been arguing this
I
shit all
don't talk
day.
like when people are talking. I
Just
need
go
to
ahead.
talk when
You got it,
people are
brother.
Just bring
listening.
it. So bring it.
Okay, all right. So first of all, I wanted to talk to Vovo, because his name Vovo Rent says it all. Because like today he's calling for unity. Tomorrow he's talking about these people have, like, we have gold, we have this notoriety or whatever it is. That's not the most important. Like this panel, I'm here because I want to connect with black folks wherever they are. You, like, African American are not the only enslaved people around the world, but you talking Bovo as like you the only one that can claim, or like being descendant of like from slavery or something like that. That's not true. You know like the smallest minority, but you Vovo, you very delusional, like talking about gold. Let me tell you something. If, like, African countries in the Sahel, if they are able to, like, set up a plan to create, like, to use the uranium to create like like they will have more nuclear goddamn country in this damn world. They have like most of the resources. Like, for example,
Tell him.
France. They don't have no gold mine whatsoever. They're the second like gold like country in this damn world. All the gold, all the money they have, they've been taking it from the African like countries. Like that's all that they've been doing, right? So right now we are like 2025, we are talking in a different narrative. We are trying to control our lands. So what I'm doing right now is calling for black people wherever they are, America, South America, like all, like, everywhere. We have to unite, guys. We have to stop talking
Respectfully,
about. Listen.
Bro,
Let
let
me
him
finish,
finish.
Copper. Let
go
me
ahead,
finish,
go ahead,
Copper. You've been
No, we
talking like
don't
over
unite
go
with
ahead,
them.
go
hours.
ahead,
So
brother, go ahead, go ahead,
Get rid
go
of
okay,
ahead.
okay,
Kumbaya.
okay. I'll go
No
ahead. I'll go
Kumbaya
ahead.
with FBA, man. No
I'll go
Kumbaya with
ahead.
FBA.
Yes, so like I'm not trying to like disrespect nobody, but Vovo, when you talking to somebody that's elder than you don't have to like, act certain ways.
Fire.
You have to give
Fire.
respect, right?
Fire.
So respect is important in this type of conversation. We're here to learn, but you change position
Yeah,
every
FD2,
God's
big up.
given day, and that's what's like confusing me. What do you believe? You
That's what he
think
want to do is
like people
confuse
are,
you.
yeah, you think people like are trying to like do something about, oh, we want to look like Black America, we want to, no, we are genuinely trying to connect you. You don't get the message. Your algorithm is corrupted. You don't get the right message. You don't know what's going on underground right now. People are moving, people
Exactly.
are building land, people are buying land where they can mine gold, and everything is happening. You don't see it because you are on the
He's just
bad
stuck in the
algorithm.
hood.
People are
He's
trying to
worried
unite right
about
here.
his change. He
We're
want to
not
look at
trying to
change.
divide
He want
whatever,
look
but
at
you
change.
just delusional. You
I'm not
renting, and I
bold.
can understand
Are
that.
you
If
lot?
you just renting, I mean, I can't talk to you because I'm here to like have a productive conversation.
Bro, he's
Now
trying to
I'm
get
talking to other
resolution.
people, not you. I'm just trying to like check you. I'm just trying to check you. I have so much respect for you.
Brother
Sometimes you
man,
say things
thank
that
you.
You don't
make
need the
sense.
respect him.
All right,
Right.
so I'm gonna land the mic right here.
You don't need the
Let
respect
me.
him.
Let,
You
I'm gonna.
good
I'm
for
gonna.
real.
Let me ask everybody a question. One thing we have in common. Can
Somebody
we?
got to mute their mic. They might messing up.
Whoever is a con,
That's
bro.
not okay. I have one question for everybody here. It's one common thread. Everybody in this panel been robbed. Brother
Yes.
Copperhead, they robbed your people, your land. We've been robbed here. Y'all been robbed in that. We've been robbed and stuff. We all been robbed. We got to figure out the way to get back the stuff we've been robbed of and manipulate that to get the real power for our people, to get
Unity
the
with the
more
whole
bag,
diaspora, but not
Well,
to get
FBA.
the more
Cut
here's
them
the
bag.
thing.
out. We don't want them.
Here's the thing.
Respectfully though, I
No
think
unity
Bobo
with
should
FBA.
respond to the brother that
Trade.
Right. He keep
because
calling. He
Oh,
calling
go
my
ahead, Bobo.
name.
Go ahead, Bobo.
Let's see if
Now,
he makes some sense.
Trade on
he
that.
doesn't. I don't know if he can hear good. I got the same stance up for years and years and
Nah,
years.
you like to flip
No,
flop. You like to
yesterday
play
you
soft.
switch it.
Come on,
Yo,
Johnny. Man, I
yesterday,
Yeah.
like
Bobo
2 days ago,
Yeah,
you
definitely.
switch. You switch trying to talk about unity because what we were saying was making sense.
I'm
But
not
you
talking
wake
about
up,
unity
I
with
don't know
you.
what you're doing overnight,
I'm
but
not.
you wake up a totally different person. You
I'm not
worse
talking
than a
about unity with
bipolar.
you. I wasn't talking
Jay
about unity with
Sanders, you're
you.
wrong.
I wasn't talking about unity with you. You can't unify with no Africans.
I bigged you up
Brother,
earlier on,
This
but
we
is
now
what
you're
we're
wrong
all
with
talking
that.
been
about. This is
robbed.
what I'm
Yeah,
talking
he's
about.
here though.
Hater, you hating yourself when you say that. You can't even unite with your damn self.
How? I can unite with
Yeah,
my.
you're right.
I just had a black man work on my
Yeah,
house.
Africans sold
What do
each
you
other
think? He
out.
got a
You're right
business.
about that.
He
He
just
probably come back in the
I got a
spot
You
question
were
now.
for
showing me some
Shepto.
14 karat gold, like trying to flex on that shit. That's nothing, man.
yes, it is.
You talking about people like that are not working with gold. You don't know. Yeah, that's why I'm saying you have the wrong algorithm. You don't know how much. Like
No.
I'm telling you something. Like just one example, and I'm gonna lend the mic. I'm just gonna give you this one.
Yeah, do that.
Uh,
Uh,
this guy in Mali, this king Mansa Musa, he collapsed the whole world fucking economy from one trip from Mali to Mecca
what year is
because
this?
of the amount of gold that he has. He's the wealthiest person
Mansa
of
Musa.
all time.
What year is it?
Bro, let him
What
finish
problem do you
talking,
have
bro.
with history?
I'm asking what year is it? My watch.
Yeah,
It
I
don't
mean,
matter.
go
Look it
ahead
up.
and do
Google
your
it, man.
research. Go
Yeah,
ahead
man.
and do
Look
your
up
research.
Mansa
You'll
Musa and
see that
Abubakari.
Look at
that they messed up the world economy. Like gold was nothing because of his trip. Like from a certain time.
What year is that?
Go
Why don't
do
you look it up on
your
Google?
research, and
No,
I'm
what
gonna
year
you
land
is
my
look it
plane
up.
in this.
Go
I
Google
don't
it and
want to
find out,
contribute in
motherfucker. Let
like
him
no,
this
what
finish.
type
year
of
is
Let
conversation
Hey,
when
him
this
finish.
guy is just ranting.
brother man, if you don't know your history, you're gonna make the same dumbass mistakes
no, what
continually.
Thank
year
you.
is it
That's
today?
why
I'm
What
you
glad
year?
that's
other
why you
people
know
see how
history.
stupid this motherfucker is, man.
Because
Thank
I
y'all for
thought
being here.
Mansa Musa been dead. I thought Mansa Musa been dead for I don't know.
I mean, yeah, almost a century. I mean, almost a millennia.
But I'm saying
Almost 1,000 years.
Yeah,
you
Mansa
got to
Musa.
learn your history.
Mansa
You
Musa.
got to learn. You can learn lessons from your history, so so you don't
Man,
repeat
do you think I
mistakes.
don't know about Mansa Musa?
He
I know
said
my
that's a long
mathematics.
time ago. We talk about
Yeah,
now.
they don't get it.
Hey,
They a little slower, man. You know,
hey,
they older than
I want to
average.
add Steph to something because I believe, of course, I believe in everybody uniting, of course, when it comes to doing business and help, but you cannot do that unless you fix up your home. I can't come to your home and sweep up on your porch. And I don't need you coming in my house and sweep it up on my
Yeah,
porch. We need to
yeah,
fix our own house. You got to fix
yeah,
your house. You telling us what we got to do, you need to do for yours because they robbing y'all. We
yeah.
live in our shit. We've been fighting over here. We have a whole history of fighting these motherfuckers the whole time. So when that slave shit come in, that slave shit comes from fighting wars. We wasn't no goddamn just slaves. We have free people.
No shit. That ain't what I was saying, brother.
All
I'm
right.
telling you.
Hey,
It ain't to
can I
whoever.
comment
I'm not
now?
talking
I
to you,
want to
whoever.
comment on
I'm
the
talking
whole
to Self
story.
Hold on,
too.
wait, Johnny, please don't
I'm
make me
talking
go.
to Self too because Self too said we need to unite. Everybody has slaves. No
Please,
shit,
don't
everybody
make
has
me
slaves.
go.
Fix
No,
the
he ain't the one who
slavery
said
shit that
that,
was
bro.
happening in your homeland, and
Hold
let us
on.
fix what's going on over
Well,
here.
you know something? We
All
got
right,
some.
well, guys, let me
They got
pass the
some
mic.
coons in Africa they got to deal with, just
Uh,
like we
uh,
got some coons over here.
all right,
They got to. They got to
let me
get rid
pass
of.
the
They
mic.
have to get.
All right, let me pass the mic. The guy with the key, unmute yourself,
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
loud and clear, loud and clear.
Now
Go
I was
ahead.
going. All right, yeah. So I was wondering. All right. So I was kind of confused. The one guy, his name is Rance at the end.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was an FBA, and I just looked that up, and it pretty much said like it was owned by one person. Is that like a cult?
No, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
No, it's a serious question. I was just
I'm giving you a serious answer. Yes.
A
Why
cult.
wouldn't you take that as a serious answer? Yes, it's a cult. It's
and
owned
I'm
by
not trying
one.
to be
It's owned by one
disrespectful.
person. This guy named Tariq Nasheed. He put a microchip in the. I don't know if you can see in the back of my head, and I'm
No,
like,
no, no. He
Hey,
just
stop
owned the
trolling that
intellect.
man.
He just owned the intellectual property.
Yeah.
So
okay, it's
it's
a
like,
cult. Yes, it's a cult. Yes. What's your point?
oh no, it was a legit question. So that was the only question I had for you.
Yeah.
And then all right, so to address the older guys on this call, because I only got like 1 more minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro. All right, so I'm an indigenous American, bro. My tribe don't have no constitution, so there's no point in talk about my tribe. So
Okay.
when people be talking all this FBA stuff, it was kind of confusing because when someone say they're native or they're indigenous, I asked them what tribe to know if their tribe attacked my tribe. You get what I'm saying? Because not
What's your
everybody,
tribe?
bro, that don't even matter.
No,
I mean,
one mic. It
yeah. Hold
does
on.
matter. What tribe are you from?
It's called the Chura tribe.
Who?
Chura tribe. That's what it
True.
is.
What? Huh?
Chura.
Are you guys federally recognized?
We're recognized in America, but we don't have a constitution, so it don't matter.
No, I'm asking you. Are you like federally like recognized by the government? Like you're in what's the word? Not exempt, but well exempt. But are you you have okay? Yeah, you say you don't have your own constitution. That's a no. Never mind.
Yeah, we don't. So that's all, and there's a reason for that. But I'm not here to step on nobody's toes. I love America and I love Africans, bro. That's why I asked
Fact,
that respectful question.
Respect, bro.
Um, but I just
fact.
be asking that because I be wanting to know because this world not so friendly. Everybody want to keep saying come together.
Yeah.
And to be honest, bro, the Africans, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Like I got like a lot of like I got family that's African Americans now, right? Bruh, we not ever coming to Africa to save y'all, yo.
That's not what
We don't
it's
want. We
about, bro.
don't want you. We don't want you to.
Yeah, you
We don't need
misunderstood.
no savior.
Yeah, bro. I ain't
Nobody's
gonna
asking
lie,
y'all to
yo.
say.
I ain't gonna lie. So y'all could just like try to figure out another way for y'all to be saved, because Black Americans, everybody that's look like us and y'all that
You
in
don't speak for
America,
them.
we not coming over there,
You don't
I
speak
have a
for them.
question.
You
When you
don't
say
speak
look,
for black
when
people.
you say look like us, what do you mean? I thought you're Native American.
bruh. I look just like you.
Look,
I
look,
fucking
look.
knew it. I
I
knew
didn't
it.
come. I didn't come on here to look. I didn't come on here to look like
Native
you.
Americans don't apply to black Indians,
I
dog.
said I'm indigenous. I didn't say I'm
Oh
a
man, I
native.
fucking
Natives
knew
have a
it.
constitution.
Oh
My tribe
Lord.
don't have a constitution.
Okay,
Native American was made up just like African Americans.
let me read these super chats. Tom Likas, thank you for the $20 holla. FBA, Hebrew Israelite, Native American, Louisiana Creole, Egyptians, Black folks are
It's just
cooked.
silly stuff, bro.
Tom Likas, $10 holla. There's something wrong with Black folks.
Yeah,
All right, go ahead. Allergic to ignorance. Go ahead.
yeah,
There's something wrong with white folk. Who the
Okay,
fuck white
allergic.
folk
yeah.
think they is?
Allergic to
Come on,
ignorance.
bro.
Go ahead.
Come on, bro.
Allergic.
Come on.
Yo, cause
Go
somebody
ahead.
got talk. Like, what's this?
Go,
But I'm gonna wrap this up. So
allergic to ignorance. Go ahead.
What the fuck going on?
Allergic to ignorance. Go ahead. Oh Lord.
Wow. Okay.
Trying to get hit by cold
Key,
feet.
go ahead, Key.
That was a white boy.
but
He
yeah, bro. So I be listening to these calls
He let that white boy get away
unbiasedly.
with that. Okay.
But let him talk.
I listen to these
the
calls
white boy, he paid
unbiasedly.
money for that bullshit. He weird. Yeah, let him. Hey, donate some more, Tom. Say some
Bro,
more
let this
bullshit.
dude talk, bro.
But I
It's their
listen
turn.
to these calls unbiasedly because I appreciate every one of y'all game. I appreciate the African game, the whatever. Every one of y'all, I appreciate all y'all game. And
Hey,
I
could
just
I
listen
ask you a
in.
question, bro?
Yeah.
So like from these calls, you get that people are like from Africa are like looking for like Americans to like basically to come and save them. That's like the message you kind of take
Bro,
away.
unbiasedly,
Yeah,
I be wondering, like I be questioning because when I was younger, my family we just try to fit in and say we was African American, and we wanted to do that so much, and we never could be that, right?
And
So I
like I
look at
never
the
When
fit
you
rest
in,
of
or
the
say you
what?
world,
never could be that, what do you mean?
bro. I just when you know that who you are, it's like hard to be around.
So did you know that
Wow.
when you were growing up, or you just realized that
No,
you
my
were
family
indigenous?
we always knew that we always knew
Indigenous.
our tribe. Yeah.
You tried, right?
It was
Okay.
small, so we knew that we was a bloodline, and that whole bloodline was a tribe. You get what I'm saying? Very small. I swear to God, it's not funny.
I feel
They
like he
exist.
called in before and said this. Have you ever called in before, bro?
No, man. No, I don't
I feel
try
like
to
the
pander.
tribe name and all that sound familiar.
No,
What's your
no.
language?
It's Sioux. So that's the language.
Do
It's
you
called
speak it?
Sioux. I didn't come on here to try to prove anything, bro.
No,
Do you
no, no.
speak it
I'm
or
just
not,
You
asking
bro?
you.
don't.
Just a
You
simple
don't speak
question.
it. It's okay. You
Listen,
don't speak
bro.
it. It's okay. You don't speak
We
it. It's
don't
okay.
have a constitution, so what they call people like us, guess what? They call us niggas. And
How
I'm trying
convenient,
to
man.
tell
How
you.
convenient.
So we just live around y'all, and we like, okay, we see how. But first, look, like I'm gonna just tell y'all this. So we looking at the African Americans like, wow, they really doing it. They really doing it, and we try to fit in with them, and then we see the whole world doing that. So we like, wow. So it's like
So
it's weird. It's weird. So I'm
let
telling
me.
you, all that inclusive stuff is dead.
Okay.
So what?
All
So
right. Let me pass it to allergic to ignorance. Allergic to ignorance. Go ahead. Allergic to ignorance. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Allergic to ignorance. Unmute yourself. Hey man, y'all gotta stop calling in on these Obama phones. Stop calling in on the Obama phones. Call back, allergic to ignorance. Call in on a real phone.
wow.
Milestone thoughts. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
What's going on? I brought
What's good?
something in the back, man, because y'all is this FBA stuff and all this old weird stuff. Y'all is fighting for.
Hey, you gotta turn down the cartoons you got playing in the background, man. Turn it down.
Don't worry about that. Hold on. I get the remote to turn the TV down. Put the TV on me right quick. Yeah, put the TV on me. Where the remote at? What other remote at?
Remote with a hard K.
Baby's got the TV going in the background.
Put some respect on my remote.
Yeah, all that weird ass nigga. But any old way, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, y'all, let's not use the N word, man. Let's not use the N word.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, this history that y'all fighting for, I put it in the background. Y'all fighting for a white person history that came over here, and they came here as prostitutes. Them was the slaves. Them is the ones that came here talking about they was the Africans. It's in the back if you want to look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Don't give them too much soft.
You know what I'm saying?
So prostitutes mean that they was like selling themselves for money?
Like a harem.
The men and women.
Okay, so there was an exchange of money for sex, prostitution.
Exactly. So that's why when you say you a slave, see, they was the ones that came here that said they was the African, and they was the one that came here said they was the Moor, and they was the one that came here that said they was the Israelite. But somehow our people got attached to it because
Who's our
somebody wrote
people?
in the book that said everybody in the world was black. You know
Who's
what I'm
our
saying?
people?
They said they got attached to that. But they the ones that came here as a slave. You know what I'm
Who's our
saying?
people,
You
bro?
tap
I'm
on
trying
that
to
little
understand.
thing. You tap on that little thing where it show you who the Slavic people is. You know, like the ones that they call the so-called Native American, and it's a Siberian, and it's a Slavic person. You know what I'm saying? And anybody over from the Europe parts or
This
whatever.
dude is a
You know what I'm
goddamn
saying? Them is all
fool.
Slavic people. Them is the slave. That's what Slav mean. It means slave.
No,
They was the
actually, it's the
slave.
other way around. The word slave
It's
is
not.
derived
No,
from the
no,
word
no, no,
Slav.
no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. We're not about to
Would you
play
like to
that
put a
game.
cash app bet on that, my friend?
Oh, whatever you want to do, because I can prove it right now. Slavic means slave.
Look it up. And what I'm saying, just so we clear, because people like to play these stupid
I'm,
games,
I don't have to.
I'm
I don't
saying
have to look
I'm
it up. I
saying that the
already
word
have the
slave
proof.
is derived from Slavic, not the other way around. Now look it up,
What,
and then tell me how much you want to bet on Cash App.
dude? I just said
Y'all
Slavic
just said
means
the
slave.
same thing.
No, he's saying that the people are derived from the word slave, Slavic, like the word, like they call themselves Slavics because they're slaves. That's what he's saying. I'm saying
That's
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 not
that's
true.
that's what they were. That's what they. That's
So
what
let's
that
put a
is.
bet on it, and then let's see if I'm right or you right. Okay.
I already know I'm right. I already know I'm right.
Okay. So you shouldn't have
I
no
already
problem
know.
putting
I
a bet
already
on
know
it.
what Slavic
No,
means.
it's right here.
I
It's
already know
right.
what
It's
it
right.
means
It don't. I'm
and who are the
talking.
The
people
word slave
I'm
and
does
who are
come
the
talking.
from
I'm
people
Slavic
that was
though.
talking.
Slavic.
I'm talking. I'm talking. It says right
So what
here.
you trying? So you trying to say you
Listen,
a Slavic person?
I'm
Are you trying
talking.
to
Hold
say that you're a
on.
Slavic?
Y'all got to mute up. Okay. It says right here. It's not that the word Slavic comes from the word slave, but rather the word slave comes from the word Slavic.
okay. So I'll send you my Cash App in the back, and I want you to send me like let's go with $20 for that.
Yeah, send me 22.
So no, who's talking to
Milestone,
me?
Milestone, you need to super chat as well for that bullshit. You need to super chat.
I don't got to super chat you shit.
Bro,
All
calm down.
right,
Get
go
out
how
of
ahead.
about
here.
it just
Take your
means
ass back to the fucking
how
pen,
about
bro,
it
with that
just means
nonsense.
domesticated livestock? How about
All
that?
right, let me
Hey,
allergic to hold on. Allergic to ignorance. Are you there? Allergic to ignorance. Man, you guys got to stop calling in on these Obama phones, man. You got to go, bro.
Wow.
And
You got to
remember,
go.
crack is whack, fellas. Crack is whack.
Wow.
That was an easy one, but who else? Who else we got? Or could I make my statement, Donnie, about FBA?
Go
Or should
ahead.
I talk about the chat overall?
Okay.
I'm gonna go on the chat overall. I
I
don't want
got
to
two
start no
fucking.
argument. I didn't even get to talk, bro. So don't even. But anyway,
No,
I
I'm not.
asked.
I'm saying it's a guy here with
All
two
right. So
profiles
yeah,
on.
let's go ahead and mute him up. Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna talk about it earlier. The Chapman, I don't know why, but even streaming hella long and shit, which is a good thing. But it was kind of crazy to hear the discourse from the adults and like the elderly people when we was talking earlier. That kind of got me a little bit, man. There was people talking from age, and there was people talking with European sophisticated accents, but they was like really coming off kind of ignorant with that, man. But I think that through all that, they was trying to make some good points, and basically trying to get people to understand that when it comes to our divisions, like what actually divides us is that our religion should not be a defining factor as us as a people. They were talking a lot about that in different ways that we're divided with that, but we got to be secure in our beliefs to the point that we don't have to try to press them and pass them on to others. You know what I'm saying? I never really see Sikhs or Buddhists ever try to recruit people to go out and try to tell somebody that this is the way they're living or the way that they're living is wrong in no type of way. They respect their sanctity of their own religions and stuff, and they don't try to push it on to others. You know, so I think that's a lesson that we need to learn, especially in the age of like astrology and spirituality and all that stuff. We kind of have a different message than like the elders would push on, and I think that for the future, that is important that we kind of come with that. You understand yourself, and you don't need to like find within leaders. You kind of look and you understand and you research and you find this stuff for yourself and find out what's true. All right. There's ways that we can support Africa. There's ways that we can support ourselves here in the United States.
financially, physical support, emotional support, different things like that we can do to start actually building. That could become a solution just out of that and stuff. I know people is gonna come with this clown shit, talking about more division because that's what they're here to do. All right, but at the end of it all, there's ways that we can make make strides and stuff. We don't have to see the whole world unified, but when we talk about like earlier teachings from Pan-Africanism and Malcolm X and W.E.B. Du Bois and like Patrice Lumumba and people like that, we're closer than ever to actually realizing that actually as something that's tangible. So without getting into the political realms of geopolitical politics and stuff, we still can make a lot of strides and stuff in our own way. Like every step towards that of understanding and working together and immersion is a step towards actually getting our goal. And as long as nobody don't stand in the way of that, you can come up with all this nonsense type of beliefs and pseudoscience and, you know what I mean, stacked up history to try to make things fit to the way that you think they are, even though it could easily be proven with facts. Just don't try to suppress whatever somebody else is doing and fuck with the overall campaign that we pushing for Pan-Africanism. I'm gonna pass it on that.
Brother, I think that's profound. I think we've had the tribalism, whether you created it or you're indigenous or whatever. This the white supremacy and the thing that has controlled this world has divided tribes and made divisions and drew boundaries and stuff like that. But they got a code. See, it wasn't they all from different tribes. All the white folks, Swedes, all the Huns, they all from different tribes. But they can come together to aggregate power and subjugate us. If we can come together, whatever we came from, wherever we were, and aggregate power and cooperate and trade with each other. I'm an older fella, but I remember when Louis Farrakhan, the Muslims here were black Muslims. They were trading all over they were trading with Gaddafi. They were trading all of Africa, bringing in fish and things like that, having markets and things like that. And through COINTELPRO, a lot of that stuff was destroyed. But the thing about being old, I've seen it. I saw it, and I saw it torn apart by white supremacy. And I've seen it how when it rose up at the early origins of hip hop, brothers were spitting that wisdom, and they came up and opened up this whole thing to bring that down. So I'm saying we have to control our media, our narrative, and control our code. Figure out what we can come together on, and all get paid, and all take care of our children and raise our children.
Can I ask one question before I get out of here?
Go ahead, bro.
All right. Yeah. Do anybody have questions for me or any smoke or anything like that?
I'm gonna let you go.
And then another thing was I was about to say, bro, everybody made an agreement. Y'all need to really study history. America is not going to ever fall, bro. Y'all need to really study history.
Bro,
I'm
gonna say this real quick.
Every
though.
empire
I'm gonna
is
say this
falling.
real quick.
All of this speculation about America falling is
No,
literally weird, but it's okay.
Yeah, bro. I want to distinct from that, bro. I don't want it to make it seem like Pan-Africanism is pushing for the downfall or hatred from America. I don't know where a lot of people obviously had this shit. I don't know where it comes from, but me, I'm American. My family is back in America and shit, and I'm proud of the accomplishments and shit that we did here on the continent.
Yeah, because if
most
America
most
fall,
black
where
people
everybody
are,
gonna
man.
run at? Where everybody
So,
gonna
let
run
me
at
say
when
this.
that shit falls?
I got
Everybody gonna do what?
Y'all niggas gonna be going. Y'all niggas gonna go
We
back to hell.
gotta start.
Bro,
Sir, we're not using the N word. We're not using the N word.
Before you go, I got a question for you though.
And I just find it very weird for you to be an Aboriginal original using the N word. That's weird.
Right?
He said he looked just like you, Linus.
He said he looked just like you, Linus.
I didn't say I was Aboriginal, and I said I was just like y'all, bro.
People create their own like line.
Okay, guys, let me pass it to Bobo. Go ahead,
We're
Bobo.
going back into tribalism.
Bobo, ask the question, Bobo.
Now you said that you're native, right? And you gave us a tribe.
I'm indigenous. Yes, I'm indigenous.
You're indigenous. All right, and you said you lived around us. So when y'all reproduce, did y'all reproduce with us, or did y'all only keep it like with your tribe? Like,
Yeah, we pretty much bred with our tribe, and then once it got.
Was it a situation? Like, was it a situation to where like you going to high school and you was, you liked the girl, but it was forbidden to mess with the FBA girl that you live around? or the
Nah, not my bloodline. I'm talking about the people that created me was operating like how you said. I
bro?
was more
You made all that up, bro.
This
You
kid
made
is a
all that up.
clown,
Just
man.
for the record, bro. You made all that up.
I
no,
got
I
two of them.
didn't.
Handle.
Yeah, you did, bro. And
How
maybe
did I
you
Yeah,
didn't, but
you
somebody
made
did.
that up, bro. But that's
That's what
cool though. I'm glad that we
I
getting
keep
y'all off that
saying.
weird Indian stuff.
Give me one
I've been
second.
having this conversation
Right.
online for
Go in
12
your
years.
rant, you
That's how I
female.
know what it looks
Go in
like.
your rant.
It ain't
I
no
didn't say
weird
that.
Indian nothing. You just don't
Yeah,
I ain't
understand
say
history.
Yeah,
I
it
ain't
is,
say
bro.
that
Hold
either.
on,
You
hold
look
on. Hold
ridiculous with
it.
those feathers, bro. I'm just
What
telling
did
you.
I?
We can
I
table
said this
that.
just
Hey,
now.
guys, let
They
me pass
wear
the
they
mic to
wear
Max.
feathers in
Let me pass
Africa.
the
What
mic
are
to
you
Max.
talking about?
Let me pass the mic to Maximilian. Go ahead, Maximilian.
Hey
It's
guys,
dumb.
what's going on? I don't want no
All
comment.
good, Max. All good. Go ahead.
I came in to say one thing, man. Donis is like a son to me.
Ignorant, man.
Now, just listen to me for a minute. Donis, I've known me and Donis know each other personally. Have you ever noticed you never heard Donis curse? Have you ever noticed?
Hey, sometimes he be getting mad, man.
I just cuss.
But it's rare and far between.
Yeah, true. But I just cuss.
So that's okay, Donis. I cuss. Say shit. I cuss too. So we even. But the point is that one thing that I love about Donis, and I've been following Donis like 10 years now. Donis has substance. Donis he'll argue his point. The reason I'm telling you all this is that every time I listen to y'all all night, I got it on the whole night while I'm working, doing my paperwork. You know how many times y'all curse and call each other names? That is not the way productive men do things. I've gave this hint so many times. You can say, "Who the hell are you?" I'm a rich ass dude, and I don't conduct myself that way. If you're gonna make your point, make your point. Why do y'all keep insulting each other, brother? You ain't gonna never get nowhere talking to each other that way. If you got a point, make your point. Now we talking to a guy that's a grown man, that's a college educated man, and a successful business owner. You have never heard me insult either one of y'all. You do not do that. Make your point, and if you have a valid point that you disagree with him on it. But don't make it personal. Don't tell people to shut up. Don't talk about people's hats. Don't talk about you stupid. Don't do that. Because when you call people's names, that shows you're ignorant. And it's hard for people that's very intelligent. Listen, Donis has got a lot of, let me finish. Donis has got a lot of intelligent followers with him. Most people are like Donis. That's why we're on the channel. So y'all got to be a better representation of what Donis is letting y'all talk. But please, come on, brother. We got to be more brotherly when we on this channel. Stop
I
with all
agree.
the bullshit,
let me
all
say
the
this
BS.
I
though.
agree,
That's
man. I
right.
appreciate
I
that.
agree. I agree
That's
with that.
good.
Appreciate it.
Everybody know I'm ignorant, but I prefer to have an intellectual conversation. It's gonna be up to Adonis to clean that up. If you letting the guy come on here and troll, it turns to a troll space.
Well, no,
Yet he
I'm
has
gonna
to
let
let
you.
Only one
you in.
trolling.
Shit.
That's
I'm
not
gonna,
fair. He got
I'm
the
gonna,
power
We
to
have to check ourselves.
mute
We
Mike.
have to check ourselves.
I'm gonna.
But everybody, some people come here just to troll.
That's
For
Well, let
you,
me.
Yeah,
bro. You just was
if
just
I
a
can
You
Okay,
the
Christian,
interject
man.
real
only one
quick,
Shit.
trolling up here.
let me if I can interject real quick.
go ahead, Donis. Go
There's
ahead, Donis.
intellectual conversations, and there's entertainment. Like to me, a lot of this is entertainment. Some of y'all just be talking crazy, but I have a
Dude's a
platform
clown, bro.
for
Wherever he
people
is, I'm gonna be here
to
too.
speak. But a lot of this is definitely entertainment. But go ahead, Maximilian.
No, hold
Well,
on, just for the record, he talking about whenever I come over here, he gonna be here too. This guy's stalking me. I'm telling you, this guy's stalking me online. This Johnny
No,
Gang.
okay.
you
Okay,
are trolling, Bobo.
let Maximilian talk. Go ahead, Maximilian.
I'm 54, brothers. I'm probably older than all of y'all. But the point is, I'm trying to get what Donis is trying to do is get people to get back connected with the continent. And if you ain't got to go to Africa. But Donis is like what I am. I call Donis all the time. Donis, what's the country? Da da da. What should I do here, Donis? And Donis is younger than me, but he's got more experience on the continent than me. So if you're not trying to do that and you just want to come on here and raise hell, I'm not telling you what to do, brother. But we trying to be proactive here and trying to connect Africa and African
Thank you.
Americans, not trying to
Thank you.
disconnect each other.
Yes, that's
So
what
and
we
so
here
Appreciate
for.
it, bro.
Brother,
yeah,
brother
so I love
Maximilian,
y'all, man. I'm going with that, but I just
brother,
wanted to say that though.
Appreciate it, huh?
brother
All right.
Appreciate it,
Maximilian,
huh?
brother Maximilian. You are not the oldest person on this channel. I am really, and what I'm trying to say, we have to talk about solutions because all this separation and things like that, you have to understand. You have to cut to the chase because we can argue about all this, where I am, where you come from. Everybody's talking about where they came from. Where are we going?
Yeah.
This is what we need to do. Where are we going, and how do we get there? Now,
Yeah.
the people that have held us back, the one thing you can learn from your enemy when they're effective is they can get together on some things. Now, when they go through their tribal stuff, you have what's happening in Ukraine. But they can get over here and team up on us all day. And soul division, because I've seen it. I saw Dr. King living. I saw Fred Hampton. These are people I saw. I learned from their mistakes and studied them. And I saw some great things. I saw Louis Farrakhan. I know we did international trade. Wasn't nobody talking this stuff against Africa when Louis Farrakhan and the Muslims was bringing in wares and negotiating with countries and bringing in money and things like that. If we and white supremacy broke that up with COINTELPRO. If we had been able to maintain that, then we would have had a connection with Africa. But you got to understand, white supremacy is lying about you to Africans, and white supremacy is lying over here. They spreading lies, and we believe in the narrative that are given us by other people.
Could
I'll
I
stop.
ask you something?
Yes.
Yes, so that's right. I
So
just want to interject a little, like not to contradict whatever the man that was talking, that we have like so much respect. I am African. I'm from Senegal, West Africa, born and raised. I am in this panel to connect with people, melanated people from like all around the world. I appreciate what Donis is doing. I respect it. That's why I'm listening and I'm hearing like some positive like outcome like throughout the time. Like sometimes it's entertainment. That's why sometimes, you know, we can talk, you know, just as young people and have some certain conversation. But the goal of like search for Huru, that's powerful to me. That's like really, really powerful to me. That's why I'm here.
yeah.
Search for Huru. Like I'm also like on my own quest, on my own search. Like, you know, whether you call it Huru or whatever it is, I'm on my own quest for connection, like truly connection. I'm not looking for no like nothing like materialistic or nothing like that when I'm talking about the connection that I'm seeking. This is like connection from our ancestors. Martin Luther King was killed. Malcolm X was killed. Thomas Sankara was killed. Patrick Lumumba was killed. They are killing people. I don't want to be killed. I'm still fighting on that same wavelength, but on my own way and own terms. I'm connecting, building power, maybe underground, whatever it is, but they're not going to kill me until I kill them. Like, I'm not trying to kill nobody, but I'm trying to connect and unite and build. It's possible. And like right now, we can see it. People like this country, America, we're talking about, is collapsing economically. We all know that China is everywhere economically. We all know that if China and the BRICS start uniting to like, you know, change the narrative of petrodollar, there's a lot of like people in America that's gonna collapse. A lot of things is gonna collapse, and it's happening right now as we're talking. You know, people are playing here with the stock market, posing here, doing this, but all of this is just to regain control. Control is being lost. It's going on another hand. I'm trying to grab the type of control I can have on our land in Africa and build. We have knowledge. We have knowledge. Like African descent are all around the world. They are in the biggest
Hey,
companies.
hey, hey, one second. Hey, the guy with the key, you have an echo. That's why I'm muting you. All right, go ahead, step two.
What we are trying to do right here, right now, is to make sense of our future. Make sense of our future in a way that where we can unite together and like create a path where we can secure ourselves. I was saying knowledge is here. We got people in different industry that are black, melanated, respectful, and are truly, truly, truly rooted to the culture. It's the same culture you're talking about. When you say, okay, you don't like when they're trying to like look like you, they're trying to rap or do all that. It's in our DNA. We can't fake it. We will, no matter, we will connect. You know, that's like magnetism. That's something we can't fake. So unless we try to connect and unite and make sure we watch our backs, because they've been killing us, those that are saying the same stuff have been killed. I'm not trying to get killed. I'm trying to but build. People are buying land. They're leaving America, buying land, living secretly in their best life, surrounded by people that love them and show them, you know, you have to do it the right way. And what Dynasty is trying to do and what Dynasty is doing, I appreciate it. That's why I'm here. Sometimes I don't like the way conversation go, but I keep coming because I feel like the energy of the search for Hulu. That's all I
Yeah,
wanted to say. Thank you.
appreciate it, bro. And in some ways we could look into that, like for people who don't know or whatever. Entrepreneurship is real big in Atlanta. It's real big in throughout the United States. It's big in Africa too. You can look into partnerships with people, either locally or in different places around the world. Logistics is big. There's a lot of nonprofits, 501c3s, real estate in the United States, real estate in Africa is real affordable, like bro was saying. There's agricultural opportunities and stuff. It's a young population, but it's growing. I think the median age in Africa for humans right now is I think it's like 19 years old or something. It's real young though. You can help with monetary, like donating to different causes and stuff that you might agree with. You can start your own type of businesses and researching and stuff. It's a lot of stuff that's out there. It's a lot of opportunities and shit for growth and stuff. So like as it's going on, man, I just like if y'all are interested in any type of way or big or small, it's like it's actually a community coming together through all these clowns and shit. But like we're actually starting to build and shit. Shit is
I'm
actually starting to take off.
brother man, I'm interested in that. I just want to I don't know if you hear me. Uh your brother you say he's from Senegal?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what I looked at, I live in Chicago, right? And we had some work, need to have some work done on our house. And we didn't have labor. We weren't trying to hire companies. So a lot of times people go to the Home Depot, right? So, and all these Hispanics folks bum rush me. I said, I want the ones that look like me. So I looked, it was a whole bunch of brothers from Senegal. They go, if I'm gonna spend money out here, I'm gonna spend on the black ones, the ones that look like me. And uh, we were paying more than everybody else was paying. My sister, I called her the Queen of Senegal because they did work and they went, but that's what I'm talking about. I had a commitment to them. They're over here. Okay, they trying to make it. Before the deal goes down, I might need them to get something in Senegal because whether you know it or not, we talk about this country like it's a nation and we behind the scenes. This is not a nation. It's an empire. That's why you got 800, 750 military bases. It's overreach. There's too much money. It's teetering. The system is collapsing. That's why they're trying to change the system and they're trying to run game. And they know. That's why they're getting ready to start wars. When stuff starts to go bad for white supremacy, they start a war and try and make together. So that's why we got all this stuff going on. But make no mistake about it. The wealth of this world that everybody's looking for is in Africa. If it was over here, they'd be digging. You can believe the Kool-Aid. That's why we can't even produce. We don't even have the antimony to make the artillery shells that we need to fight a war, because that's in other places. Africa is the richest continent on the earth. Yeah, there was some stuff here, but you better believe these white folks dug it out the ground. So you can believe the Kool-Aid. You got to get away from your tribalism, whatever how your tribe got here, whatever your philosophy, and do commerce with people to build some power and build some unity and make some money and be able to truly do something for your children without not having to go to the white man, as some people on the panel say.
Thank
That's
you,
that's
thank
my
you,
Can I
Uncle.
respond?
Thank you,
Can I
Uncle.
respond
I
to
just
him?
want to
Well,
finish
well, well,
because
well.
Uncle said something to me. I just wanted to
Okay,
say
set
that
two. You got
all.
set two. You got 30 seconds. I got to pass the allergic to ignorance. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so
We're
much.
trying one more
So,
time. If it doesn't work, you got to just go get a new phone. Go ahead, set two.
all right. Thank you so much. Uncle, thank you for what you were saying, and that's true. That's all it is. And all it takes, as far as like I know, is like just a trip, if you can, like just a trip. For example, go with Diana's in one trip in Senegal. Like Senegal, maybe they don't speak English most of the time, but just go and try to like just be there. I'm telling you, I mean, nobody will tell you to go back. You will find your way back. I'm telling you, that's all I wanted to say, and thank you.
All right, let me go. Oh, he fell off. Go ahead, Bobo.
Well, my thing is this: the thing I liked about Adonis is that he actually go there. He actually, from what I seen, I don't know everything, you know what I mean, but I seen your name come up in a couple chats and stuff like that, and they was bashing you. But I'm like, the guy actually goes to Africa. I'm not respecting no Pan Africanist that ain't over there in Africa, that ain't going to Africa, ain't building nothing in Africa, ain't got nothing going on. It's all talk and fantasy. I'm the type of man I like doers. I don't like talkers. I'm a truck driver. I got to get up tomorrow, go to the yard, start the truck up, and do the job. I can sit in the house and talk about it, but that ain't gonna move the needle. That ain't gonna get me paid. That ain't gonna get me what I want. So if you are Pan-Africanist and you ain't in Africa, you ain't got no real plans to go to Africa. There's always a million excuses. Now, my thing is this: all of the dopest Pan-Africans that I know, maybe I'm in the wrong algorithm, but that I see, they all Black Americans. Phil Scott, he go over there to Africa. He got a whole network where he do business with African content creators. The African Diaspora News Channel. Go Black to Africa dude. He all over Africa. He actually
Question Night Africa.
Come on, bro, like real fast. I know you triggered. Yeah, Zedlock 2023. He go over there. Grandmaster J. He was serious about going about separating, and he was a real Pan-African. He in jail right now for talking about separating and going back to Africa. He in prison right now. They called him a snitch and all types of shit. He worked for the government and all that. That man in prison right now. So what we talking about? All this, you somewhere else in the world, but it's about Black unity and all that. Why the mother supposed to be good? The home base supposed to be good. All of the doctors and lawyers, and they talk shit to us. Oh, we're doctors. We're doing so much better than you in America, and all, which isn't true. But we're doing so much better now. They ban houses and starting businesses over here. They're gonna die over here. Where you gonna die at? You this African? Why you ain't dying in Africa? Because it's uncomfortable. You don't want to go through the tough times. You like this running water in these paved roads and this being able to go to the grocery store and have a million options. Yeah, that's what that is. So let's stop talking, fellas. Let's do. Where the doors at?
But that's not true. I'm telling
I
you,
agree
you're
with
talking
you on
about
that one.
grocery store, that type of stuff. That's not true. You've never been. I'm telling you, I'm just inviting you to come. I'm just
Is
inviting
it
you,
Melania Senegal?
and it's about and your question, it was truly, it was your algorithm. Like for real, you are not in the right channel.
Teach me. I can learn. I can be wrong.
Go with Dennis to his next trip. Get your passport trade and go.
I don't want to go there. That ain't fun. I'm saying that I'm not that. I'm saying that I think it's bogus. I don't got no reason to go over there.
Could I say
Why would
one
I go?
last thing and
Dog,
I'm
you
off
don't
of
need to
here?
be here, man.
Yeah, I do supposed to be here. Yeah, my mama died here. My ancestors died here. I'ma die here.
No, I'm talking about this platform. We trying to not do that.
I came up here to touch on
No,
the topic.
listen. This platform is open for everyone. I don't kick people off. I guess it sucks, but
Setumam,
when you talk
is there a
about
way we can get connections?
talk
I
about
would
what's going
go
on,
to Africa.
Yeah, connect with Dennis. Connect with Dennis.
Hey, Minnie, do me a favor. Hold on, one second, Bubba Ransom. I'm gonna pass to you. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. But Minnie, put your email and contact information in the private chat, and we can chop it up. Let me read these super chats real quick, Vovo, and I'm gonna give it to you. Let's see here. Shout out to Maximilian for the $4.99 holla. Guys, Dynasty is allowing everyone to speak the truth, but please show respect to the channel and be respectful to each other. Deontay Ford, thank you for the $4.99 holla. Neither FBA or ADOS have empowered or forced the U.S. government to give them a reparations.
Okay, just so look.
Hey, y'all, let me finish reading the super chat. They control no land or government or roads or power plants. Tom Likas again. FBAs just repeat what Tariq Nasheed say. No thought of their own. Tariq and FBA are no different than Jim Jones and his black followers that drink the Kool-Aid in Guyana. RN Fadala Hala. FBA, Pretendians, Moors, HI, I guess that means Hebrews, etc. Get on my nerves. They are so annoying. Stay talking loud. Stay saying nothing. Rode Undugu, shout out to Dynast. Thank you for the 1999 holla. Tom Likas again. From a Panamanian living in Atlanta, I'm loving your show, Dynast. Thank you. Carl Johnson, $10 holla. Man, black people are so embarrassing. Sometimes I wish my white great grandfather would have got with a white woman instead, so I could be fully European. Thank you, Carl Johnson, for the $10 holla. All right, Vovo. Everybody, thank you so much for the super chats. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Vovo.
I forgot the point I was gonna make, but my thing is this. Notice this: it's a lot of bashing us. If we ain't saying nothing, right, and FBA ain't saying nothing, why y'all care? Y'all got other Pan-African.
Who's bashing y'all first?
Y'all are. And when you come with all that Indian stuff,
Why do
y'all
you
doing that.
care? Yeah, why do you care? Oh no, the point I was gonna make is this, Adonis. When you got a space saying what's going on in
I'm coming.
look, he started trolling.
Coming.
He started. Oh no, he talking to somebody else.
Let
Oh,
me
he
put some clothes on.
He don't tell us.
They got
man.
get his mic.
Hold on, man.
Golly.
Come here in this
Go ahead,
draw.
Bobo.
About going back to Africa in this draw. Boy, this old man. All right, anyway. When you got a space and you talking about political stuff that's going on in Africa, I don't come up here. That ain't my business. I don't want nothing. I ain't even about to. What I look like wagging my finger at some Africans. I don't speak the language. I don't know nobody there just because they dark skinned like me. No, I'm different. And that ain't my business. That'd be disrespectful. But all these Pan-Africanists seem to be in our business. If you a Pan-African, you don't need us. You don't need us. We some fools. We the idiots. We the separatists. We work for the white man. We the white supremacists, and we work for the Republicans or whatever you saying that we do. Who talks to the fools? You don't. If it's a guy standing in front of the store babbling to himself, you don't talk to him. You don't try to convince him. You just get your gas and go. So we must be saying something that y'all like. But again, I don't come up here if it's a all space about African business. I really came up here to touch on the topic. I didn't get a chance to come over yesterday, but yeah, them Africans was actually right for running them up out of there, in my opinion.
Yeah. So the reason why, again, that I call you out is because you start coming after Pan-Africanism and you get people who might be confused to start going and believing the kind of stuff that you're saying that's not based on no type of facts. So every time you come with some nonsense, I'm gonna have to come with the facts to clear that up. But other than that,
no, it's not true, because if you listen to the facts, this what we saying. We're gonna make it real clear. Y'all want to troll it and all that. This is super simple, and it's only facts. If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you not us. Now, what's wrong with that?
I don't have no problem with that, bro. What I have a problem with.
What's the issue?
I have a problem with the clownery of disrespecting Pan-Africanism, or disrespecting Pan-African flags, of talking bad about movements and getting in the way of what people are trying to build.
With all due respect,
do.
the only reason I came up on the panel in the first place because of whoever that dude was who kept talking the whole time while everybody was talking. He was being disrespectful. People love to say, "Oh, Americans are ignorant. They don't know better. They stupid." I mean, what y'all want us to do? Because, like the brother said, we are not in the African spaces down talking Africa. When I see the brother from Faso, Burkina, or however you say the country, if I'm saying it wrong, I apologize. Burkina Faso, when I see the brother doing this thing, I applaud that. We just saying we need to do the same shit here.
Listen,
and everybody needs to do it where they're at.
I respect that, but this is not the argument that this particular person has been making. So I mean, I don't really know. You did say some clown shit earlier, but I'm
and that part right there, like you saying, what's
No.
clown shit, dog? Because you don't understand what I might be talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's disrespectful,
bro. What you said is not making no sense. That's why I say clown shit.
Why you care though?
Because you don't understand. Okay.
Because you're here, bro. You're here.
I told
Indian,
you, right? And I said I'm FBA. I said go ahead, be an Indian then.
This is
That's
the thing.
what we said. Go.
I
If you
explained
want
it
to
to
be
you already, bro. I already explained it to you. So when
here's the thing.
people start believing that you're part of the arguments and stuff, that's when it becomes a problem.
This is a retaliation.
No, but nobody's making
retaliation. Don't hit me and then play the victim when I hit you back. This guy's donating money to hate on FBA. They donate money. He just read the super chat. Oh, FBA so confused and all this type of shit. And it's not just this space. This is all over the internet. They worry about what we doing.
So now you, who's one of the biggest clown trolls in this chat, is trying to play victim. That's what it sounds like.
Well, you lost the argument. You just ain't. That's just.
Can I say one thing and I'm
always
about to
been
get
that.
out of
Since
here?
when?
Yeah, that's just what
when
you
I
came
lose the
with.
argument
We
off
was
that.
having an intellectual discussion. And then
Intellectual with you? That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious.
That's it. That's it. You got a Volvo problem, bro. It's a sickness. That's a sickness.
But Vovo got a problem. Vovo needs to keep his clown ass out of Pan-African spaces.
But if we're all melanated people,
bro, not
it's like
again,
the brother.
You.
Hold on, no. But see, the brother said he allows everybody on the space because you didn't just disrespecting me too. Now, I didn't say nothing bad or where I didn't say who you are. I
He
didn't say
really
where
a
you from.
troll,
I
but
don't
he
know
really
you.
a troll. He really a troll, but he act like, oh no, I'm the noble guy. I'm noble. I'm because there's some people that confused, so I had to defend it.
I'm not noble or a troll, bro. I'm just speaking on
But
facts.
you
That's
asked
all
the
it
young
is.
brother, you asked him what is his Indian language. He don't even know if he was African. He don't know his African language. So what would it matter?
What's
He
wrong with
don't know
asking
his
that?
African language.
Can I say something at
What's
the
wrong with
intersection?
asking a question? Why
Johnny
is that
don't know his
offensive? If
African
I ask
language.
you a simple question with no bias, you shouldn't be
Johnny
offended by
don't know
that.
his African language.
If somebody asks you a specific
FBA.
question, you should be hold on. If somebody asks you a specific question with no bias and no
Listen to Johnny's
disrespect,
voice.
you should be able to speak to that.
He's
It
Nigerian.
shouldn't offend you or you shouldn't be insecure when somebody asks you a specific question.
But
Ask you what type of language did you speak?
is English, and you know that. You
That's
ask what Indian language do he speaks American English.
That's not what
That's
I
our
asked you.
language.
So
Yeah,
first of all,
but
if you want to get it,
copyright
you can get
is
it right,
American
bro.
English indigenous to America. That's all we're asking.
You know what?
Donnie,
You know what? I'm
Donnie,
questioning
you
because
asked him.
here,
You
hold on.
asked
He
him
asked me a
what
question.
language did
He asked me a
people
question.
speak.
Let me say something real quick.
I can't
When the
deal with a clown,
Pilgrims
bro.
met, the first Indian here by the name, I believe his name was Somerset. He greeted them in English. Now I don't know what
Oh
they
my
spoke
God, bro.
Algonquin language.
You
They
see?
spoke
Can I
Iroquois language, but
can I say
whoever
something about
Somerset
the
was, he
intersection?
greeted them in English. So
Oh,
obviously, maybe English is a
Oh
little older, or
Lord.
whatever
Real
version
bad.
was
Can I
is a
go
little
real bad?
older than what we think it is.
Can I
I
go
this
real
don't
is
bad?
why
know.
I can't deal with you, bro.
Brother,
This is why.
Just look it up.
You said that he greeted him in English from England. That's a language. It literally means England. English language is England. He greeted him with a language from England, white Anglo-Saxon, white England. What are you talking about? You said he greeted him
You
in
see?
English. What are
But he
you
got
talking
mad. But he
about,
got mad when I called him a clown for it.
bro?
No,
Bro,
listen. First off, why y'all clowning me? Just look up Sam, whatever Samoset.
Yeah,
You
but
talking about
Okay.
Samoset,
But
bro?
Copper,
But you don't
again,
know.
listen to Vovo's point. English
I'm not
comes
saying.
from
Listen, I'm not
England. It's
saying
not
that that's a
indigenous
native
to
language
America.
directly to America. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how old the English language is really here. All I know is we are indoctrinated people. We believe what white supremacists have taught us. We believe eugenicist movements. So it's a lot of stuff that I could come with facts and actually show you in a book written in the
So
1800s.
so
I
what
ain't
I
gotta
was
go.
what I would say to
But
Right.
you
you,
don't know
bro,
when
is that
English started. You
when
can
you
look
look
that
up
up.
Samoset, you
English.
can learn where he learned the English word from when he met the Pilgrims. Did you ever do that? Instead of just
He
thinking
learned.
that's
I guess he
be our
learned from the
English.
Anglos or the Saxons and the Saxons,
Can
whoever.
I add this?
See,
English,
no, you can't. I can't,
American
man. I can't.
English, Black American English is indigenous to America. We took the words and the way that English is spoken, and we flipped it.
You're talking about African American vernacular.
Yeah, our
But see,
vernacular.
we talk like
Hold on,
black people.
real fast. If I can just get this one point off, we changed the way that the English language is spoken all over the world. That's why everybody want to try to sound like us now. The whole world is literally right now yelling nigger. The whole world. That's something that's unique, strictly to the Black Americans here in America. They were now all over the world. They over there talking. I seen them in England. It's a video of an English white boy talking to his friend, talking about on my mama in the I don't got no English accent, but
Yeah.
on my mama. They want to talk like us. They want to use Black American vernacular all over the world. We've changed the way the English language is spoken forever. Forever. These words that we use and this vernacular that we use will never go backwards.
Nobody's denying that.
Because we some dope ass people. We the dopest people on the planet. Why everybody want to
Bro,
be
can
like
I
us?
say a few things and I'm about to get out of here?
Go ahead, bro. You
All right, yeah. So I fuck with all the people that look like how he look in America. Period. And I fuck with people like that in Africa and all over the world. I'm not really trying to get lost in race like that. All I'm trying to say is, bro, it's important not to become a victim. And then the last thing I want to say is America is never going to come to the point where you guys are thinking it's going to fail. We always going to have a sewage system. We always going to have infrastructure here. So it's not the same as in Africa. So y'all need to stop waiting on that. And also, good thing for you guys. If America failed, where the hell your family going to go to when your dictatorship ass country fails? So y'all niggas are retarded. And that's the last thing I'm going to say, bro.
Damn, you going in like that, man?
And yeah, bro, yeah, all this shit is weird, for real, for real. I just got on here because I'll be observing, but yeah, look at the reason why um um search for Uhuru is going to reach 1 million followers is because there's not a lot of Black Americans that's going to do what he's doing. This is why the demand is there. This is why he got a lot of subscribers. So this shows you that, bro, we are not coming there. We are
That's
not.
the
So y'all
stupid
can
shit I've heard,
y'all
man.
can
You just
stop
said that
But you
there's a
got a
saying.
lot of
nice day.
demand.
You got
Can
a
No,
I
it
nice day.
shows
add
you.
this to
I'm
what he was
saying
saying?
it shows you we are all watching him. This is the people. His subscribers is Americans and people like Africans that's watching him and not doing it. So
You
I'm
don't
just
think
letting
that
you
that's
know,
building some type of unity or people is having
bro.
dialogue because of
They
that?
are the difference is when we get off this live, these people are sitting in air
When you get
conditioners.
off.
You guys don't know. These guys are sitting in air conditioners. They got their fridge is full. It's
There's
not
different
like how
difference in
you guys
Africa,
are
bro.
living. It's not like how you guys are living. They are comfortable here. This place is never going to crash how you think it's going to. I
Who
don't
said it's
know.
you
I don't know
getting
what
shit
you
It
fixed?
guys
already
thinking,
crashed in Flint, Michigan.
bro.
It's already
Oh, the guy
crashed in
from
St.
Senegal,
Louis.
is he
No,
still in
it
here,
didn't.
He
Flint,
ain't in
Michigan.
here, but
bro? Y'all
I'm
Flint,
not
think
Michigan.
I'm
No,
not
it
They
here
didn't.
on
didn't
that
have
chat to
clean
Flint,
bash
water for
America,
years. Like,
bro.
what are we talking? We act
and
you
like
for
it's
crazy.
hold
positive
Yeah,
on,
St.
that's not
Augustine
and for
right
that's
now.
like
our
12 years old. What are you talking about?
and for our elders
The
on
water
here.
is fine in Flint. Now
Give
they
me
have
one
to
second,
rebuild
bro.
all the pipes.
1 second, because Flint, Michigan ain't going. All that shit is just fucking NGOs doing that work to give more funding. Y'all just caught up in this whole shit. So give me 1 second. All I'm trying to tell y'all is this, yo, bruh. I from an outsider looking in, all I see is Africans trying to influence FBAs to go back to Africa, bruh. They are not going there. They got L bloodline in them, and they built this place.
That is such a false thing. Y'all, why do you guys always take this
They got
defensive posture,
the
man?
they got American
Yeah,
Hey,
these
blood
look,
is
in
if
them,
you guys
clowns,
and
want to
man.
have, hey, look,
Young
if you
people
want
need
to
to
they
have
read
got
some
your
more
American
research.
blood in
ethnogenesis,
them. They're
if you
not
want to
going
have your
back there.
ethnogenesis and delineate yourself from a
No, I
different
said I
sector,
Thank
love
you.
then
y'all
do
up
that,
front.
bro.
We
That's
We
all
fine,
love
but you
Stop
don't
y'all.
got to
loving people,
tear
bro.
down
That's
I
other
gave
people,
stupid.
up.
man. Ain't
We
nobody
nobody.
coming
That's
for you,
hatred
man.
and that's
bro.
Listen,
passion.
bro.
I
Hey,
said we
That
gave
is
up the
so weak of
land,
y'all, man. That's weak of y'all, bro.
bro.
That
I
is
yo,
said we
hey,
gave
yo,
up
check
the
it out, check it out, check
land,
it out.
weak ass
Hey,
shit, man.
bro.
Y'all
hey,
ain't
Let me
hey,
hold on,
black,
Let me say this
hey,
real quick. We gave
hey,
up the
check it out, check it
land,
out, check it
bro.
out,
We gave
hey,
up the
bro.
land. Why do you
Black
think?
people are not doing good all over the world, bro.
No,
So
black
of
people in
course,
America is
in
doing
any
good.
conversation,
Yo, you fucking tripping.
someone's gonna have something to add
black
to it.
people
Like,
doing
oh, you
great
know,
in
we
Bro,
could
America.
do
black
it
people
better
in
like
America
this, or
is
we could
doing
do it better
good,
Black
like
people
bro.
that.
doing great in
Yeah,
America.
That's
let's
a
talk one
given,
Black
at a
man.
people in
time.
America is doing great.
I'm doing great.
Me too.
My land is
Me too.
my family land is gone, and we are still doing good. I'm not complaining.
I don't know what these
I'm
people
talking
talking
from
about.
an example of
That
us sacrificing land for your family to come in from
what do you
Africa,
mean
nigga.
sacrificing land? You're 13% of the
No,
population,
No,
12%.
nobody's
I'm
You're
not
not
a
even the
part of
sacrificing
that. I'm
majority.
not
land
a
for
part of that
Africans.
population.
What do that mean? Just because you the majority don't mean shit. They the majority
Okay,
all over
it
Africa, shit.
doesn't. But
Bro, I'm trying to tell you.
yeah,
People
y'all are and Vuvu Rants. I got an issue with what you were saying too, man. Like
Bovo. It's
Africans
Bovo.
aren't coming for y'all
Bovo.
land, bro. They
Bovo.
might come
No,
here
I
because
didn't nobody said
Africans
y'all
might come
coming.
to the U.S. because there's more opportunity. That's
Why
given.
is it
It's
more opportunity?
self-evident.
Stop switching
Why
this.
is it
It's
more opportunity?
self-evident.
Why
There's
the
more
Africans
opportunities
go
in
to
the U.S.
Africa?
People from all over the world come to the
No,
U.S.
bro. Can I
Ain't
Okay,
say
nobody
let
this?
me say
coming to
this.
take
Let me
y'all
say
Hey,
this.
shit, and
That's
Vern,
y'all
can
don't
fine.
I
even
say
That's
own
this
shit
real
fine.
quick and
anyway.
I'm
That's
done. I'm
fine.
done.
Stop it,
But
bro.
ain't you supposed
Stop
to
it.
take your knowledge back to the village? Whatever you catch, you supposed to take it back to the village and feed the village. You're
Ain't
an
nobody
able-bodied
supposed to
man.
do anything, bro. We're all
Oh,
trying to
well, yeah.
live,
Oh,
bro.
well, yeah. You make
You don't make the rules, bro.
that.
You
No,
don't
I'm
make
just
the
saying.
rules.
That's
You know
Hey,
what I
always
mean?
Vern,
how
can
we
I
been.
And
say this one
nobody's
That's
thing?
coming for
always.
FBAs.
That's
If you
always
go
been
out to any
considered.
black neighborhood in the United States of America, any black city, any black hood, Harlem, New
I
Orleans,
live in the black
anywhere,
hood. What about it?
they don't know what the fuck
They're living living a million times
You guys
better
are
than any
barking up
black in
the
the
wrong
world.
tree.
Not
You
yet.
guys are
They're
barking up
living
the
a
wrong
million
tree.
times better than any
Stop
black
the
in the world.
victimization.
We need
Nobody's
you. We
coming
Bro,
for
need
you're
you.
y'all.
fucking tripping,
We
yo.
Stop
need
it.
you. We
And
need you.
and,
You're
and
Listen,
different.
if you wanna spread a movement, like if you're trying to
Nobody's trying to
permeate the
spread no
world
movement. What are
with
you talking about?
this notion of FBA,
it's
why do
already
you
spread.
always go at it from an antagonistic point of view?
Ain't
That's
nobody
not how you spread culture.
That's weak, bro. That's weak of you,
Every
bro.
I'm
conversation
done.
about
That's
FBA is always
cowardice, bro.
this
That
Y'all
is
got me
cowardice,
done.
bro. Y'all want
arms
to
at
act like.
length type of shit.
Let's be clear.
Y'all always
Pan-Africanism,
trying to
that's a
fight
black
over
American
some bullshit that don't even matter. Y'all always trying to
that's a
connect
black American
dots
idea.
that
That
don't
was
even
always
connect,
us.
man.
That was always us was the champions of Africa. We were the ones
Hey,
talking
Rance,
about.
can I
Bro,
say one thing?
I'm gonna talk about how you are y'all trying to tether
Can
on
I
to
say
Black
one
America
thing
when I
really
get a
quick and I'm
chance, man.
going, yo? I swear.
That was
Just
always
stop being a
us.
victim. Ain't nobody coming for y'all. Nobody even knows what FBA is, man.
Being a
Like
victim.
if you're trying to carve out a culture, there's
Right there.
ways to
Because
carve out a culture,
Africans
bro.
talking private, but then y'all want to come around us. Oh, it's about unity. Because nobody knows. Y'all be hating on us in private. See, we just heard what y'all was saying
We
now.
don't, bro.
Yes,
And
y'all
bro,
do.
there's no Africans
Yes,
fucking
y'all do.
hating on
I'm the
Americans, bro.
Akata. I'm an Akata. When you
Where?
say Akata, you talking about me.
Where?
Right
Oh
here.
my gosh,
Right
nobody
here.
talks about
I'm
that.
the Jareer right here. Right here.
Like nobody's called you Kata
Bro,
in real life
you're
before, bro. What are
making
we
you're
talking about?
creating monsters in your mind that don't
Nobody
exist.
cares.
Yo, can I
We
say
don't
one thing and
care.
I'm going?
You're creating monsters, and then you say, why y'all attacking us? You don't have nothing to attack.
Nah, nigga, you could attack, but
We
it's like
don't
ain't no
attack
like,
you.
hey,
Now you
bro,
want to
you're
Hey,
fighting
hey,
a
hey,
war
guys,
and
there's
niggas don't
no
even
N
know.
word, no N words allowed. Thank you.
talk about it. All right, no in words.
My fault, Dinus.
But
My
look,
fault.
he want to talk like us. We don't want to talk like you. Ain't nobody trying to be like you. You came over here. You came over here. You had to
Son,
leave a bunch
I
of
was,
here.
hey, bro,
I
hey,
was
hey,
born
bro,
here, blah, blah,
This
blah.
is a Pan-African
hey,
channel. Yeah, he came over
if
here.
Right. Now y'all
if
want to
look,
push the talk.
if
Not,
Black
not, yeah,
Americans
that's
want to
they
carve
feel. So
out
you
their
feel them?
own culture, that's fine. But bro, like you don't develop
We
a
already
culture from
have.
attacking anyone that says anything that's
Nobody wants
mildly
to attack
incorrect.
you, bro. That was us with the champions of Africa. We was the ones talking about back to
So why
Africa.
your tone
I
change? Where's
love
your tone
Africa
change?
bumper stickers. Look,
So
this is
Vovo,
my
so
old jury box.
tell me where
This
your
is my
tone
old
changed
jury
then,
box.
because I came in here, you attacking Africans crazy, bro. That's what
No,
I
bro,
came
you
in.
just weak. You hear what you want to hear.
Gentlemen,
This,
gentlemen,
I used to walk around with
how
this
do
on
we
my
get
neck.
back to nigga?
I used to be walking
Gentlemen,
around.
gentlemen, I thought we had something going
Oh,
positive, and
the
then we
last
got
thing
back
I
to
was
It
gonna
nigga.
is
say,
No,
bro.
positive.
no,
It
hold
is
it, hold it, hold it.
positive.
It's a sign of
No,
ignorance to be
we're not
calling
saying
names.
nothing
No,
crazy.
it's a
You having a
sign of
debate.
ignorance. We trying to deal with knowledge.
I used to
And
walk
you
around
when
with
you
this on my
call
neck.
when
I
you
used to
Wait,
walk
can I
call
around with
say
this on
people
my
something
neck.
about the
names,
intersection
when
of
you
If
this?
you
call
look at
people names, that's a sign
Tupac
of
had one of
ignorance.
these.
We trying to bring enlightenment.
You're just
Oh
weak.
man, Tupac had
What
one
an
of these. Another, I
intelligent
forgot what his
argument.
name. Oh man, in
You're just
'84.
We
weak.
have to get hey, brother.
Wait, pardon me. Can I talk about the intersection?
What's the rapper in '84? I forgot his name. Oh man, shit. But Tupac had one of these on his neck. We've been talking about back to Africa. I love Africa. When the white folk was over here dumping on Africa, we had to defend Africa over here when y'all was in Africa. If y'all was drinking out of a
How do you defend Africa? Tell us that.
I just
Enlighten me.
told you that was us. Shaft goes to Africa. We never made Africa look at Shaft.
Gentlemen, let me ask you
Both
this
sides have
question.
fought for
Can
each
I ask
other.
the panel a question? There's such a
We,
thing. I believe in history, there's such a thing as time. Now, when we were talking all that stuff back, you talking about Shaft going to Africa, all that
yeah.
time we were trying to do that, we never had a smartphone that was invented by a black man, a black
Oh
American,
my
that
God.
can reach the whole world. We never had this power. We never couldn't do
That
this.
ain't the
Back
You just
then,
argument,
we
bro.
dumbed
couldn't
down
do
That ain't
this.
the
victimhood.
We
argument. That
have
ain't
That's
the
what
more
this is.
argument.
power to communicate and
What
empower
I'm
and
trying to
put
say is
something
this.
together. We
We
didn't
could,
have that back then. We
Hey,
have
Dinus,
this
can I say
now.
one thing?
they
What's
sold
happening?
us.
What's
They
happening is
they
happening
sold
already.
us, by the way. Let's be clear. They sold us. They still got the dungeons and all that type of shit up. They sold us. That been them. They been the ones doing us bad. We when they came over here, they live in black communities now. Come over here, the Africans live down the street.
Hell,
What
brother,
y'all talking about?
the
Hey,
people
y'all
that
saying
come over
y'all
here from
man, listen,
Africa
what it
get a
is
visa
we ain't
from the
taking no more
U.S.
disrespect.
Embassy.
We get
The
enough.
people that come over here from
Seriously,
Africa get
we
a
ain't taking no more
visa from
disrespect.
the U.S. Embassy, and they ain't letting no revolutionary brothers over here. See, the ones that you talking about,
Ain't no revolutionary
the
brothers.
fighters do not get let into this
Ain't no
country.
fighters in
The
The
issue is
Africa.
white
fighters
Ain't
don't
no
get let
imperialism.
into
revolutionary
this.
brothers.
We
They
too
Fuck
busy
got they
talking
get a
about
visa
Africans.
from your USA government
ain't
that you
no
wear the hat.
revolutionary brothers because
That's
that should be a
the
good thing.
Africans over here
That should be a good
primarily.
thing.
They
That
don't
should be
let
a
the
good thing.
revolutionary Abraham Traore
That should,
ain't coming to America. The
that
ones
should be a
that's
good
fighting
thing.
over there is not coming over here.
That should be a good thing.
You telling me
He should be fighting.
No,
Bro,
no,
he's
you
agreeing with you.
you
He's
cannot
agreeing with you.
you cannot unite to aggregate power with anybody. That's why you will always be
Coming
powerful.
over here ain't
You
the
will be a
living. You can't
tribe.
ask
You will be a tribe unto
Yeah.
yourself, divided tribes. This
That
is
ain't the
this,
thing
we say
already.
this is the United States of America. No, it's the united white European tribes of America who have united to subjugate the world. They get on code and they unite. No, we not Hungary, we not English, and we not British, we not nothing. No, we are white people, and we're going to gain power over the whole world, and we're going to subjugate these Negroes here, and we're going to colonize these Negroes in Africa. And you ain't got the memo yet.
You haven't got
You
the
see,
memo yet. You
bro,
go right into that.
but
The
this
Dynast, let
is
me
divided,
just say this one
they
last
took
thing, and I'm
over
done.
the
you
people
keep
that
saying
say they
that.
foundational.
Bro, y'all yelling over each other.
They took over the Aboriginal Americans here by dividing the tribes. So all y'all doing is posseing up into other tribes for more division, and you'll never have a power. They can get together. They unite their tribes and put you down. So
Sorry,
that's why.
Elder.
So you
Sorry,
talk,
Elder.
you use this N word and all this stuff.
Sorry,
You
Elder.
just bring a division.
Elder.
They divide and conquer. So they have
Elder.
divided you and conquered you, and you will stay on the bottom as
We
long as
already
you
know
choose to
everything
get
you
together.
saying. That's the old way of thinking. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing that we ain't already heard a million times.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let me
Can
ask
you
you this.
stop talking about Africans and focus on white imperialism?
So I want to know somebody specific that claims to be FBA that you can tie any type of accolade to, any type of attestment that you make when you say we talking about Black Americans. Who claims to be FBA that you could actually
Bro,
claim?
everybody on here said FBA don't exist, yo. So why you keep bringing
Bro, that's
that up?
not true.
talk
You need to
about
pay closer
being
attention.
indigenous.
But I'm
Not
asking a
yet,
question.
but you know exactly what we saying. The fact that you
No.
Yeah.
My point is, bro, what you're doing is tethering on to Black people with this
No, we
stupid
not.
ass
No, we not.
ideology.
Nice
That's
try.
what you're doing.
Nice try. You're just a tether man, and you have to hide your identity.
I'm just what?
That's what that is. You listen to what I'm saying. This is being changed in
Now there
federal
you
law.
are with your name calling. That's
This is
ignorance.
being-
No, I didn't hear.
You got to
Call
call a
me
name.
names.
You
He just
I didn't
can't
hear
called
what
me
he
can't
said.
debate philosophies. You have to call names.
And you didn't say nothing.
No,
when he
you
called me a
can't. You
name.
can't talk facts. You have to call names.
You
That
didn't say nothing when
betrays
he
your
called me a
ignorance, my
name.
All right, let's
brother.
Oh,
stop
That's
I didn't
calling
hear
each
what
ignorance.
other
you said.
names from
When he
now
I
called
on.
me a
legit did
name.
not hear what he said. But
Let's
all right.
You
stop
didn't
calling
say
each
nothing
other's
when he
names from
called
now
me a
on.
name.
You
Well,
said
you
you mad, bro?
when he
You
called me a
mad?
name. Here's the
That hurt
thing.
your feelings?
Right.
Let's
This
take
is
it easy from now on.
no, you can't hurt my feelings. Listen, here's the thing. This is being changed in federal law.
What
We
is?
we at the beginning of this thing. This is new. This shit don't just happen overnight. I know y'all
So
want
why do
to
you keep referring to we like everybody's part of this shit that you're with, that ideology?
It will be. Because
No,
if you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you ain't a part of it. You ain't a part of it. You ain't gonna be a part
You
of
talking
it.
about federal law like Dred Scott, like the Supreme Court that turn out that
Stop
that's
with
the
the
federal
false
law that the white
equivalence,
people
bro.
control.
Stop
Is
with the
that the
false
federal law
equivalence.
you talking
Man,
about?
what time is it, man? It's time for you to take your pressure pill and go to sleep. You gotta take your
I'll
water,
be
man.
here. Hey, brother, I'll be here a long
Yeah,
time.
no. It's
You
getting
could,
past
you
your
could,
bedtime now. We ain't talking about no Dred Scott or none of that. We talking about new federal law 20.
Because you have no.
That's the problem
The
with
that's
y'all.
laws are
literally
based
right.
on the law. You don't even
Y'all
know the
living,
federal
you
laws,
still
so you
living in
don't
the
know Dred
60s,
Scott.
brother. You living in the 60s. This ain't the 60s. This ain't the 70s. This ain't the 80s. This ain't the 90s. This ain't the 2000s or the 2010s. This 2025.
No, it is the 90s. You still talking that same gangster stuff you was talking in the
What
90s.
gangster stuff?
Bro, you giving
It's
them
the
too much
same
credit.
stuff.
What gangster I'm saying? I ain't saying nothing gangster.
Not at all.
Nothing, not at all.
Yes. That name calling and disparaging
You
of the
called
black
me a
people.
name. Why
I
you
didn't
ain't
hear
That's
say
what he
part of
nothing?
the
said.
You
country.
called me a
So
name.
That
let's
dissing
redirect and
culture.
refocus.
Why
What
That
you
is
ain't
the
say
disrespect.
nothing
goals
when
of
he called me a
FBA?
name? That hurt me when he
What
called
are
me
at
a
the
the
name.
end of
goals
the
of
day, he
You
FBA?
gonna
mad?
wake up and drive his truck. Y'all gonna be in Africa somewhere, bro. Y'all need to calm down.
Are you leaving now? You want to bed or what?
Cause y'all just hating, yo. I fucking hate.
That's
I'm
all
not
it
even a
is. They just
I'm not
hate.
even a part of the FBA or the Black America. I'm just observing this shit. Y'all literally hate them, but want their influence so everybody can come to Africa. It's
It's a
confusing.
jealousy thing, brother.
It's confusing, and I'm literally just watching. I'm scratching my head like, damn,
I
Dynasty.
Everybody's
bet you
watching.
are,
The
man.
world is
You need to
watching
Yeah.
It's
read
this.
some books,
confusing
my
because
boy.
everybody's talking over each other.
For an older guy to be on here and they tell people it's a burning building, like the fake ass nigga, what is his name? Fuck. Martin Luther King.
Okay, so
You
so
a
so
legend.
so
Man, this
listen,
cuz is
listen,
You
trolling,
a
man.
listen,
legend.
listen.
This
I
kid is
said
clearly
not to
trolling.
say the N word. All
Yeah,
right.
throw
Did
him
you
out of
call
here.
Martin
So
You
this
Luther
this is
King
what
know,
this,
fake?
throw him out of
Last
here.
thing, I swear to God,
Get out of
Dynasty.
here.
so this is what we
Last
could
thing, I
do.
promise,
Did
I'm
you call
asking
And
Martin
so
Luther King
this is the
fake?
new rule. All right. I said don't say it. So you either can cash at me a $10 fine or you get off the panel.
Yeah, and cash
I'm
that
about to get
both
off.
$10 fine
Okay,
too.
thank you. All right.
Yeah,
Guys, that's the new rule. If you say the N word, you cash apping or you getting off.
that's
Oh,
a
go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like that rule. I like that rule. No,
Hey, I put a link in the chat, man.
You got to cash at him 10, you got to cash at me 100. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I put a link in the kind of based on what we're talking about, man. There was an article in 1912 about black people trying to go back to Africa, and I think it's interesting, man. It's kind of like this is where we at right now. You know, I don't mind where we at. I don't care where we go. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see us prosper.
After you
You know,
said
All right, I respect.
I don't see why we can't get land. I don't see why we can't get land in America. I don't see, I don't see why we can't get land in the islands.
Brother,
We
you
can't
need
get
to
land
get
in
off
America
that
because we're
Dan
not
Calloway
unified.
situation. You need to.
I ain't no Dane Calloway, dog. I do my own study. All right. Just
But
because you
no,
don't
you need to get away
understand
from
where I
that.
come from,
You need to
hey,
get away
that's on you.
You need to get away from that Dan Calloway thing.
I ain't
That
on Dane Calloway. Get off Pan African.
is
Shit.
rubbish.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna talk like the Black Brit. That's rubbish. That's just rubbish.
No, I just made a statement. I didn't say
Bro, anytime
wherever
you
the
come with something
English
positive, you don't
language
have to
came from.
respond,
If
bro.
that's what you're referring to, I just made a statement, man. All right.
Yeah, a bad
So
statement. You make a lot of bad.
whatever. You make a lot of bad statements too. You don't know American history. Point blank.
You don't know American history. You ain't
I
know
know
You
more
English.
than
don't
you.
know when
I
English was
guarantee I know
written.
more than
English
you.
was an American
I
language.
guarantee I
You could have
research
taught
America
English.
more than you do.
All right, okay.
100%, bro. He
There
don't
you
know shit.
go.
Y'all doing all
There
them
you
bad
go.
black
All right,
laws.
recent.
There you go.
I want to talk
There you
about
go.
how
I
you can
probably
be
know more about
indigenous
Europe than
and
you
not
do.
native.
Man, no, you don't, bro.
You
No,
do.
you
You
don't.
don't know shit.
Nobody. I'm not claiming black as native, man. No, listen, native
No,
is an invention
no,
just
you
like
need to listen
African
to me. I'm
American.
saying you can be indigenous without being Native American, and I think that's a key mistake a lot of people make. There are
How?
I
plenty
never
of
claimed to be Native American.
How?
no. I'm
How?
just saying
Always
you can be
explain that.
fully
Yeah,
African
explain the
in the
difference between
United States. You can
indigenous and
be
native, please.
FBA.
Explain that.
Yeah.
Explain.
So with the
Please
Gullah
explain.
Geechee people. So like my grandparents are Gullah Geechee. With the Gullah Geechee people, there were multiple free slaves who made truces and allyships with Native Americans, and they adopted those Native American tribes, and some
Okay.
of them intermingled. So there's a lot of
Well, then how
African
can you be
American.
native then if you came from somewhere else?
Thank
Wait,
you.
pardon me. So like there's
Man,
a
I ain't
lot of
agreeing with
African
this fucking clown.
Americans who are descendants of Africans who were part of Native tribes, and also people who are mixed with Native American.
Okay,
But
they
you don't
mixed
have to
in.
be
If you mixed
descendants
in, that means you
of
got some
Native
lineage.
Americans to be a
You got
part of
lineage there.
Native American culture. And I think that's where a lot of our confusion comes from.
Hey, you sound like a white guy.
No, I don't know.
I
I don't trust
articulated it like that so you would understand, bro.
No,
All
no,
right,
you
I
all
said
just
right.
I'm
Let
I
me
just said a
let me
bunch of
pass let me
history to
pass
you,
it.
and
I
then you're
got to
like, I'm
let me
not trying
pass
to
it to
hear that.
Kofi. Let me pass it to Kofi. Go ahead, Kofi.
Yeah, so Black Americans went to Liberia in like the 1810s, starting with Paul Coffey. Paul Coffey, his mother was Native American, and his father was an Ashanti. He escaped his plantation at around 13, started working on boats. Paul Coffey went with the British Loyalists to Nova Scotia. A lot of other British Loyalists who fought during the Independence War. They went throughout the Caribbean and all that. From Nova Scotia, they went to Sierra Leone, like the early 10s. Paul Coffey died in 1817. Then blacks started to come through the ACS, the American Colonization Society, started to establish Liberia. They were 20% of the population of blacks. The other were 80% of recaptured slaves. They were recaptured on ships. They turned those ships back towards Africa that was heading towards the Americas, and they recaptured them at barracoons. And the 10 presidents, right, were all born in the United States. 8 of them were free. 2 of them, like the light-skinned ones, they were actually born into slavery. I may got that wrong, but 8 of them were born free, and they became the first 10 presidents of Liberia. So these are considered foundational Black Americans who established Liberia. Now,
No.
on both sides, right? If you wanna talk about how Africans are kind of xenophobic towards Black Americans, Liberia is the case study, because it's always this the Americos versus the indigenous people. Well, if we're African, why are we not considered indigenous? And
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
kind
You
of
took over
you
their
could kind of
country.
throw it. Wait, I'm not done. You could kind of throw it back in the faces of FBAs and say, well, look,
Yeah, like what do
you
you?
have 150 years of accomplishments on the African continent, and they were the ruling elite up until the 1980s. So I feel like we can't have these conversations
until you bring up Liberia, because Liberia is a
Facts.
case study. It's a
Facts.
proven case study.
Yeah, but to blame it on the Liberian, like the native Liberians, is crazy. A bunch of African Americans came and usurped the ethnic groups there, and then they
Are they
ran all
not
the power.
African? Are
That
they
is
not
nothing.
African?
There's nothing confusing about that. If you
Are
had a power
Yes, it
structure
is.
are they
and then some people
Africans?
came in and then changed your power structure, you would have an issue. Let's go
Did the
Listen
back
to
to the
this.
Native
Africans?
American stuff.
Did the Africans not
No,
come
let's go
back
back
from
to the Native
slavery?
American stuff because that doesn't even
No,
make
no,
sense
no,
in the
no, no,
first
no,
place,
no. Did
bro.
the
No,
Africans not come back from
We're
slavery?
not Native Americans.
I
Let
didn't
me
say we
say
were
this,
Native
right?
Americans. I said you could be
They had,
indigenous and not Native
they
American.
No,
had,
no, 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 no.
listen to what I'm
Did the
saying. They
Africans
had an
not come back
ethnogenesis
from
too.
slavery and rule their own country, rule in their own country?
They had an ethnogenesis too. Whatever them people that left America did over there in Liberia, they Liberians now.
Yeah, but
Period.
they
They're
they
Liberians
The
continued to
black people,
now.
hold
contact
on, wait. Let me say this.
for
The
150
black
years.
people in Nova Scotia, they not foundational black Americans. They Nova Scotian. Just in the 70s, you can look this up. I'm pretty sure Adonis know. I don't know where y'all at with it. In the 70s, a group of black people left from mainly Chicago. They left America, they went into Africa, and now they live in Israel. They not the foundational black Americans no more, and they left recently. They
So
own the
so
1870s.
But
I'm a
that's what
black
I'm saying.
American.
It's
Listen to what I'm
fluid.
saying.
So
Listen,
I'm
they
I'm a
consider
black American with
themselves
That goes
Ghanaian
back to the.
citizenship. I'm a black American with
they
Ghanaian
live in the
citizenship.
Mount
Am I
Israel.
still black
They
American?
consider themselves to be Israelis. Go ahead.
I have Ghanaian citizenship and I'm a black American. Am I still black American?
Well, that's the thing. You gonna take us in a circle. You can be black American all you want. I ain't about to argue with you. You're not a foundational
But
black.
I have children. I have children
You're
in
not a
Africa.
foundational black American though. You can be black American. That you black American, Fat Joe black American. What's the lady name? Whoever. I don't. The white lady that was acting like she was a black American. All y'all can be black Americans. You be a black American all you want, but you're not a foundational black American. You
What
can't
makes
trace your
what?
lineage
How long
back
do
to
you have
the
to be in a country
1870s.
to be a foundational black American?
You
And how long
can't.
do
You
you
got
have
to
to
be
be in
able to trace.
Africa to be an
You
indigenous
got to
African?
trace your lineage back to the 1870 census. If you can't do that, you ain't saying nothing. We'll be going in circles. See, that's the kill the circle talk. That's what we trying to do. Kill the circle talk. You can be black American all you want. French Montana claimed he black American. Let go for it. All the people claiming, I got 1% African, and then yeah, I'm black American. Go for it. You ain't a foundational black American, and that's really what you want.
Well, the reason why Black America is not popular anymore, and the reason why people are going to Africa, is because if you haven't had children yet, and you're in your 30s, you could kind of see the downshift of the population in Black America. So that makes Africa or any place in the world a place
What do you mean
where men could go and take their money and they could thrive.
What do you mean?
I would like to thrive with other black people. That's why I went to Africa. I want
But there's
to use
plenty
my
of
color
Pan
to maintain
Africans
the
trying to
same.
thrive here, though.
Right.
And we keep talking about Africa. Like, let the Pan Africans who are trying to do something here talk. Like, plenty of us love Africa. Shout out to Africa. But we've been here for 400 years and we support Africa, but we building here. We building from Baltimore, Memphis, Detroit,
I'm going to
St.
use my
Louis.
resources here to build in Africa.
100%.
Go for it.
What
Go
about
for it.
us who are here, though?
Nobody getting in the way that, but like I keep noticing, all the best Pan Africanists is in America.
Yeah, America.
Bill
America
Scott,
all day.
Go Black to
America all day.
Africa, Dr. Umar Johnson, Zedlock 23. Zedlock 23 building a big ass house in Africa.
You don't understand.
If you don't know what this
Pan-Africanism,
is.
bro.
It's a
You don't
YouTube
understand.
channel. It's a black American dude. He young. Well, he getting kind of older now. He probably in his 30s now. He's building a big ass house in Africa for real. He over there on the ground for real, doing business for real. He really left Atlanta and moved to Africa. Zedlock with a Z. Zedlock 23. Yeah. Look it up right now. You can see he building a big ass house in Africa. He for real with it.
We're actually thriving. We're actually thriving there, right? And to come up in those hard environments, we could come back to America and thrive even more. And that's just happening. It's to me, I'm getting stronger. But a lot of if you talk about Liberia, notice the Africans who flip the switch, and all of a sudden you're not African no more. Start talking about Liberia.
That's more of a thing about classism, bro. I think we gotta have that's like a whole nother fucking topic on
Yeah,
itself.
like that's a whole disingenuous point.
You said that. Now that I do remember your voice. You said that on the hate. Johnny said that one time.
Yeah,
you said that You said that one time. You Nigerian. I remember you now.
No, that's a fucking lie, motherfucker. Get
No,
out of
for
here.
real. I remember
Get out of
you.
here.
Like,
Get the
you
fuck
was like,
that's a
if
lie,
they
dude.
delineate, then we're we're going to be second class black people. I remember you now.
That's a fucking lie, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That's Nigerian right there.
You're a clown, bro.
See, and we got weird shit like Johnny.
Well, like instead of doing that, let's talk about how we could unify. How we
Look,
could be
let's
all
talk
good
about
over
this
there.
Bro, all I've been
and
talking about
over
is
here.
dropping shit about unification. This motherfucker called me Nigerian.
Let's ask him. Like, are you willing
That's
to
the
work?
guy that's over there. He taking the hit. He going
Work
through
together.
it sometimes with the African. He believes he's an African. He was born here. He from Atlanta. He was born here. He a descendant of slaves here. He going over there building, buying. He bought a truck over there. He marrying an African woman in Africa. He over there for real, building a fucking mansion for real over there in the middle of the jungle. He in the bush. He ain't just talking. So all the Pan-Africanists that's just talking, man, get out of here, man.
You don't have to live in Africa to be a Pan-Africanism.
Thank you.
Like, you don't have to live in Israel to be a Zionist. That's not a true point.
Exactly.
Besides the circles we've been walking in,
because your
are
mother
we
is
willing to
suffering.
work together against white supremacy?
Your mother
Keep
can
doing this
use
whole
you
like
in
circle
Africa.
jerk thing.
Your mother can use you in Africa. The Africans are suffering bad.
My mother could use me in the United States because I'm from the States, bro.
You don't know what people got going, bro. You don't know how shit works.
Man, I'm saying the guy that's taking the hit. Period. He taking whatever come with that. He down on the ground with the people, boots on the ground, flip flops on the ground with the people, eating what they eat, living what they live, marrying it over there, building over there. He ain't talking. He ain't waiting till everything get good and Wakanda happen. No, he making Wakanda happen. I respect it.
I respect that there, but hey, well, I respect it even more when we do it here. There's no reason why we can't do it here.
It's definitely being done here. Definitely.
It's already doing like, bro, like that might
No, it is. I think it needs to be a bigger conversation where it needs to be talked on more.
Bigger conversation. This shit is getting on the Senate floor and shit like that, where they got
man. I'm just scared for these kids, dog. Our kids is crazy as hell.
Bro,
that's the problem,
bro. What do you mean? His kids going to college every year? Bro, you gonna fit into that trap?
It ain't no trap. It's
not a trap, bro.
These white
I literally seen on the news like 3 kids that's like 17 years old and shit arrested for murder and shit.
Man,
that was like last week.
Soldiers in Africa, so we don't want to hear nothing about
that. We need to worry about
that. Don't make it okay. That don't make it okay.
We understand that. We know they got child soldiers, but I'm just saying we need to fix our children here too.
That don't make no
everybody.
sense.
The white man got a school shooter.
What are we doing about education, shelter?
That's the point.
What I'm
Education.
talking about is us fixing the problems that we have here and shit. We need to fix our own population.
We ain't gonna have no Wakanda here either.
Nobody, bro. I'm not
trying to have a war. We're trying to have a
Black
America.
You're gonna have problems. You're gonna have bad people.
Nah, what you're gonna do is try to work towards making it less problems.
But it's never ending. The
where people have opportunities to prosper and shit. The work will never
age. That's never get to a point where you can kick your feet up.
That's not what nobody's talking about, bro.
So what are you saying?
You're missing the whole point. The whole point is to get shit better than the generations that we had it. It seems like shit is going in the wrong trend, is what I'm saying. Kids is younger and younger with guns, bro. Like literally motherfuckers having to hit puberty and shit, and you see them on fucking line and shit carrying guns.
And they can't read.
That's a very, very small.
My point is that the shit shouldn't be happening. And
well, it shouldn't be happening in Africa either.
Bro, I can't talk with you because you're just a dumbass. Like you don't even try. You just
don't need to
arguments and shit to get to something that everybody should be agreeing on.
You want to dump on Black Americans? You want to dump on Black Americans? And
who's dumping on us?
We keep doing this complaining, woe is me stuff, bro. What
it's called seeing the issue and addressing it. Not being. I'm not even gonna go there.
Hey, we was doing good building
the community.
Hey, we was doing good building. That's why he said we don't have to insult one another's intelligence. Y'all don't have to like what I say, or you don't have to understand what I'm saying, but you don't insult me. Because most of us, most of y'all won't insult each other in your face.
I swear to God, I would tell them.
And we are on the internet, but we on the internet.
We do got to work on how we talk to each other.
Let's keep the decorum the way it's supposed to be. Like we are strong, black, melanated beings.
Nah,
just
Copper is right
I've been
about that.
approached about my videos. I show my face. I don't care. I'm outside. I gotta go to work every day. I'm outside. I'm
But
all
I
over.
don't know where you at, bro. And why do I want to fight you for
I'm
some
not saying.
word?
I'm
That's
saying,
lame.
like,
Come on.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is this: when you say most of us won't see it in person, that if you see, I don't even know what y'all look like. You
I didn't
gonna
say
see
everybody. That's why I said most. I didn't say
all right,
everybody.
okay, just for the record, you see me? Ask me about it if you ever see me. Ask me about my views.
Did y'all discuss the tariffs and how we're trying to in the U.S. we're trying to replace all of Chinese
You talking about
imports
tariffs? Is that
into
what
this
you're talking
country?
about?
Yeah. How can black people
Tyreek,
insulate
you got
themselves from the
Tyreek on
effects of the
your
tariffs?
on the brain. You talking about Tyreek?
Learning engineering, not going to school for 4 years. Go and take a trade. Go and get a trade,
Yes.
and use AI to quicker your experience in that field.
Look, I'll
But
be
what
honest.
about
I
the
have my
people who are
children.
affected
I have
now,
my
like
young
youthful
men
age?
getting trades, man. You know, getting
Yeah,
some
for sure.
college is cool. Hell, and you know what ain't a bad idea? Military.
A lot of the college, bro, a lot of that shit in college they teach you ain't gonna be useful though. That's the problem. That's what we finding out now.
I'm a product
That's why I'm talking
of a
about
trade
trades.
school.
You know.
I'm the product of a trade school. I'm sitting in
Good
my
for
house.
you. Good for you.
I preach this, brothers. I preach this, and I preach this to the YNs that everybody's scared of and come to the store and all that. I
Nah,
ain't
ain't
scared of
nobody scared.
Tell us
no, a lot
about
of
your trade
niggas is
program.
scared of them though. A lot of people.
That's $10 right there. Hey, Donis. Hey, Donis. He cussing, Donis.
Listen,
Donis, that's
I preach
$10.
this. Bro, calm down, bro. Like you just come up here to troll me, bro.
Nah,
That's
you watch
sissy
your
shit.
mouth, bro. You heard what
That's
Donis
sissy
said.
shit.
Bovo, tell
That's
us
$10
about your
to the
trade
cash app.
experience.
That's
Bro,
$10 to the cash app, bro.
on every
$10
show
to the
he
cash
making
app.
about me, bro. This guy, watch, y'all gonna see. He even said
$10 to the
it.
cash
Anytime
app.
you up here, I'm coming up there.
Hey, can I?
$10
Hey,
to the
I just
cash
want.
app.
But let
Hey,
me
I
say
just
this
want to
though.
read.
Oh,
I
this
just
is
want to
great.
read this brief article real quick. Just a small little paragraph. It says the Negro race has billion in the U.S. This article was written in 1912. It's
We don't
called
care about that article,
It's
bro.
called the Choctaw Advocate. It's talking about getting
Man,
our land over here. All right.
are you on that still?
All right. It says disenfranchise the Negro and send them back to Africa. That's absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African, he is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? Now, whether we come from Africa or not, but what these people are saying at this time, this land is ours. So we should always be teaching our kids of getting their land in America if we are American.
Yeah,
If you're in
They
Africa,
promised this land with
if you're
40
in
acres in the middle,
Africa,
regardless.
please fight for your land, and then we could really unite and have commerce and trade.
Let me say this. I preach this. Let me say this though, seriously. Go to school, get a trade, get something working with your hands. To all the young men, I preach this in the street to these YNs that everybody's so they're gonna shoot you. They got guns before puberty and all that. I tell them that all the time.
Don't
I'm
do
a
that.
product
Don't go
of
there.
a trade school. I'm a CDL holder. I'm a truck driver. I've driven all over the United States and Canada.
I'm sure they want to be just like you.
I got a good career, and I make great money.
Yeah,
every
why
year.
not?
And I make great money every year, and I'm a productive citizen. I used to be a YN. That's why I'm not afraid of them. They don't scare me. I'm pulling over. I don't care. You can have a gun in your pocket. I still approach you. What I'm scared of my people for? I ain't no African.
I don't know where you got the idea somebody's scared, but I'm saying the fact that they have the guns and shit, that's called throwing their lives away. That's the story I told you earlier. If you want to quote it right. I told you there's 3 kids that look like they haven't even hit puberty and shit. What?
If you don't get the opportunity to go to college, school, got become a mechanic, just some ideas. Plumbers, we need more. We need more of our black man hopping on them roofs and laying them shingles. Carpenters. America is always building. I want you to pay attention to this.
Fact. That's a fact.
Whenever you cut through America, like say you take a drive, you going somewhere, you always gonna bump into construction. Those big orange barrels, you always gonna bump into that. They're building and rebuilding, always building, always building. That's what make America so much better than everybody else, because America is always building and rebuilding the infrastructure. It's always, you always hear a president say, our crumbling infrastructure. We need to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. Everything needs maintenance, but they make that a part of the plan because that creates jobs. When you always building, it creates jobs. The infrastructure in America is not crumbling. Now I know it's potholes in major cities and all that kind of stuff, but the infrastructure in America is great. You can go anywhere you want on the paved road because of the tradesmen, the guys, the concrete masons, the brick masons, the those guys, the truck drivers. Somebody got to drive the dump trucks and get the stuff to them. So I just always preach that if you don't get the opportunity to go to college, become a tradesman, get you a trade.
We also have humanoids. We have self-driving cars too. We could take our intellectual properties and we could train our own bots. We could do our own research and we could own that, and we could transfer that experience into humanoids. Better yet, take a 3D printer and build your own humanoid, build your own parts. You could go on AI.
Here we go.
To doing it and own your own humanoid in the future based off of your experience. You could be sending them shits out to be your workers. That's going to be the next labor force, the next modern labor force. And this could I'm talking about this in America, but in Africa, this could be 100 times more in Africa.
I think we should be pushing black kids into coding. Like all these children have laptops, iPads, and whatnot, and they're less technologically savvy than people from the 90s because they never had to like boot into their own computer. And I think in this like technological world, it's really essential that the black community gets in on understanding how to code and AI.
Coding, they've been talking about coding for years. Coding becoming too easy.
It's so easy now.
Yes, it is. It's becoming copy and paste. Copy and paste is the new coding.
You got
I'm gonna let y'all know if y'all think coding is easy, build
now, unless you're on the highest level, like you in the back rooms at Google or something like that. But that's an elite group right there.
You gotta own your own licenses.
Everybody can do.
You gotta have your own storage. Your own
everybody.
If you want to build a website right now, it's hundreds of other websites that show you how to build a website, and all you gotta do is cut and paste.
That's true. That's very true.
So it's too easy now.
So there's no excuses now. There's really no excuses.
Yeah, it's easier, so they should learn it.
What do
and
you
there's
need
still
a
a huge
website
market
for? What do you
for it.
really need a website for in 2025? This is the website. My YouTube channel. You want to find anything about Vovo? You go right there. You want to get in touch with me? You can hit me on Instagram, Twitter. Those are the new websites you handle. That's the website.
You won't find one company that's successful without a website.
What?
You won't find one company that's successful without a website.
Well, right. Everybody.
I mean, we can do both. We can build roads and make websites.
No, you can name a bunch of companies that just do social media business.
Would they also have websites?
No, they don't. It's guys that own restaurants right now.
We getting back into another
argument. My barber,
he
ain't got no website. You can find him on Instagram though, and he posts all the new haircuts he do. He a successful black man. He got his own barbershop. He got 2 barbershops. He don't got no website. But y'all got an old way of thinking. You need to get with the times, man.
Yeah, you could create an app that could change the governance of how everyone is acting right now. If black women don't want to cooperate, black men don't want to get married, you could create an app to brainwash them into doing that.
I don't think we can do an app to solve the social issues. Like at a certain point, black people got to buckle down and work on our culture. And like money's not going to make us better people. Like we got to work on being better people to each other.
When you say that, I hate hearing that kind of stuff.
I mean, look at this conversation. We was cursing at each other. We was calling each other names, and yet
everybody
like
cursing each other. Everybody what do y'all think that one day we're gonna be walking around like
we'll be able to have a Discord?
It's not masculine to avoid growth. Like we got to mature, or we're gonna die. That's it.
We ain't going nowhere. Y'all got a Wakanda type of ideology. Y'all think that we're gonna be like
nothing of what I said is Wakanda. It's straight projects. If you don't know how to move, you're gonna get hurt.
Thank you. It's called being an adult, bro.
What are y'all
know how to move?
I'm talking about me respecting you. Like you see how I never called you a name? That's because I respect you, and we gotta have learn how to have
this conversation. I'm not calling you a name. I respect you. I'm not calling you a name. I haven't called you any name.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's commendable. We need to work on developing this beyond the money. Like a lot of rappers have money and they go to jail for the nonsense that they do. We got to work on the honorability,
It ain't
on the
just about the
morality
money,
of
bro.
our community. We
As
got to
soon as
be
you
there for the
criticize
boys, for
something,
the
dude
girls.
immediately get defensive.
I'm just saying we got to support each other. Like, that's all.
He's trying to keep us down, bro. He's trying to stop the progression.
You know, stuff like that, that's attention seeking. That's all that's
all you do, bro. Bro's talking and trying to explain some shit, some positivity, and you come with the negative bullshit without making no points, trying to shut him down.
You try to act like you
that's all like you do, bro. So that's why I'm coming at you like that. Because every time you come
no,
with
you
bullshit,
gonna always come at me because you got a little thing, bro. You got a little thing about me, bro.
Because you like to be a clown, bro. So you
it's
know
weird, bro. It's weird. It's other clowns. Go and get the other clowns. Why you want to make it all about me?
This
bro,
clown is in this chat.
Bro,
He's being a clown, so he's gonna get dealt with.
You've been on here several episodes. You've been on here admitting, oh, if you up here, I'm coming up here. I came up here to say this to Bobo.
I just said that one.
I do remember you now. I do remember you. You was on. I can't remember the space.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Yes, you did.
That's 100% a lie. Because this is the only space I ever been on, so that's a lie.
No, it was the one guy. Oh,
that's a lie, bro. It's a lie. You're making shit up.
No, I'm gonna find it.
You're making shit up.
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find
You're
it.
making it up, bro. But
I was on there, and they had threw me off.
Like I said, this is the only space I ever been on.
It was a Pan-African dude. It was a Pan-African dude. You came up there.
That's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
I ain't lying.
He lying. He lying.
Produce
some type of video or proof or anything at all.
I'm gonna find it.
You ain't gonna find it because you're making shit up. You're being a clown again.
No, I remember you now.
That's a lie. We'll see. Bro,
hey, well, respectfully, y'all. Hey, I'm about to move around. Hey, I pray that we do have more decorum as we build. And yeah, everybody, we like I say, Americans, we need to worry about our home front. And if you're African or if you're from the UK, please worry about your home front and do what you can for you and your people, mostly your children. And then we could have a real unity internationally. But we can't have no international unity if our home fronts is fucked up. But peace to everybody and to the owner of this platform, Donis. I believe I've seen you before. Hey, much respect to you, brother.
Donis is out.
Shabbat shalom.
Taking a nap.
He left me in charge. I'm throwing you out. Get out.
Did he really put this clown in charge?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get you.
Yeah, right.
But
anyway.
Put me in charge, Donis. I'll handle everything, man. Yeah, no, right. I'm about to get out here in a minute too. I gotta
visit Couples Productions. I talk my videos in Liberia.
Passion is boxing. So I talk boxing too, y'all, just in case.
Good for you, bro. Good for you.
God bless the pugilist. It's my boxing channel.
Good for you. Good for you.
Wait, before we all leave, can we all agree to like reach out to one young person in our community?
Oh, I ain't about to leave. Yeah, I got like 30 minutes.
Bro, I reach out to young people all the time, bro. You know,
well, let's make a plan here so that the listeners can join in on the plan. And when we have a chat, everybody, including the people in the chat next time, like let's create something where we can generate movement.
Yeah, I agree, bro.
I pledge to talk to somebody young about like my college experience and help them out. Anybody else in this room, y'all can pledge whatever y'all want. I just want to like put some action into the chat.
No, I feel you, bro. I respect that. I think that we should come with more like solutions and shit. I think that's the main thing. When people talk, when you have conversations and deliberation and shit, you should come up with whatever you think your solution is. It's easy to hit a brick wall and shit because somebody's on some nonsense. But if you talk, you should have at least some type of solution and shit. And if not, then you're just gonna be going around spinning your wheels and getting in the way of other people's progress and shit and being a clown.
It need to be organic, bro. You got to talk to them in the street when you're in the field. Talk to them like for real, like when you're on the ground. You know what I mean? Like you that's what they respect. Get in their face. You know what I'm saying? They want somebody, you know, like being on. They ain't on here. They playing Roblox or whatever, Grand Theft Auto or whatever they doing. Them young dudes ain't on here. They don't want to hear this old man stuff that we talking about. They ain't into that. They want to get the new boluses, whatever they wearing now, new boluses and all that. You know, that's what they on. So you got to get down on the ground. You got to go where they at. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to go where they at. Like everybody's scared of these YNs. All of a sudden, the YNs did the most dangerous people. Or this one dude up here talking about the most dangerous, these little dudes, most dangerous people I have ever seen. And Man, they ain't that dangerous, man. They kids, man.
Nah, I completely agree. I
Kids
got
is
a bunch of
misguided, bro.
nephews and
That's the
nieces.
problem. And when they get in crazy situations or they think certain shit is okay, that sets them up for failure. And that's what the biggest problem is. You can't let a kid throw their life away off of something stupid. That's what my point is.
You gotta be a mentor. You gotta go. What you doing with your nephew?
I'm a mentor, bro. I do the same shit. I'm part of Guns Down Gloves. I'm part of all that shit. So I get shit done too in the streets. I'm part of a gun club and shit where we go and show people the right way how to use their shit responsibly.
What gun club you a part of?
I'm not about to get into this with you, but my point is I do shit to help
curious.
out.
That's a good thing,
bro. I'm not trying to be your friend, but anyway, that's the kind of shit.
He capping. Yeah,
I ain't got shit to prove to you, but anyway, that's the kind of shit that I do on the ground level and shit. So it's progress.
We gotta stop doing too. We gotta get all these cappers out the community too. These people that act like they doing stuff, they ain't doing it. Dude won't even show his face.
So what you trying to fucking date me or something? What the fuck you want to see my face for? I'm not promoting shit.
Date you. Huh?
Damn.
You supposed to stand out as a man. As a man, you supposed
as a
I
man.
feel like a lot of black kids don't have hope, and one of the main things we got to do in the community is give black kids hope.
What I mean, like I don't. That's how I know y'all don't talk to these kids.
I was just about to talk about an experience that I had with these kids.
Like, y'all
so how do you know? How do you know what I haven't had?
Who's y'all,
like,
bro?
Because you don't sound like it, bro. What do you mean they don't have hope?
Can I finish?
They got dreams.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. So I was talking to a kid in the school in St. Louis, and I was asking him about college, and he's like 12 years old, and he's like, "Man, I'm not going to make it to high school. My dad died in jail. My brother's in jail, and my mama left. I need to figure out how to make some money."
So
and
this
I feel
kid
like,
you're talking, hold on, bro. This kid you're talking about was literally homeless?
No, he was in the school. He's a middle schooler.
But what's like, who did he live with?
He said his mama just left. He lived with his brother before his brother went to jail.
So he was homeless, is what you're saying?
No, he had to figure out how the rent was going to get paid.
Bro, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro.
What's confusing about the story? His brother went to jail.
Nobody's letting the 12-year-old pay no rent.
died.
Ain't nobody. He's the man of the house. All of a sudden, this dramatic story. This is a fantasy that these
dramatic story. This is what actually happens. Like you pretend like you care about black people, and then I bring up an actual
story.
You are lying.
There's a 12-year-old out here that my father's in prison. My brother's in prison.
No, his father died, bro.
Bro, stop, man. Just cut it.
And I'm the man of the house. All of a sudden, I have to pay all the bills, and no one is helping me. And I woke up and went to school to talk to you. And that man.
No, I went to the school. Like, what's not believable?
I know.
Like, you think shit like this doesn't
ain't
happen?
Ain't no 12-year-old in America got to figure out how to pay the bills. Now he turned to a life of crime.
You think there's no children whose parents are in gangs and they got to figure out how they feed them?
Bro, that's not how it goes, man.
That's exactly
I'm not
what
trying to
happened.
agree
What
with
are you
this dude
talking
at all,
about, bro?
That don't make no sense, bro. That's not.
Tell me how it goes
real.
then. Tell me how it goes then, bro.
Okay,
how it goes is
like people's dads don't die and they mama not addicted to crack and leave. What are you talking about? Y'all both old men. Y'all know parents on heroin and crack who didn't raise their kids.
I'm not that old.
But what I'm talking about, y'all both old enough to go through the crack era. Like, what are you talking about? Let me finish the story, bro. Instead of interrupting, let me finish the story.
You're lying,
because you obviously ain't been there, bro.
This weird fantasy you got, this weird fetish you got for this.
What weird fetish, bro? Like, you don't know shit about what I'm talking about.
The story of he had to turn to a life of crime. He had no hope.
I never said he even did crime. I said he needed to figure out how to pay the bills. Like, can you shut the fuck up and listen?
How can a 12-year-old pay the bills? He had to turn to prostitution. No,
that's what I'm saying. He doesn't care about school when he has to figure out how to feed himself.
He wouldn't be there. He wouldn't be there.
Yeah,
he wouldn't be there.
I don't know why he came to school.
That's
who woke him up. How he been paying the bills?
It happened that week.
Who's he gonna give the money to?
He needs 400. He has to turn to a life of crime. Knock it off, man.
Like, just because the kid's going through it doesn't mean I know how he's gonna fix it. I'm just telling you what I
You're a black man, right? Which I don't believe that. You're a black. If a 12-year-old tell me something like that, the man I am, what? I'm like, what? Hold on, we about to investigate that because he might be capping. So we about to investigate. I know that ain't how it goes. I know that ain't how it goes. I'm gonna say, get in the car, young man. Get your ass in the car. We about
It's
to
the
go over
after
there
school
right now.
program.
I'm gonna go in that house.
Even after school, bro, you ain't gonna let a kid just be on his own like that.
Yeah,
Nobody.
the
That's
school
not a
ain't
thing.
gonna let him be on his own. The police
Yeah, that's
department
not a
ain't.
thing.
Yeah, this America. These
And no
fools
kid is
really
gonna be
don't-
thinking about trying to fucking get the
It's
rent money
St.
and
Louis.
shit.
Nobody cares about
Bro,
some
that's
of these.
not
Like,
how
what
it
are you
goes,
talking
man.
about?
Bro, this is a white guy, man. This is
Like,
a
what are
white
you?
guy right here.
Yo, give me your phone number and I'll FaceTime you right now. Give me your phone number.
That's
No,
what he
Get that
wants.
shit
That's
over
what
with.
he wants.
Like, fuck are you talking about, bro? You
knock
just
it
running
off,
your
man.
mouth. I'm out here
Man,
trying to
knock
talk
it off.
about giving black kids hope, and then you trying to do
Give
some
you my
imposter
phone
syndrome
number,
bullshit,
man.
bro.
Knock it off, man. All you gotta do is come on the camera.
No, give him your phone.
No, give
Fuck,
me your phone number, bro. Stop playing around, bro.
Wow, all you gotta
You
do is
said you
click
never
the
run
camera on.
away. Swing
All
the
you gotta do
swing
is
the
click
number.
the
Swing the
camera
number.
on.
You said you never
Cover
run
up your
away.
face a little
You said
bit.
you
Just
never run
just
away.
cover your eyes,
Swing the
man. Just
number.
cover your
Swing the
eyes.
Nah,
number.
give
Give
him
me your
your phone
email
number.
or stop talking. Give me your phone number or stop talking, bro.
I ain't gonna
Like
give my
deadass,
phone
stop playing with
number.
me.
He one of them. What they call them? Those what is they called? Oh shit. Those
Like
those
I'm literally out here
Hebrews.
trying to talk about giving black kids
Give me your
hope,
phone. He about to get
and
to
you
take
having
my
a monkey
phone number.
contest
No,
right now,
sir.
bro. That's how we know you're not serious
I'm
about shit.
showing too much skin
Bro, you
around
just
here.
find out he ain't serious?
Who?
You.
Nah, like you deadass right. He's not serious. This is a
Oh, I'm
clown
dead
right here.
serious. I'm dead serious. I'm just funny.
You a serious
You're not.
clown, bro.
Nobody's laughing but you, bro. That's not
No, they
funny.
laughing. Yeah, they laughing. It's
Like
entertaining.
I know you got a trade at a circus.
No, I got to try. I'm a truck driver. I've been
Truck driving to a circus.
No,
I'm out here trying to talk about our
I
kids, and you having
did
like a
drive
pissing
for a
contest,
second,
bro.
I did haul the equipment, the rides. I did that before.
Yeah, I don't care about
Yeah.
what you do with these trucks. I'm talking about these kids, bro. I keep telling y'all, some of these kids are in bad situations and they
And
don't
you
have
said
hope.
that
And you
you
No,
want to
they in
piss
bad
around, bro.
situations, bro, but
you
that's what you
became
do with the
totally
community
unbelievable.
outreach.
You became totally
I
unbelievable.
don't
We
care
don't
what you
believe
believe.
you. We don't believe you. It's a 12-year-old kid.
You don't believe
My father
me.
died. My mother, my brother's in jail. My mother just left. I got to figure out how I'm gonna pay the bills. And it's a landlord about to accept the rent from him, and he got to figure out how he
I
gonna
don't
pay
know how the situation
the
works,
light
bro. I
bill.
just know what he
How he
told
gonna pay
me.
the gas bill. He's got to figure out what he's gonna do because he's got to take care of him and his 9 siblings, and
I
he
mean,
has
he's probably gonna go into foster
he has no
care.
more hope. You totally made that up. You
I didn't
totally
like that's
made it
literally
up.
what he told me. I
He
don't.
went to
He
you
could
and
go
he
into
ain't go to
foster
the
care.
guidance counselor. He ain't go to his teacher. He woke himself up for school and went all the way to school. And then he went and he
And
walked
stayed
past.
after school to find you
Yeah.
and ask until
No, we
you.
have a mentorship program.
So
I
what
brought
did
in
you
my
do when he told
laptop
you
so that
this?
we could
And what
make
did you do
beats.
when he told you that?
And I told the head of the program.
And
And
then
then
what happened?
They said that they'll handle it, but I don't know what the fuck that means.
Did
Like
you
I
ever
was,
see him after that?
no, he got removed.
I don't believe none
cap.
of this shit.
I don't believe none of it. It's all cap. I told the head of the program. Man, knock it off, man. Cut the shenanigans, man. Don't nobody want to hear that, man. You got this weird fantasy like, oh, these kids, they don't have any hope nowadays. Man, these
It's a
kids got
fantasy
all
that
kinds of
some
hope.
black kids don't have hope. Like what the fuck are
No,
you
it's
so
a
focused on the
problem,
fantasy,
bro.
you're not
But
focused on the facts and fixing the
You
issue,
focus on
bro.
the fantasy. You
Like
just
you
totally made
sound
up this
mad old
bogus
right
story.
now.
You made up that bogus story. No, you sound mad white right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that change
Okay.
the fact that black kids are going through shit?
Yeah. All
no,
kids.
they definitely going through
Because you
shit,
keep
bro.
talking
And
about how white I
that is
sound
something
and I
that we
keep
need
trying
to
to talk
focus
about
on.
black issues. More like doo-doo rants, bro.
Yeah,
Focus on the
bro. You
issues.
can't. No,
You a
you're
whole clown,
capping.
bro. You
You're
keep talking
Now
about
you
capping.
how
see
I
what I
talk. Can
see,
you talk
man.
about the substance?
You're capping. You're
Can you
capping.
talk about the substance?
You're capping. That's what it is. You're just sitting here capping. That's it. You're
Yeah,
sitting here
and you don't
lying.
care about the issue.
You got this weird. You got this weird. I live with the issues. I live in my community. I don't. I'm not talking
You
about.
obviously don't live in your
It's St.
community if you
St.
don't know
Louis.
about issues like
Nobody
that,
cares
bro.
about St. Louis. No, I live in the ghetto.
I didn't say nobody
I own a
cares
house in
about
the ghetto.
St.
I can
Louis. I
afford to
said
live in
they don't
most
care
zip
about
codes
some
in
of these
America.
kids in St. Louis, bro.
I live in the ghetto.
Congratulations.
Right.
You don't act like it.
I
We
don't
just had
act
like a
like
10-minute circle jerk.
circle jerk. You definitely ain't
Yeah,
get
because
my
you want to pussyfoot around the subject when I'm talking about helping black
Oh, you
kids, and you
said
want to have
nigga.
some
You got cash
validity
out.
contest, bro.
I mean, you
You a
could use
whole
a
weirdo, bro.
They said doodle
And you
rat
need
and
to
bubble
drop your
rat.
email in the chat, bro, because I'm gonna FaceTime you after this.
No, you're not. No, you're
Bro,
not.
bro, quit. Drop your shit. Drop your fucking shit in the chat for him, bro. Quit playing.
No, hell no. I ain't done.
If you really about all that shit,
Like
then do
deadass,
what
that's
you.
what I thought, bro.
Yeah.
That's what
Oh
I
no,
thought,
you
man.
can't
You full of
shame
cap.
me. That
Like
don't work
really
on me.
acting
You
like you
can't
be out
shame
here.
me.
You
You
said you'll
can't
say it to your
shame me.
face.
Huh? What did he say? He said, "What about my face?" I didn't even catch it. But you can't shame me or no stuff like bully me or none of that into doing nothing. No, nobody's
Man,
about to
cause you
get you out.
scared or what? What you scared
I'm
of,
scared.
bro?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm definitely scared. I'm scared.
Give him your number. What the fuck?
I'm scared, bro. I'm scared. I said
Bro,
I'm
I
scared.
want to talk to this lame ass dude, bro. Like we just spent 20 minutes on a circle jerk when we could be talking about the problems in the community, and you still not talking about the subject, bro. And you like 40
No,
years
No,
old.
I feel you.
you got caught
You
lying.
40 years old, acting 12, bro.
You got caught lying. Yeah, you got caught lying. That's all that was. You was
You
capping.
still not talking about the subject.
No, you
When are
just
we
want
gonna
to
get
change
back
the
to the
subject now
community?
because your ass got caught lying.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
trying
No,
to
no.
better
I'm
my
sorry.
voice.
I'll wait. I'll wait
I'm
until
like
you
on
feel
this
like
box.
talking about the
Nah,
community
bro.
again.
It's
That's
community
my bad.
outreach.
That's
It's
my bad.
community outreach type shit we could do it and everything. People need to be
See, they
focusing on
started what, man?
and getting involved in and shit in America. Like it's hella programs and shit. It's like it's ways to do shit, to get involved and to give back and shit. After school programs and shit. Fucking like community centers and all that shit. It's like it's big and it's opportunities to do that and people can get involved and shit. All you gotta do is talk to the people there and shit. They always looking for people to put on events and shit too in most places. So I
And
mean,
nobody's going to let a 12-year-old do that. There's too many programs. No, nobody. That's outrageous.
we're talking about solutions now.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Yeah.
I mean, like, since you
I'm
know
talking
so much,
about
what
what
are the
you talking about.
programs
I'm
that
talking about
help?
what you talking about.
What are the programs that
It's
help
stuff in
children?
the program. It's stuff.
What
Bro,
are
a
the
lot of
programs that
programs
help
help children.
children?
I was telling you about guns down, gloves up and shit. There's a lot of programs out here that you could do to help.
Yeah, all types of boys and girls clubs, recreation centers.
But even smaller ones and shit than that, like more like personal. That's more.
Yo, doo-doo rants. Like,
If
what
you need to,
specific
yeah, do the rest. What? I
what
am the shit.
specific programs
I am
help
the shit.
children? Stop that
I
general
am
stuff.
the
Since you
shit.
know so much,
I am the shit. Do the rest. I like that one though. Yeah, I
I'm
am.
glad. I'm glad you know you're shitty.
Yeah,
What
no, I
specific
am shitty.
programs help
I am
children?
shitty.
What
I am the
specific
shit. As long as
programs
you want me
help
to be the shit,
children?
you gotta be shitty. Go ahead and say what? You said what?
What specific programs that you know help at-risk youth?
I just said it. Boys and Girls Club.
Name the
Stuff.
specific ones.
Did anybody hear what I said?
He said name a specific one.
Well, you a cancer.
The boys.
Just find
What?
out.
He said I got cancer.
Fuck.
What did he say about my cancer? How you know I got cancer?
I said you a cancer, bro.
Look at God.
Like, it's really just not serious at all.
You're a sissy. Only sissies talk like
You're a
that.
sissy. Only sissies talk like
Yeah, only sissies talk like that.
Only
You're a
sissies
cancer.
talk
I
like
know your zodiac sign. That's how the bitches talk. Boy, what are you talking about? Yeah, what are you talking
I
about?
said you're like a tumor dump. Oh my! Did you
Yeah,
just think I
cancer ain't
called you
just
a
the
horoscope?
zodiac sign.
I am a tumor. Yeah, I am a tumor. Yeah, I be killing shit. Yeah.
Anyway, peace and
Yeah, I know
alafia.
all that.
Bigs up to the entire black community. Shout out to everybody on all sides, but doo-doo. Obviously, you're not serious. But anybody who's actually serious about this, I'll find you.
Hey, what was you getting at though with that when you was telling that story? Like before you go.
Oh, like he's not even thinking about college because he's dead ass trying to survive. Like there's a lot of poor black children who actually have to help their children. I mean, their parents work. Like there are black kids who actually like work to help. I mean, there's Mexican kids too. Like there's a bunch of poor kids. And like we
But
want
what
them to go to trade school and college and shit, and they're dead ass trying to eat.
But wouldn't that fall on the parents though? Like their responsibility to like care for their kids and shit? Like that wouldn't that be the bigger problem?
I mean, I know, but like if I can get in contact with that kid, like I'd send him. Like it doesn't. If his parents is not helping, somebody's got to help him.
His
Like we're a
parents are
community.
gone,
Like what
right?
type of mutual aid are we doing?
His parents are gone, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing: that if it's a black kid and his mother, no black kid got to work to support the family. They can. That's what welfare is for. Yeah, that's what welfare is for. That's the purpose of it. If you're not able, if something goes wrong, it's a social program where they give you housing, stamps, a check, make sure you eat, shit like that. You get clothing vouchers and all that kind of shit. This America. So we don't believe you, bro. This is America. Nobody's out here. No kid it's child labor laws for that type of reason. If it's a child right now, if you like, it was a family across the street from my old house. They was homeless. They got put out. Their stuff got put on the street. The dude was a drunk. The man of the house was a drunk. He had his family sleeping in front of the house for a week. My girl called the police like, I can't let them babies be out there like that.
After a week?
After it was the summertime.
What kind? I'm not even gonna go there. Go ahead.
Yeah. And they came and picked them up. They came and picked the family up. The whole street was trying to talk to him like, yeah, man, you need to go do this and do that. The mother was like, had like a mental problem. You know what I'm saying? And the father dude was like a drunk. He didn't care. So it became to the point where this shit was going on for too long. Y'all motherfucker done let them chill in the garage. Other family done brought them something to eat, shit like that, trying to see if we could talk to the landlord, get them back in the house, shit like that. It was time for them. It was time for somebody to step in. So we took it upon ourselves, and they called the police. The police came and stepped in. That's what the government job is. No 12-year-old got to go to work and support the family now, and he's working 3 jobs, and he's the man of the house. He got steel-toe boots and all types of man.
I never said all of that, bro. All I said was he said he's got to figure out the money.
He don't got to figure out the money is what I'm telling you.
I'm not saying he even needs to. I'm just saying from my standpoint, like you talk about welfare, I don't even know who gets the welfare check now. Like you think it's a joke. I'm dead ass serious. Like the kids who don't have anybody, how do they go through school? Like how do they get anything done? I haven't gone through that. That's why I'm like this.
That's how kids go to foster care. I grew up in the welfare system. Did not turn out good. Don't I look like yeah, Volvo rents turned out awesome. I grew up in the projects. We had welfare food stamps. We had to go to church to eat. Some days I got clothes from the Goodwill. Don't it look like I turned out good? I bought me a house in my old neighborhood. I didn't run away, leave, go somewhere. None of that.
That's called being smart.
How can the community be more supportive to people like you when you were a kid?
How could the community? My community was great towards me, and it was the ghetto. If it was somebody like I'm saying, like
how can we be more supportive moving forward?
If it was somebody suffering in the hood, if like Miss Johnson didn't have it's a specific story, but I can't say the lady's name on here. But like one time, one of our neighbors, husband got sick and he was in the hospital. He was the breadwinner, and the rumor got around that she didn't have the stuff. She had like 6 kids, and she didn't have everything she needed. Everybody pitched in and put her a little package together. Here, take this down there. My mother had me running beans and rice down there. Here, take that down there to Miss what's her name. And I had to go down there and here. My mother said, tell your mother. I said, hey, tell your mother I'm gonna get it back to her and that type of shit. I don't know, like this whole the YNs. I'm a YN. I'm an old N now. I'm an ON now. But I used to be a YN. YNs ain't bothering the people in the community. Now it is some crazy little dudes that then did some wild stuff. But for the most part, don't nobody bother the old people and the family and the working guy and all that. They got their own thing going. So that's how you help in the community. You be a community. Nobody was letting that 12-year-old boy go through that, and they knew about it. Somebody was gonna say something like, "Hold on, somebody gonna come check on you in the black community." I don't know. It might be poor and dilapidated buildings and houses and all that, but ain't nobody. We ain't about to. We be looking out for each other, man.
More than that, it ain't no shit where it's like, yeah, that's that story. Yeah, that's not how it goes, man. It's just not. I mean, I don't know if dude told you that. I don't believe it, but like, that's not how it goes. Like, that's not what kids. Even at 12 years old, they don't worry about that kind of stuff. coming up with rent or money and all that stuff. He would have came to the next relative that he had, and most likely anybody who knew his parents would have went there to check on him to see if he was all right or what was going on with the situation. So it's not likely that it just would have been, you know, that it just would have been just unnoticed or whatever for so long. The neighbors, it could have been his aunts, it could have been his mom's friends, it could have been his grandma, it could have been his anybody. But they ain't gonna just let a kid just be on his own like that. As soon as it come up, somebody gonna start asking these questions, and they're gonna try to come up with where's her son at, or where's his son at, or whatever. They gonna just be like, oh, you on your own, you don't know nobody.
Now, go ahead. The first thing is this: why your ass come up here lying like that? That's the first thing. That's you need to. I rebuke you,
Bro,
for that.
nobody was
But
lying.
and here's another thing, right? It is some hard luck stories where some guys done they might have got took to the foster home and they ran away and they keep running away and they want to be in the streets and all that. And you know what I mean? I know some guys like that was like, man, I don't know them people. I don't want to be in the foster home. I'd rather be in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And they was YNs like me. I got friends like that. It was like, man, I ain't about to be. They took me to that foster home, man. I'm coming back down here to the community because his mother passed away. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't really had no family. So we was his family, the YNs. And he was able to, crash at our house. Mom, he about to spend the night. You know what I'm saying? We're like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's his mama know about it. Yeah. And we protecting him. That's our buddy. You know what I'm saying? Or he might have to crash at the flop house in the hood or something for a night and stuff like that. He was just in the street, like, you know what I'm saying? It's been situations like that. You know what I'm saying? Hard luck situations like that. But he didn't want to be in a foster home. He didn't know them. He was already from this neighborhood. He already was comfortable here. He like, let's see, I'm gonna do that. Now it's situations like that. But this, oh no, he got to figure out how to pay the bills and all this. Nah, that ain't true, bro. You just made that up. And I rebuke you for that.
I mean, I don't give a damn about your retribution, whatever, bro. I said, bro's dad died, his mama left, his brother's in jail, and you pulled a whole story out of that. So I ain't say he got a job. I ain't say how long that shit happened. But I do appreciate you talking
Man,
about your
you
own
just
experience so that we can learn about the broader situation.
Now let's talk about the other kids that is going to school, getting the good grades, going to college, going to our kids going to HBCUs and kids getting accepted into Harvard and all that stuff.
yeah,
That's
that's a big thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, that shit don't get enough light. Let's talk about the 16-year-old kids that's going to medical school, black kids that's going to medical school,
It do.
and
There's
stuff
a
like
lot of
that.
successful.
That don't
There's a
get
lot of
enough light.
successful black people here.
Yeah.
The most successful black people in the African diaspora is from America. Like the most educated, the most wealth, everything is centered here. Like this is really the mecca for African excellence.
Talk about
worldwide.
it. Y'all welcome. No, not no African excellence. There you go. Huh?
So worldwide, that's what it is. So that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, it's a special spot that, like they were saying earlier, the African Americans have specifically in the diaspora. But it don't mean we can't build from that, and it don't mean that people can't learn from still working with Africa. As far as going to the continent,
He left. Yeah, he left good, man. He was capping like a mother. That was a complete lie, made up story. That guy wasn't even black. He on here fishing. He on here trying to fish. He told me, give me your number. Man, knock it off. Volvo Ruckus. What's that? That's nothing. That ain't even a good joke, bro. Come with a better one. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off here too. My boxing show about to start, so I'm gonna go ahead and go. Appreciate you, Adonis. Hey, Johnny.
His name is Dinas.
Yeah, Adonis, whatever. This for you.
Get the fuck out of here. All right, well, I ain't got nobody else to discuss this shit with, so yeah, I don't know how Dinas gonna end his chat. He probably went to sleep, but everybody visit Downfo.Africa. All right. Search for Uhuru. Peace.